She explained, probably because she had used quite a bit of brute force. The unspoken memory of the slap she delivered hung heavy in the air between them. A wave of regret washed over his handsome features. I'm sorry, he whispered, the words barely audible, but she shook her head quickly. No, I don't blame you. Her own words surprised her. How could she not blame him? He was the reason she was in this mess. And yet, looking at the genuine pain in his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. His apology felt real. He told her he shouldn't have treated her like that she was not a thing but a human. He took her hand, his fingers gently wrapping around hers, and brought it to his lips. He pressed a soft, warm kiss to her knuckles. A silent promise, an apology that spoke louder than any words. He told her she didn't need to be so submissive for his sake. Her heart began to pound against her ribs, a frantic, chaotic rhythm. Ba-dump, his face, it was so close. The memory of yesterday, of his touch, his heat, flooded her senses, and a deep blush crept up her neck. I'm hungry now, I'll eat something, she blurted out, desperate for an escape. She scurried out of bed, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Is my nature just to be bullied, to be swayed by a single moment of kindness? Her heart hammered away. Please don't jump anymore, she pleaded with a frantic organ. I can't be a boy-crazy girl. Meanwhile, far away in a cold, sterile office, Gu Jingze was a different man entirely. Tell Miss Huey I have no time to see her, he ordered his assistant, his voice clipped and devoid of emotion. His assistant reported that she refused to leave, that she insisted on waiting. Gu Jing's jaw tightened, his fingers pausing over his keyboard. A memory, unwelcome and sharp, pierced through his composure, a woman with sorrowful eyes and long, flowing blue hair. I was wrong, she had pleaded, her voice thick with tears. I just wanted to become your wife, he had told her to stop, her desperate words echoed in his mind. Are you listening to me? She had cried, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. I just want to be the most beautiful thing to you. I'm telling the truth. Do you know how my heart hurt when you left me? He had remained impassive, cutting through her emotional plea with cold logic. All right, Huey Ling, I don't deject you, he'd said. In fact, I must have apologized to you first. A flicker of hope had ignited in her eyes. Really? He'd confirmed it was fine, but then delivered the killing blow, telling her to stay with Lin Yu. He remembered her shock, her disbelief. He'd explained that he thought her illness had recovered, that if he'd known how serious it was, he would never have touched her. The words hung in the air, a cruel, unintentional confession. Her mind reeled. Am I hearing correctly? What as if? The implication slammed into her with the force of physical blow. Did he and Lin Che make love? Why could you do it with her but not with me? She had shrieked, her composure finally shattering into a million pieces. His reply had been devastatingly simple. We don't know the reason, we just did it. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face as he remembered Lin Che before his expression hardened once more. Huey Ling, he had told her, his voice leaving no room for argument. I'm not the same Gu Jingze you knew. I betrayed our love, so don't you try to keep it. A few days later, the warmth of the sun felt like a balm on Lin Che's skin as she stepped out of the airport. She was immediately enveloped in a tight hug. Lin Che, you're home? Her friend Sisyu squealed with delight. Pulling back, Sisyu gave her a mischievous look, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Seems like for the past few days, you played hard, right? Lin Che's cheeks instantly flamed. There was nothing like that, she stammered, flustered. She tried to explain the chaos of the past few days, but Sisyu just smiled, commenting on how radiant she looked. As they walked towards the elevator, Sisyu asked about her work visa. Lin Che thanked her profusely for her help. The elevator doors slid open with a soft ting, revealing a sight that made her freeze. Leaning casually against the wall, dressed in a pristine white doctor's coat, was Gu Jingze. A faint smile touched his lips. Have you finished? He asked. Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jingze, why are you here? He cut her off smoothly. It has long been finished, so now I've come to take you home. Before she could even react, he was moving. He grabbed her arm, pulling her into the elevator with a surprising strength. Effwhoosh, the doors slid shut with a soft thud. He pinned her against the cool metal wall, his body caging hers, his presence overwhelming. Lin Che, he murmured, his voice dropping to a low, intimate timbre. Her heart leaped into her throat. What's happening? She whispered. Suddenly, the entire elevator lurched violently, a terrifying groan of metal echoing around them. What's happening? Is the elevator falling down? She screamed. The world outside the glass became a horrifying, dizzying blur as they plummeted from the 10th floor. A deafening bang reverberated through the shaft, followed by her own terrified shriek. In the midst of the chaos, his arms tightened around her, a solid, unshakable anchor. Stay still, calm down, I'm by your side, he whispered, his voice steady and calm against her ear. The screeching and clattering of metal was a symphony of destruction. With a final bone-jarring jolt, the fall stopped. Lin Che trembled in his arms, her eyes wide with fear. Will it fall again? She whimpered. He looked down at her, his gaze intense and serious. It will be, he said grimly, so I've locked you up. His thumb gently stroked her cheek, a strangely comforting gesture in the face of death. As long as I'm here, you will never die. He then murmured something strange, that the person he loved wasn't Lin Che, because that person was one and only in the world. What was he talking about? Ignoring her confusion, he turned to the doors, his focus shifting. He began to pry at the edges with his bare hands. Mister, she cried out, seeing the small gap he was creating. Mister, hurry up and get out, she pleaded, her voice thick with panic. The elevator is broken, it's dangerous. But he didn't listen, his only concern was her. Get out first, Lin Che, he commanded, his hand firmly pushing her towards the opening. She hesitated, her heart twisting in her chest. Go quickly, he ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. She stumbled out onto the solid ground of the hallway, collapsing in a heap. Someone rushed to her side, but she barely noticed. Her eyes were fixed on the rapidly closing gap. "No need to worry about me," she gasped. "Gu Jingze is still in it." With a horrifying wham, the doors slammed shut, sealing him inside. Gu Jingze, his name was torn from her throat in a raw, desperate scream. She fought against the people holding her back, pounding on the cold metal doors. "Let go of me," she sobbed. Her strength finally abandoned her and she slid to the floor, her body racked with gut-wrenching sobs. She was falling into a pit of despair, the image of his face before the doors closed burning in her mind. "Gu Jingze," she whispered, her heart shattering. Suddenly, a familiar ding cut through her grief. The elevator doors slid open. And there he stood, disheveled but miraculously safe. "Lin Che," he said softly, her head snapped up, her vision blurred by tears. "Gu Jingze," he stepped out, and without a second thought, she launched herself into his arms, clinging to him as if he were life itself. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of relief and terror, she looked up into his eyes, and on pure, raw instinct, she crushed her lips against his. It was a desperate, needy kiss, pouring all of her fear and frantic joy into the single act. He was surprised for a moment, then his hand moved to the back of her head, pulling her closer. When they finally broke apart for air, he looked down at her, his voice a low, husky murmur. "Lin Che, do you know what you're doing?" He held her tight, his embrace a warm, protective shield. "This time you came here on your own," he said, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Don't run anywhere to hide from me. Earlier it was really dangerous." In that moment, held securely in his arms, all her walls came crumbling down. There was no escape from the terrifying, exhilarating truth of her feelings for him. Her voice trembled, each word a shard of glass tearing at her throat. "I saw the elevator falling down." The memory was a fresh, gaping wound, the screech of metal, the sickening lurch, the world plummeting into darkness. She looked at the man holding her, the man she thought she'd lost forever, her eyes wide with a desperate, frantic question. "I heard it sound, but why could you? What happened to you after all?" Gongwoo held her tight, his own relief a palpable current running through him. He explained in a low, steady voice how the elevator had miraculously stopped just before hitting the bottom. He'd scrambled out, thinking she was right behind him, only to turn and watch in horror as the steel coffin crashed down into the abyss. Xianyan clung to him, tears streaming down her face as she buried her head in his chest. "It scared me," she sobbed, her body racked with tremors. "I thought I would never see you again." He held her head, his touch gentle. "All right, it was over, I'm still fine, right?" But the terror wouldn't release its grip. Was this real? Was he really here? Her hand came up, touching his cheek as if to confirm he wasn't a ghost. "Does it hurt?" she whispered, her mind a whirlwind of doubt. Is this a dream? There was only one way to know. With a sharp crack, her palm connected with his face. Asterisk slap, asterisk. Gongwoo froze, stunned, his head snapping to the side. "What are you doing?" he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. A small, relieved smile touched her lips. "Yeah, you're real," but his anger wasn't so easily quelled. He grabbed her by the arms, his grip like iron. "At that time, why didn't you get out of it first?" His voice was a low growl laced with the terror he had felt. "I am a man, so why would I leave my wife alone in danger? If I had done like that and other problems had shown up, how would I have lived with it?" He was shouting now, shaking her slightly. Why was she so foolish? She looked down, shamefaced. He softened his tone, but the command was absolute. "You're so slick, you should have pressed the button. Once you're out, I'll do what you said next time." But she wasn't listening. In a sudden, fluid motion, she shoved him backwards. He stumbled, landing on the soft bed with a soft asterisk flop asterisk. Before he could react, she was on top of him, her eyes burning with a fierce, possessive light. "It's too late," she declared, her voice husky. "Now you are still in the land of the living." She leaned down, her hair brushing against his cheek. "I never thought I could live by a man like you," she confessed, her heart pounding a wild rhythm against his. "You can just continue to be mine for the rest of your life." And with that, she sealed her promise with a kiss. Later that night, as Xianyan slept peacefully, Gong-u stood by the window, his voice a low, dangerous murmur on the phone. His investigator's report was chilling. "Mister, I've investigated it already. There was someone who wanted to harm Lin Che, but that person didn't expect that it got your wife involved in it." Gong-u's knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone. "So this wasn't an accident. This was an attack." The report continued, painting an even darker picture. "Also, before your wife came in front of the elevator, there was a man who wanted to take it. It was being repaired. That elevator was a trap, specifically laid for someone else." It was unbelievable, a cruel twist of fate that Xianyan had gotten in it alone. His eyes hardened into chips of ice. "Keep investigating to find who wanted to harm my wife," he commanded, his voice deadly calm. He ended the call and turned to look at his sleeping wife, a silent, terrifying vow forming in his heart. "I won't let the one who wanted to harm you live in peace." The next day, the tension was replaced by a strange sort of domesticity. A piece of meat was gently placed on her bowl of rice. "This dish can provide you with vitamin," Gong-u explained, his expression serious. "I've checked it on the net. It's easy to leave scars on your skin when you lack vitamin. Eat some more meat, you're quite skinny too." Xianyan stared at him, bewildered by this sudden nutritional advice, but he wasn't finished. "Also," he added with a devilish smirk, "it can help them get bigger. I like to grope them with a bigger size." Her jaw dropped. Did he just say her breasts were too small? He continued his unsolicited advice, completely oblivious to her mortification. He told her to eat pig kidneys and carrots for her eyes because her eyesight wasn't good at all. She weakly protested that she was full, but he just stared at her with an intense gaze, muttering about how she was getting prettier and that he'd seen a man staring at her earlier. Life slowly returned to a fragile normalcy. At a press event, Xia Nayan found herself facing the blinding flash of cameras and the fake smiles of her peers. The movie promotion was in full swing, but peace was short-lived. A rival actress sidled up to her, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Oh, in social media, they often compare between us. Do you get angry with it? Xia Nayan just gave a cool shrug, saying she didn't care about that kind of thing. Then a familiar voice cut through the chatter. It was Mukayan Chu. He greeted her warmly, but her heart sank. Why was he here? He asked if she was coming home for the holidays, his gaze searching. He pressed further, his voice soft and concerned. Do you plan to go home to celebrate Chinese New Year? When she said no, his brow furrowed. Why, were there any misunderstandings or problems so the relationship between you and your family is not good? She quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. I haven't been to that house for a long time, so I feel quite unfamiliar. He took a step closer, his presence overwhelming. Ma, why do you care about it too much? It's surprising. He placed a hand over his heart, his eyes locking with hers. Okay, I know there isn't anyone else in my heart. He spoke of past problems of not going to that house for some years, a vague promise hanging in the air. Xia Nayan's eyes narrowed slightly. Does it get involved with any girls? She asked, a hint of suspicion in her tone. He just laughed, a charming, disarming sound. Of course, I'm so handsome and attractive. He quickly added that he wasn't being serious. His compliments felt hollow, his words a tangled web she didn't want to be caught in. Later, a man with warm, reddish-brown hair approached her, his face lit with genuine admiration. Zio Chi, he said, using her stage name, I watched the movie you starred in every day. Your acting was so well. I'll tell many other people to watch it. Xia Nayan blushed, flustered by the earnest praise. You watch it? She stammered. Actually, my acting wasn't good. There's nothing special in the movie. But he shook his head, insisting, no, you did well. He continued, his expression shifting slightly. He thought the male lead, Su Lingzi, was handsome and that they looked good together on screen. But then he confessed he suddenly felt she didn't deserve him. The compliment soured in her ears. It reminded her of her mother's words, of a package arriving, of a past she tried to forget. A memory surfaced, sharp and clear, a boy handing her a book in the library. She remembered opening it, her fingers brushing against a photograph tucked inside. It was him, a younger, softer version of the man who now owned her heart. As she stared at the book in her memory, a small note fluttered out. A blonde girl, a classmate, snatched it before she could. Who is your classmate? She taunted. The memory faded, replaced by the feeling of strong arms wrapping around her from behind. What do you just think about that you smiled like that? Gong U's voice was a low rumble in her ear. She shook her head, startled. Nothing, I'm not thinking anything. He didn't believe her for a second. He leaned in, his lips brushing her earlobe as he whispered, I don't believe it, tell me. His grip tightened. I was just thinking if you just now were thinking of any other man simply before me. He let the threat hang in the air, her eyes widened as a flicker of memory. A girl with short hair flashed through his mind. Was that her? He suddenly realized. Lin Che, his eyes narrowed, a storm of jealousy brewing within them. Are you sure? He demanded, his voice tight. I am not angry, she insisted, though her racing heart betrayed her. He leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. I won't say it anymore. Why do you get angry like that? He pulled her into a dance-like hold, his body flush against hers. Although I don't have much experience, he murmured, his gaze dropping to her lips, my skills aren't bad at all. He dipped her low, his face inches from hers. Is it good or not when we do at all? Her face was on fire. It is not good, okay? She squeaked. He chuckled, a low, husky sound. Ugh, you pervert. He leaned in closer, his breath warm against her skin. Just let your body answer me, he whispered, capturing her lips. It is clear that you lie. I can't let you say anything more now. Her body strained, every muscle pulled taut as she stretched up on the very tips of her toes, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Her fingers dug into the crisp fabric of his shirt, trying to find purchase, trying to close the impossible distance between them. This felt so strange, so intimate. Was this what he wanted? A soft groan rumbled in her throat as she finally reached him, her bare foot resting precariously on his expensive shoe. The world seemed to spin, filled with the scent of flowers and him. The memory of that day came rushing back, unbidden. The heavy wooden door creaking open as she peeked inside the room. Gu Jingze was there, his expression unreadable as always, and beside him, his mother, her gaze was like ice, sharp and appraising. His mother's voice was clipped, acknowledging that Lin Che's recent results were excellent, her potential undeniable. But then Gu Jingze had spoken, his words sending a chill down her spine. He explained that certain responsibilities would fall to her in the future. Responsibilities, what was he talking about? She knew nothing of this. He'd clarified then, his voice low and dangerously smooth, that her position as the mistress of the house was temporary and that he would teach her what she needed to know. Her heart had hammered in her chest as he leaned in, asking if she wanted to know the most important duty of a mistress. She had nodded, her throat suddenly dry. His answer had shattered her innocence. It was, he said with a smirk, to make her husband feel good, especially in bed. The harsh glare of party lights snapped her back to the present. The manager's voice urged her out of the car into the lion's den. Everyone is all ears, her manager whispered. They've all seen the news. Now how can I be so miserable to have a new love who I don't even know? Lin Che's stomach twisted into a knot. Tonight she had to face her Xin Zio Ting, the woman currently on Gu Jing's arm. The warning was clear, be careful, don't let him see you get too close. But how could she avoid it in a place this crowded? And just like that, there she was. Xin Zio Ting stood before her like a queen, a sneer twisting her perfectly painted lips, a lesser actress flanking her like a guard dog. The woman's voice dripped with venom, demanding to know who let this thing in, asking why Lin Che was blocking Xiao Ting's path. A friend chimed in, her eyes raking over Lin Che with disgust, wondering aloud what kind of low-class people were being invited to these events. Lin Che could only stammer an apology, her cheeks burning with shame. Was she a newbie getting in the way? Was that all she was to them? Xin Xiao Ting feigned a placating gesture, telling her friend to lower her voice. Oh, if you let her hear you, she'll get very famous, she cooed, the words laced with poison. The friend scoffed, unable to imagine how an experienced star like herself could be upstaged by a nobody. She doesn't look okay in this industry, the friend continued. I just want to do something for you. A wicked smile played on Xin Xiao Ting's lips. A plan was forming in her mind, a plan to harm her, to humiliate her. Her eyes glinted. She wasn't some pushover. The friend's inner thoughts were practically screaming with malice. Lin Che's face was just so hateful. She fumed silently. Just wait and see what I do to you. From a safe distance, Lin Che watched them, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. She murmured to her manager, never realizing Xin Xiao Ting had such a magnetic, powerful presence. Her manager sighed, her expression grim. It wasn't attraction, she explained, it was jealousy. Xin Xiao Ting was deliberately trying to show off, to put Lin Che in her place. There was no time to dwell on it, though. Her manager nudged her forward, urging her to go greet some businessmen. As a portly man complimented her youthful appearance, a flash of movement caught her eye. Xin Xiao Ting's elegant heels shot out, a deliberate, cruel trip. Lin Che stumbled, her body wobbling precariously as she fought for balance. Xin Xiao Ting feigned surprise, a perfect picture of innocence. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you, she said, her voice sickly sweet. She then looked Lin Che up and down, dismissing her as just some little actress. She turned to her friends, loudly announcing they should find another place to sit, away from that kind of person. Her manager tried to intervene, reminding her this wasn't her house, but Xin Xiao Ting just shrugged. Even if it wasn't, she sneered, one had to be selective about their company, just as the humiliation threatened to swallow her whole. A new voice cut through the tension. A man with striking silver-blue hair strode into the room, his presence immediately commanding everyone's attention. It was Su Lingyu, his eyes, playful and sharp, landed directly on Lin Che. Why do you keep staring at me? He teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you find me attractive? The room fell silent as the director instructed everyone to take their seats. To Lin Che's absolute shock, Su Lingyu slid into the seat right beside her, draping a casual arm around her shoulders. Her body went rigid. What are you doing? She hissed. He just grinned, saying it was a good seat and asking why they couldn't have a good relationship. He leaned closer, his voice a low murmur meant only for her. He knew about her and Gu Jingze, remarking that everyone was talking about their supposed relationship. Across the room, whispers erupted. The other actresses stared, their eyes wide with envy and speculation. Su Lingyu was so handsome and he was being so close to her asterisk. Could it be, did the famous Su Lingyu actually like this unknown actress? Later, as the party wound down, he found her again. Do you need me to take you home? He asked. She quickly shook her head, but he pressed on, asking why she'd come to his company if not for him. She tried to deflect with a joke, saying it was because she missed him, but he just waved it off. His expression suddenly turned serious. He was making a movie, he told her, a big one, and he wanted to invite her to the audition. Her breath caught in her throat. A movie? A real cinema movie? He explained it was a sci-fi film, and for some reason, he felt she was perfect for the main character. All she had to do was agree to come to the audition. A wave of fear and excitement washed over her. Could she really do it? She confessed her fear, admitting she'd never been in a cinema movie before and was terrified she would ruin it. But his gaze was steady, his belief in her unwavering. That's why it's an audition, he said gently. I'm serious, Lin Che. I believe you can play this role. Hope, fragile but bright, bloomed in her chest. She thanked him, her voice thick with emotion, for believing in her ability. He simply smiled. Just believe my vision, he said before turning to leave. Her joy was short-lived. As she arrived to meet Gu Jingze, she found him waiting, his expression colder than the night air. Was that man Su Lingyu, he asked, his voice dangerously low. Why was she so sure he would help her? She tried to explain that work had just finished, that she was here to pick him up. But he wouldn't let it go. He'd invited her to his new movie, hadn't he? He pressed, his eyes narrowing. You like it that much? He sneered. Of course she did. It was a huge opportunity, but he scoffed, warning her that Su Lingyu's moves would only ruin her reputation. She tried to defend the offer, but he saw it as nothing more than a game. His words were a slap in the face. It was better, she retorted, than being promoted by his princess. In a flash, his hand shot out, grabbing her chin, forcing her to look at him. Are you jealous? He demanded. She denied it instantly, her heart pounding. Fine, she said she wouldn't act in the movie then. A strange look crossed his face. He apologized, admitting he'd misunderstood her emotions. The tension hung between them, thick and suffocating. The scene shifted, the argument fading into the cold night air as they walked through the glittering city streets. He reached for her hand, his fingers lacing with hers. Your hand is cold, he observed, his voice softer. It was true, her hands were always cold. He glanced at her thin jacket, a flicker of something, concern, in his eyes. With the way she dressed, why couldn't she just buy some warmer clothes? Her eyes lit up as she spotted a small street vendor nearby. There's a shop selling scarves over there, she pointed out. Without another word, he simply said, I'll buy you one. She stood before the colorful display, asking which one he thought was beautiful. He pointed to a simple, deep blue one. Quickly, he urged, try it for me to see. As she held the cheap fabric, a thought struck her. On a man like Gu Jingze, even this inexpensive scarf would look like it belonged on a Paris runway. He He took it from her hands and instead of handing it back, he stepped closer. He gently wrapped the soft material around her neck, his movements slow and deliberate. Then he pulled on the ends of the scarf, drawing her forward until she stumbled against his chest. Thud, 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 her heart hammered against her ribs, the sound deafening in the sudden silence. Cocooned in the warmth of the scarf and his embrace, a terrifying, wonderful thought bloomed in her mind. Oh gosh, I'm really falling in love with him, aren't I? The phone felt cool against her ear as his voice, smooth and professional, came through the line. He was at the company, he said, handling some business. But then a surprising warmth entered his tone as he suggested they go out to eat tonight. Her heart gave a little flutter. A date? Was this a date? She agreed immediately, asking where he was. He told her to simply have the driver bring her to the company, then find him. The line went dead, leaving her with a giddy sense of anticipation. The car pulled up to a skyscraper that seemed to pierce the very clouds, a monument of glass and steel. This was his world. Intimidated, Lin Che walked up to the pristine front desk, asking the receptionist where Mr. Gu's room was. The woman's polite smile tightened. Did she have an appointment? Of course not. How could she? Her cheeks flushed with heat, feeling small and out of place. But just as embarrassment began to prickle her skin, a familiar voice cut through the silence. Lady, you've come. It was his assistant, bowing respectfully. The receptionist's jaw nearly hit the floor. Good afternoon, Assistant Kin, Lin Che managed, her voice a little shaky. The assistant led her through hallways that hummed with quiet efficiency, explaining that Mr. Gu had a last-minute issue to handle and asked her to wait. Peeking through the door to his office, she saw him bathed in the cool light of his desk lamp, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinized a document. He was so powerful, so incredibly busy. A pang of guilt hit her. Was she just a distraction? Wow, she breathed to herself, a little starstruck. Lost in thought, her hand knocked over a glass of water, the liquid spreading silently across the polished table. His head snapped up, his sharp eyes instantly finding her. A small smirk played on his lips as he accused her of watering the table. No way, she blurted out, her face on fire. I'll be cheated this time, she insisted, her words tumbling out in a fluster, but before he could respond, the door opened. Mr. Gu, his assistant announced, Miss Mo is outside. She said she has an important thing to talk to you about. His smile vanished. A shadow crossed his features as he stood and walked towards the door. Stepping into the hallway, he was met by Mo Huiling, her expression a mixture of desperation and resolve. Can we talk in private? She asked, her voice low. His reply was cold, clipped. We don't have anything to talk about. But she pressed on, her voice trembling slightly. It's about our past, other people don't know. She reminded him of their shared history, of the memories only they held. She had come back just for him, she pleaded, begging him to return to her. Her voice grew stronger, filled with a chilling conviction. My love for you is pure without any conspiracy, she declared, her eyes locked on his. The air grew heavy with her next words, an ultimatum hanging between them like a guillotine. If you want to stay with Lin Che under one roof, you will regret it. His jaw tightened, his expression unreadable as he stared back at her. It's not like what you think, he said, his voice a low growl. Our relationship is not only… Lin Che, Mo Huiling cut him off, her voice ringing with false sympathy. Can I help you get a man who is suitable to get married with? She was offering him an out, a deal with the devil. This is the last time I will give you this chance, she whispered. A long, agonizing silence stretched between them, then he spoke a single word. Okay, her lips curved into a triumphant, chilling smirk. As she turned to leave, her gaze flickered upwards for a split second, a silent acknowledgement to the surveillance camera watching their every move. She knew Lin Che was watching. He walked back into the room. His expression carefully neutral. I've come back, he announced, his voice devoid of emotion. Let's go eating out. Lin Che was perched on the edge of the sofa, a fragile doll trying to appear nonchalant. Well, yeah, she mumbled, not meeting his eyes. But as he drew closer, she couldn't help but look up, her gaze searching his face. His face looked so uncomfortable, she thought, her stomach twisting into a knot. Was it guilt? Was he regretting his decision already? He finally broke the silence, his voice laced with genuine remorse. I'm sorry, he began. I didn't mean for you to see that. It would have a bad effect on you. He looked down, unable to meet her gaze. I didn't want to put the blame on you, he finished softly, the apology hung in the air, heavy and sincere. Lin Che forced a bright, brittle smile onto her face. If you feel bad then, she said, her voice impossibly cheerful, just go shopping with me after eating. He looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before a small relieved smile touched his lips. The shopping mall was a blur of bright lights and expensive brands. Lin Che threw herself into the experience, accumulating bags until she looked like a walking cat-eared mascot. He followed patiently, his expression softening as he watched her. Then his eyes landed on a jewelry store, its windows glittering like a pirate's treasure chest. Don't we go into it? He suggested, a new idea forming in his mind. He guided her inside, past displays of shimmering diamonds and lustrous pearls. The air smelled of money and perfume. A saleswoman glided over, her smile professionally perfect. But Lin Che only had eyes for one thing, a delicate, intricately designed ring with a warm amber-colored stone. This one is so beautiful, she whispered, her fingers hovering just above the glass. Oh, if you like it, he said casually, his voice right behind her, you can try it on. Let's go inside, shall we? He murmured, leading her to a velvet. Normally, I don't wear those kinds of things, she protested weakly, but he was already taking the ring from the saleswoman. Then now start to wear them, he said simply. His fingers were warm as he gently took her hand and slid the ring onto her finger. It was a perfect fit. She stared, mesmerized. The color of this ring on your finger. It gets more beautiful than usual, she thought, a blush creeping up her neck. "We'll take it," he told the saleswoman, who beamed at them. "There's no need to wrap it up, just let her wear it," he added. Lin Che couldn't stop staring at her hand. The ring sparkled and shone with every tiny movement. "It's so expensive," she thought, her mind reeling. "I feel like I'm wearing a luxurious house. I have to stare at it." As they left the store, he turned to her, his expression suddenly serious. "Lin Che, actually," he began, his gaze intense. "Do you want to have a wedding?" The question hung in the air, stunning her into silence. He continued, his voice soft. "Since we started, there's nothing for that event. Meanwhile, others have a wedding rings, wedding dresses when they get married, but you have nothing." The words were a gentle caress, but they landed like a punch to her gut. She quickly shook her head, forcing a casual laugh. "No, there's no need to hold a wedding," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "At first we said it wasn't necessary." She couldn't let him see the sudden ache in her heart. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his thumb rubbing gentle circles. "Don't think too much about it," he soothed. "Now let's go home." Later that night, the soft glow of her phone screen illuminated her troubled face. A notification, a video message. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she pressed play. The grainy footage from the surveillance camera filled the screen. There was Mo Huiling, her face twisted with emotion, and there was Gu Jingze, his expression unreadable, his silence a damning confirmation of something. They were that close. The phone slipped from her trembling fingers, clattering onto the floor. A few days later, they were at a lavish party, the air thick with perfume and fake smiles. It was for his mother's friend, an obligation he couldn't escape. But Lin Che's mind was a million miles away, replaying that horrible video over and over. Suddenly, a woman sidled up to Gu Jingze, her voice dripping with honey. "Hey, do you think the man in a yellow suit is good?" But before she could continue, Lin Che stepped in, a fierce glint in her eyes. "He's got married already, you'd better give up finding another man." The woman scurried away. Lin Che took a large gulp of her drink, thinking bitterly, "I mainly need someone rich and so attractive." Gu Jingze pulled her away, his grip firm on her arm. "Are you getting drunk again?" he hissed, his eyes flashing with irritation. "What about your words? A lot of good men are waiting for me to choose." His words were a bucket of ice water, snapping her back to reality. The memory of Mo Huiling's triumphant smirk filled her vision, and the pain was so sharp, so raw, she could barely breathe. Just then her eyes widened. Across the glittering ballroom she saw her, Mo Huiling, and she wasn't alone. She was clinging to the arm of another man. "Is he Lai Mingyu?" she whispered. Her gaze shot to Gu Jingze. "Is Gu Jingze angry?" she wondered, her heart twisting. "Really? Because I'm with another man?" He stood frozen, his face a mask of cold fury. Lai Mingyu sauntered towards them, a smug look on his face. "Hey Lindsay, what's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything?" he taunted. "We've broken up already, so it doesn't matter when I find another man for me, right?" But Gu Jingze wasn't looking at him, his icy gaze was fixed on Mo Huiling. "Yeah, it doesn't matter," he said, his voice dangerously low. "But you and I know clearly about the relationship between me and him in business." He took a step forward, his presence radiating menace. "He is not honest. He always stabs other people in their back. I just think you are cheated." The unspoken threat hung in the air, a promise of a storm about to break. His voice was a shard of ice, cutting through the air between them as he stared down at Mo Huiling. He reminded her coldly that he had no other choice, that she should remember she was the one who betrayed him first. He told her to take care of herself, his words a final, dismissive wave. As he turned to leave, Lin Che watched from a distance, her heart twisting in her chest. He looked so angry, she thought, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Is he jealous? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Memories began to surface, fragmented pieces of his past with that other woman. She remembered him on the phone, his voice detached as he told Mo Huiling not to worry about him, to just be more reserved. Mo Huiling's voice, a sickeningly sweet poison, had asked if he was worried about her. He had called her out to meet him, standing over her with that same cold, imposing distance. He had tried to end things, but not out of anger, no, that would be too simple. Instead, he'd wrapped his rejection in a twisted blanket of concern. He'd advised her to stop their relationship because it would be bad if something happened to her. He'd even offered to find her a new boyfriend, someone good, someone he could introduce her to. Mo Huiling had exploded, her face contorting with rage. "What?" she had screamed, telling him to stop this charade, to stop pretending he cared about her well-being. He had explained it so clinically, so logically. Claimed he had no physical needs, so she didn't have to be his girlfriend. He knew she had needs, and this was his way of letting her go. But Mo Huiling saw right through it. Why she had screamed silently, her mind racing. Why pretend to be this noble gentleman? Why offer to introduce other men? It's so clear, she'd thought desperately. It's because you still love me, you still have feelings. In a moment of sheer desperation, she had lunged forward, pushing him against the wall. Her lips crashed against his, a frantic, possessive kiss. But his reaction was instantaneous and violent. He shoved her away with a look of pure revulsion, his body starting to tremble. A deep, racking cough tore from his throat as he clutched his chest, gasping for air. He staggered back, his face pale and clammy, muttering about needing to see a doctor. Back in the present, the chaotic scene at the banquet snapped into focus. Lin Che saw Mo Huiling, a pathetic mess on the floor, clinging to Gu Jing's leg. Her shoe was dirty, she was whining, playing the damsel in distress. A guard was calling out his name. "I was wondering where he went," Lin Che thought, a bitter taste filling her mouth, "and now I know it was for her." Gu Jing's face was a mask of disgust. He ordered her not to come near him, his voice dripping with venom as he called her disgusting. That's when Lin Che stepped. She rushed forward, telling him that Mo Huiling wasn't dirty, she had just been sick. She reached out a hand, offering to lead the other woman away, saying it wasn't the time to worry about such things. For a moment, Gu Jing's icy gaze landed on Lin Che, his expression unreadable. Later, the chaos of the party faded away, replaced by the quiet serenity of the night. They sat on a bench under the full moon, and he handed her a bottle of water. His voice was softer now as he told her to drink and rest before they went home. But even as he sat with her, his mind was elsewhere. His assistant's voice echoed in his memory, informing him that Miss Mo was still standing outside the house, waiting. He had gone out to face her one last time. "Are you scared?" she had asked. He admitted that he was. He couldn't touch her, couldn't be near her. He told her to go home to get married, to live her life because he wouldn't care anymore. And when she just stood there, he threatened to call someone to pick her up, forcing her to finally leave. All these complicated feelings churned inside Lin Che, mixing with her own lonely past. The memory of him treating her to a meal, the cold ink of their contract, the echoes of a childhood where a kind friend had to give her a jacket because her own parents were too busy. Was she always destined to be second best? To be the one left waiting? The thought fueled a sudden burst of defiance. She ran towards his car, her face a storm of frustration. "What are you doing?" he asked, startled. She pointed an accusing finger at him, her voice trembling with anger as she brought up the ridiculous pregnancy rumors on social media. "I'm not pregnant," she declared and began to pull off her jacket. "If I'm too fat, maybe these rumors will finally stop." A slow, wicked smile spread across his face. He leaned in, his voice a low purr as he asked if she expected a baby, suggesting they should try a little more. The tension was broken by the arrival of the new year, and with it, his brother. Gu Jingze grinned, wishing her a happy new year and handing her a thick red envelope. Her eyes went wide as she asked how much was inside. 10,000 yuan, he'd said casually. Her jaw dropped. Just then Gu Jingze appeared, pulling her away from her newfound riches. He told her to wake up, that it was freezing outside. He promised to show her the fireworks his family was setting off. As the sky exploded in brilliant colors, he moved behind her, his arms wrapping around her waist. He pulled her close, his breath warm against her ear. "No," she whispered, trying to pull away. "But why?" he murmured, his voice husky. "It's clear that you want this." But she couldn't let go of the image that haunted her. "I haven't forgotten," she thought desperately. "You met Mo Huiling, you touched her, and then you got sick." She turned to face him, the hurt plain in her eyes. He looked confused, asking what she was talking about. He tried to explain, saying he was only there to help Mo Huiling find a boyfriend. His hand came up to cup her cheek, his thumb stroking her skin as he insisted he didn't know she would touch him. His eyes were deadly serious as he made a solemn vow. "I won't see her again." He told her he'd already made it clear to Mo Huiling that he'd lost all feelings for her a long time ago. He admitted he was only trying to spare her feelings by not being so blunt. Then his expression softened, a playful glint in his eyes as he leaned closer. "As for you," he whispered, "are you jealous?" Her face erupted in a blush and she stammered, denying it completely. He just chuckled, unconvinced. "It's true," he promised again. "I won't meet her again." "But how can I trust you?" she thought. "You could just meet her in secret." As if reading her mind, he let out a sigh. His fingers went to the buttons of his shirt. "If you don't believe my words," he asked, his voice a low, dangerous growl, "do you want me to kill myself to show you my heart?" Panic seized her. She lunged forward, her hand covering his mouth to stop the terrifying words. He caught her wrist, his grip gentle but firm. "So you do care about me?" he asked softly. She couldn't lie. "A little," she confessed. A small, adorable chibi version of herself popped up, protesting defensively that she only did it with him once at that hotel. But it was too late for denials. He silenced her with his lips. His voice was a muffled growl against her mouth. "If one more word comes out of your mouth, I'll punish it." The world dissolved into a whirlwind of passion, roses and butterflies under the bright full moon. The next morning, everything felt different, brighter. Her manager greeted her with exciting news. Lin Che was invited to join a show on a major channel. Lin Che's eyes lit up with pure joy, but her manager quickly brought her back down to earth, rattling off a long list of things she couldn't wear. No black because of this celebrity, no blue or green because of that one. The world of fame, it seemed, was just as complicated as the world of love. A deep sigh escapes her lips as she glares into the mirror. Her cheeks puffed out in frustration. From the doorway, a calm voice asks what she's doing. Her thoughts are a whirlwind of fabric and color. "I'm going to be on a show," she explains, her voice laced with anxiety. "I have to find an outfit from a sponsored brand, but I don't know what color to choose." Every option feels wrong, a potential fashion disaster waiting to happen, but he just smiles, a gentle, reassuring presence. "Don't be silly," he murmurs, stepping closer. He tells her he'll help. Really, her eyes light up with a flicker of hope, and just like that, with a click and a swish, he presents the perfect choice. A stunning, floor-length purple gown that hugs her curves in all the right places. The moment she puts it on, she feels like a different person. On the red carpet, the cameras flash like 1,000 tiny suns. There clicks a symphony of newfound fame. But amidst the glamour, a sharp voice cuts through the air. A rival actress, her eyes dripping with envy, sneers at the sparkling diamonds on Lin Che's necklace. "Are you crazy?" The actress scoffs, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "How can you wear fake ones to a show like this?" The accusation hangs in the air, thick and poisonous. Lin Che's blood runs cold. Before she can defend herself, another voice calls her name. Lin Che, a man with striking blue hair, approaches, a smirk playing on his lips. It's Lin Yu, her predecessor. He tells her it's been a long time, his eyes raking over her with an unnerving familiarity. He praises her recent work, asking if she'll stay on the project. He reminds her that she's playing his character's younger sister, as if he's the one who gifted her this opportunity. I always knew you had the ability, he says, his tone condescending. Don't say I never gave you a chance. The air crackles with tension as the awards ceremony begins. The announcer's voice booms through the hall. The next award is the most beautiful character tonight who will receive this honor. All around her, actresses hold their breath, their faces tight with worry. Lin Che clasps her hands together, whispering a silent prayer. Then the name is called. Mufei ran. A wave of disappointment washes over Lin Che, but she forces a smile, clapping politely for the winner. That's okay, she tells herself, trying to soothe her racing heart. I won't be nervous anymore. She gazes at Mufei ran on stage, a pang of longing in her heart. How long will it take for her to reach that level of success? But the night isn't over. The announcer moves on to the next award, the one voted on by the fans. After 1 month of voting, the final result is, a drumroll fills the silent hall. Congratulations. The famous movie star who the most people like is Lin Che. The world stops, her name echoes in her ears, unreal and distant. Her eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. How can it be me? Tears spring to her eyes, hot and sudden, as she stumbles towards the stage, clutching the golden trophy to her chest. The next morning, she stares at the newspaper in disbelief. There she is, her picture splashed across the page, nearly as big as the legendary Mufei Ran's. Her manager beams beside her. It's good news, the manager says warmly. Just try more next time. Lin Che looks at the woman who has been by her side for so long, a wave of gratitude washing over her. I have to thank you for the past years, she says, her voice thick with emotion. But their time together is coming to an end. As her manager leaves, she's stopped at the door by a chillingly familiar figure. Gu Jingze. The manager introduces herself, but he cuts her off, his voice like ice. My wife doesn't need your help anymore. He then asks her about the savage tiger who loves her so much. Where is he? She forces a weak, heartbreaking smile. He hasn't come here, she murmurs. I'll send him a message. Just then another man appears, his glasses perched on his nose. It's Gu Jingze's brother. The manager is startled to see him. She explains she just came to bring some old clothes for Lin Che, a small, humble gift. But the brother's gaze is anything but humble. Memories flood her mind, sharp and painful. A memory of his bed, of a love that started backwards, born from an act of desperation. Suddenly, a different memory surfaces, the birthday gift. Oh, I left it in the company, she panics. Her manager, ever loyal, immediately offers to go and get it for her. The manager arrives at a magnificent, imposing estate, the air thick with wealth and power. Guards patrol the perimeter. How is she supposed to get in? She realizes with a sinking feeling that this is the home of the Gu family's eldest son. A stern-faced woman in a suit stops her at the gate. The manager explains her purpose, her heart pounding. She's led inside, down a cold, sterile hallway. A polished leather shoe steps into her line of sight. She looks up into the cold, merciless eyes of Gu Jingze. He stares down at her as if she were dirt beneath his feet. I've said to you already, he begins, his voice a low, dangerous growl, that if you needed money, I could give you some. Her body trembles, but she holds his gaze. You're wrong, she says, her voice shaking but firm. I came here to give something to Lin Che. I didn't think I would find you here. His eyes narrow into slits. He doesn't believe her. So where is it? He demands. On my card, she whispers. He leans in, his presence suffocating. Now you're the one with the problem, he sneers. Think of a way to demonstrate that you don't come here with any sad purposes. If you can't, today you will have to stay here. Before she can react, his hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist in a vice-like grip. Wait, she cries, trying to apologize, but he silences her with a vicious shut up. He drags her away, his anger a palpable force. Meanwhile, back at the house, Gu Jingze is pacing, a storm brewing in his eyes. His wife is late. He finds her sitting on the bed, and his anger melts away, replaced by something soft and unfamiliar. He kneels before her. Just wait here, he murmurs, his voice surprisingly gentle. He reaches for her foot. She pulls back, instantly embarrassed. My feet feel dirty, she protests, but he doesn't listen. His fingers gently trace her ankle. It's dirty, don't you mind? She asks, her cheeks flushing. He looks up, his gaze intense enough to burn. Why should I? He stands, a thoughtful expression on his face. A realization dawns on him. I haven't done anything romantic with her since we started our marriage, he thinks out loud. No wedding, no ring. He pulls out his phone and makes a call, his voice firm and decisive. Tell 2 staff to come hear something now. A moment later, a soft melody drifts into the room. Music? Lin Che wonders, confused. He steps back into the room and her breath catches in her throat. In his hands is the most magnificent bouquet of pink peonies she has ever seen. Her eyes are wide with disbelief as he walks towards her. Did you just prepare all of this? She stammers. He smiles, a real, genuine smile. I had it prepared after you took a shower, he admits. He sets the flowers down, his eyes never leaving hers. He leans in, closing the distance between them until she can feel his breath on her skin, the world outside fading away into a soft, romantic blur. The air in the room was thick with unspoken resentment. Mu Wangqing stood beside Mo Jingyan, her expression a mask of cold indifference, but inside a storm was brewing. His voice was deceptively calm as he asked if she'd seen how passionately Lin Che and Gu Lingzi were acting. Passionate? The word was like acid on her tongue, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, a placating gesture that felt more like a cage. He told her not to get mad anymore, but his words were just empty air. Her eyes, sharp as ice chips, stared into nothingness. Damn it, Lin Che, she thought, her teeth grinding together. I won't let it happen like this forever. This humiliation, this feeling of being second best, it would end. He leaned closer, his breath hot against her ear as he asked if she had kept her first time for Gu Jingze. The question was a deliberate twisting knife. Oh, do you still keep your first time for him? He sneered. She turned away, her profile a study in defiance. He pressed on, his voice a venomous whisper, questioning if she was sure Gu Jingze even truly loved that woman. He was trying to poison her mind, to water the seeds of doubt he knew were already there. He stepped back, a smug look on his face, and made his offer. He told her she was out of his league, that he was going home. But then he laid his cards on the table. It wasn't impossible for him to help her get rid of an enemy, but it would cost her. He just needed her to make him happy, to stay with him for one night. He reminded her of her family's precarious situation, the secret they desperately needed to keep buried. Her eyes narrowed. What choice did she have? He saw the surrender in her eyes and moved in, his fingers tilting her chin up. His voice was a low purr as he promised to help her after she showed him her sincerity. The scene dissolved, melting into the soft light of the next morning. Lin Che's eyes fluttered open, finding themselves fixed on the man sleeping beside her. She lay there just watching him, a soft smile playing on her lips. His own eyes open, catching her in the act. He asked her why she was staring at him. She woke him up, he murmured, his voice still thick with sleep. A blush crept up her neck. There was no problem, he teased, a wicked glint in his eyes. To solve this, they would just have to do it a bit more and then she'd be less annoying. Annoying? How could he call her annoying? Because she attracts him, he explained, his voice dropping low. He confessed that he didn't know who attracted who anymore, but when he saw her, it was like a fire had been lit inside him. It was a feeling he'd never had with anyone else. His words sent a shiver down her spine. He leaned over her, his bare chest hovering just above hers. He confessed that he always had a sexual desire each time he met her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Was he serious? She stammered that it was just early morning, wasn't yesterday enough. Her innocence was intoxicating, but their sweet moment was interrupted by reality. She told him she was going to a school to join a reality show, a collaboration with a new movie. She'd be gone for a week. A week, the thought clearly displeased him. His eyes darkened as he realized he wouldn't see her. So he purred, leaning in until their lips were almost touching. They should do something sweet now. Later, fully dressed, he walked her to the door. He told her to have a safe trip, to remember to call him when she got there. He gently took her hand in his thumb stroking her skin. It was such a simple, tender gesture. He pulled her close, his hands framing her face, his gaze intense. He told her that when she was out, she needed to try and hold her best side in because these days it was getting harder and harder for him to hold back when she was so cute. She blushed to the tips of her ears, squeaking that of course she would. As she left, he waved, telling her to call him. He thought to himself that he didn't generally have a big sexual desire, it was only her, only Lin Che, but as she walked away, a sad look crossed her face. Who can miss you? She thought, a familiar wall rising around her heart. I won't miss you. Arriving at the school, she was immediately swarmed by students. Her fame preceded her. They screamed her name, telling her they'd watched all her TV shows, that they were her biggest fans. She smiled, taking it all in stride. But from the sidelines, another actress named Xiao Ting watched with pure venom in her eyes. Just calm down, Xiao Ting muttered to herself, her lip curled in a sneer. We will be schoolmates in a few days. I don't think the uniform would be good to wear. She thought Lin Che was nothing but a bitch. The shooting began and Lin Che threw herself into the role, but the piece didn't last. Xiao Ting cornered her between takes. Lin Che, she began, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. She asked which part of her face had cosmetic surgery, her eyes scanning Lin Che's features with disgust. She sneered that she thought Xiao Ting must understand more clearly than her that she had a man backing her, a man with a lot of money. How else could a girl like her land the lead role? The accusation hung in the air, sharp and ugly. Lin Che was about to retort when a hand suddenly clamped over her mouth from behind. A familiar voice whispered, SHHH. Her eyes widened in shock. Gu Jingze, what was he doing here? He spun her around, a playful smirk on his face. He leaned in close, his voice a low, intimate rumble. He was here, he said, to meet his small succubus. Before she could even process his words, he scooped her up into his arms, placing her gently on a nearby classroom desk. His lips descended towards hers. She panicked, pushing against his chest. Let me down, she gasped. What are you doing? We can't do it here. He just smiled, telling her not to move as he leaned over her, trapping her completely. The air crackled with electricity. He began to unbutton his shirt, a dangerous glint in his eye. She cried out that earlier she had said they couldn't do it here. He chuckled, asking her why she wasn't letting go of him then if that was the case. Realization dawned and she scrambled off the desk, her face flaming red. Gu Jingze, this is a school, she cried, flustered. This is a school, why can't you be innocent? He stood there, his shirt half open, revealing his chiseled abs, a smirk playing on his lips. He told her that if it wasn't for her innocence, he wouldn't do it with her just once. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension. Lindsay, it was Mu Wonking. She strolled into the classroom as if she owned it. She looked from Gu Jingze to Lin Che, her eyes filled with scorn. She asked if Lin Che felt insecure now that she had found him with a more cultured woman like herself. The audacity, Mu Wonking told her to get away, to go home now. But before Lin Che could even react, Gu Jingze pulled her into a protective embrace, whispering, okay, my little monster. From the doorway, a camera phone clicked. Xiao Ting smirked, having captured the whole scandalous scene. A few days later, it was the final day of the shoot. The director announced that there was a party that night. As her assistant mentioned that the red clothing for the event had been brought for Lin Che, Xiao Ting's eyes lit up with a malicious idea. A cruel smile spread across her face as she applied her lipstick. Then I will wear red clothing, she decided. At the party, Xiao Ting stood smugly in a stunning red gown, preening for the cameras. She gloated to herself, wondering what Lin Che would do now that her dress was gone. But then the crowd parted, and there was Lin Che, also in a magnificent red dress. Xiao Ting's jaw dropped. Why is her dress red? She seethed. How was this possible? Then she felt a draft. She looked down. The hem of her own expensive gown was in tatters, shredded beyond repair. A flashback hit her. Lin Che in the dressing room, staring in horror at the ruined dress that had been left for her. She'd wondered how it could have become like this, how she could possibly fix it. In a panic, she'd called for her friend Sis Yu, begging for help. And now, back in the present, Lin Che glided into the room, a vision of elegance and triumph. All eyes were on her. Xiao Ting could only watch, seething with impotent rage, as Lin Che smiled brightly and thanked her for waiting. The game was over and Lin Che had won. A familiar, condescending voice cut through the air, and Xia turned to see the last person she wanted to deal with. Liu Chuzia, her smile was like poison ivy, beautiful but deadly. She sauntered over her eyes, dismissing Xia as if she were a piece of lint on Gu Lingze's expensive suit. Lingzi, she purred, her voice dripping with fake sweetness, didn't you say you wouldn't bring any woman to the banquet? Her gaze sharpened, fixing on Xian. Why would you think you have an opportunity to become his lover? I was just like you. The audacity of it all. How could she speak so freely? Xian's mind reeled. This woman, was she claiming to be Lingzi's ex? Liu Chuzia leaned in, her voice a venomous whisper meant only Furin. Why can you talk this way to a married man? She mocked. You're married, so what? You can break up with her. It's important who you really love. But before Xian could even form a response, Lingzi stepped forward, his expression unreadable as he dabbed his lips with a napkin. His voice was cold, devoid of any warmth as he addressed Liu Chuzia. I have some business in my company, so I gotta go. Just make yourself here. With that, he turned, leaving the conniving woman standing alone, a silent dismissal. Back at the Su family home, Xian walked in, the weight of the evening pressing down on her. Suddenly, a voice startled her. I'm home. It was Sui Cheng, his glasses perched on his nose, a thoughtful look on his face. What is wrong? He asked, his eyes scanning her. Was it the first time when you joined in Gu Lingzi's party? Before she could answer, she felt herself being lifted off the ground. A gasp escaped her lips as Sui Cheng swept her into his arms, holding her as if she were made of glass. What are you doing? She cried out, her heart hammering in her chest. His expression was serious, almost stern. Your body is for our future, so you have to care about it, he stated, his voice firm. Understand? He was pregnant. How did he know you? You're repugnant. She stammered, squirming in his hold. Put me down. He simply ignored her protests, carrying her further into the house. Looking up at him, a thought popped into her head. Lingzi, she said, her voice softer now, you look so handsome when wearing glasses like this. You don't look vicious as usual without glasses. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his lips. He leaned in closer, his voice a low rumble. When do I look vicious? He purred. Xian's cheeks flushed, but she met his gaze. Every time, she whispered, especially the way you do it with me. His smirk widened. My body gets hotter, I have to stop it, he murmured, his eyes darkening with a familiar intensity. But don't worry, you should take care of your body. Just as his face drew near, a sharp, crippling pain shot through her. Her vision swam, the world tilting on its axis, and then, darkness, she collapsed in his arms. Panic flashed across his face, shattering his cool demeanor. He fainted, he yelled, his voice cracking. He scooped her limp body up, his heart pounding with a terror he'd never known. Female doctors, stay here and get out, male doctors. He bellowed, storming into the hospital. My wife is faint. A doctor rushed to her side, her expression calm and professional. I see, she said, her eyes already assessing the situation. Let me examine her. Lingzi watched, a knot of fear tightening in his stomach. A few tense minutes later, the doctor turned to him. This is a normal reaction to pregnancy, but it must be taken care of, but to be carnal, it is dangerous. Anne's face turned beet red from under her hands. It's so embarrassing. He heard everything. She peeked through her fingers. You heard, she mumbled, mortified. He knelt by her bed, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. I heard it. I didn't know it would be so painful. I will pay attention to it, don't worry. A wave of warmth spread through her chest. Was this him caring for her? The doctor returned, handing him a box of medicine. Mr. Gu, this is the medicine for your wife, she said, before politely excusing herself to give them privacy. Back in their room, Lingzi moved to help her, but stopped him, her face still flushed. Let me do it by myself. How could she let him look at such a place? It was too intimate, but he just gazed at her, his expression intense. It's okay, he said softly, his eyes never leaving hers. Sorry because I couldn't hold it. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Hold what? He sighed, a rare vulnerability in his eyes. I'm saying that I was so scared that I couldn't hold my fear, not like what you think. Oh, the realization dawned on her and her heart did a little flip. He was scared for her. He took her hand, his thumb stroking her skin. Seems like I'll have to try to hold it more next time, he murmured, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. She was still lost. You usually try to hold it, she asked, completely bewildered. He leaned in, his breath warm against her ear, his voice a husky whisper that sent shivers down her spine. Well, obviously, did you think you'll have a baby if I hold it every time? Her brain short-circuited, her face erupted in a blush so deep it felt like it was on fire. Ah, she squeaked, utterly flustered. He let out a low chuckle, the sound vibrating through her. Okay, let's go home. A few days later, Ling Zi stood at the airport, his expression grim. A bright, cheerful voice called his name. It was Liu Chuzia, waving as if they were old friends. Ling Zi, I have been waiting so long for you, she beamed. Why are you here? He asked, his voice flat and cold. He turned to leave, but she grabbed his arm, her smile faltering. Why are you so heartless? Please don't treat me like this, she pleaded. He wrenched his arm away, his patience gone. He pushed her back, his eyes like chips of ice. I seriously say to you that I just want Su Lin Che, so don't approach me, he snarled. Su Lin Che, you're very insensitive. You won't have any feelings for me. His words were a final, brutal blow. Okay, with this first time, I could forgive you, but don't let it be over next time. It was Valentine's Day and sat with her friend Lan, who eyed her curiously. Do you plan to enjoy yourself on Valentine's today? Aren't you going to enjoy with everyone? Where's your husband? He asked. I don't need him, she replied curtly, a strange bitterness in her tone. Lan just laughed. It doesn't look like you get more peace after you have a man, he teased. When you get married, you'll understand. He then clapped his hands together. Okay, tonight I'm offering a dinner to everyone in the working group who is fat. Will you join us? And shrugged. Well, of course. At the dinner, Lan handed her a glass. You don't need to do that. I'm not a baby, he said, a little exasperated. Do you know in this room there are a lot of people trying to serve me? But was distracted, her mind elsewhere. Why do you show that angry attitude? He pressed. Suddenly, a loud rumble of chatter erupted from across the room. A girl ran towards them, her face flushed with excitement. Hey Ling Yu, your second eldest brother appears on the newspaper. The name echoed in the noisy room, catching An's attention. Gu Jingze. Someone shoved a phone in her face, and there he was. On the screen was a photo of Gu Jingze, smiling, with Liu Chuzia clinging to his arm. The women around them started whispering, their voices like buzzing insects. Isn't this Liu Chuzia? The beloved daughter of Lin family is very famous in the upper class. Your brother gets married now, doesn't he? The words were like tiny daggers, each one piercing her heart. They're really worth to be with each other, another voice chimed in. Also, Liu family can give a big support to Su family's business. An's world tilted, the room spinning around her, her face went. Her eyes wide with a pain she couldn't hide. Lan noticed immediately. Lin Che, what's wrong? Are you okay? He asked, his voice laced with concern, but she couldn't speak. She just shook her head, muttering, now I'll go home first, and fled. As she stumbled out, Ling Zi was just arriving, a different woman on his arm. He saw An leaving and frowned. What is Su Ling Zi doing? Why did he attend the party with a beautiful girl like that? Why do I think crazily like this? He wondered, completely misreading the situation. A sharp pain shot through An's shoulder, a physical manifestation of the agony in her heart. She didn't go home. Instead, she found herself on a familiar doorstep, seeking the only comfort she could think of. The door opened to reveal her grandmother's worried face. Zio Chi, why do you drop by here? Grandma, she choked out, her voice thick with unshed tears. You must be tired from the far distance, her grandmother fretted, pulling her into a warm embrace. My place is quite small and a bit messy, but I hope you don't care about it, and just shook her head. Nothing, it's just because I miss her. Just then her phone began to ring, the sound jarring in the quiet house. It was him, her hand trembled as she answered. Why do you drop by Grandma's house? He asked, his voice laced with confusion. Why didn't you tell me? An's voice was hollow, dead. Aren't you abroad? She countered, the unspoken accusation hanging heavy in the air. A pause, then she asked the question that was tearing her apart. Is he staying with that upper-class girl? His voice, cold and sharp, cut through the phone line. He was standing on a balcony, the city lights a distant, indifferent blur behind him. He commanded her to stay where she was, his tone leaving no room for argument. I have something I want to personally manage with you, he growled before the line went dead. She stared at her phone, her heart starting to pound. Manage with me? What did he mean by that? Before she could even process his words, a shadow fell over her. She looked up, and there he was, a playful, almost wicked glint in his eyes. Because you hung up on your own initiative, he said. His voice a low purr. I'm here to sort you out. And with that, he reached out and gave her cheek a sharp pinch. It hurts, she cried out, her eyes watering from the sting. He just smirked, seemingly satisfied. Inside, the warm light of the home felt like a different world. An elderly woman, her face kind, greeted them. Grandma, I'm so sorry for dropping by so suddenly, he said, his tone softening instantly. The woman just waved it away, telling him she'd prepared dinner and that they should just talk to each other. But the moment they were alone, the warmth vanished. He cornered her against the wall, his body caging her in, his eyes searching hers with a burning intensity. Come back here because my family gave you problems, didn't they? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. Don't lie, he whispered, his breath ghosting across her skin. You made me anxious, did they? No, I haven't, she stammered, her mind racing. How could she explain? How could she tell him the truth just then? Grandma's voice called them to the table, shattering the tense silence. At dinner, he ate with a quiet appreciation, telling Grandma how delicious it was. The old woman smiled, asking if he came to take Zio Chi home. He nodded, confirming he would stay with her for a few days. Outside, he explained, was her mother's old room. It just needed a bit of cleaning up. But later that night, in that very room, she found herself trapped again. Why don't you go to the hotel? She asked nervously. This place is very small. He was already lying on the tiny bed, looking far too comfortable. I get used to it when I come over here, he murmured, his eyes locking onto hers. But you? And with a sudden tug, he pulled her down onto the bed beside him. She gasped, her body stiffening. Quickly, he added with a lazy smile, I won't eat you. He grabbed her wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, and pulled her closer. Ah, she cried out, startled. What's wrong? He asked, his face now inches from hers, his gaze unwavering. Last time that place. You were wounded, so you're scared of me now, aren't you? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. No, she whispered, but her trembling body betrayed her. He leaned in even closer, his eyes hooded and intense. Why do you try to avoid me? He murmured, his fingers gently tracing the back of her hand. Be good, he promised, his voice dropping to a husky whisper that sent shivers down her spine. I'll do it softly with you. I'm completely honest this time, we'll do it slowly. His lips were about to claim hers, a promise of a slow, deliberate passion hanging in the air. The next day, they arrived at a magnificent mansion, the very picture of old money and power. The Chu family's house. Two women stood outside, their conversation laced with venom. One remarked that Chuzia couldn't stir her brother's soul, that he was just too stubborn. The other, a blonde with a cruel smirk, replied that she wanted to see who was more stubborn, them or him. As the car pulled up, they plastered on welcoming smiles. Mr. and Madam, welcome home. Xiao Qi felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach as she stepped out of the car beside Ling Zi, her eyes wide with apprehension. Immediately, the blonde woman rushed forward, her smile wide and predatory. Brother-in-law, she cooed, it's been so long. She then turned her sharp gaze to Xiao Qi. And you? Do you remember me? She asked, her tone dripping with false sweetness. I'm Lin Xin, I have an insignificant relation with Chuzia's husband. Before Xiao Qi could even respond, an older woman appeared, ordering them inside. But the moment they were through the door, Lin Xin cornered Xiao Qi. I'm wondering, she began, her smile vanishing. What did you do to make Ling Zi dump Mo Hui Ling? What do you mean? Xiao Qi asked, her voice barely a whisper. Lin Zin's eyes narrowed into slits. Lin, you don't need to do that. You want to make someone what you really want to be? I know you won't admit it. Her voice was a low, vicious hiss. But no matter what you think, I'm still the future mistress of the Z family. And you? Do you really understand who you are, Su Lindsay? Do you? She sneered, demanding an answer. The humiliation was like a physical blow. Humiliated like this? I don't accept it. A memory flashed. Ling Zi's father, his face stern, telling him he wouldn't get any benefits from this relationship. Meanwhile, on a film set somewhere else, a famous actress with vibrant purple hair stared at cast list, her face twisting in rage. My name is Yu Kexin, she thought, her eyes burning. So why is my name below hers? The actress Yu Kexin stormed over to the director, her voice sharp with indignation. Director, I've worked in this field longer than she has. Why is my name below her name? This is just a position of names. She slammed her hand down on a nearby chair. Do you know I refused a lot of movies because of this one? The director tried to placate her, but it was no use. She spun on her heel and marched directly toward Xiao Qi, who was standing nearby, completely bewildered. Lin Che, she spat, her eyes blazing. Did you think you got this title so your position is higher than mine? Had time, had my name, it's okay to put them above on my way. Xiao Qi tried to defuse the situation, saying she just focuses on her acting. But just then a cool, amused voice cut through the tension. Why is it so noisy? A man with striking blue hair sauntered onto the set. What happened? He asked, a lazy smirk playing on his lips. Xiao Qi forced a smile, explaining it was just a small problem related to the poster. The director quickly scurried over to the newcomer. MS. Xin feels her name should be above MS. Lin's, he explained nervously. The blue-haired man raised an eyebrow. Really? He drawled, his gaze sweeping over the furious Yu Kexin. He walked towards her, his presence utterly commanding. That's the rules of name position, Lin Xin, don't you understand? Just keep it up, there's no need to chase. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You're on my turf, so you'd better behave. If you leave this movie, I'll make sure you lose your future career. Yu Kexin's face went pale with fury and shock, utterly silenced. The man Su Ling Yu turned away from her, his lips pulling back into a wide, chilling smile. He strolled past the defeated actress and stopped right in front of Xiao Qi. Hey sis, he said, his voice now a playful, flirty purr. Don't get discouraged, just get angry. He reached out and gently tweaked her ear. Look, were you going to cower your main role for her? I just don't want to have a trouble. He leaned in closer, his breath warm against her cheek. Why are you so decent? Remember that time you told me you'd protect me? Don't just say thank you, he whispered suggestively. You need to take real action. Yeah. Thank you, she stammered, completely flustered. What is real action? He asked, a twinkle in his eye before turning and walking away, leaving her to ponder his words. Think by yourself. That night she lay in bed, his words echoing in her mind. Beside her, Ling Zi was wide awake, his expression unreadable as he stared into the darkness. Lin Che, he whispered to her sleeping form. He sat up, his eyes falling on a small gift box on the nightstand. He picked it up, curiosity piqued. Inside, nestled on a velvet cushion, was a handsome, expensive-looking watch. A watch for man, he thought, a slow smile spreading across his face. Does she want to give it to me? He glanced at her peaceful face, his heart feeling strangely warm. Generally, it is difficult to act. He didn't know what to say. The next day on set, Xiao Qi approached Su Ling Yu, holding out the small pink box. Ling Yu ancestor, she said formally. What is this? He asked, feigning surprise. She explained it was a gift, a thank you for his real action. He opened it and his eyes lit up as he saw the watch. Wow, it fits like a glove, he exclaimed, strapping it on. He looked at her, his smile smug. Is this a real action? Good job, good job. What an obedient girl. It's so good because Su Lin Yu really likes it. But from the sidelines, Yu Kexin watched the entire exchange, her eyes burning with a venomous hatred. It's not bad at all, it's all right, so beautiful, actually chosen by CU. What a hateful bitch, Yu Kexin seethed internally. Humph, you're smart, get angry, we're not as cunning as her, but her rage was cold, calculating. Humph, do you think I don't have any ways to humiliate you? Okay, you'll defeat me, I'll make you my underling. The war had just begun. The dull hum of the office was a world away from the chaos erupting on her screen. Lin Che stared, her fingers frozen over the keyboard. The headline screamed at her, a garish, unbelievable accusation. Superstar actress Lin Che is in a relationship with an old man? Her blood ran cold. Old man, they were talking about him? The article was a collage of lies, a blurry photo of her and Gu Jingze twisted into something sordid and transactional. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Her eyes, wide and shimmering with disbelief, scanned the cruel words. How could this happen? Who would do this? Suddenly, a voice dripping with saccharine poison cut through her daze. A colleague, her face a mask of false concern, sneered that Lin Che must be desperate to find a rich man even if he was old. Another chimed in, her words sharp and cruel, asking if Lin Che was happy with her old man. Each word was a tiny needle pricking at her skin. The purple-haired woman leaned in, her smile a venomous slash across her face. She warned Lin Che that she could do whatever she wanted, but she should always leave herself a way out. Her voice dropped to a mocking whisper, asking if Lin Che really thought her old man could help her now. Just as the humiliation threatened to swallow her whole, a calm, glacial voice sliced through the tension. Why can't I like someone just because I'm old? Gu Jingze stood there, an immovable mountain of cold fury. The office fell silent. He corrected the snickering woman, his tone dangerously soft, informing her that he was, in fact, her younger brother, not her older one. The woman's face paled. Gu Jingze's gaze softened as he looked at Lin Che, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips as he told her she looked beautiful, his arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders, a silent declaration to the entire world. Her heart fluttered. When did you notice? She stammered. Still reeling, his eyes darkened. He explained that someone had snapped a photo, twisting the narrative with malicious intent. He wasn't here to celebrate her, he said, but to deal with the person who dared to post such filth. He took her hand, his grip firm and reassuring. He pulled her gently, his voice a low command. Let's go, just let them handle this. As they walked away, two imposing figures in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the shadows, their expressions promising retribution. Behind them, the purple-haired woman seethed, her face contorted with impotent rage. Later, safely away from the prying eyes, Lin Che's phone rang. It was Lu Chulian. He asked if everything was all right. A genuine smile finally broke through her anxiety. She thanked him profusely, promising to make it up to him next time, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The day of Gu Lingyan's wedding arrived, a picture-perfect scene of flowers and dreams. She was breathtaking in her white gown, the very image of a blissful bride. Lin Che gasped, telling Gu Lingyan how beautiful she looked. But beneath the surface of the perfect family gathering, a storm was brewing. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che aside, his expression grim. He warned her to wait, anticipating trouble and wanting to ensure his sister could get married in peace. Trouble, it seemed, was already at the door. Mu Wangqing was being barred from entry, her face flushed with anger. The guard stood firm, stating that Lin Che was allowed in as a member of the Gu family, but she was not. In the bridal suite, the world was about to end. Gu Lingyan answered her phone, her voice filled with a bride's eager anticipation. Liu Bei Chen, why aren't you here yet? She asked. But the voice that answered was not that of a loving groom. It was cold, sharp, and full of accusation. He demanded to know if she was the one who forced his ex-girlfriend to leave him all those years ago. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. His next words were a death sentence. I can't believe I didn't doubt you, he spat, his voice devoid of any warmth. I'm not coming. The line went dead. The phone slipped from her numb fingers, clattering to the floor. The world dissolved into a blur of white lace and shattered dreams. A single tear traced a path through her perfect makeup. Her mother appeared, announcing to the waiting guests that the groom was busy and couldn't make it. A wave of confused whispers rippled through the crowd. The groom isn't coming. How can there be a wedding without a groom? But then Gu Lingyan stood, her back was ramrod straight, her expression forged in the fires of heartbreak. No problem, she announced, her voice trembling but unbroken. I will complete this wedding. She turned, a solitary bride walking towards the aisle, determined to see this through, even if she had to do it alone. Elsewhere, Lu Chulian spotted something amiss. He confronted Gu Jingyu, his eyes fixed on the man's wrist. That watch, he said, his voice tight. He grabbed Gu Jingyu's arm, his grip like steel. Where did you get this watch? Gu Jingyu tried to pull away, asking why it mattered. But Lu Chulian's mind was already racing, flashing back to a memory. The memory of Lin Che, her face bright with affection, giving that very watch as a gift. His eyes narrowed. Was this watch given to Gu Jingyu by Lin Che? Gu Jingyu wrenched his arm free and stalked away without another word. The implication hung in the air, thick and poisonous. The seed of doubt had been planted, and it found fertile ground in Gu Jing's heart. He found Lin Che, his eyes stormy and unreadable. He strode towards her, his presence overwhelming. What is going on between you and my brother? He demanded, his voice dangerously low. He slammed his hand against the door beside her head, trapping her. His face was inches from hers, his gaze intense. Do you like him? Before she could answer, he leaned in closer, his breath hot against her cheek. He told her it didn't matter who she liked anymore. Their transactional relationship, their pretend marriage, he was changing the terms. It's time to make this real, he growled. He pushed her and she stumbled back, landing softly on the bed. Panic seized her. Gu Jingze, don't say that you're in too deep, she pleaded. But he was beyond reason. He loomed over her, his shadow eclipsing everything. I don't have time to control your relationships, he said, his voice a silken threat, but whenever I'm in a bad mood, You have to take your responsibilities as a wife. He began to loosen his tie, his eyes never leaving hers. What do you want to do? She whispered, her voice trembling. He leaned down until their lips were almost touching. I want to do a husband's thing, he murmured. He captured her lips in a bruising kiss, ignoring her struggles. She pushed against his chest, her mind screaming. Let go of me, who do you want me to be? Gulings, you Minmin? But her words were lost as he pulled her down, his passionate, confusing, terrifying mix of anger and desire. The first thing she felt was a dull, throbbing ache that radiated through her entire body. A man's voice, low and familiar, cut through the haze. He called her name, Lin Che. Gu Jingze. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, his white shirt unbuttoned, revealing a chest that was unfairly perfect. But all she could focus on was the pain. Her eyes squeezed shut as a whimper escaped her lips. Ugh, it hurts. Every muscle screamed in protest. What had he done to her? His face, usually a mask of cold indifference, was now etched with concern. He leaned closer, his voice softening just a fraction. Where do you feel hurt? He asked, his hand reaching for her. Sit up and let me see. Instinctively, she clutched the sheet to her chest, her knuckles white. His golden eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. Was that guilt? He remembered her previous injury, the one that had landed her in the hospital before. His tone became firm, decisive. Is it like the previous time? He questioned, already making a decision. We'll go to the hospital right now. Hospital? No, absolutely not. The shame of it, the memory of the doctor's pitying gaze. She couldn't bear it again. She swatted his hand away, her voice raw with defiance. I don't need you to care for me, she muttered from beneath her curtain of hair. Pushing herself up, she glared at him, her eyes blazing despite the tears threatening to spill. I don't want to go to the hospital. His expression hardened, the brief moment of gentleness vanishing. Don't behave like that, Lin Che, he warned, his voice a low growl. He stood up, towering over her, a man used to getting his way. Now, he commanded, I'll take you to the hospital. But she wouldn't be ordered around, not by him, not after last night. I just don't want to go there, she seethed, pushing herself off the bed. If you want, then go alone. She stumbled towards the door, her legs trembling like a newborn fawn's. She just needed to get away. Her foot slipped into a slipper. But her body betrayed her. A sharp, searing pain shot through her and her legs gave out completely. Oh, a cry of shock and agony was torn from her throat. She crumpled to the floor, the world tilting violently. Ah, it hurts, she gasped, clutching her side. In a flash, he was there, kneeling beside her, the panic clear on his face. Lin Che. His voice was firm, cutting through her pain-filled haze. Don't say anything, he ordered, his hands already moving to position her. I'll carry you on my back to the hospital. Before she could protest, he lifted her as if she weighed nothing, settling her onto his broad back. His warmth seeped through her thin robe, a strange comfort in the middle of her turmoil. He turned his head slightly, his profile sharp and determined in the dim light. Hold me tight, he commanded, his voice a low rumble against her ear. Under the pale glow of the full moon, the hospital sign loomed like a beacon of her humiliation. Inside, the sterile white walls felt suffocating. Gu Jingze sat with a rigid posture, his handsome face a mask of anxiety as he faced the doctor. Doctor, how is Lin Che? He asked, his voice tight. The doctor, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes, did not mince her words. She looked at him with disapproval, her voice crisp. It's serious, you must have done it softly in the first time. Her words hung in the air, a clear reprimand. I stitched that place up for her, she continued. There's need to be careful to avoid suffering from infection. Gu Jingze's cheeks flushed, a rare sight of embarrassment on the stoic man. He found Lin Che sitting on the examination table, looking small and lost. He approached her slowly, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Let's go home. Back in the grand, lonely bedroom, he knelt before her, holding a small tube of cream. Let me apply the paste for you, he offered, his gaze steady. Mortification washed over her, the thought of his hands on her. There, was unthinkable. I don't need to do that, she insisted, trying to pull away. I can do it by myself. But he was persistent, his hand gripping the sheet. You can't, he stated simply. It's so hard to apply the paste, so let me help you. No, the word ripped from her throat, a cry of pure panic and shame. Her face was on fire, her heart hammering against her ribs. She didn't want his pity, his help, his touch. Gu Jingze flinched, his hand dropping from the sheet. He looked down, placing a hand over his own heart as if he were in pain. Lin Che, he began, his voice heavy with regret. I overdid carelessly this time, so that place is wounded. I'm wrong, I'm sorry. His apology was so sincere, so unexpected, it threw her off balance. But the hurt and anger were still too raw. She turned her head away, her voice cold. Okay, but I don't accept your apology. He looked stunned. You. She didn't wait for him to finish. She pushed past him, slamming the door to the adjoining room with a resounding wham, leaving him alone in the silence as she burrowed under the covers. A fortress of blankets, her only defense. The slam of the door echoed a different memory, a different man. Gu Jingze, her supposed husband. The memory was sharp, painful, his cruel, handsome face twisted in a sneer. Welcome home, he'd said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Although I was absent, the wedding still went well. He had grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. Are you happy now, become Mrs. Gu? He mocked. Tonight is our nuptial night. If you're so damn horny, then handle it by yourself. His words were poison, killing the last of her girlish dreams. She had pulled away, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. Gu Jingze, I don't have anything to talk to you about. He had simply scoffed and left, the slam of that door sealing her fate as the abandoned bride. The memories swirled, blurring with the present. She was at lunch, a maid trying to comfort her. Then she was at the airport with her friend, Song Shuhai, the mundane chatter about work feeling a world away. Suddenly, a breaking news alert flashed across a nearby screen. An explosion at Fushan Mansion, the filming location. Her blood ran cold. The car screeched to a stop as the reporter's voice confirmed her worst fear. Gu Jingze was on the scene. Was he hurt? Was he? No, she couldn't think it. A sleek black car pulled up and a man in a suit opened the door. Lady, we took orders to take you to Mr.'s place. Her voice trembled as she asked the one question that mattered. Gu Jingze, how is he now? The man's answer offered no comfort. We also don't know how his health is. Her friend urged her to go, promising to handle everything. Lin Che's mind was a frantic prayer. Asterisk Gu Jingze, you must live. Asterisk an image of him, bloodied and broken, flashed behind her eyes and a wave of nausea hit her. She was rushed to a private sanatorium, a place of sterile silence and advanced technology. After an agonizing wait, an aide approached her. He mentioned you after he awoke, he said, opening a heavy door. You can go in now. She stepped inside, her heart in her throat, but the man in the bed, pale and wrapped in bandages, wasn't Gu Jingze, it was Gu Jingze, his eyes fluttered open, landing on her. Lin Che, he rasped, his voice weak. Confusion warred with annoyance on his face. What do you come here for? If you don't to see me, I'll go out. He tried to sit up, a sharp cough racking his injured body. Oh, don't move, she cried out, rushing forward. Keep an eye for your injury, he glared at her. You were rude to me first, she retorted, her worry making her sharp. He coughed again, muttering that if it were Jinghai, she wouldn't have been so rude. Then his gaze sharpened. How about the gift of engagement? He asked suddenly. Since when did I give the watch to Lin Yu? The question caught her off guard. Ah, no, she stammered, explaining it was a thank you gift he'd had her buy. He seemed to mull this over, then his eyes met hers, a teasing glint appearing despite his pain. Gu Jingze, he started, then corrected himself. Lin Che, did you resent me last night? Of course, he answered for her, a faint smirk playing on his lips. I was tearing to death by you. Her face exploded in a blush, the memory of their night together flooding back. Don't show that look, he murmured, his voice softer now. He told her what the doctor had said, that he was strong and would heal quickly, and then he said it again. Sorry, tears she didn't know she was holding back began to fall. I'm sorry, she whispered, wiping at her eyes furiously. I promise I won't cry like that anymore. As the Roman IV dripped steadily beside him, he watched her cry, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he lifted his uninjured hand, his fingers gently brushing the tears from her cheek. His touch was feather-light, sending a shiver through her. Lin Che, he whispered, his thumb stroking her skin. Please don't cry. In that moment, he wasn't the cold tyrant or the cruel husband, but someone else entirely, and for the first time, she didn't want to run away. He lay back against the pristine white pillows, his chest a canvas of bandages. His voice was a low command, soft but unyielding. He told her not to move, to be careful of the wound again, and then patted the empty space beside him. Come here, he murmured, lie down, her heart stuttered. Lie next to him? No, she couldn't. What if she accidentally hit his wound? The thought sent a jolt of panic through her, but he was insistent, his gaze unwavering. Just come here, he warned, a hint of steel in his tone, or I'll carry you in my arms over here. Her resolve crumbled. Okay, I will, she conceded, but her voice was a nervous whisper as she added, just don't be too close to me. She settled onto the bed, a careful distance between them, her body stiff with anxiety. I'm afraid of hitting your wound, she explained, her eyes wide with concern. Just smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile. Okay now, he said softly, sleep a bit, but his eyes held a mischievous glint. Do you want to do something to become tired? He purred, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. To help you sleep easier, her mind went blank. What was he suggesting? She scrambled back, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Stay away, she stammered, don't do anything obscene. He let out a low chuckle, his gaze intense and hungry. Don't worry, he said, his voice a silken trap. I will protect the place for you to use your sexual urges all life. But if it isn't for me, he sneered, a cruel twist to his lips, get away from it. His words hung in the air, a blatant, shocking challenge. Why? He taunted, seeing the disbelief on her face. If you don't believe, then try touching it. On the way, you'll see it becomes hard. Her mind reeled, the audacity, the sheer shameless nerve of this man, but what could she say? Cornered, flustered, she could only force a shaky smile and utter the first thing that came to her mind. Okay, you're the best, she blurted out, her voice trembling slightly. You're a great man. He seemed momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise in his golden eyes before a slow, satisfied smirk spread across his face. This girl, he thought, she doesn't know what to say, does she? He leaned closer, his voice a low murmur. All right, he said, let me give you a kiss. She recoiled instantly. No, your wound hasn't healed yet, but he was relentless. Come on, I'll just give you a kiss. He leaned in even closer, his next words making her entire body flush with heat. Stick out your tongue, please. Her eyes widened, her imagination running wild with the image of his lips on hers, his tongue. Just then, a sharp knock echoed from the door, shattering the charged atmosphere. Someone was coming. Her heart leaped into her throat. She had to ignore it to pretend nothing was happening. The door swung open, revealing a man with sharp, intelligent eyes behind a pair of spectacles. The eldest brother comes, she thought, her stomach twisting into a knot. It might be that there's something urgent. He stepped into the room, his presence immediately casting a cold shadow over everything. His gaze swept over the scene, taking in Lin lie on the bed next to the injured Ling Che. Hello, he said, his voice flat and devoid of warmth. Perfect timing, he didn't sound pleased at all. I have a thing to talk to you about. He pulled out his phone, the screen glowing ominously in the dim light. Look at this. On the screen was a photo of her and Ling Che lying together in this very bed. His voice was laced with accusation. Someone has taken the opportunity to leak this photo. Ling Che, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He shrugged, a casual gesture that belied the gravity of the situation. Eventually, he said with a sigh, it's fine if we leak it. We can't be together forever. The eldest brother's eyes narrowed. Have you touched her? He demanded. Ling Chi's reply was smooth, too smooth. I just blocked for her once, he claimed. The brother's lips thinned into a hard line. Just say it's your fiancé, is it okay? He looked utterly unconvinced. Like so, Ling Chi shot back with a sarcastic, pouty expression. The brother ignored him, his face grim. Okay, now I'll be direct. Call your father to come here, he commanded. The scene shifts. The air growing heavier, more formal. Gu Jingze stood before a grand villa, a large manila envelope clutched in his hand. He had come to his father's Lu Lai palace, but it wasn't his father he was here to see. Today, he told the woman who met him at the door, the reason you've come here is because I want you to come with me. He presented her with the envelope, his expression unreadable. She began, her voice trembling as she opened it. Inside was the damning photograph. At present, he stated calmly, the only solution is to declare to the public that you are my fiancé. Her blood ran cold. He continued, his voice a low, steady drone. In this photo, I look quite fine, there's no problem. I don't exclude that they have any other clearer photos, that's why you have to coordinate with me. She stared at him, her mind struggling to process his words. Huh, what do you mean? She whispered, her world tilting on its axis. What do I mean? He repeated, stepping closer, his hand closing around her arm. His grip was firm, inescapable. I mean, from now on, you'll be my fiancé. The words hit her like a physical blow. Why, how can this be? The question screamed in her mind, but no sound escaped her lips. He looked down at her, his expression cold and calculating. Since you're Lin Che's assistant, I don't handle you directly. But if your job isn't stable, if you don't have the capability, you don't have the dignity to stand here to talk to me. It was a threat, a clear and brutal reminder of her place. But a spark of defiance ignited within her. She met his icy gaze, her own eyes flashing with fire. I don't handle me because I still have my uses, she retorted, her voice shaking but firm. That's why I can stand here. His eyes narrowed slightly. If you have any more thoughts, don't beat around the bush. You had better remember that this day is not helpful for you. A thinly veiled warning, she had no choice. Okay then, she agreed, her heart heavy. A subordinate appeared, informing him of a private meeting. He turned back to her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. All right, now I'll ask you home. But she refused. No need, I can go by myself. She walked away, her shoulders straight, refusing to show him how much his words had shattered her. He watched her get into a car and drive away, his face a mask of cold indifference. Back at the hospital, the atmosphere was completely different. The dressing change was almost done. She carefully applied the last strip of tape, her brow furrowed in concentration. Gu Jingze's wound seems to be getting much better, she thought, a small sense of relief washing over her. He watched her, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Why are you staring at me like that? He teased. Head snapped up, her cheeks flushing. Huh, who says you're handsome? She retorted a little too quickly, his smirk widened. I'm not handsome, he pressed. She immediately crumbled, her inner fangle taking over. Well, okay, you're so handsome, she gushed, her eyes sparkling. You're the most handsome man I've ever met. His ego sufficiently stroked, he leaned back looking pleased. Which one is more handsome, me or Gu Jingze? He asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. She didn't even hesitate. Of course you're the more handsome one, she declared. Gu Jingze is not the kind of man I like. The words were meant to be a compliment, but his face fell, a look of comical disappointment washing over him. He coughed, trying to regain his composure as she quickly added, next, you must trust that I have a very discerning eye for aesthetics. He puffed out his chest. You're right, he declared proudly. I am the most handsome in the world. He grew thoughtful for a moment. If I'd known you were silly at first, it would have been a pleasure to get to know you. She blinked. Huh, did you think I was intelligent at first? He scoffed lightly. Because you're successful, I thought it was just because of your surname. But I didn't realize until that time I helped you that you were just a normal girl. A flicker of vulnerability crossed her face. So she asked, her voice barely a whisper, do you feel regret marrying me now? He leaned in, his face so close she could feel the warmth of his breath on her skin. He gently touched his finger to her forehead, his eyes locking with hers. No, he murmured, his voice a low, intimate rumble. You're special? Especially silly? The world seemed to melt away, leaving only the two of them in a bubble of unspoken emotion. Then he pulled back, the spell broken, a teasing smirk on his face. Let go of me, you're always reducing my IQ. She pouted, actually I found you hateful at that time, but I got used to it. He grew serious again, I didn't get to find out. Why did you suddenly want to get married to me? She flustered, waving her hands. It was an accident, I didn't know it would turn out like this. He watched her, a knowing look in his eyes. Of course, he murmured, his voice laced with insinuation. Anyone couldn't control my orders, plus you were very, extremely hard without any techniques. What are you saying? She shrieked, her face turning beet red. He just grinned, the way you just know how to put it in like a dark worker. He continued his playful taunts. Lin Che, where are you hiding? Come here. She giggled, playing along. Hee hee, I challenge you to catch me. He leaned back, feigning indifference. No, if you're good, then come here. I won't come to you. She bit her lip, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. It was right before, but now you're wounded, so I'm not sure if it's usable. I'm not such a stupid girl, she declared. I'm not easily fooled. Suddenly, a harsh voice cut through their banter. A man stormed into the room, his face a mask of fury and worry. He shoved her aside without a second glance. Ling Zi, I'm worried sick for you, he cried, his voice thick with emotion. I thought it was hard that you could live. Ling Chi's playful mood vanished, replaced by a cold annoyance. Sit down, he snapped. The man Gu Jingze immediately obeyed, then demanded, I'm hungry, peel an apple for me. As Lin Lai began to peel the fruit, a woman with them began to complain. This place is sketchy. Go to my house in Britain. It's more luxurious with more housing equipment and many more maids. Ling Chi's voice was ice. It's not necessary, he said, his glare sharp enough to cut glass. Do you think the supplies of the Gu family are better than the Su families? In the tense silence, Lin Lai flinched, a small cry of pain escaping her lips. Ouch, I cut into my finger. In an instant, Ling Chi was by her side. He took her hand, his expression serious as he examined the small cut. Before she could react, he brought her bleeding finger to his mouth. He licked the wound softly, his tongue gently cleaning the cut. Her entire body froze, a jolt of electricity shooting up her arm. Oh, don't do that, it's dirty, she whispered, horrified and flustered. The other people in the room stared, their jaws agape. Don't move like this, he murmured, his eyes still on her finger. It's lucky that the wound isn't deep. Gu Jingze stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. Ling Zi, now I know you're here and your body is fine, so I'll come visit often. His gaze shifted to Lin Lai. I will talk to you about home details. The woman glared daggers at Lin Lai, who could only stare back, her heart pounding in her chest, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The grand doors of the mansion swing open and the headmaid bows deeply, her voice respectful as she welcomes them home. Su Lingzi holds onto his arm, feeling the solid warmth of him beside her, but her attention is immediately stolen by a small blur of motion. It's little Gu Rui, his face lit up with pure unadulterated joy as he runs towards her, his arms outstretched. Mama, he cries, his voice like a sweet melody. You must miss me a lot, right? Her heart melts. Before she can even respond, her husband, Gu Cheng, is pressing a cool glass of water into her hand. Gu Lingzi, here is your water, he says, his voice a low rumble. But Gu Rui, still buzzing with excitement, accidentally bumps into her. The glass slips from her grasp, shattering on the polished floor with a sickening crash. Oh no, it's broken, the little boy gasps, his eyes wide with guilt. Su Lingzi's first instinct is to move to check if he's okay, but Gu Cheng's voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding. Stay here, there are so many pieces on the floor. You're so clumsy, what if you step on them? Before she can even process his words, she's being swept off her feet. He lifts her into his arms as if she weighs nothing at all, carrying her away from the glittering shards of glass. Don't move, he murmurs, his breath warm against her ear. Just let your hands hold onto my neck, don't fall down. She clings to him, her gaze fixed on his strong profile. A warmth spreads through her chest, completely unrelated to his physical touch. Asterisk, I know he does this because he doesn't want me to be wounded. Asterisk, she thinks, a small secret smile playing on her lips. He might have the son of a cruel tormentor, but in moments like this, he was undeniably cute. He gently places her on the plush sofa, his instructions firm. All right, sit down here, don't go anywhere. And with that, he turns away, the moment of tenderness gone as he immerses himself in his work at the grand desk. The only sound in the vast room is the steady, relentless asterisk tick-tock asterisk of the clock on the wall, each second stretching into an eternity of boredom. She pulls out her phone to pass the time, but a photo stops her cold. It's the younger brother, with a woman who looks suspiciously like a fiancé. Her jaw drops. Asterisk, whoa, when did the eldest brother start to have a fiancé? Why? Asterisk, Gu Cheng looks up, his eyes sharp. What has you so shocked this early on? He asks, his tone laced with faint annoyance. She holds up the phone, bewildered. The speech was assigned by me, he states flatly, not even looking at the picture. Do you think I don't know that? She stares at him. This powerful, enigmatic man. Asterisk, I can't say I'm a fan of powerful people like that. I don't understand. Asterisk, she thinks. Asterisk, but when I think of such a good man like you being my husband, asterisk, a strange sense of pride swells within her. She meets his gaze, her voice barely a whisper. How did you know I am your wife? He moves in an instant, closing the space between them until their faces are mere inches apart. The air crackles with an electric charge. His voice drops to a husky, dangerous murmur. When I just say one sentence that has you, I'll push you down. A deep blush blooms across her cheeks. The kiss he's promising hangs between them, a silent, tantalizing dare, pulling back just enough to let her breathe. The moment shifts. What do you mean? She manages to ask, her voice unsteady. The fiancé is fake, right? He confirms her suspicion, explaining it was a necessary ruse to cover up a careless night he had last year. But the mood darkens as he continues. This isn't just about a fake fiancé, there's a real threat looming over them. Someone is trying to haze the Gu family, he explains, his expression grim. That's right, the Gu family is the most powerful in C Nation, so no one can scare us out, do you think? He's talking about his eldest son, Lai Shi, a man he describes as a cruel tiger, a master of politics and control. And now that tiger has them in his sights. The next morning, they're walking through the city's bustling streets. The family matchup is 3 days from now, he informs her. So now we have to combine Gu Lingzi's custom-made equestrian costume. They enter a luxurious boutique and her eyes are immediately drawn to a stunning outfit on display. But little Gu Rui has other ideas. When she points to a gray outfit, he shakes his head vigorously. No, please put it on, he pleads, pointing to a vibrant green ensemble. My costume is green, so yours should be green too. They're like costumes for couples. She hesitates, murmuring that she doesn't like bright colors, but his lower lip begins to tremble. Please put it on, he begs, his big eyes glistening. I've never been in a couple's outfit. Her resolve crumbles. How could she deny him? A soft smile touches her lips as she looks at the matching outfits. Gu Cheng, watching them, smirks. Okay, I'll do as you wish, he says, his eyes dancing with amusement. And so the next day they arrive at the stables, a perfect picture in their matching green and white riding gear. They immediately draw attention, but not all of it is friendly. A woman with a venomous smile approaches. Seems like you're so famous now, she says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Gu Cheng places a proud hand on Su Lingzi's shoulder. Of course, my wife has become a famous actress now. All right, my wife is the best. The woman's eyes narrow. Her gaze sweeping over Su Lingzi with disdain. HMPH Lin Che, she sneers, you just have nothing noticeable except a pretty face. Let me see how far you can go if your face is. The insult hangs in the air, sharp and ugly. Gu Cheng leans close, his voice a low murmur of concern. Is your wound fine? She nods, yeah, I'm good, I just need to move gently. But in the next second, chaos erupts. Her horse rears violently, its eyes rolling in terror. Ah, the rein is broken, she screams, clinging desperately to the saddle. The horse bolts, galloping out of control towards a dangerous-looking ditch. Panic seizes her. This is it, she's going to die, but then two deafening shots ring out. Asterisk bang bang asterisk she sees Gu Cheng, his face a mask of cold fury, a smoking gun in his. The horse lets out a final, agonizing scream as its leg gives way, blood spraying onto the grass. The world tilts, but before she can hit the hard ground, strong arms are there, pulling her into a solid, safe embrace. He holds her tight, his heart hammering against her back. Are you okay? He asks, his voice raw with fear. She can only nod, still shaking from the ordeal. The snarky woman rushes over, her face a mask of fake concern. How are both of you? It was extremely dangerous earlier, she says, clicking her tongue as if annoyed that her plan failed. She quickly tries to change the subject, offering to introduce Su Lingzi to some senior models. But Gu Cheng steps in front of his wife, taking her hand possessively. No need, he says, his voice like ice. I'll choose one for her. His eyes lock with the woman's, because I don't trust you at all. He leads Su Lingzi away, leaving the woman fuming in their wake. What should I do now? Su Lingzi whispers, her confidence shattered. I don't know how to ride a horse. He squeezes her hand. Don't worry, he says, his voice softening into a comforting murmur. I'll go with you. He lifts her onto his own horse, then swings up behind her, his body a warm, protective shield at her back. His arms encircle her, one hand guiding the reins, the other resting securely at her waist. It is my duty to protect my wife, he whispers, his breath tickling her ear. A shiver runs down her spine, asterisk his wife, asterisk the words echo in her mind, sending a jolt of something warm and thrilling through her. Meanwhile, the rival Muan King is seething. She confronts her accomplice, her voice a venomous hiss. Useless, why aren't you armed well? The other woman trembles, trying to explain that she was afraid of the consequences. Gu Lingzi could have definitely evaded in time, she says, that is, if she wasn't almost trampled to death. The horrifying truth of their plan is laid bare. A stick snaps under Muan King's boot. She orders her subordinate Lin Che to cover their tracks. But when Lin Che tries to leave, Muan King's smile turns cruel. Really? Have you listened to any news between us? She asks, a clear threat in her voice. Anyway, Bu Lingzi won't cope with the Liu family just because of a lowly girl like you, she spits. She grabs Lin Che's arm, her grip like iron. You mustn't go, Lin Che struggles, shouting, let go of me. In the scuffle, she shoves Muan King with all her strength. Muan King stumbles back, her eyes wide with shock as she topples into the nearby pond with a loud splash. Lin Che freezes for a second before turning and fleeing the scene. Muan King emerges from the water, coughing and spluttering just as Su Lingzi and the younger brother arrive. Seeing her audience, Muan King immediately starts her performance. Lin Che, why are you treating me like this? What did you feed that horse to try and kill me? She shrieks, pointing a dripping, accusatory finger at Su Lingzi. When the brother asks what happened, her face crumples into tears. It was her, she sobs. She pushed me, it was a self-defense reflex from me. The brother looks confused, but Muan King presses on, playing the ultimate victim. It's because you're jealous of my relationship with Bu Lingzi, she wails. At the moment, the one who is the most intimate to him is me, not you. Su Lingzi watches the dramatic display, her expression unreadable. This woman was a master manipulator. But as she met Muan King's tear-filled gaze, a cold resolve settled in her heart. Asterisk, you'd better think carefully, asterisk, she thought, her own eyes turning to chips of ice. Asterisk, the one who is most intimate to him is me, not you, asterisk, his voice was smooth, deceptively calm, as if discussing the weather. All right, anyway, my younger sister fell down into the water, so let's consider it as her punishment. Gu Lingzi's eyes narrowed, his hands clenching into fists. Punishment? How could he be so casual? Mu Lingqi continued, his words dripping with false concern. My sister-in-law is a member of the Gu family now. It's really unnecessary for her to do something despicable like that in front of other people. The accusation hung heavy in the air, a blatant lie. A raw, guttural shout ripped from Gu Lingzi's throat as he demanded when she ever said such a thing. He strode towards her, his face a thunderous mask, grabbing her arm with a grip that was just shy of painful. Tell me what happened, he demanded, his voice a low growl, her heart hammered in her chest. She tried to explain, her voice small. I went here to say farewell to someone. But his gaze was intense, burning into her, refusing to believe such a simple excuse. He leaned in, their faces mere inches apart, his breath warm against her skin. Don't talk nonsense, he murmured, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper. I just want to say hello to you. In that moment, staring into the depths of his eyes, a strange sense of calm washed over her. She found herself thinking, I trust what he says. He kept his hold on her as they walked, his presence a solid, unyielding wall beside her. He pressed for answers, his voice laced with skepticism. So what? He asked. No one witnessed my sister push you into the water, but we did see our younger sister fall down ourselves. He was testing her, she knew it, gauging her reaction. His eyes, sharp and intelligent, watched her every move as he posed a final, chilling question. Won't they feel aggrieved if they have to suffer in silence? But she met his gaze without flinching, a newfound confidence blooming within her. If they dare, she thought, they wouldn't stay still with the silence. She spoke aloud, her voice clear and steady. Don't worry, I'm not as silly as you, I just do something when I'm sure it'll be successful as I intend. A slow smirk spread across his lips, a spark of admiration in his eyes. He tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her a half step closer. Let's see who's more enthusiastic and proactive between us, he teased, his thumb stroking the back of her hand. Then in one fluid motion, he wrapped his arm around her waist. Pulling her flush against his chest, her breath hitched. He looked down at her, a possessive glint in his eyes. Oh, it's not bad, he murmured, his voice a low rumble. You fit in my arms perfectly. Elsewhere, a world of different troubles was brewing. An older woman spoke with a chilling certainty, pointing a finger at a young man. Min, I remember clearly that there is a mole on your arm. I told your mom that was you, but she don't trust me. Her gaze then shifted to a younger woman, her voice becoming a command. Okay, so along with me. As the young woman was led away, another man erupted in protest. You know that man is the president. You can't let him trifle with your affection. But the woman simply shot him an icy glare, her voice a dangerous whisper. SHH, do you want to die here? The threat was clear. After all, she was the president's future wife. You don't cross her. In a sterile, intimidating office, a furious man with a goatee slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted in rage. Force out, he bellowed, his voice echoing off the walls. His fury was directed at a young woman, Yu Min, who stood trembling before him. What a thankless child, he screamed. Why can you treat to your father like that? He jabbed a finger towards the door, ordering his men to get Miss Yu out of there. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched a crumpled tissue, the accusation of causing intentional injury ringing in her ears. Just as a hand reached for her arm, a new voice cut through the tension, calm and authoritative. A man in a sharp suit and glasses stepped into the room, effortlessly grabbing the offending wrist. His eyes were cold steel. I'm Yu Min's father, he stated, his voice leaving no room for argument. Min. Min's head snapped up, her tear-filled eyes widening in disbelief and relief. Later she sat alone, the silence of the room amplifying the turmoil in her heart. That was an unwanted incident at that day, she thought, her hands clenched in her lap. But why did it lead such a disastrous consequence? Her mind drifted back a few months ago to the night it all began. It was a blur of silk sheets and shadowed skin. She was in a strange bed, a man's weight pressing down on her. Who's that? She'd murmured, her thoughts hazy. A name, a title, floated through the fog of her memory. Mr. President. The morning after was a cold, harsh reality. She clutched the sheet to her chest as the man, the president, stood before her, his torso bare and his expression severe. Do you have any birth control pills? He'd asked, his voice devoid of any warmth. He grabbed her arm, his grip bruising as he demanded to know who brought her there. She could only remember being knocked out, a faceless figure dragging her away. Of course not, she whispered, her voice trembling. He didn't seem to care. Put your clothes on, he ordered curtly. She tried to explain to make him understand. This is just an accident, I hope you get it. But he just fixed his tie in the mirror, his reflection cold and distant as he uttered a single dismissive phrase. I see. His parting words were a threat. You'd better not let anyone know this. Back in the present, her father's gentle voice pulled her from the painful memory. How are you okay? He asked, his eyes filled with concern. Guilt washed over her. He had just gotten out of the hospital, yet here he was at the police station for her. I'm so sorry, Dad, she choked out, fresh tears welling in her eyes. In another part of the city, a quiet warmth filled the room. Lin Che was focused on his laptop, but his attention was on her. Today I have a meeting through video call, he told her gently. You get to watch TV, then go to bed, okay? But she shook her head, her gaze soft. No, your wound hasn't healed yet, she insisted. So I want to be here with you. A tender smile touched his lips as he looked at her. He led her into a beautiful study, the air smelling of old paper and ink. Wow, really? He said, gesturing around the room. Drinking tea, listening to music, and doing calligraphy. What are your hobbies? He smiled, picking up a brush. Come here, I'll play with you for a bit. Her eyes lit up. You can do calligraphy? She asked, a hopeful blush on her cheeks. Teach me now, won't you? He stood behind her, his chest pressing against her back as his hand covered hers, guiding the brush across the paper. The sensation sent a shiver down her spine, but her characters were a mess, a child's scrawl. In this aspect, I have no talent, she pouted internally. A wave of insecurity washed over her. I have no talent in any field. No, wait, a mischievous thought sparked in her mind. I have a good talent in finding a husband. I could find a husband like you early. He was still pressed against her, his embrace warm and possessive. Don't move, he whispered, his breath tickling her ear. Her heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? She breathed. Just don't move as I say, he murmured, his hand sliding from hers down to rest possessively on her stomach. He leaned closer, his voice a low, seductive rumble. What do you want to see? Before she could answer, he chuckled. Guess what? In one swift, surprising motion, he scooped her up into his arms, lifting her as if she weighed nothing at all. She gasped, clinging to him as he carried her across the room and gently placed her on a plush divan. I've told you not to move, he said, his eyes glinting with amusement. Let me see it for a bit. Flustered, she tried to protest. Don't be like that, this is the library, aren't you waiting for the meeting? He simply leaned over her, trapping her beneath him. Let's let them wait for me for a while, he whispered, a wicked smirk playing on his lips as his hand moved towards the hem of her dress. Panic seized her, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. You, please don't do it. She stammered, her voice barely a whisper. A sudden knock on the door shattered the moment. She tried to scramble up, but he caught her hand, holding her in place. Stop, there's someone out there, I will open the door, she pleaded. He sighed, adjusting his own clothes before quickly smoothing down her dress. The door opened to reveal a young woman. She had wide, innocent green eyes and a nervous smile, and she clutched a manila envelope to her chest. Sis Chi, it's me, she said meekly. Yang Lin Zin, the little assistant of Lin Che's. The assistant, Yang Lin Zin, shyly handed over the envelope. Here, she said. Lin Che took it, but our heroine eyed the girl, a flicker of suspicion in her gaze. You didn't need to put so much effort into looking for it, she said politely, but the assistant shook her head frantically. No, I made it be lost, so I must find it, she insisted, looking earnestly at Lin Che. He simply wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders. It's so lucky that you found it, he said smoothly. He glanced out the window. Now it's so late, so I'll tell our driver to take you home. The assistant's face fell into a mask of perfect distress. Oh, it's really late, she fretted, glancing at her watch. The main gate must be closed. She looked up with wide, worried eyes. I'm living with my aunt, I'm afraid that I'll annoy her. Our heroine's eyes narrowed slightly. What a convenient problem. Lin Che held up a hand. Wait, he said, his voice calm and decisive. Book a hotel room for Miss Yang, then tell someone to drive her there. He gave the order to a nearby maid without a second thought. As the overly grateful assistant was led away, Lin Che pulled his wife closer, his voice a low murmur against her hair. Don't you like strangers staying in this house? He asked. She looked up at him, her true feelings spilling out. Yeah, she admitted, her voice tight with jealousy. Especially those of who disturb us. A slow, knowing smirk spread across his face. He loved it when she was jealous. He hooked a finger in the collar of her dress, pulling her impossibly closer. Humph, she pouted, trying to look angry but failing miserably. I'll never go with you here to be with you when you're working. His smirk only widened, his eyes promising that this was far from over. The lights of the massive vessel glittered across the dark water, a floating palace of wealth and power. Lin Che's eyes widened. A banquet? On a yacht like this, she couldn't help but feel a little thrill. Wow, it looked so classy, she thought, a small smile playing on her lips. Gu Jingze, ever poised beside her, explained that the yacht belonged to a Russian magnate used for lavish entertainment. As they stepped aboard, a man greeted Gu Jingze with a wide, welcoming smile. Who is she? The man's eyes seemed to ask. Gu Jingze's arm tightened around her waist. His voice smooth as he introduced her simply as his wife. My wife, the words sent a strange flutter through her chest. He then turned to her, his expression unreadable, telling her he was going to greet some other guests and that she should just do what she wants. Just like that, she was left alone in a sea of strangers. Elsewhere, a storm was brewing. A woman with short purple hair approached Gu Jingze, her expression a mix of hope and desperation. It was Chen Zai. His face hardened instantly. His voice low and sharp as he asked why she was here. She flinched, explaining she was just there to do some part-time work. He looked at her with disdain. Didn't I already give you money? He questioned, the words like ice. He pulled a credit card from his jacket, trying to press it into her hand. Take this card, he ordered, his voice laced with impatience. I can't be seen with you, I need to be with my wife. His words were a dismissal, a final, cutting blow, just as Chen Zai was reeling from the rejection. A familiar voice called her name. It was Ling Yan, looking elegant and concerned. She asked why Chen Zai hadn't come to find her. Ling Yan's eyes were soft, her voice a comforting balm as she offered a wad of cash. We've been close friends for a long time, she said gently. Bei Chen is rich, so just take it, but Chen Zai shook her head, pushing the money away. Her pride was all she had left. Ling Yan, I can't receive your money. The memory was so sharp it felt like it was happening all over again. Bei Chen's face twisted in. He had grabbed her, demanding to know what the difference was between his money and someone else's. His voice had thundered in her ears, asking why she left him without any reason. How could she explain? How could she tell him it was because he and Ling Yan had betrayed her? It was their affair, their fault, yet they spoke as if she was the one to blame. The bitter memory faded, replaced by the sight of Lin Che across the room, looking like a furious little cat. Her cheeks puffed out as she glared at Gu Jingze. Oh, he's in trouble now, she thought with a flicker of amusement. Lin Che had seen enough, she needed to get away. HMPH, just keep walking around here. I'll go to the restroom now, she muttered, not waiting for a reply. Remember to come to me after, he called out, but she just waved a hand dismissively. I know I'm not a kid. As she walked, her mind raced. Su Lingzi was here, and that Miss Liu who had been circling Gu Jingze for ages was probably lurking somewhere too. She must be desperate to become Mrs. Gu. The thought left a sour taste in her mouth. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly collided with a solid frame. Bump. Ouch, I'm so sorry. She stammered, stumbling back. She looked up, her eyes wide with apology. For bumping you unintentionally, are you okay? The older man she had run into stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth agape. You are? He stammered as if he'd seen a ghost. He took a step closer, squinting slightly. He asked what her family's name was, his voice trembling just a bit. Is it the Lin family? He wondered aloud before shaking his head. No, it's wrong, because the Lin family doesn't come here. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. How could she possibly answer that? Thinking fast, she plastered a bright, playful smile on her face. Hee hee, I just came here to sponge a dinner. she chirped, hoping her cheerful act would distract him. The man blinked, then let out a hearty laugh. Haha, you're humorous, he said, his eyes twinkling. She bowed her head slightly. I'm flattered, she replied, quickly adding, I'll give you my phone number later. If you're not fine, then call me. Just as she was making her escape, a familiar voice cut through the air. Why were you gone for so long? Gu Jingze was there, his brow furrowed with concern. She quickly explained that she'd run into an old man. He immediately took her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles as he asked if she was okay. She shook her head, assuring him she was fine. At that moment, Ling Yan glided over to them, a perfect smile on her face. I see, she said smoothly, then shall we sit at one table? Lin Che glanced at Gu Jingze, but he didn't even hesitate. No need, he said, his voice firm. Lin Che and I have something to do. He turned to Lin Che, his eyes holding a secret promise. What is it, she wondered. He took her hand, his grip possessive, and began to lead her away. It's time to get between you and that woman, he murmured. We need to leave. Ling Yan watched them go, her friendly mask crumbling to reveal a face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage. Her fist clenched at her side, a young girl standing beside her trembled. Ling Yan leaned in, her voice a venomous whisper. There's a way to get between them. Her eyes were cold and calculating. The Su family is very powerful too, she hissed. The younger girl's eyes widened in terror. Ling Yan's next words were chilling. I didn't tell you to put poison or something in, you just need to make her have a miscarriage. Meanwhile, Lin Che was oblivious to the sinister plot. She sat at a table with Gu Jingze, scanning the performance schedule with wide eyes. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Oh my god, this so bold, she exclaimed, pointing at one of the listings. Burlesque dance. Gu Jingze leaned in, his breath warm against her ear. Instead of seeing others, he whispered, his voice a low, teasing rumble, it's much better to see you without clothes. Her entire face felt like it was on fire. If you want to see, then we'll go home. I'll take everything off, he continued, a smirk playing on his lips. No way, she squeaked, trying to hide her face behind the menu. I gotta go see the performances. But suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through her abdomen. Oof, she gasped, clutching her stomach. Gu Jingze's playful expression vanished, replaced instantly by alarm. What's wrong? He demanded. My stomach, it aches, she groaned. As if on cue, Ling Yan appeared, her face a mask of concern. Ling Zi, Mr. Steven invited us to go to his place for a while, she began before feigning surprise. Oh, what's the problem with you, Lin Che? But Gu Jingze wasn't listening. He shot Ling Yan a look so cold it could freeze fire. Let me help you to take her home, Ling Yan offered, reaching out. Gu Jingze swept Lin Che into his arms, holding her tightly against his chest. He glared at the other woman. No, which is more important, keeping up appearances or saving a life? With that, he turned and carried Lin Che away, leaving Ling Yan fuming in his wake. In a quiet, private room, he gently set her down. Don't worry, he soothed. The medicine will take effect soon. You'll be fine in a little while. He looked at her seriously. How about your period? You should pay more attention to your health. She waved a weak hand. It's not a big deal. He shook his head and knelt beside her, his hand coming to rest on her stomach. Hell, come here, he murmured. Let me rub it. It will make you feel better. His touch was warm, firm, and incredibly comforting. She sighed, her body relaxing. Aren't you busy anymore? She asked softly. She closed her eyes, a wave of relief washing over her. Yeah, it's good, she whispered. Keep rubbing it, don't stop. A small smile touched his lips as he watched her. Are you using me? He teased gently. She peeked one eye open. All right, that's why I'll take a shower. As the sound of running water filled the room, he waited, but a moment later the bathroom door creaked open. Lin Che stood there shivering. Oh, it's cold, she said, her voice small. In an instant, he was by her side, wrapping his arms around her. Why a shower with cold water? It's not good for your health, he scolded gently. He looked down at her, his gaze intense. What do you come here for? Her heart began to pound against her ribs. Could it be that you want to do it? The thought sent a jolt through her. He gently pushed her back against the wall, his body caging her in. Thud, his eyes were dark with an emotion she couldn't quite name. If you can't do it, I can do it, he said, his voice husky. Do you want me to eat you so much? Before she could answer, his hand shot out and with a sharp rend, the fabric of her nightgown tore. Don't let me see you, he growled, his voice thick with desire. She panicked, pushing against his chest. I don't really want to, I'm a bit hot. She stammered. He pulled back slightly, his expression unreadable. What is wrong with you? Are you sure you are like that? He asked. She nodded frantically. Although you leave, I won't tell anyone about this, she promised. He sighed, his voice softening. Lin Che, I can't touch you, I won't wound you. He pulled her into a gentle embrace, his anger replaced by a confusing tenderness. Is that boy Gu Jingze? You don't always meet him, it just happens from time to time, he murmured almost to himself. It's still serious too, and I want you to be obedient to me. Why, no, I'm not reluctant, she thought, confused by his words. He released her. Hurry up and go out. I'll go out in a little while, he said, turning away. Okay, I'll go out immediately. She scurried out of the bathroom, her heart a mess of tangled emotions. A few minutes later, he emerged, wearing a plush white bathrobe, his hair still damp. Lin Che, where are you? He called out into the quiet room. A soft voice answered from the direction of the bed. I'm here. He turned and his breath caught in his throat. She was there, perched on the edge of the bed, wearing a silky, provocative piece of lingerie, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him with wide, waiting eyes. His eyes scanned her, a flicker of concern in their depths as he asked what was wrong, if her stomach still ached. Lin Che shook her head, her hand moving from her stomach to press against her chest, right over her heart. It wasn't that ache anymore, she murmured, but a different kind of hurt right here. His gaze followed her hand, intense and unblinking. Which part? He asked, his voice a low rumble. Let me see. Her heart fluttered. How could she possibly show him? He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper as he asked why it hurt. Perhaps he suggested if he just rubbed it, maybe it wouldn't hurt anymore. Before she could process his words, his warm hand was covering hers, sending a jolt of electricity straight through her. Her breath hitched. No, she stammered, her mind reeling. I can't. But he was relentless, his eyes smoldering as he simply said, let's get into bed. A blush crept up her neck. Lin Che, she pleaded, don't be like this. He lowered his head, his lips just inches from hers, a possessive fire igniting in his eyes. Today, he declared, his voice leaving no room for argument, you are mine. A low, dangerous chuckle rumbled in his chest. Ha ha, was he mocking her? Her fear turned to defiance. She warned him not to play with matches, her voice trembling slightly, but he just smirked, a wicked glint in his eye. He wasn't playing with matches, he purred, his gaze raking over her. He was playing with asterisk her asterisk. Taking a shaky breath, Lin Che found a sliver of courage. Let me go, Lin Che, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. I'll give you one last chance. Her eyes challenged him, a silent dare passing between them. Do you really want me to let go of you? For a moment he was silent. Then he leaned in, his lips capturing hers in a searing kiss. Here, he whispered against her mouth, don't worry, I'm fine, let's just do it slowly. But later the warmth of his presence was gone, replaced by an empty room and the echo of his promise. She stood by the window gazing out at the starry night, a lonely figure in the grand house. Why hadn't he come back? Where did he go? A sharp, condescending voice cut through her thoughts. I thought Gu Jingze already took you to the ball, a woman in a slinky black dress sneered, sizing Lin Che up with disdain. I guess he's afraid of losing his reputation because of your bad dancing skills. The woman Liu Chuzia smirked. Anyway, his dance partner can't be you. Another woman chimed in, her voice dripping with admiration for Liu Chuzia, mentioning she'd held the title of dance queen for 3 years. The implication was clear, Lin Che was nothing. Liu Chuzia's smile widened. When Gu Jingze arrived, she announced she would be taking him as her partner. Whispers erupted around them, speculating that the two might become a couple. Lin Che's heart sank. Could it be true? Was she just a temporary amusement? Just then, a familiar voice called her name. Lin Che, it was Gu Jingze. He strode towards her, his brow furrowed. He asked why she was wandering around like that, why she hadn't found a staff member to find him. She mumbled an excuse, saying she was just curious, looking at how well-pressed everyone's clothes were. He softened, his eyes tracing the lines of her pink gown. So beautiful, he murmured, a genuine smile gracing his lips. She looked up at him, a spark of hope igniting in her chest as she asked how she looked. His smile deepened. He told her she was always beautiful, but tonight she was in a class all her own. He then explained the company wanted him to show her around, and he gently took her arm. But as they began to walk, Liu Chuzia suddenly appeared in their path, a sickly sweet smile on her face. I'll help you up, she offered, her eyes glinting with malice. Before Lin Che could react, Liu Chuzia's foot came down hard on her own. A sharp, searing pain shot up her leg. Ouch, the other woman cried out, her face contorting in a mask of fake agony. Gu Jingze immediately spun around. Lin Che, are you okay? Lin Che could only grit her teeth and nod, tears of pain welling in her eyes. I'm fine, she managed to say. But Liu Chuzia was already putting on the performance of a lifetime, clutching her foot and accusing Lin Che of stepping on her. She turned to Gu Jingze, her voice a pathetic whine, claiming Lin Che did it on purpose so she couldn't dance. Did he want to see her get bullied? She pouted, playing the perfect victim. Gu Jing's expression was unreadable. All he said was a quiet, ah, right. Then, to everyone's shock, he turned to Lin Che. Wanna dance with me? He asked, a playful glint in his eye. I'll teach you. He called it a Confederate duty, a reward for pleasing him well. What was he saying? Her heart pounded. He held out his hand, an invitation that silenced the entire room. Come on, he urged gently, hold my hand. Tentatively, she placed her hand in his. He pulled her close, and suddenly they were gliding across the dance floor, a whirlwind of pink and silver. It felt like a dream. In the background, Lin Che could see Liu Chuzia fuming, her face a thunderous mask of rage. I'm sorry, Lin Che whispered, that my 2 left feet are probably embarrassing you. He just held her tighter. It's fine, I don't think we danced badly, he murmured before suddenly pulling her into a fierce hug. He told her she was late, so this was her punishment. Don't move, he commanded, his voice a low growl. Suddenly, she felt a sickening crack beneath her foot. My high heels, she cried out, stumbling. But he was there, holding her steady, his arm a band of steel around her waist. He pulled her impossibly closer until her feet were literally on top of his. His gaze was intense, possessive. So what, you're here, he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Let's keep dancing like this. This way he can't be looking at us. After their dance, he led her to the side, his expression softening. He asked if she was tired, telling her to change her shoes and rest while he went to meet an emissary from another nation. She nodded, watching him go. But the moment he was out of sight, trouble found her again. Liu Chuzia stormed over, an older man in tow. Catch her, she shrieked. I want to take you to the police station to confess. It was her father. He glared at Lin Che, his eyes cold. The man sneered, asking if she was the madam of the Gu family. He'd never seen her before, he scoffed, implying she was an imposter. Lin Che tried to explain that it was just a bump, an accident, but Liu Chuzia screeched that it was deliberate. Her father put a hand on his daughter's shoulder, telling her to be quiet and go care for her wound. Though his icy stare never left Lin Che, Just as the tension reached its peak, a cheerful voice cut through the air. Sister-in-law, Gu Jingze's younger brother, appeared like a knight in shining armor. He casually addressed the older man, telling him if he had a score to settle, he should go find Gu Jingze himself. Then he turned to a relieved Lin Che. "Where did your death god husband go?" he asked with a grin. When she explained he was in the restroom, he simply smiled and offered his arm. "Oh, then let's go have a stroll, sister-in-law." He gently turned her head, his touch sending shivers down her spine as he whispered, "Look at this." Her eyes widened in pure, unadulterated astonishment. "Whoa," she breathed out, her voice filled with awe. An entire wall of the room was a breathtaking window into the deep blue sea. Fish of every color imaginable swam past, their scales shimmering in the soft, ethereal light. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. This was something torn from the pages of fairy tale. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her flush against his chest. His chin rested on her shoulder. His breath a warm caress against her ear as she whispered how amazing it was. He tightened his grip, his voice a low, seductive rumble that vibrated through her entire body. "Tonight, we'll sleep in this room." Her heart stuttered, a frantic bird beating against her ribs. "Why?" she asked, her voice barely a squeak. A slow smirk spread across his lips and she could feel it against her skin. "Because no one can see us here, except these fish." His hand began a slow, deliberate journey down her arm, his intentions simply clear. "I want to do it with you at this window." Her face erupted in a fiery blush, the heat spreading down to her toes. Before she could even form a coherent thought, his hand slid up her leg, his fingers ghosting over her sensitive thigh as he slowly, so slowly, began to pull up the hem of her pink dress. A small, helpless gasp escaped her lips, a sound of pure shock and burgeoning anticipation. The night unfolded in a blur of heated skin and whispered promises, all under the silent, watchful gaze of the ocean's creatures. A few days later, that dizzying romance felt like a world away as Lin Che sat on a plane, her heart still fluttering with the memory. She beamed at her manager, Yu Minmin. "Thanks to Uncle Kin, I have a mile to go abroad. It still feels like a dream." Paris Fashion Week, it was unbelievable. Yu Minmin chuckled, remarking how fast it all happened, how she hadn't expected Lin Che to become so famous in the industry so quickly. Lin Che confessed she was a nervous wreck, but was so relieved it had all ended successfully. As Yu Minmin praised her for job well done, a smooth, impossibly familiar voice cut through their conversation. Lin Che, her head snapped up. No way. Standing in the aisle was the superstar actor Gu Jingze, a charming smile playing on his lips. He remarked what a coincidence it was to see her there. Flustered, Lin Che managed to ask if he was also here for work. He leaned in, a playful glint in his eye, and confirmed they were on the same flight. What were the odds? Meanwhile, miles away at the airport, another figure stood watching her plane ascend into the clouds. Gu Jingze, his expression a cold, unreadable mask, thought to himself, asterisk, Lin Che might come almost here. Asterisk, was he worried, or was he plotting? Paris was a whirlwind, but the first person she ran into wasn't a stranger but her own husband, Gu Jingze. And to make matters worse, his brother Gu Jingze was standing right beside her. The air crackled with tension. Gu Jingze offered a casual greeting, but Gu Jingze's icy gaze was locked onto Lin Che. He grabbed her arm, his grip bruising as he pulled her away from his brother. "Why do you come here?" he demanded, his voice low and laced with a strange, possessive anger. His eyes narrowed. "What's wrong with you? Everything was over. Are you still jealous?" "Jealous? What on earth was he talking about?" "No," she cried, trying to yank her arm free. "We just ran across each other in Paris. We're just normal friends." But her words only seemed to fuel his anger. He leaned in, his voice a dangerous whisper against her ear. "Normal friends, how about me?" His mind flashed back to another time, seeing her sitting beside another woman, laughing with Gu Jingze as he praised her acting. The memory was a bitter pill. Just then, a friend named Liu Yu called out to Lin Che, offering a desperate escape from the suffocating tension, but it wasn't to be. Another woman, Liu Chuzia, stepped into their path, her lips curled into a nasty sneer. "Why does she come here?" she spat, her eyes raking over Lin Che with contempt. Her gaze then shifted to Gu Jingze, a malicious plan forming behind her eyes. "Lin Che, you want to trifle with both brothers at the same time? Let me expose your true face." The accusation was so vile, so baseless, that Lin Che was rendered speechless. Liu Chuzia then turned to Gu Jingze, her voice sickly sweet, asking how he knew Lin Che. Gu Jingze's playful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a chilling frost. He waved a dismissive hand. "You should ask Lin Che about that," he said coolly. Liu Chuzia scoffed, but Gu Jingze wasn't done. He turned to the other woman, his voice ringing with authority. "Gu Lingyu, I've wanted to tell you this for a long while. Actually, my husband is." He paused, letting the suspense build before delivering the final, crushing blow. Gu Lingze. The name detonated in the heavy silence. Gu Lingze, the mysterious, never-seen third brother. Liu Chuzia's face went pale. "The husband you married in place of your family is Gu Lingze. No one dared to mention him?" She stammered. "That's right," Gu Jingyu confirmed, his expression grim. Lin Che's world tilted, the ground falling away beneath her. Her husband was Gu Lingze. Gu Jingyu's gaze softened as he looked at her, then hardened as he turned back to the stunned women. "Now it's my esteemed sister-in-law you are bullying," he declared, his voice dripping with ice. "I'm sorry," he said, though he clearly wasn't, "but I still protect you." He laid out some sort of deal, a punishment for their insolence. The women had no choice but to agree. Later that evening, the weight of the day's revelations pressed down on Lin Che. She faced Gu Jingze, her heart in her throat. He already knew, of course he knew. "That Gu Lingyu already knows," he stated calmly. Her hands began to tremble as she looked up at him, her eyes wide with fear. Back then I was just worried that he would be angry, she whispered, the anxiety a tight knot in her stomach. But Gu Jing simply pulled her close, his thumb stroking the back of her hand soothingly. His voice, however, was a low, possessive purr. You should be worried about only me. She stared at him confused. Huh, what are you saying? A slow, predatory smile crept across his handsome face. I've said, he began, his eyes darkening with a familiar heat, that now you should be worried about how you will be punished tonight. He leaned in, his lips brushing the sensitive skin of her neck. She pushed at his chest, a frantic blush coloring her cheeks. No, not on my neck. I have to go to the studio tomorrow. The next day, far away in another city, the man at the center of the storm, Gu Lingze, sat in his office, the picture of cold indifference. His secretary announced a visitor, Liu Xin. His face instantly turned to ice. What do you come here for? He demanded as she entered. She tried to explain, telling him she wanted to tell Gu Jingze about his marriage to Lin Che, hinting that they seemed a little too close. But Gu Lingze was utterly unmoved. He already knew, he said flatly, and he didn't care. Her words were a desperate attempt to stir up trouble, but they fell on deaf ears. His patience finally snapped. He shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Don't tell me anymore, he roared. Get out. He strode toward her, his face a mask of pure rage. She reached for him, but he shoved her away with shocking force, sending her crashing to the floor. She looked up at him, stunned and hurt. Gu Lingze, what are you doing? She cried. He loomed over her, his voice a low, menacing growl. Don't approach a married man from his back, you should know that. He was warning her, stay away from Lin Che. Tears filled her eyes. You're bullying me, she whimpered. He turned away. But as he did, a sudden, sharp pain shot through him, and he instinctively clutched his arm. She saw the flicker of pain and scrambled to her feet. Do you hate me that much? She cried. What about her makes you always protect her? He grabbed her wrist, his grip like a vise as he pulled her away. Stay away from me, he snarled. He looked down at the red mark forming on her skin, his expression unreadable before shoving her towards the door. Don't touch me. He hit the intercom on his desk. Get in. A man in a doctor's coat rushed in. Get her out of here, Gu Lingze commanded, his voice strained. Pushed out of the office, Liu Xin pressed her ear to the door, her heart hammering. What was wrong with him? She heard the doctor ask why Gu Lingze hadn't left yet. Gu Lingze's tired voice replied, I won't say it to anyone. The doctor sighed. I don't think you have an illness. Illness? What were they talking about? She strained to hear more. The doctor was scolding him for hurting her, warning him to control his emotions, especially since Lin Che was a member of the powerful Liu family. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Lin Che was being ostracized by her colleagues. They mocked her, calling her a lackey and warning her to stay away. Suddenly, a pair of sharp heels clicked to a stop in front of them. A woman with striking purple hair and an aura of pure power looked down at them. Where is Yu Min Min? She asked, her voice cool and commanding. The other women whispered amongst themselves, is she the secretary of the president? The powerful woman's gaze swept the room, her eyes sharp as glass. As the secretary of the president, why does she find Yu Min Min? What fresh hell was this? A wave of nausea washed over Lin Che, so intense she had to press a hand to her mouth. Friend leaned in, concern etched on her face, asking if she needed help. But another scent, the cloying perfume of her friend, made her stomach churn even more. Why was she so close? The question echoed in her mind as she fumbled for a mask, her face paling. The memory of the fight, of his cold words, was a fresh, bleeding wound. She had to get away. She turned and walked, but his voice, sharp and icy, stopped her cold. Had she told her friend everything, he demanded. Her heart clenched. No, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. His eyes narrowed, scanning her face. Why did her countenance look so bad? He asked, his tone laced with a suspicion that felt like an accusation. Was it because of him? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Her pain finally boiled over into bitter rage. Because of you? She scoffed, the sound brittle. She reminded him that their marriage was nothing more than a contract, a piece of paper. If he wanted to be with another woman, he could just go buy one. The words tore from her throat, but inside her heart was shattering. If you want to love Liu Chuzia, then love her, she thought, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. I don't care. But oh, how she cared. He grabbed her arm, his grip like steel. He snarled that it didn't involve her. It doesn't involve me. How could he say that? With a surge of adrenaline, she pushed him away, the contact burning her skin. She told him she'd already packed, that she'd made a pact with her friend Chen Yu Ran. His eyes widened in shock as she uttered the final, devastating words. What are you saying? He choked out, his composure finally cracking. But she was already gone, dragging her suitcase behind her like the weight of their broken promises. You dare? He roared at her, retreating back. Lin Che, don't you regret this? But as the days bled into one another, his assistant saw the truth. It wasn't Lin Che who was regretting, it was him. The great Gu Jingze, drowning in his own pride. The assistant found him staring into space, reporting that his wife was out having coffee. His business had been suffering since she left, the man noted gently, suggesting he take a break. Meanwhile, Lin Che sat across from a new friend, trying to forget. The woman's eyes sparkled with recognition. Are you Lin Che? She asked, the name hanging in the air. The one who has usually appeared on the news recently? Lin Che could only nod, a knot forming in her stomach. The woman gushed that she was so much prettier than the rumors suggested. Rumors? What rumors? Her friend elaborated, speaking of a nasty attitude and a rich sponsor who pulled all the strings. Her eyes narrowed as she asked the question Lin Che had been dreading. Was Gu Jingze her sponsor? Did she marry him? Before she could answer, a shadow fell over their table, a cold, familiar presence that made the air crackle. It was him, Gu Lingze, the woman gasped. Her face draining of color. He ignored her completely, his golden eyes fixed on Lin Che. Lin Che, he commanded, his voice low and dangerous. Come here. Her defiance flared. After everything he'd done, he thought he could just order her around. No, she shot back, her voice trembling slightly. What do you want to do? He strode forward, his presence overwhelming the small cafe. He stated flatly that he and Liu Chuzia had no special relationship, that it was nothing to do with her. The nerve, her voice dripped with ice as she retorted that she had no right to care about that anyway. He grabbed her then, his fingers digging into her arm. It's wrong, he growled, his face inches from hers. You're my wife, he whispered, his gaze intense, possessive. You have more right than anyone else, and then his lips were on hers. The world dissolved into a blur of shock and sensation, a riot of blooming flowers filling her vision. It was a desperate, claiming kiss that stole the air from her lungs. She finally pushed him away, her cheeks burning with humiliation. What are you doing, Gu Jingze? She hissed, gesturing wildly. This is a restaurant, there are people everywhere. He just smirked, a wicked glint in his eyes. On the contrary, he said coolly, he wondered if anyone would dare to look. Around them the staff coughed awkwardly, turning away. He leaned in again, his breath warm against her ear. He promised her, his voice a solemn vow, that he would never meet Liu Chuzia in private again. But the hurt was still too raw. She turned her head away, unable to look at him. Temporarily, she mumbled, I don't want to go home yet. To her surprise, he didn't argue, he simply nodded, his expression softening. Okay, he said gently, do as you wish. She told him she wanted to stay at Yu Ran's house for a few days, needing the space, the distance. He agreed without hesitation, telling her to stay there until she felt less tired and then to come home quickly. Later that night, sitting on Yu Ran's couch, Lin Che tried to relax. Yu Ran popped open a can of soda, asking if Gu Jingze had said anything about her staying over. Don't mention him, Lin Che grumbled, taking a long sip. Yu Ran, ever the gossip, quickly changed the subject, talking about another friend whose life had become so interesting after marrying a president. She complained that this president was like Satan himself, forcing her friend to memorize documents every single day. Suddenly, the sharp, insistent ding-dong of the doorbell echoed through the apartment, making them both jump. Who could that be? It was so late, Yu Ran wondered aloud, her brow furrowed with confusion. She peered out the window, trying to see what the commotion was about. With a shrug, she went to the door, pulling it open with a clatter. And there he was, Gu Jingze, standing on the doorstep as if he owned the place. He gave a slight nod and a cool, good evening. Both women froze, their jaws on the floor. Gu Jingze, Yu Ran stammered. Why are you here? He smiled, a slow, predatory smile. He announced that he'd already bought the apartment next door. Now, he declared, we're neighbors. Lin Che's mind reeled, but someone lives there. He explained nonchalantly that he'd given the previous tenants an apartment twice as big, and they'd happily left. He leaned against the doorframe, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Anyways, he said smoothly, we are neighbors now, why don't you invite me in? Before Lin Che could protest, Yu Ran was practically bowing, her eyes wide with excitement. Wow, welcome, welcome, she chirped, pulling him inside. But just as he stepped over the threshold, another visitor arrived. It was Yang Lingzin, holding a script. Yu Ran asked what she was doing here, and she explained she was just dropping something off for the busy Lin Che. Her eyes then landed on Gu Jingze, and she froze, her face paling as she recognized the powerful man. His own expression darkened, a flash of annoyance crossing his features. Sensing the sudden tension, Yu Ran quickly grabbed Yang Lingzin's arm, pulling her into the apartment and cheerfully suggesting they go have a chat. Gu Jingze wasted no time, wrapping an arm around Lin Che's waist and pulling her close. He whispered for her to go into the room with her friends, adding that he could get used to his new place. Inside, Yang Lingzin couldn't contain her curiosity, asking why Mr. Gu was here. Yu Ran beamed, explaining that he was obviously here for Lin Che. She gushed about how romantic it was for him to buy the entire next-door apartment, something she'd only ever seen in dramas. Yang Lingzin, however, looked worried, suggesting that Lin Che should go home since he came all this way, afraid she would make him upset. Yu Ran scoffed, pushing her friend playfully. No, she said with absolute certainty. Gu Jingze will never be upset with that reason. She explained that he truly pampers Lin Che because she's his wife. It's Lin Che, she emphasized, not any other woman. Yang Lingzin looked down, placing the script on the table before saying she'd go home. As she left, Yu Ran watched her with narrowed eyes. Something about that girl was weird. Dangerous, even. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze led Lin Che into his new barren apartment. This is my room, he announced, gesturing towards a door. There's a bathroom inside. He turned to her, a look of helpless confusion on his handsome face. I don't know how to use it, he said, pointing a thumb at himself. Can you instruct me? Lin Che stared at him, dumbfounded. Was he serious? He pleaded with her, a playful pout on his lips. Come on, please help me, if not, how can I take a shower? With a long-suffering sigh, she gave in. Okay, move away, she grumbled, sitting on the edge of the tub. She reached for the faucet, trying to figure out the controls. Adjust this up a bit, then, suddenly a hand snaked around her waist, pulling her back against a hard chest. What are you doing? She gasped, her heart leaping into her throat. He held her tight, his voice a low murmur against her hair. He knew she was still angry, he admitted, but he had to solve the problem with Liu Chuzia now. He explained that Liu Chuzia had something she could use to threaten him, which was why he was forced to meet her that day. He promised, his voice earnest, that he would never do it again and would resolve it as quickly as possible. Her anger began to melt away, replaced by concern. "Is it serious?" she asked softly. He shook his head, pulling her even closer. "Not really, so don't worry." He tilted her chin up, forcing her to look into his sincere eyes. "Just believe me, okay?" She found herself nodding, her heart softening completely. Of course." Just then he flicked the faucet on. A powerful jet of water erupted from the showerhead, drenching them both instantly. He pulled her into the tub with him, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Why didn't you say asterisk you asterisk didn't know how to use it?" He teased, his eyes dancing. She sputtered, her cheeks flaming red as she pushed against his chest. "Also, you said you didn't come here for your sexual desire." He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "Actually," he whispered, his voice thick with meaning, "I just wanted to explain to you clearly." He paused, his hand moving to the shower curtain. "But if it's convenient, why don't we do it for a while?" With a flick of his wrist, the curtain closed, plunging them into their own private, watery world. The warm waters swirled around them, perfumed with floating flower petals. Lin Che's skin flushed, a delicate pink that had nothing to do with the heat of the bath. Gu Jingze held her close, his touch both possessive and tender, the splash of her foot the only sound breaking the intimate silence. He leaned in, his voice a low whisper against her ear, heavy with a vulnerability she had never heard before, as he asked if she could finally forgive him now. Her heart fluttered, a trapped bird in her chest. How could she say no when he looked at her like that? When his arms felt like the only home she'd ever known? With a soft sigh, she relented, whispering that she forgave him. Outside the door, a tiny figure clapped her hands over her ears, her cheeks burning bright red. Little Mia knew she shouldn't be listening, but her parents' voices were too much to resist. "Ugh," she thought, squirming with embarrassment, "I heard what I wasn't supposed to hear." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a different kind of drama was brewing. Liu Chuzia, her expression sharp and calculating, was giving instructions to her friends. She warned them that Gu Jingze would be coming later for a meal and they had to act with caution. "Don't be too close," she commanded, her voice laced with possessiveness. "And don't be too excited, he doesn't like noise." One of her friends sighed wistfully, remarking that Sister Chuzia was so lucky to have grown up with him while they never even had a chance. The other girls chimed in, thanking her profusely for even giving them this opportunity to meet the legendary Gu Jingze. A smug smile touched Chuzia's lips. Yes, she was the one in control here. Suddenly, a maid scurried in, announcing that Mr. Gu has come. Chuzia's face lit up, a flicker of genuine excitement breaking through her cool facade, but her joy shattered in an instant. There he was, Jingze, finally here. But he wasn't alone, his hand was firmly on another woman's arm. On Lin Che's arm, the air crackled with tension. Liu Chuzia's smile vanished, replaced by a mask of pure fury. Her eyes, narrowed into slits, blazed with betrayal. She marched towards them, her voice shaking with rage as she demanded why he would take one more person along when she had explicitly told him to come alone. Gu Jingze's expression was pure ice. He didn't even flinch, his voice dripping with condescension as he shot back, asking why he would have to ask for someone's opinion to take someone along. The audacity, how dare he? This was her home, her party. Pointing a trembling finger at Lin Che, Chuzia shrieked that this was her house, and if she said she wouldn't allow her to go in, she mustn't go in. Before Gu Jingze could unleash his own fury, Lin Che stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. She looked directly at the fuming girl, telling Liu Chuzia that if she truly had feelings for Gu Jingze, she shouldn't be making things so difficult for him. The words hit Chuzia like a slap. Who did this nobody think she was? Don't think you're right yourself, she spat back, her voice dripping with venom. Who the hell are you to teach me? Just as the scene was about to explode, a heavy step echoed in the hall. An older man, his face etched with disappointment, appeared. "Chuzia, what are you doing here?" he demanded, his voice stern. "Why are you messing here while there are guests and a lot of people are looking at you? What do you want to do after all?" Chuzia's face crumpled, her eyes filling with tears of disbelief. "Dad," she whimpered, "you're my father, but why are you on the side of these outsiders? Don't you understand what I'm like?" But her father simply ignored her plea, turning to Lin Che with a kind smile. He warmly invited Miss Lin to come in, telling her not to mind that annoying girl. Chuzia could only watch, seething with humiliation, as her own father welcomed her rival into their home. But Gu Jingze wasn't finished with her. He turned, his gaze cold and hard, and told Liu Chuzia that they needed to talk a little. Alone, his voice was devoid of any warmth. He stated plainly that her father really adores Lin Che. Chuzia scoffed, trying to regain some semblance of control. "So what?" she retorted defiantly. "After all, I'm his daughter." A cruel smirk played on Gu Jingze's lips. "Oh really?" he mused, leaning in closer. "I wonder how does he feel when I tell him that his darling daughter is plotting to take possession of his property. And you've also had the men who you associate with help you transfer some of his sums of money in your foreign bank account?" The color drained from Chuzia's face. "You," she gasped, her eyes wide with terror. He pressed on mercilessly, reminding her how the Liu family keeps a close rein on their children's spending, and how she spent a fortune to preserve her precious image as the most beautiful young miss. Trying to bluff her way out, she sneered, asking if he thought she was afraid of that, claiming his secret was just a little thing compared to hers. But Gu Jingze just laughed, a low, dangerous sound. You're right, he conceded, his eyes glinting. But do you think what will happen if everyone knows that the most beautiful young miss uses her beauty to lure men and is ready to sleep with them to get help from them? Horror dawned on Chu Zia's face. How could he possibly know that? He saw the panic in her eyes and twisted the knife. Do you suppose I'm not investigating anything about you these days? He asked coolly. They both had secrets now, a twisted form of mutually assured destruction. He straightened up, his final words a chilling promise. Ling Zi, he said her name one last time, if you trouble me, don't blame me for being heartless. He turned his back on her, leaving her trembling in his wake. Just think of it carefully now. I'll go first. Back in the main hall, Gu Jingze approached Sir Liu, asking where Lin Che had gone. The older man smiled, explaining she'd gone to the lake and the garden, remarking that she seems to really like lotuses. Gu Jingze watched him, a thoughtful expression on his face. You seem to adore Lin Che, huh? He commented. Sir Liu's eyes softened with genuine affection. Yeah, she's good-tempered, honest, and very prudent, he replied. I like that type of person. He looked out towards the garden, a nostalgic haze in his eyes. You're right, he admitted. Actually, I feel like she is my old acquaintance. Speaking of which, he began, it was many years ago, I once went to the countryside to do teaching work. He recounted the story of a brilliant young girl, so clever and studious, from a small, poor place. He had seen her potential and tried his best to cultivate her knowledge, helping her get into the university where he worked. He spoke with immense pride, calling her his greatest student, a skillful, independent person he had helped shape from a peasant girl. I don't know how she is now, he finished with a sigh. Her name is Zhu Sen. The name hit Gu Jingze like a bolt of lightning. Zhu Sen, he thought, his mind racing. Isn't it, Lin Che? A memory flashed in his mind, a picture of a younger Sir Liu with a happy little girl, and everything clicked into place. Just then Lin Che returned, asking what they were talking about so seriously. Gu Jingze turned to her, his expression softening instantly. He smiled, smoothly changing the subject, telling her they were just praising her for being beautiful. Flustered, she blushed as he leaned in and asked about her free time. Later, as they drove away in his car, Lin Che couldn't help but wonder where they were going. Could it be a party or something? He just smiled mysteriously, telling her to just go, then she'll know. He led her into a grand, beautifully decorated hall, but as she looked around, her brow furrowed in confusion. There's no one here, she murmured. Where are the people? The long tables were empty, but the room was filled with the soft glow of candles and the scent of fresh peonies. And then she understood, her eyes widened. This isn't a party. Gu Jingze raised a glass of champagne, his eyes sparkling. He confirmed her thoughts, his voice low and intimate. It's the party just between you and me. He toasted to her, congratulating her for her good work, and as their glasses clinked, the sweet melody of a violin filled the room. Lin Che was completely captivated, her heart soaring. Wow, he's so handsome, she thought, watching him. It looks like a movie since there's a person playing the violin like this. He then led her to the grand window overlooking the glittering city skyline. Look at it, he whispered. And there, emblazoned across the tallest building in the city, was her face, projected for the whole world to see with the words, the most wonderful girl, Lin Che. Tears welled in her eyes. Gu Jingze, you don't need to do these things for me, she stammered, completely overwhelmed. He simply smiled, telling her it was to congratulate her. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw her arms around his neck, burying her face in his chest. Thank you, she whispered, so much. He held her tightly, the city lights reflecting in his gentle eyes. In a different, equally opulent party, another woman was fighting a battle with her nerves. This was it, her first public appearance with Gu Jingming, and she still hadn't met his future mother-in-law. She was so nervous she could barely breathe. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of her heart. Keep it down, a sharp voice commanded beside her. It was Gu Jingming, looking thoroughly unimpressed. But I have difficulty breathing, she protested. He shot her a warning glance, his voice cold as he told her if she did something shameful later, he wouldn't help her. She glared at his back, muttering under her breath, pervert, wretch, heartbreaker. What are you mumbling? He asked, turning his head slightly. She jumped, quickly covering her mouth with a sweet, innocent smile. Oh, nothing, she chirped. I just said that you're decently handsome. Humph, no way, she thought, a tiny devil popping up in her mind. A man approached them, eyeing her with curiosity. This woman must be the president's future wife, right? He asked a friend. Gu Jingming excused himself, telling her he was going to talk with his friends and that she should eat something first. As he walked away, one of his friends slung an arm around his shoulder, laughing loudly. Ling Ming, she has a great shape, you're truly lucky. Gu Jingming's face immediately darkened, his eyes flashing with irritation. What are you thinking about? He snapped. Just then, his friend's attention was caught by someone else. Hey, look, that's Yinzuya. Gu Jingming froze, his head slowly turned, his gaze locking onto a stunning blonde woman in a pink gown. She met his stare, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Long time no see, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. The woman in blue watched the silent exchange, a piece of cake forgotten in her hand. She could feel the history between them, the unspoken words hanging in the air. She overheard two women gossiping nearby. "I heard she dumped the president," one whispered. "She didn't want to become his wife." The other added that being the president's wife came with too many responsibilities that would confine her career. After all, she was the youngest wedding dress designer of Paris fashion. The woman in blue sighed. Yinzi had chosen her own path, a path of ambition and freedom. As for me, she thought sadly, I'm just an ornament in the Liu Lai palace, but it's the path I have to follow. Gu Jingming returned, his expression unreadable, and told her it was time to meet his mother. An elegant, warm-faced woman greeted them with a dazzling smile. "Wow, is this Min Min?" she exclaimed, using a familiar nickname. The woman took her hand, her touch surprisingly gentle. "You must be tired when you stay with Ling Ming," she said sympathetically. "Being the president's wife isn't easy. Also, this guy is really heartless. He isn't romantic at all." The woman in blue was stunned by her kindness. The mother squeezed her hand reassuringly. "If you have any problems, then tell me. When you become my daughter-in-law, I'll be always on the side of you." She looked so sincere, her eyes sparkling with warmth. The mother then pulled her into a hug, exclaiming how obedient she looked. Watching them, a rare small smile touched Gu Jingming's lips. Lin Che isn't wrong, he thought to himself. This woman is very easygoing. Perhaps this path wouldn't be so difficult after all. The grand mansion stood silent as Gu Jing's returned. Before he could even step inside, Lin Che hurried out, a hopeful look on her face, carefully holding a container. With a gentle voice, she told him this was his favorite dish and that he should bring it with him. Her eyes widened with concern as she saw the things he'd brought with him. "What were these for?" she asked, a small pout forming on her lips as she worried she might be getting fatter. Gu Jing simply looked at her, his expression unreadable, and announced that the company had arranged a special closed training for her. It closed for an entire month. Her mind raced. Did that mean she'd have to stay at the school the whole time? He confirmed it, adding that they had invited top professionals in the acting world just for this. The news hit her like a ton of bricks. It was all so sudden. She collapsed onto the sofa, the weight of the month-long separation already settling in her heart. Sensing her distress, Gu Jing's moved to her side, his arm wrapping gently around her shoulders. His voice was a soft murmur against her ear as he told her if she didn't want to go, he would cancel it, all of it, for her. She looked up at him, her heart swelling with emotion. No, she insisted, she really did want to enhance her acting skills. He offered a different solution, a private teacher he could hire just for her. But she just smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him closer. Whoa, she thought, Mr. Gu is so incredibly caring, a warmth spread through her chest. She was so very happy to have a husband like this. She leaned in, her voice full of confidence as she told him not to worry, she could handle it well. And to seal her promise, she leaned in and planted a soft, quick kiss on his cheek. He froze for a split second, a faint blush dusting his handsome face. Seeing his reaction, she beamed, her hands clasped together with excitement. She would try her best, she declared, because he was always there cheering her on. Gu Jing's looked at her, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Huh?" he managed to say. She just giggled, explaining that now it was her turn to cheer him on. And with a sudden burst of affection, she threw her arms around him in a tight hug. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. But then a slow smile spread across his face. In one swift, powerful motion, he scooped her up into his arms. She let out a surprised little yelp as he held her bridal style, a playful glint in his eyes as he asked what exactly she wanted to do. He held her close, his voice dropping to a husky whisper right next to her ear. "I'm cheering you on," he murmured, "aren't you?" All she could do was hum in response, her face buried in his chest. This was goodbye for now. She was going to be far away from him for a long, long time. And he sealed that goodbye with a deep, passionate kiss that left her breathless. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a different scene was unfolding. Qin Guan sat getting her nails done, a picture of calm elegance. She spoke to her assistant, her voice smooth as silk but laced with cunning. She'd recently moved to Lin Che's company, and now they were going to the same training school. The media, she knew, would be watching their every move. At a time like this, she mused, she had to express herself as a gentle, calm person. She instructed her assistant to choose an elegant outfit for her, but nothing with a brand name. It had to look effortless. Then her eyes narrowed, her voice dropping slightly. "Also," she asked, "what I told you to prepare for me, have you prepared it?" Her assistant scurried to reassure her. Yes, she had, don't worry. A cruel, satisfied smirk played on Qin Guan's lips. "Lin Che," she thought with vicious delight, "I hope your stamina is stronger than I think." The theater training school was an impressive, old-fashioned building that made Lin Che gasp in awe. But the warm welcome she expected was nowhere to be found. Instead, she was greeted by a crowd of fans holding signs, not for her, but for Qin Guan. A sleek silver car pulled up with a screech of tires. And as Lin Che stepped out, a wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. "That's Lin Che," they murmured. "She looks like a student without makeup." But the whispers quickly turned venomous. A blonde woman sneered loudly for everyone to hear, scoffing that when Lin Che studied here before, she was a nobody. Now she returns all beautiful. It must be cosmetic surgery, right? The crowd stared, their eyes filled with judgment. The woman continued her tirade, saying their school had produced many real celebrities and Lin Che was nothing compared to them. And besides, she was shamefully late. Another girl chimed in, her voice dripping with disdain, pointing out that Lin Che was far worse than Qin Guan, who had arrived at 8:30 and even gave everyone presents. The words were like tiny daggers, each one finding its mark. Lin Che stood frozen, her smile faltering, a pit of confusion and hurt forming in her stomach. Just then, a staff member with bright pink hair rushed over. "Sis Chi, we're waiting for you," she said breathlessly. "I'll take you to the dorm." Lin Chi's heart sank. Was she really the very last person to arrive? But the announcement said 10 a.m., didn't it? The staffer shook her head, explaining that the company had suddenly changed the arrival time to 9 a.m. and who had been tasked with telling everyone, Qin Guan. Lin Che was floored. I didn't receive the latest announcement," she stammered. This was a setup, it had to be. As they walked to the dorms, she noticed the room arrangements. 2 people to a room. The staffer explained that since the artists were from different companies, they were being paired up to foster closeness for a new variety show segment. A variety show? Lin Che was even more confused. Weren't the media just here to film some basic information? No, the staffer said. That fixed group was added suddenly. And worse, she confirmed that Qin Guan had personally promised to inform everyone about the time change. Now, thanks to her, everyone thought Lin Che was unprofessional and arrogant. Lin Che fell silent, the pieces clicking into place. "Sis, you had warned her." Another staff member pulled her aside, her expression serious. "You should be careful," she advised. Lin Che's shoulders slumped. She thought Qin Guan was sociable and polite. "I'm an idiot," she mumbled to herself. From now on, she vowed she would keep her distance. She then asked who her roommate was. The staffer's face broke into a knowing smile. "I think you'll be satisfied with your roommate," she said cryptically. "Really?" Lin Che wondered. Who could it possibly be? The staffer elaborated that Sis Yu had specifically requested it, saying the two of them never had enough time to talk and would benefit from staying together. Just as the mystery deepened, a sharp knock echoed from the door. "I don't know a lot of people in showbiz," Lin Che thought, her mind blank. The staffer grinned. "Maybe she's here," she chirped, moving to open the door. The door swung open to reveal a bright, beaming face. "Hey, dear roommate, you finally come." The voice was so familiar, so friendly. Lin Che's eyes widened in utter shock. It couldn't be. Back in his pristine office, Gu Jingze was anything but calm. His assistant placed a stack of files on his desk for approval, but his mind was elsewhere. A flash of memory hit him. Lin Che in that stunning dress, looking so beautiful it took his breath away, while Qin Guan glared from the side, her face twisted with pure, unadulterated jealousy. He shoved the files away impatiently. "Now I'm not free," he snapped, his gaze fixed on his silent phone. Why hasn't Lin Che called yet? His heart clenched with a rare feeling of worry. Could something have happened? Just then the phone rang. It was her. He answered immediately, relief washing over him as he heard her voice. She told him she was in the dorm getting settled. He soothed her worries, telling her not to work too hard, and that he'd already arranged for her luggage to be delivered. She thanked him politely, but he wasn't having it. Did she really need to say thank you to him? He teased her, telling her to say something he'd like to hear instead. Flustered, she quickly said she'd text him later and hung up. He stared at his phone, comically outraged. She dared to hang up on him. The nerve. But a moment later a message popped up. It was from her. "The company arranges 2 people in one room so it's inconvenient to talk by phone. I miss you so much, Motilda." A slow, smug smile spread across his face. That was more like it. That was the least she could do. His assistant, watching this transformation, timidly asked about the contracts again. Gu Jingze, now in a fantastic mood, beamed at him. "Ah, yeah, good job, the files are well done." The poor assistant could only stare, completely bewildered by his boss's rollercoaster emotions. Is this what a man in deep love is like? Lin Che saw his reply pop up on her screen. I also miss you in my free time." She couldn't help but puff her cheeks out. He was trying to be cool again. She smiled to herself, a soft, fond expression on her face. But that's just the way he is. Her thoughts were interrupted by her new roommate, who was now greeting her warmly. Lin Che apologized again for being late, explaining she never got the announcement. The girl waved it off as if it were nothing, saying she'd told her own assistant to make the announcement but that she must have forgotten. The lie was so smooth, so practiced. It sent a chill down Lin Che's spine. The girl then wrapped a friendly arm around Lin Che's shoulders, announcing she'd prepared 2 sets of clothes for them. Lin Che eyed her warily. What kind of trick was Qin Guan playing now? She gestured towards the changing room, and Lin Che's gaze fell upon a dress hanging there. Her eyes went wide. It was a chaotic explosion of color and ruffles. "She wants me to wear that." She hesitantly asked if the style was really a good fit for her. Qin Guan smiled, her expression dripping with fake sweetness, assuring Lin Che she was so beautiful she'd look good in anything. But inside, her thoughts were poison. Of course it wasn't suitable. She had chosen a pure, angelic white dress for herself to highlight her innocence. Only she could pull off something so elegant. In her mind's eye, she was a graceful lily, while Lin Che would look like a tacky, over-decorated mess. It would be like night and day. I'm finished, Lin Che's voice called from the changing room. Qin Guan Guan smirked. Then go out for me to see, she chirped, ready to witness her glorious victory. Lin Che stepped out and the entire room went silent. She was breathtaking. The dress that should have looked garish and cheap was transformed on her, looking like a magical gown from a fairy tale. With butterflies woven into her hair, she looked like an ethereal forest nymph. She shyly fiddled with the fabric, asking if it was suitable, worrying if it was perhaps too revealing. Qin Guanguan's jaw dropped. The other girls in the room gasped, whispering about how gorgeous Lin Che looked. The plan hadn't just failed, it had backfired in the most spectacular way possible. A low growl rumbled in Qin Guanguan's throat, her hands clenching into fists as she stared, her face a mask of pure, murderous rage. Damn it, she seethed internally, damn it, Lin Che. The lesson began in a lavish hotel lobby, bathed in sunlight. Lin Che sat alone, a pristine white dress clinging to her form, a glass of champagne untouched beside her. She elegantly lifted her fork and knife, slicing into the steak before her. But the moment the food touched her lips, a sharp voice cut through the air. The etiquette expert standing beside her looked utterly horrified. What, did I do something wrong? Lin Che thought, her cheeks puffing out with a mouthful of steak. The expert's voice was crisp and cold as she listed her errors. Two wrong things, she declared. First, the steak must be chopped smaller. A lady does not open her mouth so wide, true elegance is subtle. Lin Che's eyes widened. Smaller? But if I cut it any smaller, how am I supposed to eat it all? A flicker of panic crossed her face. The expert scoffed, explaining that she didn't need to eat it all. Just a few pieces. A lady must always be mindful of her figure, and loading your stomach with food is unsightly. She then held up two fingers, continuing her lecture. Second, you must never talk with your mouth full. A simple smile and a nod will suffice until you have swallowed. Is that clear? Lin Che sighed, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. She knew. Would she finally be done if she followed these rules? The expert's glasses glinted. No way, she snapped, a torrent of instructions pouring from her lips. She still had to learn table manners, how to use a knife and fork properly, and memorize the proper eating orders for countless dishes. Just as Lin Che felt her soul leaving her body, a familiar, deep voice interrupted the torture. What's wrong? Gu Jingze stood there, his presence commanding the entire room. A maid scurried over, bowing her head. Mr. President, she stammered, this morning the lady has to learn good table manners. He walked over to Lin Che, his gaze softening slightly as he leaned down, his voice a low murmur. Is everything okay? She could only manage a weak reply, it's so-so. Gu Jingze turned back to the expert, his tone leaving no room for argument. The lesson should stop here, let her take a rest. But the expert quickly consulted her clipboard. The lady has to do a weight-losing course for 5 hours this afternoon, she announced. 5 hours? Lin Che nearly choked. Gu Jingze raised an eyebrow and the teacher quickly explained. Yes, to make the wedding dress fit perfectly, her waist needs to be 5 centimeters thinner and her thighs 3 centimeters thinner. But that wasn't all, she leaned in conspiratorially. The most important thing is her breast. A blush crept up Lin Che's neck, the expert continued, oblivious to her embarrassment. It needs to be quite a bit bigger, there are specific exercises for increasing her breast size. Lin Che's jaw dropped. You mean my breast is small? She squeaked, instinctively covering her chest. At that moment, Gu Jing's gaze drifted down, a long, deliberate glance that made her skin tingle. He looked back up, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips as he straightened up. Okay, he said, turning to leave, just try. He walked away, leaving Lin Che utterly bewildered and flustered. Heth, she stammered to the empty air, what does he mean by that? What did he mean? Later, as she sat alone, her phone buzzed, vibrating against the polished table. It was a message from Lin Che's sister, Lin Lai. Her eyes scanned the screen, her expression shifting from curiosity to pure, unadulterated shock. There on the screen was Lin Lai, preening in a gaudy, revealing dress. Sis you, I'm wearing this dress today, the message read, accompanied by a picture of her pushing up her chest. Is it too topless? Rage, hot and blinding, surged through Lin Che. Bam, she slammed her phone onto the table, the sound echoing in the silent room. Lin Lai, oh my god, you make me mad to death. Meanwhile, at the event venue, Lin Lai stood in her colorful gown, checking her phone with a pout. Sis you hasn't responded to my message. Is she busy now? She wondered aloud. The actress Qin Guan approached her, a saccharine smile on her face. We're about to go on stage, just be prepared, she said smoothly. A moment later, Lin Che arrived, and she and Qin Guan walked side by side, a sea of flashing cameras surrounding them. As they approached the brightly lit stage, Qin Guan leaned in. Be careful of the stairs, Guan, you go first, Lin Che offered kindly. Okay, thanks, Lin Che, Qin Guan replied, her green eyes sparkling with a hidden, treacherous light. Once on stage, Qin Guan immediately grabbed the microphone. Hello everybody, I'm Qin Guan, she began, her voice dripping with false sincerity. Then she turned towards Lin Che, her smile widening. Because of Lin Che getting dressed, we're late, so sorry for keeping all of you waiting. The accusation hung in the air, a perfectly aimed dart. Inside, Qin Guan sneered, HMPH Lin Che, you should be prepared to listen to everyone's remarks because of your late 2 times. Lin Che's face fell. I'm really late. She bowed her head, her voice small. Sorry, I'm sorry. But she wouldn't be a doormat. She took the mic, her voice clear and strong. Because it took me a long time to wear the dress Guan specially prepared for me, I expect to choose for me, so everyone waiting so long. The crowd murmured, taking in their contrasting styles. Qin Guan's smile tightened. Lin Che, you're drawing a red herring across the path, huh? A reporter seized the opportunity, shouting, MS. Qin Guan, how good is the relationship between you and MS, Lin? Qin Guan wrapped an arm around Lin Che's shoulders, pulling her close. Actually, I'm the one who watches a lot of movies she's played, so I felt close to her since I first met her, she cooed. Another reporter chimed in, Lin Che, do you feel pressure when Qin Guan calls you a sister? The audience whispered amongst themselves. Lin Che is so young, being called sis makes her seem old. Is it on purpose? Lin Che smiled gracefully into the microphone. No, I don't, it's just a term of endearment. If I feel pressure, it's just because I think my acting skills are not enough good to my age, so I'm here to learn more. The crowd erupted in applause. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed, this thick-skinned little upstart. Another reporter piped up, Lin Che has a great shape. Aren't you afraid that everyone will compare that to yours? All eyes were on Lin Che, who looked absolutely breathtaking in the dress, her figure accentuated perfectly. The crowd was thinking it, the reporters were thinking it. Qin Guan is pretty, but when she stands by Lin Che, she's less attractive. Lin Che gave a humble, almost shy smile. I never dare to compare myself to Sis Che, I just need her to like me. Guan is very pretty, so how can I compare myself to her? Then with a mischievous glint in her eye, she leaned into Qin Guan. You're not clever at speaking, so I'll punish you to be taken more photos of me and you. Both of us are all pretty, you're silly Tilda. She pulled the stunned Qin Guan into a friendly pose for the cameras, who ate it up. Haha, good talk, one photographer yelled. Lin Che, how lovely you are. But the moment they were backstage, the warmth vanished. Qin Guan's face twisted into a mask of pure fury. She turned to her trembling assistant and slap. The sound of her hand connecting with the girl's cheek was sharp and brutal. Sorry, sis Guan, the assistant cried, clutching her stinging face. I wanted a dress which would worsen Lin Che's image, but why did you choose that one? Qin Guan seethed. But then a cruel, calculating smile spread across her face. I slighted Lin Che, I deliberately gave her a chance to express herself. She turned to her terrified assistant. Other things, have you prepared? The assistant nodded meekly. Yes, I have, don't worry. Qin Guan's eyes glinted with malice. She sneered, her voice a low hiss. Lin Che, everything just gets started. Miles away, in a sleek, modern office, Gu Jingze sat at his desk, his expression growing darker by the second. On his computer screen was a news article. Lin Che is sexy with her big breast, matching up with Qin Guan. He scrolled down, his jaw tightening as he saw photos of Lin Che in a revealing bikini from a past photo shoot. With a sharp click, he closed the window, his face a thundercloud. HMPH, with the sexy way she gets dressed, is she really learning or attracting men? He muttered, his voice laced with irritation. He buzzed his assistant. Contact the media and tell them to remove those vulgar photos, he snapped. And tell her that I'm in a meeting so I don't have time to answer it if Lin Che calls. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Gu Jingze's eyes were fixed on the door. Has she phoned me? He asked, trying to sound casual. Not yet, the assistant replied. A flicker of something, disappointment, crossed Gu Jingze's face before he masked it with anger. Don't miss her so busy, are you free now? Why are you standing? He barked. The assistant rushed forward with a stack of files. Mr. Gu, these are the files you need to approve right now. Say earlier you're very dawdling. Gu Jingze grumbled, snatching the papers. The assistant backed away, thinking to himself, oh my god, I'm under pressure now. You said you had a meeting, but the truth was you were watching the news for 1 hour. Call me when you finish signing them, the assistant squeaked, practically running from the room. Outside, he leaned against the wall, fanning his face. Men are very horrible when they are jealous and unpleasant. Lady, please go home faster. He turned and froze. A woman stood before him, elegant and poised, but it wasn't Lin Che. Huh, he gasped. Lady, why are you here? He stammered. The sound of his voice made Gu Jingze look up from his desk, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Che, he whispered, but the name died on his lips as he recognized the woman's face. It was her, the woman from his past. He breathed, his world tilting on its axis. At the same time, Gu Jingze's phone rang. It was his assistant. My Zhu has come back, the voice on the other end said gravely. You mean that person? Gu Jingze asked, his knuckles white around the phone. Okay, I know. He hung up just as Lin Che's etiquette teacher approached him. What do you look for me for? She asked. Gu Jingze's face was a cold, unreadable mask. Now I have some business. I'll see you later, he said curtly, turning to leave the house he'd only just entered. The teacher stared after him, bewildered. What? He came home, then he told me to leave without saying any information. But then he stopped. He turned his head just slightly, his voice low and dangerous. You'd better ask Lin Che what she is doing and tell her not to go home at this time. The teacher's eyes widened. What do you mean? Why must I not tell her not to go home? She asked, a sense of dread creeping up her spine. Gu Jing's final words were a chilling command. Don't ask too much, just don't let Lin Che go home. And with that, he was gone, leaving a storm brewing. A big trouble comes, and poor Lin Che, completely unaware, was walking right into the eye of it. Her world had been reduced to the sterile silence of a dead phone line. Lin Che stood amidst the controlled chaos of the film set, the bright lights and buzzing crew nothing but a distant blur. She pressed the phone to her ear again, praying, but the same cold, robotic voice answered. The number you have reached is not in service. A knot of pure dread tightened in her stomach. What was wrong with Gu Jingze? Why was he answering? It had been a whole day, a day of silence that felt like an eternity. Suddenly, hushed voices drifted over, sharp and clear in the manufactured quiet of the set. Two actresses were gossiping, their words like poison darts. The Gu family, one whispered, something hot happened. The other leaned in, her voice dripping with scandalous excitement, mentioning someone was pregnant, a perfect match for him, powerful and rich. What are they talking about? Who? Lin Che's heart began to hammer against her ribs. The women continued, their voices weaving a tapestry of her deepest fears. They spoke of an official heir, of a rumored relationship. And then came the final, soul-crushing whisper. The woman in question she looked similar to. Lin Che's breath hitched. Her phone vibrated in her hand, a news alert lighting up the screen. Her fingers, now trembling, tapped open the notification. The headline screamed at her, a brutal confirmation of the whispers. Gu Jingze took his lover to the doctors at midnight. Beneath it, a picture, him and a woman who wasn't her. He was looking at this other girl with a tenderness that stole the very air from her lungs. Who is that girl? The question was a silent, ragged scream tearing through her mind. A sickly sweet voice shattered her daze. It was Guan Guan, her co-star, her smile as fake as the set around them. She chirped about their upcoming scene, urging Lin Che to get ready. But there was a cruel glint in her eyes, a sharp edge to her voice as she added that she was looking forward to Lin Che's acting today. The director laid out the performance. Lin Che would play the arrogant miss, heartbroken to see her childhood love fawning over another woman, Guan Guan's character. The arrogant miss can't stand it, and she tries to make things clear. As they took their places, Guan Guan smirked, her voice a low taunt. Show your acting skills, Lin Che. The scene began. The male actor grabbed her, spitting his lines with practiced venom, accusing her of betrayal for a better script, swearing he didn't like that ordinary girl. Don't let her misunderstand, he snarled. Lin Che's face burned, the words of the script catching in her throat. But then a sudden, agonizing pain erupted on her back. It was a searing, maddening itch that clawed at her skin. What was happening? Why did it hurt so much? Her eyes shot to the side, catching the triumphant smirk on Guan Guan's face. Of course. The irritation medicine she'd been given, it was working. In the next moment, as part of the scene, the male lead shoved her character backward, sending her stumbling right towards Guan Guan. You push me because of her? Lin Che cried out, the line a perfect echo of the torment in her heart. This was it. Guan Guan's eyes lit up with malicious delight. This was her chance. She couldn't miss this amazing hitting people scene. Her hand flew up, a graceful arc of pure malice. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the studio. But it was Guan Guan who staggered back, her hand flying to her own cheek, her face a mask of disbelief. Lin Che stared down at her own hand, just as stunned. What just happened? Did she walk right into it? Before the confusion could clear, a crew member was rushing to Guan Guan's side, her voice shrill with accusation. Lin Che, this is just practice. Why did you slap her? The woman's voice dripped with scorn. Don't depend on your rich husband to bully your junior. Stop being so bossy. The false accusations rained down on her, leaving her frozen, speechless, and utterly alone. She tried to defend herself, her voice barely a whisper, insisting she didn't mean to do it. But no one listened. Later that night, the fiery itch on her back was a dull ache compared to the gaping wound in her heart. But in the ashes of her humiliation, a cold resolve formed. This had to end. She found him in their bedroom. And he was already explaining. He spoke of Mai Zhu, his first love, who had returned because she was sick. He tried to downplay it, saying it wasn't really love, that she'd left for abroad as soon as he confessed his feelings. He looked genuinely pained as he told her Mai Zhu only had half a year to live, that it would be cruel to stay away. But all his words were just noise. With her back to him, her body trembling, Lin Che asked the one question that mattered. Gu Jingze, do you love me? He didn't hesitate. He spun her around, his hands cradling her face, his gaze intense. Of course, he vowed, his voice thick with emotion. I love you very much, I love you forever. But the poison of doubt was already coursing through her veins. What about Mai Zhu? She pressed, her voice cracking. If you can touch her without any problems, will you love her? His eyes flashed with a fierce, possessive light. No, he stated, his voice absolute. I never loved her. A single tear of pure relief traced a path down her cheek. It was enough. He closed the distance between them, his kiss erasing the pain of the day. He murmured that they'd been brought together by circumstance, asking if she would love him otherwise. But she couldn't bear the hypotheticals. She confessed her deepest fears, the constant parade of women, and now Mai Zhu, the ghost of his past. He pulled her into his arms, a fortress against the world. Don't worry, he whispered into her hair. I'm just able to touch you, it's only you, it's our destiny. At his words, the dam inside her broke. She wept against his chest, all the exhaustion, fear, and pain pouring out of her as she sobbed that she felt so tired. He held her, stroking her back, begging her not to argue anymore. I miss you, she whispered, clinging to him. I really miss you. Husband, she begged, hold me tight, let me feel your love. He obliged, his grip tightening, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked if it was enough. Be harder, she pleaded, her voice a raw, desperate whisper. Love me more. The next morning, he awoke to an empty bed. She was gone, in her place a letter. A confession of all her insecurities, her self-hatred, and the one question that haunted her. Do you really love me? Panic seized him. Where is the lady? He demanded. His assistant replied that she was already filming. Then he remembered her message, a variety show abroad for 3 months. She was leaving to calm down. A memory clawed at him, her tear-stained face asking why he didn't trust her. And his own voice echoing back his promise, you're the most important to me. I'll definitely go after you. A new chapter began. A plane climbed into the clouds, severing her from her past. With a suitcase in hand and a silent apology in her heart, Lin Che walked away. Time stretched on. Gu Jingze waited, his physique harder, his resolve stronger, but his eyes remained soft whenever he looked at her picture. His friend voiced the unspoken fear, if Lin Che doesn't come back, you won't get married. Years later, a more mature Lin Che finds herself cornered by a brute. But a powerful arm blocks the way. A familiar, cold voice cuts through the air, don't hit my wife. The world had changed them both, but the connection remained. He was a magnate attending conferences in glittering cities, and she was an actress watching from a distance, her heart still stirring at the very mention of his name. She had her own life now, her own career, even a handsome new co-star who openly flirted with her on set, asking her to fall in love with him just for the movie. Yet her thoughts always drifted back to the one who had always been by her side. A new fire burned in her eyes, a promise to herself and to him, please wait for my wonderful change. Their story was far from over. New rivals and new challenges lay in wait. After all, part 1 may have ended with a breakup, but part 2 promises a reunion that will be more fantastic than anyone could ever imagine. In Gu Jing's sterile office, the air crackled with tension. His assistant stood stiffly, holding a clipboard like a shield. His voice was barely a whisper as he delivered the news. Yes, Lin Che was having a flight to Paris. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Gu Jing's eyes, cold as chips of ice, narrowed slightly. And what about her management company, didn't he ask them? The assistant swallowed hard, the sound loud in the dead silence. Maybe Mr. Gu told them not to reveal her schedule to outsiders. The implication was clear, his own father was helping her run away from him. The silence that followed was terrifying, a palpable thing that pressed in from all sides. The poor assistant felt his blood run cold. Oh my God, he thought, his heart hammering against his ribs. A married couple is having an argument and I'm stuck right in the middle of it. I'm scared to death. But Gu Jing's mind was already miles away, soaring across the ocean. A dark promise formed in his thoughts, a vow spoken to her ghost in the room. Lin Che, wherever you go, I'll find you. His grip on the papers in his hand tightened, the knuckles turning white. Meanwhile in Paris, Lin Che stood at the airport gate, a world away from his chilling resolve. She took a deep breath, the air tasting of freedom and possibility. The Eiffel Tower loomed in the distance, a beacon of her new life. This is it, she thought, a quiet strength blooming in her chest. The gate to a new life starts today. I hope I'll get more counsels in the future. She arrived on a brightly lit set, the director rushing to greet her with a warm smile. Lin Che, you've come, he exclaimed. He immediately dove into business, asking if she'd had a chance to look at the script for Dear Macaron. Her eyes, wide and earnest, met his. She told him several times in fact, but she wanted to receive more instructions to truly understand the soul of her character. This wasn't just any project, it was a culinary reality show called 12 Perfect Flavors, with the first flavor being the delicate, romantic Dear Macaron. The story was a sweeping transnational love affair, inspired by the tale of King Henry Roman II asking his pastry chef to create the dessert for his beloved wife. She was to embody that romance, that history, dressed in a confection of pink ruffles. Suddenly, a wave of excited whispers rippled through the set. Wow, Bai Fan has come, he's so handsome. The air itself seemed to shift, charged with a new energy. Lin Che turned and her breath caught. There he was, with hair like spun gold in sunset and eyes that held a playful fire. He was even more striking in person. How attractive is he? One girl whispered, fanning her face. I almost fainted. He was a legend, the new emperor of the industry, and he was here. The Bai Fan. Her mind reeled. Before the male main character was revealed, she never expected that she could collaborate with the emperor. What a stroke of luck. He moved with an easy grace, greeting the director before his gaze landed squarely on her. He closed the distance between them, his smile a slow, charming curve. Lin Che, he said, his voice smooth as silk. I finally meet you. She was momentarily stunned. He knew her. He gave a small nod, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He'd seen her movie, he explained, and her acting skills were good. Before she could even process the compliment, he was holding out a small, elegantly wrapped box. A gift, he said, to mark their first meeting. Her hands trembled slightly as she accepted it. This is very surprising. A gift from him? Inside, nestled on black velvet, lay a delicate silver necklace sparkling under the studio lights. It's beautiful, but it's too precious, she thought, her heart doing a nervous flutter. She couldn't possibly accept it, but he just chuckled, waving away her protests. It wasn't a big deal, he insisted. It was simply for shaping the character, a tool to help her get into the role. He hoped they would work well together in the future. The director, watching them, beamed. You two are so ceremonious, he laughed. How can you act as a couple? Then, without warning, he clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, places. Let's start with the kissing scene. The set transformed into a lavish ballroom. Dressed in her pink gown and a delicate mask, Lin Che became her character. The room was alive with chatter and the soft glow of chandeliers. Suddenly, a hand closed around her arm, firm but gentle. She gasped, turning to find Bai Fan, now a dashing prince, his eyes glittering with mischief. Beautiful miss, can you dance with me? He murmured. She started to protest, flustered by his forwardness, but he simply brought a finger to his lips. SHH, he whispered, a smile playing on his lips. The music is on. He pulled her into the center of the floor, their bodies moving to the elegant rhythm of the waltz. His voice was a low, intimate rumble against her ear. Miss, I really want to dance with you at the first sight, he confessed. He drew her closer, one hand resting possessively on the small of her back. So, let's dance for a bit. He spun her around, the world becoming a blur of light and color. He gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his intense gaze. A furious blush bloomed across her cheeks, hidden just beneath her mask. In a fluid, graceful turn, the delicate tie on her mask came undone. It fluttered to the ground, a forgotten pink petal on the polished floor. Her face was revealed, vulnerable and flushed under the warm lights. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly, his confident smirk softening into something else, something captivated. Your eyes, he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. They're as beautiful as the purest water in the lake of the forest, making me devote myself to them. He leaned closer, his gaze unwavering. Can I ask you to enjoy the moon with me tonight? She could only manage a flustered okay. He introduced himself as Henry and asked for her name. Catherine, she whispered, completely lost in the scene. Catherine, he repeated, the name rolling off his tongue like a melody. What a wonderful name. Do you trust love at the first sight? Before she could answer, he closed the final inch between them. His lips met hers, or so it seemed, a tender, breathtaking moment under the Parisian moon. Okay, cut, the director's voice shattered the illusion. The camera pulled back, revealing the truth. His hand had been cleverly placed, his thumb brushing her lips, creating the perfect illusion of a kiss. The director was ecstatic. Good job, Yifan and Lin Che, he praised. Take care of your health. Bai Yifan turned to Lin Che, his expression softening with genuine concern. She was still reeling, her cheeks flushed and her heart pounding. Is everything okay? He asked gently. She nodded, thanking him for his help. He gave a charmingly lopsided grin. Of course, he said. He knew she had promised someone she wouldn't do a real kiss, and he would always respect her promise. He paused, then leaned in conspiratorially, a wicked glint in his eye as he gave a slow, deliberate wink. But, he purred, I'm really looking forward to the scene with the real kiss. The news hit the web like a hurricane. TV presenters giggled about the steamy on-screen chemistry. The kissing scene, they declared, was really hot. A photo, perfectly angled and devastatingly romantic, was published everywhere. And just like that, social media erupted into a war zone. Bai fans were furious, accusing Lin Che of being a nobody who was using their idol for fame. Lin Che's fans fought back fiercely, insisting it was just clever camera angles and that she was a professional. The battle lines were drawn, and the drama was only just beginning. The entertainment news show blared on a large screen, the host's cheerful voices filling a silent, opulent room. A remote clicked and the screen went black. Gu Jingze stood with his back to his assistant, his silhouette rigid with a terrifying stillness. His face, reflected in the dark screen, was a mask of cold fury. His voice was dangerously quiet, each word a shard of ice. Book a flight ticket to Paris, he commanded, right now. His eyes burned with a possessive fire. Lin Che, I'll go by your side. Unaware of the storm heading her way, Lin Che was back on set, listening intently as the director walked her through the next scene. Her character, he explained, needed to be both romantic and resilient. She was playing a young aristocrat from Florence, trapped in an arranged marriage she despised. In an act of rebellion, she flees to Paris, where she meets the king, the man she has secretly loved from afar. She loves him with a desperate passion, but a question hangs over them like a shadow. Can he truly belong with her? He is a ray of light, the only warmth in her cold, structured life. But if she can't change her own fate, she wonders, how long will he stay in this place? She channeled that desperate hope and poignant sadness, and the director was thrilled. Great, good job, he praised. Okay, take a rest. As Lin Che walked towards the changing room, the sound of hushed, spiteful voices drifted out. Have you seen the news? Lin Che is really hot right now, one actress sneered. Her friend chimed in, her voice dripping with jealousy. She's so lucky she gets to kiss Bai Yifan, and look at this necklace, she said, pointing to a photo on her phone. That's the gift he gave her. I wonder what kind of trickery she played. The first actress scoffed. Yeah, she must have used some trickery to seduce men. Lin Che froze at the doorway, their venomous words stinging her ears. Just as she was about to turn away, a smooth, familiar voice cut through the tension. You're finished with work? It was Bai Yifan. He had appeared as if from nowhere, his eyes fixed on the actress holding the phone. He began, his tone deceptively pleasant. Can you give it back to me? The women stared, confused. I like giving gifts to beautiful girls, he continued, his smile never reaching his eyes. He let the silence hang for a moment before delivering the final, crushing blow. His voice dropped, becoming low and sharp. And I hate people who are both ugly and talkative most. The two actresses paled, their mouths snapping shut as waves of humiliation washed over them, leaving them utterly speechless. The quiet clinking of ice in a glass was the only sound. Lin Che took a sip, her eyes widening in pleasant surprise. It's delicious, she murmured, looking around the stylish, softly lit bar. It was unexpected, she thought, a place with such beautiful decor tucked away near the film crew's location. The cocktail was perfect. Bai Yifan leaned back casually, a small smile on his face. He explained that the bar belonged to a friend of his, a private place where most of the patrons were acquaintances. There was no need to worry about any prying eyes or sneaky photos here. Lin Che raised her glass to him, her expression sincere. Senior, thank you for today, she said, offering to buy him a drink as a token of her gratitude. He chuckled, his golden eyes sparkling. What do you thank me for? Is it that I've asked you to this bar? She shook her head, a genuine warmth in her eyes as she looked at him. When we first met, you gave me a gift. Today you helped me too, she explained softly. A wave of guilt washed over her. It's such a shame that I'm always making you have troubles. He watched her, his gaze unwavering. For a moment, he seemed to forget his own thoughts, simply taking in her earnest expression. It was strange, he mused, working with someone as famous as her. She wasn't what he expected. He leaned forward, dismissing her worries. Why do you keep saying thank you, he teased. It's so ceremonious. Being able to work with a great man like you is really my luck. He raised his own glass. Thank you, join me in raising a glass. They clinked their glasses together, the sound a delicate chime in the quiet bar. Then to his surprise, she tilted her head back and drained the entire glass in one go. His eyes widened slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched her. How quickly she drinks, he thought, a flicker of amusement in his gaze. He signaled the bartender. Hi sir, give me a sun never set cocktail, he ordered smoothly, his eyes never leaving Lin Che. She was already looking a little flushed, her words slightly slurred as she praised him. You're really a great man, a kind person, he laughed, a low, magnetic sound. A kind person, I won't accept that statement, he said, his voice dropping to conspiratorial whisper. He leaned closer, the scent of his cologne filling the air around her. Actually, he began, his eyes glinting with mischief, the reason why a boy treats a girl well is that he wants to sleep with her. The words dropped into the silence and he punctuated them with a playful wink. The world seemed to freeze. Lin Che's hand stopped halfway to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Behind the bar, the suave bartender was so startled that the cocktail shaker slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a loud splash. The staff member could only stare, whispering to himself that it seems like hot news that Lin Che is freezing. A beat of silence passed, and then Lin Che's face erupted in a furious blush. What? She stammered, completely flustered. Bai Yifan threw his head back and laughed, a hearty, genuine sound that echoed in the bar. Ha 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 ha, I'm just kidding, he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Your expression is so cute. He flashed her a dazzling, movie star smile, all charm and playful energy. Lin Che could only manage a nervous laugh, hiding her burning face behind her hands. The bartender, however, was not amused, shaking the new cocktail with a scowl, muttering under his breath about playboys. The fresh drink arrived, and Bai Yifan raised his glass to her once more. Cheers, he said, his voice warm and inviting, and for a moment the world outside the bar seemed to melt away. Later at the hotel, he walked her to the entrance. Today stop here, he said gently. Go home and take a rest. There's gonna be a scene about the first time we meet, try your best. Just as she was about to thank him, a hotel employee approached her. Miss Lin, earlier there was a guest surnamed Gu coming here to look for you. The name hit her like a bolt of lightning, Mr. Gu. Her blood ran cold. Her mind spun, a single terrifying thought echoing in her head. Mr. Gu, could it be? Could it be that it was Gu Jingze? Panic seized her. She turned away abruptly, her voice trembling slightly. I'll go home first, she managed to say, practically fleeing from the lobby. Bai Yifan watched her hurried departure, a slow, curious smile spreading across his face. Gu Jingze went here? It's interesting, he murmured to himself, a new glint in his eye. It's interesting. Lin Che fumbled with her keycard, her hands shaking as she reached her hotel room door. She thought her senior might be inside, so she called out her name. But the voice that answered from within was not her senior's. It was a voice that was cold, possessive, and terrifyingly familiar. You're finally home, huh? No, this voice is. The door swung open with a heavy thud, revealing the last person she wanted to see. Gu Jingze stood there, his handsome face a mask of cold fury, his silver hair glinting under the harsh hallway light. He lunged forward, his hand clamping around her wrist like a steel trap. If I didn't come here, he snarled, his voice a low growl, would you intend to sleep at other person's room? Her heart hammered against her ribs. Why are you here? Why are you able to get in? She demanded, struggling against his grip, but he ignored her questions. Gu Jingze, don't talk rubbish, let go of me, she cried. He sneered, his face dangerously close to hers. Huh, I seem to set you so free, right? And then his lips crashed down on hers. A punishing, possessive kiss that stole the air from her lungs. She arrived at her hotel room door, calling out for her senior, only to be met by the chilling presence of Gu Jingze, his face a thunderous mask. He grabbed her, his grip bruising, his words cutting like shards of ice as he accused her of planning to spend the night elsewhere. She tried to fight to question him, but he silenced her with a brutal kiss, his anger and jealousy pouring into the single, desperate act. He finally pulled back, a heavy sigh escaping him as he looked down, his knuckles white from gripping his own shirt. Lin Che gasped, her body trembling as she stared up at him, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Suddenly, his grip on her arm tightened mercilessly. Ouch, it hurts, she cried out, wincing in pain, his eyes, cold and sharp, bored into hers. What makes you get mad after all? He demanded. His voice was a low, dangerous rumble. I get mad. With a furious motion, he shoved a fan of photographs into her face. It's you, right? The pictures scattered to the floor, a mosaic of her and Bai Fan at the bar, laughing, clinking glasses, looking far too intimate for his liking. She stumbled, her legs feeling weak as she knelt to pick them up. Did you take photos of me sneakily? She stammered, her voice barely a whisper. He loomed over her, his shadow swallowing her whole. Don't you know that you should respect other people? She pleaded. He scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. Respect? Who doesn't know it, you or me? A flicker of pain crossed his face, raw and deep. I said that I simply didn't love other women. But you used that as a reason to leave me, he accused, his voice thick with betrayal. He grabbed her again, forcing her to look at him. You promised me that you wouldn't act the kissing scene, but you kissed that man so passionately that it's got top one of searching. She stared at him, speechless. I didn't really kiss him, she tried to explain, but he wasn't listening. He gestured angrily at the photos on the floor. Then, are these photos fake? Fake news, you didn't kiss him. Before she could answer, he swept her off her feet, holding her tightly against his chest. His eyes burned with a cold fire. You dare to tell so much lie, I should punish you so hard, he declared, his voice a chilling promise. He carried her struggling form towards the bedroom. No, I don't lie, don't get mad here, she begged. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. Huh, okay, I'll get mad now, he said, his tone devoid of any warmth. He tossed her onto the bed like a rag doll and pounced, his hand tearing at her dress. Ah, no, let go of me, she screamed. What are you doing? It hurts. She cried, tears welling in her eyes. He leaned over her, his own face a mask of agony. My heart hurts more, he rasped. No, you're crazy, Gu Jingze, she sobbed. Tears streamed down her face as she pushed against him futilely. I don't agree to do it, you're forcing me. Forcing? He sneered, his eyes narrowing. Why can it be called forcing while I'm doing something intimate to my wife? He paused, his gaze turning sharp and accusatory. Or, is it because you have another man in your heart so you don't accept me, right? With deliberate slowness, he began to unbutton his shirt, revealing the hard planes of his chest. She shrank back, terrified. Don't be like that, I'm scared. Just calm down, now let's have a talk, she pleaded. He leaned in, his breath hot against her ear. Wanna tell the lie to me again? Do you want to leave me? His voice was a seductive, dangerous whisper. Be obedient, I want you, he commanded. He pinned her arms, his body trapping hers. But I don't want. She sobbed, his grip tightened. You don't want me, so who do you want? Answer me, do you really have another man in your heart? She twisted beneath him, her voice breaking. No, I don't, she whispered, her fight draining away. Gu Jingze, you're forcing me, she cried, her voice filled with despair. I hate you. He flinched as if struck, covering his eyes for a brief moment, but his resolve hardened. You're still mine, he growled. She cried out as he claimed her pain a sharp counterpoint to his desperate possession. Hours later, she lay limp and exhausted, tear tracks drying on her cheeks. Gu Jingze, that's enough, she begged, her voice hoarse. I can't stand it anymore. But he wasn't listening, his passion a storm that refused to abate. That's not enough, let me love you, let me continue to love you, he murmured against her skin. She pushed weakly at his chest. I can't really stand it, it starts to hurt, she pleaded, but his eyes were wild, filled with a desperate need. I want you to feel my existence, he stated, his voice raw. You're mine. She turned away, pulling the sheets around her. I don't want it, I don't need it anymore, I have to work today. You awful man, stay away from me, she said, her voice trembling with exhaustion and anger. He grabbed her wrist, stopping her from leaving the bed. You don't need to work anymore, he said, his tone absolute. Go back home with me, I'll help you pay all of compensation money. She stared at him aghast. Why can you become like that? She ripped her hand from his grasp. This is my work, you don't have any rights to do that, she snapped, her defiance returning. His face softened, the anger replaced by a deep, aching vulnerability. Can we stop arguing? He asked, his voice cracking. I really miss you, please go back home with me. She stood by the bed, clutching her robe, her resolve wavering. I don't want to argue with you too, he continued, his voice softer now. I just want us to spend a period of time getting calmed down. Also, I have to finish my work. But the mention of her work reignited his fury. Work, your work is hugging and kissing that emperor, isn't it? He spat. She flinched. Gu Jingze, that's enough, she shot back. I've already said that the way they filmed makes it look like a real kiss, but in fact it's fake. It can be considered that I'm not devoted to my work, so at least I have to finish the movie. His jaw clenched. Anyway, I can't help seeing you hugging other man passionately, he seethed. I'll call the production and refuse acting in the movie for you. That was the last straw. Her eyes blazed with a fire he hadn't seen before. Gu Jingze, don't make me get divorced with you. The word hung in the air between them, sharp and final. Gu Jingze froze, his anger vanishing in an instant, replaced by utter shock and horror. His eyes widened, his lips parting in disbelief. Divorced. Miles away, Bai Yifan stared into the amber liquid of his glass, the city lights blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors. His thoughts were consumed by one person. Guling you, he muttered to the empty bar, why is it always you? The bitterness in his voice was a poison he'd been swallowing for years. Memories flooded back, a highlight reel of his failures, an award show, the presenter's voice echoing in his ears. Who will the Best New Artist award belong to, Guling Yu or Bai Fan? Congratulations, Gu Jingze, the award is for you. He had forced a smile, clapping for his rival, thinking, asterisk, he's just a little better, I need to try more, asterisk. But it was always the same story. A director telling him, sorry, the director has chosen Gu Jingze for this character. A manager explaining, sorry, the CEO's daughter likes Guling Yu, so always losing, always second best. He clenched his jaw, the memories tasting like ash, all his hard work, all his effort, and what was his reward? To play a supporting role to the man who overshadowed his entire career. It was a joke, a ridiculous, pathetic consolation prize. And then she had appeared in his life, Lin Che. He remembered seeing her for the first time, her smile so bright it could outshine the sun. He who had become so cynical, so self-absorbed, was completely undone by her. She was innocent, beautiful, a breath of fresh air in his suffocating world. It was love at first sight. Now he scrolled through an article on his phone, a picture of Lin Che and Gu Jingze smiling at each other. The headlines swam before his eyes. Do Lin Che and Gu Jingze love each other as they do in the movie? A cold dread seeped into his bones. Had he let Gu Jingze take everything from him, even her? An image formed in his mind, the two of them on either side of her, both reaching, both claiming. A fire ignited in his soul, burning away the years of resentment and defeat. His eyes, once clouded with bitterness, now blazed with a fierce, unwavering determination. No, Gu Jingze, he vowed to the reflection in the window. I don't want to lose this time. I can't let you take Lin Che from me. Elsewhere in the city, Gu Jingze shivered, a sudden chill running down his spine as he checked his phone. Huh, he mumbled, rubbing his arms. Why do I feel cold on my spine? Seems like someone is scolding me. In the pristine white of the dressing room, Bai Yifan stood, a perfect porcelain doll with fiery hair, but a storm brewed in his golden eyes. Where was she? He adjusted the silk bow at his neck, the smooth fabric doing nothing to soothe his frayed nerves. He wondered if Lin Che had arrived yet, a question that hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, a voice from behind him shattered the silence, a makeup artist pointing out with concern that his eyes, they were swollen. Miles away, in another room filled with racks of beautiful dresses, the same observation was being made about Lin Che. Her assistants fussed around her, their voices a worried buzz. They asked her why her eyes were so puffy, their gazes sharp and questioning. Did she cry? The question hung in the air, a silent accusation. Lin Che's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she touched her face, the skin around her eyes tender. Oh, this is so embarrassing, she thought, trying to conjure a believable lie. She muttered that maybe she drank too much water before bed, a flimsy excuse that even she didn't believe. Just then the door swung open and Bai Yifan strode in, his presence immediately filling the room. His sharp gaze landed on her and his brow furrowed with concern as he asked what was wrong. The air crackled with tension. What was he doing here? His eyes, however, weren't looking at the assistants, they were fixed on Lin Che's tear-stained face. A dark realization dawned on him, his expression hardening into a mask of cold fury. It's clear she cried, he thought, his mind racing. Damn it, was it because of Gu Jingze? Did that bastard bully her again? Without a second thought, he closed the distance between them, his hand coming up to gently cup her face. His touch was surprisingly soft, a stark contrast to the rage simmering in his eyes. Lin Che flinched, looking up at him with wide, startled eyes as she whispered his title, Senior. One of the assistants, flustered by the sudden intrusion of the famous Emperor Bai, squeaked out a question, asking why he was here. He didn't take his eyes off Lin Che, coolly explaining that he was just dropping by on his way to get dressed, but his own makeup staff hadn't arrived yet. The other assistant quickly tried to defuse the situation, saying they needed to get back to work. Lin Che, mortified, stammered that it was a bother to him, trying to gently pull away. As they scurried off, Bai Yifan's gaze snagged on something sitting on the vanity table. A phone, buzzing insistently. A small pop sound as a new notification lit up the screen, his eyes narrowed. Lin Che's cell phone, a dangerous curiosity sparked within him. He reached out and picked up the device. His thumb hovering over the screen, his gut twisted. He knew it. He knew exactly who was tormenting her. Indeed, he seethed internally, it's because of Gu Jingze. It's not forgivable. A cold resolve settled over him. He had to do something. He had to call him to make him understand the pain he was causing. He would make him pay for hurting her. the scene dissolves into the bright, shimmering light of a poolside paradise, where the very man causing all this turmoil was lounging without a care in the world. Gu Jingze lay back on a sun chair, his perfectly sculpted torso glistening under the sun. The picture of relaxation. His phone began to ring, a shrill interruption to his peace. He picked it up, his brow furrowing in annoyance as he saw the caller ID. Bai Yifan's, why in the world is this guy calling me? He wondered. Bai Yifan's voice was like ice through the phone, sharp and accusatory. He didn't waste time with pleasantries, his words a venomous tirade about how Lin Che was a good girl and that toying with her affections was a cruel, evil game. He warned Gu Jingze, his voice low and threatening, that if he didn't like her, he should stop bullying her and leave her alone. Gu Jingze was left speechless, the phone buzzing with a dead tone in his hand. He hung up, utterly bewildered. What in the world was Bai Yifan talking about? Is he crazy? Before he could process the bizarre call, the world shifted again, a clapperboard snapped shut. Action! On a film set, Lin Che, now in character as Catherine, stood before a breathtaking vista. The place was beautiful, a sprawling green meadow dominated by a magnificent ancient tree. Catherine's eyes sparkled with childlike wonder. What a big tree, she exclaimed, a thought forming in her mind. She could climb it, she decided, to get an even better view. With a determined huff, she reached for a low-hanging branch, pulling herself up with surprising grace. Seated amongst the leaves, her sketchbook open on her lap, she let out a sigh of pure bliss. How beautiful it is, I want to live here, she whispered to herself. From off-camera, the director's voice called out, okay. But then another voice, a man's voice from below, shattered her peaceful solitude. Ah, she yelped, nearly dropping her sketchbook. Who's that? Peering down, she saw him, Henry, played by Bai Yifan. He was smiling up at her, a charming, roguish grin. He complimented her drawing, asking if she was an artist in the royal palace, a flash of memory. Oh, it's him, she thought, the Frenchman she kissed in the dance. He continued his lines, his voice carrying through the quiet grove. He asked if they were meeting again, questioning if she was planning on disappearing without so much as a goodbye. He held out his arms, a gallant knight offering his assistance. All right, let me lift you down. His hand reached up towards her, his voice softening as he warned her to be careful. Just as their fingers were about to touch, a loud voice boomed, cut. The illusion shattered. Bai Yifan was holding Lin Che securely in his arms, surrounded by a field of fake flowers, but the intensity in his eyes felt all too real. The director grinned, shouting, good job, everyone, take a rest. Then, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, he made a shocking announcement. Tonight, we'll shoot the lovemaking scene. The words hung in the air, electric and terrifying. Lin Che and Bai Yifan both froze, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What lovemaking scene? That wasn't in the script. Lin Che quickly approached the director, her heart pounding. Director, can I ask you some questions in private? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. It must be him, she thought, her eyes darting towards Bai Yifan. He must be the one who added the scene. Cornering the director, she demanded to know why there was a lovemaking scene, emphasizing that the previous script didn't include anything of the sort. The director, sweating under her glare, fumbled for an explanation. He stammered that they had gone through the script and decided to add scenes more suitable for the historical French setting, reminding her how famously romantic the French are. But a quick flashback revealed the truth. The director stood before Bai Yifan, looking utterly distressed. He thought to himself that he couldn't keep up the lie. It was obvious Emperor Bai was the one pushing for this, making his life hell. Bai Yifan had simply placed a hand on the director's shoulder, his smile disarmingly charming but his eyes holding a steely resolve. He told the director he was right, that it was all for the sake of quality. Back in the present, Bai Yifan approached Lin Che, holding out the revised script pages as if it were a peace offering. He told her not to worry, that it was just a simple scene, a stepping stone to fame. With a heavy heart, she took the script, her mind reeling. The scene began with a heavy rainstorm beating against the window panes. Catherine, dressed in a delicate pink nightgown, stared out into the darkness. She never thought there would be such a heavy rain, wondering if there were any problems with her being alone like this. But she found the rainy night wonderful, a perfect inspiration to make a drawing. Suddenly, Henry appeared behind her, clad only in a silk robe that hung open, revealing his toned chest. He spoke, his voice a low murmur, promising her that if she stayed with him, she could see all these beautiful sights for the rest of her life. Lin Che's skin prickled. Even though she was wearing protective clothing underneath, it still felt strange, too intimate. This was something she could never get used to. Before she could react, his arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her flush against his warm body. It was just a hug, just acting, but it felt suffocating. He leaned in, his breath tickling her ear as he whispered his line. Lin Che, I'm very happy to hug you. Wait, his line was for Catherine, but he had used her real name. Her eyes widened in alarm. She tried to pull away, her heart hammering against her ribs. It's so intimate, she thought frantically. She stammered her character's line, Henry, I'm afraid I'm not. She tried to continue, explaining that she wasn't a French person and had to return home. They stood face to face, the air thick with an unspoken tension that had nothing to do with the script. He was supposed to argue, to plead with her. Instead, he gently placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. Her mind screamed, he's dialoguing as the script does, but his actions are quite different. He took her hands in his gaze burning into hers with an intensity that made her forget they were on a set. He whispered for Catherine to let this place become her home, that he loved her. Then he leaned closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper meant only for her. Lin Che, become my lady, I'll treat you very well, I'll hurt you as Gu Jingze did to you. The words were a slap in the face. This wasn't acting anymore, this was real. Panic seized her. She pushed against his chest, her voice shaking. Henry, I don't know who you are and what you do. He was holding her so tight, his grip like iron. Her mind raced, he's hugging me so close. Should I push him? But before she could decide, he swept her off her feet, lifting her into his arms. He began walking towards the bed, murmuring that to understand each other, they must first know each other's bodies. Her eyes were wide with terror. Do we have to get on the bed? She cried out. He ignored her, his stride unwavering. She pleaded with him, asking if he thought this was all too sudden. He simply repeated a line from the script, but it was laced with his own possessive desire. Catherine, I love you, be my lady. He laid her down on the soft mattress, his body hovering over hers. His hand reached for the thin strap of her nightgown. Henry, don't do that, she begged. His eyes blazed, a feral look of ownership flashing across his face as he growled, you're mine. He pressed her into the bed, his lips close to hers. Don't be like that, don't refuse me, I want you, he pleaded, his voice thick with a raw need that terrified her. You're so beautiful, you make me not able to hold it anymore, I want to enjoy you. She struggled beneath him, tears streaming down her face. No, you mustn't, we can't do it. But her pleas were useless. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her skin as he whispered his dark promise. Don't refuse me, do you think I'll stop? I'll love you with all of my heart. That was the final straw, a desperate primal scream tore from her throat. I don't want you, I don't love you. He froze, his face twisting in pain and fury. He pinned her wrists above her head, his voice a venomous hiss. So who do you want to love? And in that moment of pure terror, only one name came to her lips, a name she screamed like a prayer and a curse. I want Gu Jingze, I love him. The world shattered. Lin Che shot up in bed, drenched in a cold sweat. Sunlight streamed through her window. The clock on her nightstand read 6:00 a.m. Her heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Phew. It turns out to be a dream. It had felt so real, she shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. Why did I have that weird dream? She thought, her mind still reeling. I must be still very scared of that last night's scene. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, the memory of the actual filming flooding back. Although I just stopped at the time I was pushed down and the director yelled cut, that scene was really weird. She touched her shoulder where his hand had been in her nightmare. Is that scene necessary? She wondered, a deep sense of unease settling in her stomach. Just then her phone buzzed on the nightstand, startling her. She picked it up. It was a message. A message from Gu Jingze. Her breath hitched as she read the words, I miss you so much, please forgive me. She stared at the screen, her expression unreadable. She glanced at the timestamp. It was sent at 2 a.m. He hasn't slept. A slow, triumphant smile spread across her face. I won't text him to let him miss me too. Let him introspect several more days. But the moment of satisfaction was fleeting. She stood up, shaking her head as if to clear it. There's something wrong. It's not time to think of it. She had more pressing matters to deal with. She had to contact the director about the schedule. That surprise scene was completely unacceptable. Meanwhile, across town at the imposing Gu family's group headquarters, Gu Jingze walked through the pristine halls looking like a ghost. His face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes. His assistant scurried behind him, confirming that all the documents for the SG company meeting were prepared. The assistant watched his boss with concern. The meeting wasn't urgent, but the chief seemed to be in such a hurry. Gu Jingze just waved a dismissive hand. I'm fine, he said, his voice hoarse. Prepare a car for me. He paused at the door, turning back to his assistant, a flicker of desperate hope in his tired eyes. Did Lin Che contact you last night? Do you know any news of her? The assistant shook his head, replying that she had appeared to work late and seemed very busy, so she didn't contact anyone. Gu Jingze's shoulders slumped, the last glimmer of hope extinguished. I see, he whispered, the words barely audible. As he stepped out of the building, the city's noise a dull roar in his ears, his eyes caught a flash of movement across the street. A woman in a simple dress, her back turned to him, but he knew that silhouette, he would know it anywhere. Lin Che, he called out, his voice cracking. She started to walk away, panic clawed at his throat. Lin Che, don't go, wait for me. He didn't think, he didn't look, he just ran. Launching himself into the busy street, his only thought to reach her. A horn blared. A frantic shout cut through the air, Mr. Gu, be careful. A dark van screeched to a halt, but it was too late. The sickening thud of impact echoed through the street, followed by the shattering of glass. Gu Jingze lay crumpled on the asphalt, a pool of crimson spreading beneath him. A faint, pained groan escaped his lips as his world faded to black. In a sun-drenched garden, she gently touched the petals of a yellow flower, a small, fragile moment of peace in a world that felt anything but peaceful. The air was sweet, the colors vibrant, but it all felt borrowed. A man in a sharp suit approached, his shadow falling over her. He offered her a bank card, his voice polite but firm, informing her that he was there to pick her up. Her eyes, wide and confused, met his. Pick her up? A man suddenly appears, speaking of arrangements to send her back to where she came from, even offering her a large sum of money. Why would he give her money? He explained it was his responsibility, that Mr. Henry was a man vital to the nation's future. Her heart stuttered. Henry? Was this what Henry wanted? For her to just disappear? No, it couldn't be. Her voice trembled as she refused, her eyes pleading. She couldn't leave without Henry. Not when her son's treatment wasn't even finished. The man's polite facade began to crack. He offered more, 3 million, 5 million. Did he think she could be bought? That her love, her family had a price tag? With every ounce of strength she refused. His face darkened, his voice dropping to a menacing tone, daring her to say it again. Just as despair began to creep in, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her back against a firm chest. A familiar scent filled her senses. Henry, he was here. His eyes were like chips of ice as he glared at the housekeeper, Ferrando. His voice dripped with anger as he apologized to her for leaving her alone, for making her writhe like this. Making her writhe? What did he mean? He pulled her tighter against him, a protective shield against the world, and dismissed the housekeeper with a curt command to talk later. The man bowed, his deference absolute as he called Henry young master. Young master? The confusion swirled in her mind. Who was this man she thought she knew? Flustered, she turned to him, her voice a whisper as she asked who he really was. He ignored the question, his gaze burning into hers, intense and overwhelming. He leaned in close, his breath warm on her skin, promising to marry her, begging her to trust him, to just give him a little more time. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. This was the moment. But then, with shocking abruptness, he pushed her. The spell was shattered. A loud, angry voice boomed from off to the side, yelling, "Cut." The romantic garden, the intense confession, it was all fake. A set. The director was fuming, furious about the unscripted display of affection. Humiliation washed over her as she stammered an apology to the crew. Henry, or whatever his name was, also apologized before turning to her, his expression softening. He said it was no problem, that they should take a break and talk. As they walked away from the prying eyes of the crew, he explained himself. He'd heard she was in the hospital and was worried. His actions, he claimed, were just him trying to support her as a partner. A partner, right? Just an actor supporting his co-star. He offered to take her to dinner and she found herself agreeing, a small part of her still clinging to the fantasy from moments before. But her phone buzzed, reality crashing back in. It was her son Lin, his small voice pleading for her to come back to the hospital. A memory flashed through her mind, an image of a sweet little girl with arms outstretched, asking for a hug. The pure, simple love of a child, that's what was real, that's what mattered. She raced to the airport, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. She watched the plane ascend into the sky, a silver bird carrying the man she was so hopelessly entangled with. Gu Jingze, she whispered his real name to the wind, please be okay. She found him in a sterile white hospital room, his usually vibrant silver hair looking pale against the pillows. The doctor assured her it wasn't serious, just exhaustion and overwork. But looking at the medical report, a furious fire ignited within her. She slammed the paper down on the bedside table, her voice shaking with rage as she demanded to know why he wouldn't take care of himself. Her little boy, Lin, flinched at her outburst. Seeing his fear, she softened her tone, her anger melting into desperate pleading. Would he do it for their son? Would he try to get better? For Lin's sake, Gu Jingze just waved it off, insisting it wasn't a big problem. His assistant stood nearby, painting a much grimmer picture. Ever since Paris, the general manager's mood had been terrible. He wasn't sleeping. He wasn't eating, his health was failing. And then came the final blow. The assistant revealed that on the way to the airport, Gu Jingze had been on the phone with a woman when the accident happened. A woman who, his hand suddenly found hers, pulling her closer. He murmured that it was his fault, his mood affecting his work, but insisted it had nothing to do with her. What was she supposed to believe? Desperate to keep him here to make him rest, she asked what it would take for him to stay. He simply smiled, promising to do as she wished. Later, the three of them sat together, a fragile picture of a family. But the quiet was broken by the creak of the door. In an instant, he pulled her into a fierce embrace, burying his face in her neck. He whispered how tired she must be, how sorry he was for worrying her. Then his voice dropped lower, asking if it was true that she'd been hurt. Before she could answer, his hand moved to her side, his touch sending a jolt through her. He asked if she could help him soothe the pain. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she looked down at the spot he was touching. This man, how could he be so shameless? She pushed back, telling him he was hateful, that he should hold his own injuries when he gets hurt like this. But he only pulled her closer, their bodies pressed together on the hospital bed. He feigned hurt, asking if she really wouldn't help him. She stammered, lost for words as he whispered for her to be gentle, to be good for him. Her mind raced. What if someone walked in? As if summoned by her thoughts, a sharp knock echoed through the room. A nurse called out, announcing they were there for a health check. Panic seized her, but before she could move, Gu Jingze's assistant was at the door, blocking the way. He calmly informed the nurse that Mr. Gu was resting and to come back in 3 hours. Safe for now. Gu Jingze chuckled softly, whispering in her ear not to worry, that no one would disturb them. How could he still laugh? He was in the hospital. He teased her, asking if he'd hurt her, if her old injury was acting up. She could only whimper that it was getting tight, so tight that it hurt. A wicked grin spread across his face as he called her a jinx. He grabbed her hand, guiding it, his voice husky as he murmured that they couldn't stop now. Her eyes squeezed shut, a soft moan escaping her lips as she complained it was so hard. Be obedient for me, he whispered, telling her to move her body faster. My little darling, he purred. The world dissolved into a blur of sensation, the sterile hospital room transformed into a sanctuary of passion. Afterwards, she lay boneless and exhausted, a single thought echoing in her mind, I'm so tired. He sat up, his silver hair catching the dim light, and looked down at her with impossibly gentle eyes. You're tired? He asked softly, opening his arms. Come here, let me hug you. She melted into his embrace, feeling safe and cherished. I miss you, she whispered against his chest. Me too, he replied, his voice thick with emotion. He apologized for being away, for not being with her. He tenderly stroked her cheek, telling her how beautiful she was, how happy she made him. But a sliver of doubt pierced her heart. He was an actor, wasn't he? A master of illusion. Was any of this real? He continued to speak, his words a soothing balm on her weary soul, promising to support and respect her. Oh, Gu Jingze, she thought, you are so good. A vision of their children, happy and laughing, flashed in her mind. Maybe this was enough. Maybe they could just live like this. He pulled her into a final, deep embrace, whispering that he loved her more than making movies. Gathering her courage, she pulled back slightly. I have something to talk to you about, she began. But he just smiled, turning and pulling her down onto the bed with him. Talk about it later, he murmured, his lips finding hers. Right now, there's something much more important to do. The light streamed into the hospital room, illuminating the lush garden outside, but she barely noticed it. He stood there, fresh from a shower, his silver hair still damp, a soft robe clinging to his frame. His voice was a low murmur as he told her he was done, beckoning her closer for a hug. A warmth spread through her as he wrapped his arms around her, his hand moving in slow, soothing circles on her lower back. He leaned in, his breath tickling her ear as he asked if she was feeling all right. Her own thoughts were a jumbled mess. Asterisk this man, asterisk, she thought, a blush creeping up her neck. Asterisk he has no money, no desire to work, being his friend is just exhausting. Asterisk, but then he pulled back just enough to look at her, a playful glint in his eyes as he asked if she thought he was handsome. Her mind short-circuited. Did he even hear what she was thinking? What was the point of anything she said? Yeah, she muttered, trying to sound nonchalant. You're handsome and completely narcissistic. A slow, lazy smirk spread across his lips as he gently took her chin in his hand, tilting her face up to his. His voice dropped to a husky whisper. He asked why she called him a narcissist when it was so obvious that she loved him. He leaned closer, his gaze intense, asking if she liked his face, asterisk that asterisk much. She stammered, denying it, saying there was nothing special about it except for his face. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound in his chest, so it wasn't good enough to be perfect. Before she could answer, his lips were on hers, a soft, questioning kiss that sent shivers down her spine. Her hands flew to his chest, pushing him away as she gasped for air, her face burning. She told him to stop joking, but he just watched her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He commented that in the dramas, this is usually where the lovemaking scene would start. Her eyes widened in shock. He quickly held up his hands, trying to placate her, promising there was nothing serious going on. They had just touched a bit and he'd startled her, that was all. He promised to keep himself in check. But she shot back, reminding him that he said he would respect her job. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. He didn't believe it, he said, and in one swift motion he scooped her up into his arms, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he declared it was time for the next act. Her heart hammered against her ribs as he carried her. With her, she thought, panicking. He told her if she really felt nothing, he would just have to make her feel asterisk something asterisk. He laid her gently on the bed, his robe falling open to reveal a perfectly sculpted chest. He leaned over her, his voice a seductive whisper, reminding her they hadn't even truly kissed yet, only on their necks. The room suddenly felt 10 degrees hotter. Petals seemed to bloom around them as he hovered above her, asking if she wanted him to stop. All she could manage was a soft sigh. He murmured that her expression was making him want to devour her whole. He warned her not to look at him like that because this time he wouldn't be able to stop. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against her skin as he confessed his love, promising he wanted to be with her forever. The scene shifts, the air no longer thick with passion but with the quiet hum of a lavish party. She stood beside her new husband, the president, in a stunning blue gown. He spoke in low tones, telling her not to think about it, that they couldn't have a child just yet. Her gaze fell to the floor. It wasn't about the situation, she thought, a familiar fear coiling in her stomach. Asterisk I'm not confident I can be a good mother. Asterisk he seemed to sense her unease, gently adding that if they waited, they'd have more experience. He gestured subtly to the crowd, reminding her that important people were present, and they couldn't discuss personal matters for too long. He then excused himself, saying he had to meet with some government officials. She watched him walk away, a sea of unfamiliar faces swirling around her. And then in a blink, the party was gone, replaced by the quiet solitude of a dressing room. She stared at her reflection, a vision in a breathtaking wedding gown, heavy with intricate jewels and delicate lace. A woman with a clipboard was rattling off the day's schedule, ceremonies, receptions, a public appearance on a terrace. Asterisk good heavens, asterisk she thought, a headache already forming, asterisk just listening to it is exhausting. Asterisk a familiar voice cut through her anxious thoughts. It was CU, her best friend, looking radiant in a simple blue dress, her eyes wide with awe as she exclaimed how beautiful she looked. A genuine smile finally broke through her carefully constructed composure. She confessed to CU that she had dieted just to fit into the impossibly heavy dress. She nervously asked how many people were out there. CU's expression softened as she reassured her that while the crowd wasn't huge, it felt like the entire nation was watching. Her friend's honesty should have scared her, but seeing her here made everything feel a little more bearable. CU wrapped her in a warm, tight hug, a fortress against all her fears. She whispered words of comfort, telling her not to worry, that she was truly beautiful and everyone would adore her. "I'll be by your side," she promised, and for the first time that day she believed it. Just then a tiny, dashing figure in a yellow suit appeared at the door. It was her son, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He asked if everyone was here for the wedding. He chattered on about the adoring crowds and how he was finally going to be in the Lulai Palace. She knelt down, smoothing his collar, and asked him to be on his best behavior. He nodded enthusiastically, promising to be obedient. The assistant announced that time was running out. The grand palace loomed outside, a symbol of her new life. A photographer circled her, the sound of the camera clicking like a steady heartbeat, his voice praising the beauty of the new president's wife. And then he was there. Her groom, the president, looking more regal than ever, his hand extended towards her. As she took it, white doves took flight and the world seemed to hold its breath. They stood before everyone, hand in hand. His voice rang out clear and steady, but his words were not what anyone expected. He announced that his own past and personality had caused her to suffer, and he wanted to apologize to her in front of everyone. Her heart skipped a beat as they walked arm in arm down the long path, away from the prying eyes. He glanced at her, his expression softening with concern. He asked if she was tired, telling her it was almost over. She shook her head, a small smile on her face as she told him she was fine. Asterisk, it's so unexpected, asterisk, she thought, a warmth spreading through her chest, asterisk, that he even notices my discomfort. It's great, asterisk, he advised her to rest up because she would be tired tonight. Her eyes widened, her mind instantly jumping to conclusions. Tonight, he let out a small cough, his own face flushing slightly. He quickly clarified that there were many rituals planned for the evening and she shouldn't overthink it. Oh, her face burned with embarrassment. How could she have been so foolish? A moment later, they were standing on the balcony, waving to the cheering crowds below, the perfect picture of the president and his lovely wife. A reporter's voice narrated the scene for the nation, speaking of her kindness and piety. But away from the main stage, another story was unfolding. The silver-haired man had finally found Siyu. He'd been looking for her all this time. He knelt before her, holding a delicate, sparkling high-heeled shoe, a modern-day Prince Charming. He told her it was time to put it on. He gently took her foot, sliding the shoe on as he murmured that she shouldn't let herself get hurt by holding on so tightly. He pulled her close, his arms wrapping around her waist as he whispered that she was the best. Her cheeks turned a deep crimson as he leaned in, his lips just inches from hers, asking if it was okay because he really wanted to know. Back on the main sofa, the president's wife watched the flashing cameras and bustling reporters. This was bigger than anything she had ever imagined, more intense than any breaking news story. The constant flashes were making her dizzy. She sighed, remarking to her husband how unexpectedly tiring organizing a wedding was. He nodded, explaining that this was actually the simplified version. Because he was president, a certain level of grandeur was required. He mused aloud, "It's lucky we didn't organize a wedding." From below, a small voice piped up, sharp and indignant. "Huh, what are you saying?" It was their son, looking up at his father with a furious pout. The president looked down, startled by the boy's tone, and asked what was so bad about him marrying his mother. The little boy's lower lip trembled. He declared that she looked like she was forced into this marriage, that she wasn't happy at all. The president's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a storm cloud. He swooped down and lifted the boy into his arms, demanding to know what was wrong and why he was so angry. He showered the boy's face with kisses, asking to hug him forever, but the little boy wriggled, insisting it wasn't about his anger. But his father just held him tighter, a fierce, protective love in his eyes. She clung to his arm, her voice a desperate whisper against the manicured perfection of the palace gardens. "Please don't be angry anymore, this isn't the place for a scene." But he just scoffed, his face a mask of cold indifference, turning away from her, her grip tightened. She couldn't lose him, not now. She softened her voice, her eyes wide and pleading as she looked up at him. She hadn't even seen the Liulai Palace yet, couldn't he just take her there? She promised to be good, to tell everyone she was just resting in a room, to not go anywhere. His icy gaze lingered on her for a moment, a flicker of consideration in their depths. Finally, a low, grudging agreement left his lips. He would take her. As they walked through the opulent halls, servants bowing at every turn, her mind was racing. So many people, so much competition. How was she supposed to stand out from the crowd? She snuggled closer to his side, playing the part of the devoted partner perfectly. She would be happy just to be here with him. He could go anywhere he wanted. But inside, her thoughts were a whirlwind of ambition and curiosity. She'd heard tales of the first eldest brother, a man of many talents. What, she wondered with a thrill, was he preparing for her tonight? But as she looked around, a wave of disappointment washed over her. It seemed today wasn't going to be that kind of day. A sigh escaped her lips. Oh, it's so boring without a little excitement. Her mind drifted, painting a vivid fantasy of a dark-haired man, his shirt unbuttoned to reveal a perfectly sculpted chest. The eldest brother's body looked so good, she mused, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She wondered, what was his technique like? A sharp knock on the door shattered her daydream. It was him, the platinum-haired man, his expression as stern as ever. He asked what she thought of the decorations. She blinked, snapping back to reality and pasting on a sweet, innocent smile. She didn't think anything, she chirped. She was just happy to be here. With a sudden burst of energy, she threw her arms around him, exclaiming how wonderful his mother was. Before he could react, she pointed towards a stunning gown held by a maid. "Oh, look at the dress, it's so beautiful. Let's go try it." She scurried away, a master of diversion. Later, she stood before the mirror, a vision in white silk and lace. A maid's voice instructed her to rest, to ask if she needed anything. She nodded, her mind elsewhere. But when she was led to the bridal chamber, her smile faltered. The room was a sea of pink balloons and gaudy decorations. This was wonderful. It looked like a child's birthday party. The hours that followed were a blur of preparations. Maids bathed her in fragrant water, dusted her skin with powder, and arranged her hair with painstaking care. Do you need anything else, my lady? One asked. Just the eldest brother, she replied, her heart beginning to pound with anticipation. He's on his way, another assured her, so she waited and waited. The minutes stretched into an hour, the excitement slowly draining away, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion till she finally collapsed onto the bed. Sleep pulling her under, the world was a hazy dream until a smooth voice cut through the silence. Her eyes fluttered open. A man in a pristine white suit was standing over her, his own eyes a startling shade of violet. Do you wake up? He asked, her breath caught in her throat. You, she whispered, her heart hammering against her ribs. Is he going to kiss me? Is this the moment? But he simply stepped back, his expression cool and unreadable. It's good that you're awake, he said, his voice devoid of any warmth. I have several things I want to talk to you about. Before she could even process the crushing disappointment, a sharp knock echoed through the room. The door swung open to reveal the platinum-haired man and the woman from the garden, a sickeningly sweet smile plastered on her face. Brother, she chirped to the man in white. He looked unimpressed, asking what they were doing here. The woman held up a tray with 2 glistening apples, explaining that she couldn't possibly disturb their wedding night, but she had a special gift she had to deliver in person, a toast for their happy life together. The brother in white's eyes narrowed. He knew she was being forced to do this. And the woman knew it too, her inner thoughts a desperate apology. Asterisk, sis, you have to drink what I give you. Asterisk, the 2 brothers stood side by side, a silent, tense conspiracy passing between them. The dark-haired groom was being forced into this just as much as his bride. The woman held out a glass of ruby-red wine to the bride, her smile widening. Surely after drinking this, she purred, the 2 of them would have to make some stuff to make her an aunt soon. The bride hesitated. Something was wrong. The wine smelled strange. Her eyes widened in alarm as the woman dropped a small red apple into the glass with a soft plop. What is that? The woman's smile was positively beatific. Brother, this is the love fruit, she explained. Blossoming comes to bearing fruit. Both of you have to eat it to be happy forever. The groom buried his face in his hand, a strangled sound of horror escaping his lips. Oh my God, Gu Jingze, stop her, he pleaded with his brother, but the platinum-haired man simply held him back, a cold smirk on his face. How can I? It's just an apple, but it wasn't just an apple. The unspoken truth hung in the air, thick and suffocating. After eating the love fruit, the love will begin to bear fruit. Your house will be filled with your children. Before the bride could protest, the groom snatched the apple from the glass. His hand shot out, grabbing her chin, pulling her towards him. His lips crashed down on hers, a brutal, punishing kiss as he forced the cursed fruit into her mouth. As soon as the deed was done, the schemers made their exit, the platinum-haired man dragging the other woman away. The room fell into a deafening silence. The groom finally looked at his bride, her eyes wide with shock and betrayal. His voice was low, devoid of emotion. You know this wasn't intentional, he stated. Don't be resentful, just pretend it never happened. He promised they could tell their parents that she could find her own happiness. This marriage, he declared, is a formality. I will not touch you, I will respect you. Later that night, in another wing of the palace, the woman fretted. You prepared the love fruit for the eldest brother tonight, she said, her voice trembling. The platinum-haired man wrapped his arms around her from behind, his lips brushing against her ear. Then do you think, he whispered, when our love will bear fruit? She squirmed, flustered. What are you thinking? We're in front of a window? But his hands were already roaming, his tongue tracing the delicate shell of her ear. I haven't done anything, he lied, his touch becoming more insistent. Ouch, it's itchy, she complained, trying to pull away. He sighed dramatically, feigning exhaustion. Don't play like that, just go take a bath. His eyes gleamed as he gestured towards the bathroom where a tub was already filled, steam rising from water scattered with rose petals. She fell for it instantly, her worries melting. How caring he is, she thought, her clothes pooling at her feet as she sank into the warm, fragrant water. It was pure bliss. A bliss that was shattered when he suddenly appeared, shirtless and smirking. Is it pleasant? He asked. She yelped in surprise. Why are you here? He slipped into the tub behind her, pulling her against his wet skin. I want to be pleasant too, he murmured, ignoring her weak protests, simply patting her head like a pet. The next morning began with her grumbling about what an odious man he was. Even as she leaned against him, exhausted. I feel so sleepy, she mumbled. It's because you played so late, he replied, his voice thick with smug satisfaction. Can we go back to sleep? She pleaded. Meanwhile, Sis-Yu sat at the breakfast table, trying to appear normal as she greeted her new sister-in-law. Good morning, you're up so early, she asked where the eldest brother was, then quickly corrected herself. I should call you sister-in-law now, right? The other woman waved it off with a laugh. Don't joke, she said before leaning in, her expression turning to one of concern. Why do you have shadows under your eyes? They're so red. Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Could it be that the eldest brother kept you up all night? Sis-Yu's mind flashed back to the previous night. He had been surprisingly decent, offering her the bed when he saw how tired she was. It had been a sleepless night, but not for the reason her sister-in-law imagined. She forced a smile, spinning a lie about being out late with friends. The sister-in-law hugged her, completely convinced. But Sis-Yu's thoughts were already miles away, plotting. She had to get out. She had to find a chance to meet with Senior. His voice was a silken trap. Firm and unyielding as he told her she would be coming right back. He'd go downtown, he'd have all the latest clothes delivered straight to her. Her heart sank. Does he think this is about clothes? She looked into his possessive eyes, her own pleading. It wasn't about shopping, she tried to explain, her voice small. She just wanted to be by his side, even for a little while. A shadow crossed his face. He pulled her closer, his grip tightening almost imperceptibly as he warned her that if she went, she wouldn't be able to work anymore. The threat hung heavy in the air between them, her breath hitched. Don't be like this, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. Not after last night, but then a wave of defiance washed over her. She met his intense gaze, her own resolve hardening. She had wanted to go out to have a moment of freedom, but now I still want to do it. She surged forward, crashing her lips against his in a kiss that was both a plea and a demand. The world melted away, leaving only the heat and the dizzying sensation of his touch. He responded instantly, his arm wrapping around her waist, pulling her flush against him as he deepened the kiss. He moved from her lips to the delicate skin of her neck, his touch sending shivers down her spine. A soft sigh escaped her. His lips curved into a faint smile against her skin, his voice a low rumble as he murmured that her expression was very cute. The world felt dreamy, hazy, filled with floating petals of light as she lost herself in the moment. They were still wrapped in each other's arms on the couch when a sharp knock echoed through the room. A voice called out, asking if Lin Che was ready yet. Xia Nianmo's eyes widened. Reality came crashing back. She pulled away from Su Lingzi, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as Lin Che answered from the other room. She had to go. Seeing the possessive glint return to his eyes, she knew she had to act fast. She leaned in, planting a quick, sweet kiss on his cheek. Be good, she cooed, trying to placate the beast. Stop being so controlling. Just don't get mad, okay? I'll be home by evening, I promise. For a moment, he just stared at her, his expression unreadable. Then a slow, dangerous smirk spread across his handsome face. Fine, he conceded, but warned her that tonight he would punish her strictly. At the boutique, the air was filled with the scent of new fabric and expensive perfume. But the pleasant atmosphere was shattered by a sharp, condescending voice. A blonde woman sneered at Lin Che, her eyes dripping with disdain. Are there any limits these days? She mocked, questioning how someone like Lin Che could even hope to become a member of the illustrious Su family. Lin Che's face hardened, but before she could retort, the woman Min turned her venomous gaze on Xia Nianmo. And you, she spat, her eyes raking over Nianmo with disgust. You look crazy, what do you see in him, his money? Lin Che's fury boiled over. What did you say? She demanded. Min simply smirked, her voice laced with poison. I'm just educating her. What right do you have to be with a man like Su Lingzi? People like you just want his money, don't you? Xia Nianmo's hands clenched into fists at her side, her knuckles turning white. A fire ignited in her chest. Min leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a menacing whisper. I don't hit you, so don't you dare think I'm gentle. That was it, that was the last straw. Okay, Xia Nianmo said, her voice dangerously calm. If you want to hit me, just come over here, let me see you try. Min's face twisted in rage. How dare you, she shrieked. You better pray Su Lingzi will protect you forever, because if not, there will be a day when the Liu family will skin you alive. Lin Che grabbed her friend's arm, urging her not to get excited, but it was too late. The scene had exploded. The store staff scurried around in a panic, their faces pale with fear. Why are they fighting? What should we do? One whispered. The manager, a man in a sharp suit, rushed forward, his voice tight with anxiety. Hurry up and close the shop, then try to stop them. This is the zone for people with a lot of money. If we get implicated, we can't live in this city. He stepped between the furious women, pleading for them to show some respect. But Min wasn't listening. With a furious snarl, she shoved him aside. It's clear you need to be taught a lesson, she screamed, lunging for Xia Nianmo. But Lin Che was faster, stepping in front of her friend like a shield. If you want to fight, you'll have to go through me. Min's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed a trembling finger at them. Apologize, she screeched. You should apologize. Min's smirk was pure venom as she looked down her nose at Xia Nianmo. So like Xia, what do you want to do? She taunted. Her words were like daggers. Don't you dare have a bet with me, all right? As a vulgar girl, you don't have any knowledge, so don't take up my gauntlet. Xia Nianmo's eyes darkened, a storm brewing within them. The insults kept coming, each one sharper than the last. Just admit that you don't deserve Su Lingzi. I won't give a F about you. A heavy silence fell. Xia Nianmo lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. I don't deserve him. It's right that I'm not good enough for him, so I could meet him. The admission hung in the air, shocking everyone. Lin Che's heart broke for her friend. She placed a comforting hand on Nianmo's shoulder. Her touch a silent anchor. Don't care about her, she murmured. She's just trying to provoke you. But something inside Xia Nianmo had snapped. She looked up, her eyes burning with a new, terrifying resolve. I won't let her get away so easily, she thought. She met Min's gaze head-on. Say what you want, she challenged. A triumphant, cruel smile spread across Min's face. She revealed that next month there was going to be a high-class party and election for the most beautiful miss. And of course, the Su family would be there. Do you dare to be a candidate? She sneered. If you dare to join and you win, I'll apologize to you. And if you lose, you will leave Su Lingzi and you will never step into the Su family ever again. The stakes were impossibly high, her entire future, her entire happiness on the line. Lin Che looked at her friend, her eyes wide with panic, but Xia Nianmo didn't even hesitate. A simple, quiet, no problem sealed her fate. Back at a cafe, the reality of her decision came crashing down. Lin Che clutched her head, looking at her friend in disbelief. Lin Che, you're crazy for when you accepted that, she cried. She explained that this wasn't some simple party. It was for the women of rich, loyal families, a competition of self-control and independence. They compete in everything from aerobics and golf to piano and fencing. Xia Nianmo's face went pale. I don't know anything about that, she stammered. Her friend explained that these women had been training for years. Panic began to set in. What should I do? It's more difficult than painting. How can I learn all that in a few days? Later, she sat alone, consumed by sadness and regret. Maybe this was just a last resort. Maybe she really did deserve him. Suddenly, a gentle hand touched her chin, tilting her face up. It was Su Lingzi. His eyes were soft, filled with a warmth that chased away some of the cold fear in her heart. All right, don't say something like that anymore, he murmured. Su Lingzi isn't an idiot. He told you really were the one. You deserve him with or without this competition. Don't overthink. But her mind was a whirlwind of anxiety and doubt. The pressure was immense, the stakes impossibly high. The harsh lights of the film set felt a world away from her troubles. The director approached her, his expression sympathetic. He'd heard she was going back to Plains Film and that to speed up production, they'd need to use a substitute for some of her scenes. She nodded numbly, offering to work more to make up for it. The scene was set in front of a magnificent, snow-dusted church, a fairy tale backdrop for a story that felt like a lie. She was in a wedding dress, a beautiful confection of lace and silk, but her heart felt heavy as lead. The actor playing her groom knelt before her, kissing her hand as the cameras rolled. This wedding scene is influenced by French culture, he said, his voice filled with a scripted adoration. It was supposed to be a wonderful, monumental moment. He took her hand in his grip surprisingly tight. Catherine, he whispered, using her character's name. This is what I have been waiting for ages. We can finally be together. The priest's voice boomed, declaring them married as white doves were released into the sky. The scene was perfect, but as the director yelled cut, the actor's smile faltered, becoming weak and fragile. Let's go out, he suggested, his eyes pleading. Outside the grand church doors, he looked at her, his heart in his eyes. Senior, he began, I want to answer you. She couldn't meet his gaze. She was sorry, she told him, her voice gentle but firm. She already had a man she loved. She couldn't love him, not even in the movie. Her heart already belonged to someone else. Suddenly, a dark shape blurred in her peripheral vision, a hooded figure moving with terrifying speed. The actor's eyes widened, reflecting the cold, sharp glint of a knife. In a split second that stretched into an eternity, he moved. He threw himself in front of her, a human shield against the coming darkness. A sickening thud echoed in the sudden silence. The blade plunged deep into his chest. A brilliant crimson flower bloomed on the pristine white of his suit. His eyes were wide with shock and pain, and all Xianayan could do was stare, a silent scream trapped in her throat as her world shattered into a million pieces. At the foot of the hospital bed, Gu Jingze delivered the grim report, his voice low and serious. The doctor's words echoed in the sterile room. Bai Fan's organs were seriously hurt, and he would need a long, slow recovery. He then shifted topics, his tone all business as he asked about the public opinion on the incident, wanting to ensure the news was being suppressed to protect the crew and, most importantly, Lin Che. But Bai Fan merely gazed back from his pillows, his expression unnervingly calm, almost serene. He simply nodded, murmuring that it was fine. Just then, a soft knock echoed at the door. It was Lin Che, her face a portrait of worry as she peeked inside, a large bouquet of pink peonies clutched in her trembling hands. She asked timidly if she could come in, her wide eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her entire being radiating guilt and anxiety. She rushed to his side, her voice shaking as she asked how he was, if his injuries were as serious as she feared. Her hand found his, clinging to it desperately. Bai Fan offered a gentle, reassuring smile, trying to soothe her frayed nerves. It was nothing, he insisted, just a few skin injuries. He told her not to blame herself, his voice soft, insisting no one wanted this to happen. His hand lifted, his fingers gently brushing against her hair in a tender, comforting gesture. He urged her not to apologize, but then his expression grew serious. He reminded her of her duty to the film, that she would have to work hard to complete some scenes on her own. With a heavy heart, Lin Che promised she would, wishing him a speedy recovery before quietly leaving the room. The door clicked shut, plunging the room into a thick silence. The moment she was gone, Gu Jingze's assistant exploded, his face twisted in frustration. He demanded to know why Bai Fan would lie and say he was okay when he was hurt so badly. He fumed, pointing out how much Bai Fan had sacrificed for her, calling it pathetic that he just let her leave without telling her the truth. But Bai Fan's sad, gentle smile never wavered. He turned his head, his gaze lost somewhere out the window. It's really pathetic, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, to keep her in sympathy. His resolve was heartbreakingly clear, as long as she is happy. Outside, the sky wept, a cold, dreary rain beginning to fall, mirroring the gloom in Lin Che's heart. She stood on the pavement, lost in thought, letting the cold droplets soak through her clothes. Suddenly, a sleek white car pulled up beside her and a voice called her name. It was Gu Jingze. His brows were furrowed with concern as he demanded to know why she was walking in the rain, urging her to get in the car. Lin Che stared, her eyes wide with surprise, before quickly sliding into the passenger seat. Gu Jingze, she breathed, why are you here? He explained that his assistant had called, and he'd flown over immediately, his voice thick with a worry that went beyond the simple facts. You're here, he said softly, his movements gentle as he used a clean cloth to wipe the rain from her hair and face. That simple, kind touch was all it took for her to break. Her hand clenched, twisting the fabric of her skirt as hot tears finally spilled from her eyes. She confessed how upset she was, how it was all her fault that Senior was hurt. Without a word, Gu Jingze pulled her into his arms, holding her close as she sobbed against his chest. He murmured comforting words, telling her it was an accident, that she must not blame herself. But she couldn't stop the flood of guilt, insisting it was all her fault. He held her tighter, his voice firm and reassuring, telling her she did nothing wrong, that she was a victim just as much as he was. He gently cupped her cheek, forcing her to look at him. He told her that they can't make everyone like them, that other people's thinking doesn't matter. No matter what people think of you, he whispered, his gaze intense and unwavering, I think you are the best and I will always like you. Then he closed the distance between them, his lips meeting hers in a soft, sealing kiss, a promise to stay by her side. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated devotion. Later in a grand, opulent ballroom, a woman with short, stylish hair stood alone, a glass of champagne in her hand. She sighed, a deep weariness in her eyes. She still couldn't adapt to these lavish events. Just then, the president appeared at her side, asking if she was done with her social duties and apologizing for not being much help. As the music for a waltz began to swell through the hall, he extended a hand towards her. Would you like to dance with me? He asked, his voice a low murmur. With a small, resigned smile, she accepted. He pulled her onto the dance floor, their bodies moving as one. It was the opening dance of the party, a duty they had to perform. As they glided across the floor, whispers followed them, onlookers cooing about what a perfect, romantic couple they were. But inside, her heart felt like ice. Asterisk romantic, a fairy tale, asterisk she thought bitterly, asterisk this is just a formal marriage, a joke, asterisk. When the music ended, he stepped back, the warmth instantly gone. He told her to go rest, that he had official duties to attend to, leaving her alone once more. Later, wrapped in a soft bathrobe after a hot shower, she was just about to climb into bed, when a sharp knock echoed on her doors. An assistant was at the door, struggling to support the president, who was completely drunk. She took over, dismissing the staff, and observed him. He looked like a mess. He stirred, his voice a hoarse whisper, begging for water. She'd never seen him so drunk before. She carefully held a glass to his lips, urging him to drink slowly. But he suddenly became petulant, pushing the glass away and spilling water everywhere. I want ice water, he whined like a spoiled child. The water soaked the front of his shirt. His personality was completely different when he was drunk. Annoyed, she told him not to move while she took off his wet clothes. Her fingers fumbled with the buttons, revealing the hard planes of his chest. Suddenly, his hand shot out, grabbing her. He pulled her close, his eyes hazy with desire. Are you taking off my clothes? He slurred, a smirk playing on his lips. No, you have to take off your clothes too. Before she could protest, he pulled her down onto the bed with him. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling her scent. Your smell is so good, he murmured, so comfortable to hug. His body was burning hot against hers as he whispered her name, Min Min, I feel so hot. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, revealing them tangled in the sheets. He woke first, a groan escaping his lips as he clutched his aching head. Then he saw her beside him and his eyes widened in shock. What happened last night? He demanded. A blurry, heated memory flashed through his mind. He sat up, running a hand through his hair, trying to piece it all together. He looked at her, his jaw tight. Last night we. She clutched the sheet to her chest, explaining that he was drunk and his assistants had brought him to her. His face fell, filled with regret. He apologized profusely, promising it would never happen again. You needn't regret it, she said softly, but her eyes were downcast. Mistaking her sadness for something else, he offered to buy her jewelry as compensation. Her head snapped up, her eyes flashing with indignation. You needn't to compensate me. He looked utterly confused. Then what do you want? He asked. Her voice was a whisper as she started, I want. But a knock on the door cut her off, an urgent matter, he had to go. As the door closed behind him, her unspoken words filled the silent room. Asterisk, I just want a normal marriage, asterisk, she thought, her heart aching. Asterisk, to be your good wife. Can you do it for me, asterisk? She clutched the sheets, the cold emptiness of the bed a stark reminder of her loneliness. Later, Lin Che sat with Sister Yu, the weight of the world on her shoulders. The guilt over Bai Yi Fan's injury was eating her alive. Sister Yu tried to comfort her, before changing the subject with a mischievous smile, handing her a file for the upcoming debutante party. Lin Che's face fell as she read the list of events. Horseback riding, fencing, and ballet. She slumped back in despair. I'm gonna die, she wailed. All of these are Chuzia's specialties. Sister Yu's face grew serious. She discovered that Lu Chu Zio had been given the list in advance. She had an unfair advantage, and she was planning to humiliate Lin Che. A fire ignited in Lin Che's eyes. The pity and guilt were replaced by a burning determination. She really looks down on me, she declared, her fists clenched. Sister Yu had already made an appointment at a horse ranch. Lin Che's voice was firm, ringing with newfound resolve. Okay, Sister Yu, I have more than a month, I will not lose. The sun drenched the sprawling estate in a golden haze, casting long shadows from the pristine white fences of the horse ranch. What an incredible place, Lin Che thought, her eyes wide with wonder. The air was so fresh, so clean, completely untouched by the city's grime. Yu Minmin smiled beside her, a look of serene satisfaction on her face. She explained that the ranch operated on a strict reservation-only system, ensuring complete privacy for its guests. A small, wry thought flickered through Lin Che's mind. At this moment, the title of Mrs. President felt surprisingly useful, even though she normally despised the very idea of privilege. Just then, a stable hand approached, leading a beautiful, gentle-looking horse. He informed her that this particular horse was perfect for beginners, known for its calm and spiritual nature. With a deep breath, Lin Che gathered her courage and swung her leg over the saddle. The moment she was seated, a wave of vertigo washed over her. Okay, this is... Hi, her mind went blank. She'd always had a title scary to sit on a horse, but she never realized just how terrifyingly high up it would be. Suddenly, the horse shifted beneath her, a simple, innocent movement that sent a jolt of pure panic through her entire body. Oh my god, what is this horse doing? Her inner voice shrieked as she clung on for dear life, her face a mask of comedic terror. I'm so scared, I want to get down. I want to get down right now. From a distance, two figures watched her pathetic display with amusement. Gu Jingze, with his bright blonde hair, let out a hearty laugh. He turned to his brother, the ever-stoic Gu Jingze, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked where on earth this little coward came from. Ignoring Lin Che's plight, he grinned at his brother, suggesting they ride a lap together since it had been so long. With a nod of agreement, Gu Jingze spurred his brilliant white steed forward, soaring effortlessly over a jump with breathtaking grace. Gu Jingze watched him go, a confident, almost challenging smirk gracing his own handsome features. In a display of pure power, he urged his own horse, which reared up magnificently against the sky as a single white dove flew past. He was the very picture of masculine perfection, a prince from a fairy tale. Down below, Lin Che and Yu Minmin could only stare, completely captivated. Oh wow, Lin Che breathed, forgetting her fear for a moment. He is so handsome. Yu Minmin found herself nodding in agreement, utterly fascinated by the sight. But for her, it was something more. A strange thumping started in her chest, a frantic rhythm she didn't recognize. Thump, thump, she pressed a hand to her heart, her cheeks flushing with a soft pink glow. Why is my heart beating so fast? Her confused thoughts were interrupted as Gu Jingze trotted over, his charming smile directed right at her. He called her a beautiful lady and asked if she'd like to ride with him. He extended a gallant hand, an invitation hanging in the air. But before she could answer, he smoothly maneuvered his horse next to Lin Che's, pulling her from her saddle and onto his own with a single fluid motion. Hold on to me, he murmured, his arms securely around her waist. Seated in front of him, nestled against his chest, Lin Che's fear instantly vanished, replaced by a thrilling sense of security. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear, as he whispered that they would go for a ride. As they galloped away, a blissful smile spread across Lin Che's face. She felt so free, so happy. His voice dropped to a low, suggestive purr. Happy? He asked, his hand tightening slightly on her waist. Don't you think you should reward me? He leaned in even closer, his lips almost touching her ear as he added, would you like to try get asterisk on the horse? The implication hit her like a lightning bolt and her face exploded in a crimson blush. You rogue, she stammered, utterly flustered. Meanwhile, back at the paddock, Gu Jingze turned his attention to the still flustered Yu Minmin. His voice was calm, and even as he asked if she would like to ride together, her heart leaped into her throat. He wants to ride with me. Can I? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. He explained that he had already arranged for a smaller, more gentle horse just for her. The word together clicked in her mind. Oh, not asterisk together. She realized he meant they would ride their own horses side by side. A fresh wave of panic set in. I don't know how to ride, she blurted out, waving her hands dismissively. You go first, don't worry about me. But Gu Jingze was not so easily deterred. He simply dismounted, took the reins of her horse, and declared that they would do it another way. He would take her for a round himself. Yu Minmin stared, her wide violet eyes filled with disbelief. He didn't have to do this, he shouldn't worry about her. But it was too late, he was already helping her onto the horse's back, his touch firm and steady. He looked up at her, his gaze surprisingly gentle. Don't be afraid, he said softly. I will lead the horse. And with that, he turned and began to walk, guiding the horse slowly around the paddock. Yu Minmin watched his broad back, a storm of confusion raging within her. This was supposed to be a formal marriage, a contract. Why wasn't he treating her with the cold indifference she expected? Why this sudden tenderness? It only made her more confused, making it so much harder to keep her heart guarded and distant. Far away from the paddock, in a secluded, sun-dappled forest, Gu Jingze reined in their horse. He leaned into Lin Che, his voice a seductive whisper as he pointed out that they rarely got a chance like this. Why not give asterisk a try? You're crazy, she yelped, trying to push him away. She squirmed, trying to get down. I don't want to ride with you anymore, let me go. The friction of her movement was unmistakable. He gripped her tightly, his voice turning husky. Don't move, he warned. I can't stand this kind of friction. Her eyes widened in alarm. This was so annoying, she just wanted to get away. Seeing her genuine distress, he chuckled and loosened his grip. All right, I'm teasing you, he said, letting her breathe. But then he leaned in one last time, his tone dropping to a serious, dangerous low. But if you keep twisting like that, he murmured, I really can't control it. She grabbed a fistful of his shirt, a silent, frustrated scream on her face. He smirked, deftly changing the subject. He admitted she probably couldn't beat Lu Chuzia in horse riding, but there was another way. Fencing, he suggested, was her best chance to turn the tables. He told her of a legendary fencing master named Siru Qiang, a former world champion who could turn a nobody into a winner in just 1 year. Lin Che's eyes lit up with hope. Was he really that amazing? Could she possibly ask him to be her teacher? And so a new journey began. Days later, Lin Che and Yu Minmin found themselves on a tiring hike up the winding path of Zhai Mountain. Lin Che panted, complaining about how strange it was for a famous master to live so deep in the mountains. Yu Minmin, checking a map on her phone, confirmed they were almost there. But she also expressed her disappointment. She'd heard Mr. Sidu was so arrogant he refused to even meet with his guests. Lin Che's face fell. How can this be? She worried aloud. They had to at least try and find out for themselves. They finally arrived at a beautiful traditional villa nestled among the bamboo. As they approached, a young man at the gate asked their business. When Lin Che asked if Mr. Sidukiang lived there, the man's response was cold and immediate. Mr. Sidukiang won't see you, he said flatly. Please leave here. Lin Che pleaded with him, saying she just wanted a moment to speak to the master herself. But the apprentice was unmoved. He scoffed, telling them hundreds of people had come that day and all were sent away. Today, no one was welcome. Lin Che grabbed her shirt in frustration, her voice trembling as she asked why. Yu Minmin placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, she said quietly. Let me try. She then addressed the young man directly. What about me? The man's eyes widened in sudden recognition. You are the president's wife? His entire demeanor shifted from arrogance to panicked respect. He stammered for her to wait right there as he scurried inside to inform his master. He burst into a sunlit room, announcing the unexpected visitor to a figure with long, flowing hair. The figure turned and the two women gasped. Before them stood a man of ethereal beauty, his hair a cascade of shimmering silver blue. He was Sidu Qiang. His voice was as cool and clear as a mountain spring as he asked why the president's wife had come to see him. He seemed otherworldly, surrounded by an aura of glowing lotuses and phantom butterflies. Lin Che found her voice and stepped forward, introducing herself and bravely stating her purpose. She wanted him to teach her fencing. His rejection was swift and absolute. I can't, he said, turning away. Please go back to the city. He claimed the rumors of his skill were just exaggerations, that he wasn't as powerful as people believed. But Lin Che wouldn't give up. She explained her desperate situation, how her skills were nothing compared to her rivals. She looked him straight in the eye, a challenge in her own. You really know why I came here, right? A flicker of interest crossed his sharp features. I know, he replied coolly. It's so easy. Lin Che squared her shoulders, her resolve hardening. I don't care about my honor, she declared, her voice ringing with passion. But I gave my word, so I will definitely try my best. And then she did the unthinkable. She dropped to her knees, bowing low. I really want to learn. Please accept me as your disciple. She pressed her forehead to the floor, her voice thick with desperation as she begged him to help her. Sidukiang looked down at the determined girl kneeling before him. He spoke of the inner skill and hard work required for fencing. Lin Che looked up, her eyes blazing. I know I can do anything. A long moment of silence passed. Finally, he relented. Remember your words, he commanded. I have to come to B City in 3 days, then I will come here. In his arms, the world melted away into a kaleidoscope of soft pinks and shimmering gold. His touch was a firm, possessive claim against the delicate fabric of her dress, a silent promise that she was his. In this world of swirling purples and ethereal butterflies, their gazes locked. A silent conversation passing between two souls tangled in a complicated destiny. But this quiet bliss was a stolen moment. The reality was much harsher, a grueling regimen of sweat and pain. In a sun-drenched dance studio, Lin Che moved with a grace born of pure will. Asterisk 1, 2, 3, 4 asterisk the count was a mantra in her mind, each number a step closer to perfection. Asterisk keep your arms upright, asterisk a phantom voice instructed, and she obeyed without question. Asterisk right leg forward and turn asterisk her eyes, wide with concentration, reflected a fiery determination to conquer this art. But in an instant, her focus shattered. Her ankle twisted, a sharp, searing pain shooting up her leg as she tumbled to the hard floor with a cry. Lying there, breathless and aching, frustration washed over her. Asterisk alas, it still does not work well, asterisk she thought, her brow furrowed in disappointment. Is a ballet teacher the only way? How can I master this on my own? Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. She looked up to see Gu Jingze standing there, a plate of freshly cut fruit in his hand. His voice was a low, gentle rumble as he asked why she wasn't home yet, telling her that he'd heard she'd been practicing hard and needed to eat. Her cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and shame. Asterisk it's not much. Asterisk she mumbled, her gaze dropping to the floor. She felt so inadequate, so clumsy. Her voice was barely a whisper as she added that because of her poor ability, she needed to practice even. But he was firm, his gaze unwavering. Even so, he insisted, she still needed nutrition. He beckoned her closer, his voice leaving no room for argument. She looked up, her expression a mask of confusion. What was he planning? Before she could protest, he reached down, his strong arms effortlessly lifting her from the floor and pulling her directly into his lap. Her heart hammered against her ribs. What is this posture? She thought, completely flustered. His proximity was intoxicating. He held her close, his voice a low murmur against her ear as he said he would take care of her. He picked up a glistening red cherry, holding it to her lips, his command soft but absolute. Open your mouth, he whispered. A wave of defiance surged through her. No, I will do it myself, she retorted, her eyes flashing. A dangerous smirk played on his lips. His voice dropped, laced with a teasing threat as he asked if she just disobeyed him. He leaned in, his warm breath ghosting across the sensitive skin of her neck, and his whisper sent shivers down her spine. You want to eat fruit or want to eat something else? Which one do you choose? Her entire body went rigid, her mind reeling. Why you? She stammered, trying to push him away, but his hold was ironclad. His eyes roamed over her, a possessive fire burning in their depths. You are attractive, he purred, his gaze lingering on the way the ballet tights clung to her body. It was too much. Her composure snapped, and in a flash of adorable, chibi-fied rage, she demanded he stop talking nonsense and just feed her quickly. He chuckled, thoroughly amused. But his eyes held a wicked glint as he warned her that if she disobeyed again, he would feed her another way. Defeated, she immediately relented. Okay, I will obey. But the playful mood evaporated as a dark cloud passed over her features. Her voice grew serious as she confessed her fears about the story spreading that if she lost the competition, she would have to leave him. A flicker of panic entered her eyes. This isn't just a competition anymore, she thought wildly. This is a battle to rob a husband. He pulled her closer, his expression softening as he offered to help, to make sure people wouldn't talk. But she shook her head, a newfound confidence shining in her eyes. She leaned in, a mischievous wink on her face as she told him not to worry because she wouldn't lose. And to seal her promise, she captured his lips in a fierce, passionate kiss. The days blurred into a grueling cycle of relentless training. Every moment was dedicated to pushing her limits, to honing her skills for the battle ahead. An entire month passed in a flash. From the grace of ballet to the sharp discipline of fencing, she poured every ounce of her being into her training, running until her lungs burned, sparring until her arms screamed in protest. She burst into the fencing hall, panting for breath. I've come, I'm here, she announced, her hand resting on the doorframe for support. She bowed her head, apologizing to her master for her tardiness. But her master, a man with ethereal blue hair and eyes as cold as a winter sky, was unmoved. Without a word, he threw a saber towards her, the metal flashing in the light. She yelped, barely managing to catch it. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion as he commanded her to grab her saber and begin. Their blades clashed in a shower of sparks. She parried his strike, her muscles screaming. After a month of brutal training, he conceded that she had improved. A little bit. A swell of pride filled her chest. Naturally Tilda, she chirped, a smug smile on her face. But his next words sliced through her confidence like a blade. Unfortunately, he stated, his eyes boring into hers, you're still too weak. He lunged, and in a single fluid motion, he disarmed her, her saber clattering to the floor. Damn it, she cried in frustration. He explained coolly that her arm strength was lacking, that her skill was still too poor. She could not win. Desperation clawed at her throat. What can I do? She pleaded, her voice cracking. I've worked so hard. She tried to lighten the mood, flexing a non-existent muscle and boasting about her huge biceps. But he was a statue of icy disapproval, his gaze making her feel small and weak. Her frustration finally boiled over. Why are you raining on my parade? She snapped. It takes time to train and get stronger. His words were a cruel slap in the face. He told her it was boring if she couldn't win, and with a man like Gu Jingze behind her, she didn't even need to try so hard. She was stunned into silence, his accusation hanging in the air between them. Her voice trembled with anger as she demanded to know why he even agreed to train her if he thought so little of her. He admitted he believed she could beat Lu Chuxia, but in the same breath, he told her that all her training in fencing, horseback riding, and ballet was ultimately futile. You're such a bully, she cried out, tears welling in her eyes. I have practiced extra hard at all three. Just then, a familiar, amused voice cut through the tension. This is really entertaining. Gu Jingze stood in the doorway, a lazy smile on his face. Lin Che whirled around, her eyes wide with shock. Gu Jingze, why are you here? She gasped. He walked towards her, his voice a smooth caress. I've come to pick you up, he said simply. He gently took her hand, pulling it from her master's grasp and announcing that their training was over for the day. The master simply nodded, bidding Mr. Gu goodbye as he walked away. As Gu Jingze watched him go, a thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, this man is even more beautiful than a woman. Asterisk, Lin Che sighed dramatically, complaining that learning fencing was just too difficult. A wicked grin spread across Gu Jingze's face. There are some things that can grow bigger quickly, he teased, leaning closer. Come here and we can play. Before she could react, his hand was on her chest, his thumb brushing against her collarbone. His voice was a husky whisper. The one thing that gets bigger with your touch is right here, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with mischief. No need to wait a month, isn't that great? Her face erupted in a furious blush. "Oh, you," she sputtered, utterly scandalized. "Why are you always like this all the time?" Later, the air between them was thick with a palpable heat. His voice was a low rumble laced with amusement. "How can you get aroused anytime and a place?" She turned away, her cheeks burning as she insisted she had no idea. He leaned in, his lips brushing her ear as he confessed, "I just get so excited whenever I see you." He pulled her into his lap, his hands beginning a slow, deliberate exploration of her body. "You're so delicious," he murmured, his voice thick with desire. "I want you all the time, I can never get enough, what about you?" "No," she cried out, a pathetic attempt at resistance, but it was too late. He began to nip at her neck, his touch sending bolts of electricity through her veins. "No, I don't like it," she pleaded. "No biting, you shouldn't force me to make love." But his eyes, dark with passion, saw the truth in hers, the look that screamed she wanted him just as badly. His fingers deftly worked at her clothes, pulling them aside. "Don't stop," she whispered, the words a contradiction born of overwhelming desire. His lips crashed down on hers, silencing any further protest. He pulled back slightly, his breath warm against her flushed skin. "How can you always be like this?" he asked, a hint of a smile in his voice. "Not good?" she managed to ask, her voice trembling. "I'll satisfy you," he promised, his gaze intense enough to melt her resolve completely. She buried her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled. "Yes, don't you dare say anything. You're so beautiful," he whispered, his voice full of awe. "I can't help but want to play with you." And he sealed his words with another soul-stealing kiss. The day before the contest, she found herself standing outside her master's home once more. She entered the vast, empty space, calling out his name. He was walking away, his back to her. She rushed forward, her voice laced with urgency. "Master, I have one more question to ask you about fencing." He didn't even turn around, his voice cold and distant as he told her he had already taught her everything he knew. Desperate, she grabbed his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. "You're not telling me everything," she insisted, her eyes wide with a frantic plea. "You must help me, how can I win this fencing match?" He finally turned, his gaze serious. "There is one rule I've not taught you," he admitted. He looked her dead in the eye, his voice low and steady. "When fencing, always keep your eyes on your opponent. Your best defense is your speed." His own eyes narrowed, becoming sharp and predatory. "Focus on your attack point," he instructed, his body shifting into a powerful stance, "then strike quickly." He demonstrated a lightning-fast thrust, the air whistling around his blade. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. A brilliant smile lit up her face, her eyes sparkling with understanding and renewed hope. "Excellent, master," she exclaimed, her voice ringing with determination. "I will do my best." And then something miraculous happened. The corners of her master's lips tilted upwards in a small, almost imperceptible smile. "I have a good feeling about you, apprentice," he said, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it. "You're the only one I've trained for many years." She stared at him dumbfounded. "Oh, master, you actually smiled? That's the first time I've ever seen you smile." He simply shook his head, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he told her to go. Lin Che let out a long, weary sigh, a small smile gracing her lips as she looked at her neatly packed suitcase. Finally, everything was ready for the trip. But just as she felt a moment of peace, a smooth, familiar voice cut through the air. Gu Jingze stood there, a vision in a casual blazer, his expression unreadable as he asked if she was ready now. They would start now, he declared. Lin Che's eyes widened in disbelief. Him coming with her to a women's banquet of all places? What was he thinking? Before she could protest, he closed the distance between them, his fingers gently tilting her chin up so her gaze met his intense, golden one. His voice was a low murmur, a tantalizing whisper as he asked if she knew what a woman's greatest asset truly was. She blinked, completely captivated, and asked what it could be. A slow, possessive smirk spread across his lips. "It is her husband," he purred. Her brain short-circuited for a second before she playfully pinched his cheek, her annoyance bubbling up in a cute, pouty display. She insisted that a woman's greatest asset was her beauty, not her husband. He feigned a wounded look, asking if he wasn't her greatest asset then. His expression then shifted, the playfulness melting away into something far more dangerous and intimate. He leaned in closer, his warm breath ghosting over her skin as he whispered, "Maybe I didn't make you happy, and make you satisfied." Her cheeks burned crimson. Was he talking about that asterisk? Her eyes shot open in a panic. And she quickly stammered that he was right, absolutely right, and they should go together. With that settled, they arrived at the Grand Province Hotel. Once inside their suite, Lin Che stretched her arms high above her head, the exhaustion of the day finally hitting her. But even as her body screamed for rest, her mind was a whirlwind of anxiety. The competition? How could she possibly relax? The room was beautiful, a luxurious escape, but a knot of worry was tightening in her stomach. She turned to Gu Jingze, telling him she would change first. As she moved towards the window, a strange feeling prickled at the back of her neck. She felt it eyes, she was certain people outside were staring right at their window. Who were they and what were they looking at? Gu Jingze followed her gaze, just as he shrugged off his jacket, revealing a perfectly sculpted, shirtless torso. Lin Che's breath hitched. What was he doing? He just smirked, a wicked glint in his eyes, telling her not to bother getting dressed. It wasn't like she hadn't seen it all before, he teased. His gaze drifted to the window and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. So that's what this was about. Those women came here for asterisk him asterisk, how shameless. The women outside giggled and waved, completely oblivious. Gu Jingze turned back to Lin Che, his expression turning possessive and dark. He declared that she must not let other people look at him that way. Before she could react, he pulled her flush against his warm, bare chest. His voice was a low growl in her ear as he asked if she was jealous. "I'm not," she squeaked, her face the color of a ripe tomato. A sly grin spread across his face. He suggested they should be generous and show their guests something better. He would teach her exactly how to treat them. And then he leaned in, capturing her lips in a deep, passionate kiss, right in front of the open window. Lin Che's mind went blank with embarrassment. In front of other people, she was so shy she couldn't do this. Her hands scrambled to pull the curtains shut. He pulled back slightly, a playful pout on his face as he asked how she felt. Was she happy now? He held her close, whispering that this wasn't because of someone's jealousy, oh no. But as she stood in his arms, her heart hammered against her ribs. She couldn't deny it, not even to herself. This man in front of her, he was so attractive, so handsome, so kind. A sudden, overwhelming wave of joy washed over her. He was hers. This good man was occupied by her, and he belonged only to her. A giddy laugh escaped her lips as she hugged him tightly. He looked down, confused, asking what she was laughing about. His eyes, however, held a dangerous, predatory glint. He murmured that he'd found a good woman, but now he wanted to be a bad guy. In one swift movement, he pushed her back onto the bed, looming over her with a wicked smirk. "You are on top," he whispered, "and I will make you beg." Her protests were lost in a series of muffled moans and whimpers, her body melting under his touch as he whispered 3 simple words into her ear: "Lin Che, I love you." Later that evening, the banquet hall buzzed with anticipation and hushed whispers. All eyes were on one woman, Lu Chuzia. She stood with an air of untouchable confidence, a champion 3 times over. The whispers followed her like a shadow. She had the most championships in a decade. A cruel smirk played on her lips as she thought about her opponent. She couldn't wait to defeat Lin Che and finally become the most wonderful lady. Just then, the click of heels announced a new arrival. Lin Che entered, a vision in a flowing blue gown with Gu Jing's arm securely around her. The crowd erupted in murmurs. So that was her, the woman who dared to make a bet with Lu Chuzia. She was here. They walked through the sea of staring eyes, the whispers turning venomous. "She isn't that great," one woman sneered. "Some people just have good skills in bed," another hissed with pure, unadulterated jealousy. Lin Che's jaw tightened. So many women, so much hostility, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Gu Jingze must have felt her tension because his hand gave hers a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "Let's go," he murmured, his presence a solid anchor in the storm of envy. He held her hand tighter, his voice firm as he told her not to let go, to hold on to him. She looked up at him, her resolve hardening. She didn't care what they said. As they moved through the room, a man pointed towards an older gentleman, identifying him as Master Lu. Gu Jing's subordinate suggested they go say hello, but Gu Jingze stopped her. There was something he had to tell her first. Her heart skipped a beat. What was it? His expression was serious as he mentioned her mother. He'd asked Master Lu about her back when he was at the Lu family estate. He revealed that her mother Su Sen had been Professor Lu's best student, but she had left suddenly without a word. Lin Che's mind raced. Did she meet her father after that? Was that when her miserable life began? The thought was a bitter pill to swallow. It wasn't fair to her mother. Gu Jingze explained that their relationship was complicated and that she needed to speak to Mr. Lu herself. Taking a deep breath, they approached the older man. Lin Che offered a polite apology for the drama with his daughter, Lu Chuzia. Master Lu simply waved it off, a sad smile on his face as he said his daughter always wanted to win everything. But Lin Che wasn't here for pleasantries. This man was 10 years older than her mother. He had to know something. As he gathered her courage and asked the question that had been burning in her soul, "What is the relationship between you and Su Sen?" The man's face went pale, his composure shattering. How did she know that name? Lin Che's voice was soft but steady as she explained that Su Sen was her mother and that she had passed away a long time ago. What? The word was a choked whisper. Master Lu staggered back, confirming that he knew Su Sen. He confessed that back then they had become very close, more than just teacher and student. But because she was near him, a man of influence, she was ostracized by many. Her reputation and her entire career were affected. He looked away, his face etched with a lifetime of regret. "So I left her," he admitted, his voice cracking, "and I married someone else." Lin Che's heart ached for the mother she barely knew. Was she very sad? She asked, her own eyes filling with tears. He nodded grimly. Yes, she was devastated. Desperate and heartbroken, she abandoned her career and simply vanished. For years, he had regretted it, always searching, but he could never find her again. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place, forming a heartbreaking picture. So my mother had a tragic love. She offered what little comfort she could, telling him not to be sad. He had his reasons for leaving her. He looked at her then, truly looked at her, and saw the ghost of the woman he had lost. It was the will of God, he murmured, to bring her daughter before him, a living reminder of the woman he had betrayed. Seeing him so distraught, Lin Che gently changed the subject, suggesting they return to Gu Jingze. As she walked back, Gu Jingze simply asked if she was finished talking. She nodded, a profound sadness weighing her down. The party, which had once seemed so important, now felt trivial and hollow. The night's revelations had ended it for her. Gu Jingze gently stroked her hair, his touch a silent comfort. He agreed that the party wasn't fun anyway. It was time to go back to the room and rest. Back in the quiet of their suite, Lin Che turned to him, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," she said softly, "for helping me find the answer." He offered a small, tender smile, taking her hand in his. "If you really want to thank me," he whispered, leaning close, "you must not think too much. You have a battle tomorrow, so you need to rest." But then a familiar mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. To save energy, he declared with a devilish smirk, "I will help you shower." Before she could even process his words, he swept her off her feet and into his arms. "Huh, no, put me down," she cried, flailing in his strong embrace. He ignored her protests, carrying her towards the bathroom. "We have to rest," he stated as if it were the most logical thing in the world. He set her down beside the large bathtub, murmuring that it was still early and they could relax with a slow shower. Her face was on fire. "Bathing with you is not a break," she insisted. "You go out." He leaned in, his voice a husky whisper against her ear. "Don't worry, you'll rest," he promised. "Let me do everything." His fingers found the zipper on her dress, and his lips trailed down her neck. "I'll do it as quickly as possible," he breathed. She let out a soft moan. "You always say that," she complained, "but it always takes a long time." He chuckled softly. "SHHH, don't talk anymore," he whispered. "Just coordinate with me." At the sprawling Greenland ranch, Lu Chuzia smoothed her pristine white gloves, her lips curled into a sneer. "Lin Che, that girl was still here, how dare she?" A flicker of movement caught her eye and her disgust deepened. It was Gu Jingze, and he was here for her asterisk. He had come, he told his companion, specifically to see Lin Che's writing techniques, vowing to support her in the competition. The words were like acid in Lu Chuzia's ears. She forced a saccharine smile onto her face and glided over to the happy couple. "Aha," she chirped, addressing Lin Che with false sweetness, telling her the coach wanted her to prepare well. But inside, her mind was racing. HMPH, she thought, turning on her heel. I should get prepared now, too. With the viper gone, Gu Jingze turned his warm gaze to Lin Che, who stood stiffly beside him, her hands clenched in nervous fists. He leaned in, his voice a gentle murmur, reminding her that her safety was the most important thing. Lin Che met his gaze, a fire igniting in her own eyes. She told him to relax, that she would be fine. Today, she declared, she would fight with everything she had. Her eyes then drifted down to his attire. He was wearing horse racing clothes. She asked him why, since he wasn't competing today. A playful smirk danced on his lips as he asked, "Doesn't it look good?" A blush crept up her cheeks. She couldn't help but admit that he looked incredibly handsome. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. He could already hear the women screaming for him from the stands. He teased. If she wanted, they could go to the other side, where she could take off his clothes layer by layer. Her face exploded in a crimson blush, her heart hammering against her ribs. Just then, a voice boomed over the speakers, announcing that the competition was about to begin. "No," she stammered, flustered beyond belief, "I don't want to go." Then, catching herself, her expression hardened with determination. "No, I must go, I want to go," she corrected, her voice ringing with resolve. Gu Jing's smile was blinding. "Let's do it," he encouraged. He formed a small heart with his fingers, his eyes sparkling. He promised he would be waiting at the finish line for her to win, calling her his dearest and telling her not to let him down. The rules of the competition were then announced. It was a race through the woods to collect hidden hats. The rider with the most hats would be crowned the winner. The announcer's voice echoed across the field, "Prepare, ladies." Elsewhere, Lu Chuzia leaned over to another rider, a cruel smile on her face. "Don't worry," she whispered conspiratorially, "it's all up to you." The other girl nodded, and Lu Chuzia's eyes narrowed, a venomous thought slithering through her mind. "Lin Che, even if I couldn't kill you today, I will see you trampled by the hooves of horses." A loud bang echoed as the starting gun fired. The race was on. The riders surged forward, a blur of color and motion as they galloped towards the dark woods. As they entered the shaded forest, Lin Che felt a prickle of unease. The girl Lu Chuzia had been talking to was drawing closer, a strange, predatory smirk on her face. "Who is this girl?" Lin Che wondered, her heart beginning to pound. "Why is she approaching me? This doesn't look good." From the stands, Gu Jingze watched the drone footage on the massive screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. Something was wrong, his gut was screaming at him. Why was there always someone following Lin Che? Suddenly, in the woods, the girl swung a thick branch, striking Lin Che hard. "Who are you?" Lin Che cried out, clutching her arm. "Why are you attacking me?" The girl just laughed, a cruel, sharp sound. "Are you scared, Lin Che?" she taunted, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Unfortunately, he's not here. Nobody can help you now." She pulled out a sharp, gleaming object, and Lin Che's blood ran cold. "Are you crazy? What are you doing? There are people watching." But the girl didn't care. She lunged, stabbing at Lin Che's horse. Lin Che let out a terrified scream as the animal bucked wildly. The girl's voice was a hiss of pure hatred. Lin Che, today I will let you live, but your purpose in life will disappear. Panic seized Lin Che as she clung desperately to the spooked horse's neck, tears streaming down her face. The world was a dizzying blur of green and brown. Stop, she screamed, her voice hoarse. Help me if she fell. If she fell now, she'd be trampled or dashed against a tree. Back in the stands, a man with binoculars suddenly shouted in alarm. There's something wrong with Lin Che, she fell into the water. Gu Jingze's world shattered. Lin Che, he roared, his face a mask of pure terror. He shoved people aside, his voice raw with panic. Get out of the way. He vaulted over the railing and onto the nearest horse, ignoring the frantic cries of the staff trying to stop him. He dug his heels into the horse's side, launching them into a desperate gallop. Lin Che, I'm coming. His face was a storm of fury and fear as he raced towards the forest, his heart threatening to burst from his chest. He found her on the riverbank, soaked to the bone and shivering violently. He leapt from his horse, rushing to her side. Lin Che, what's wrong with you? He cried, his voice breaking. He swept her into his arms, holding her tight against his chest, trying to share his warmth. You must be very scared, right? He whispered into her wet hair. He held her face in his hands, his eyes full of anguish and love. Do not be afraid, he promised. I will take you back now. Later, in a sterile white hospital room, Lin Che stared blankly at the wall. The doctor had said she just had a cold and needed rest. Gu Jingze stood beside her bed, his expression grim as he relayed the news. She'd been disqualified due to the accident. The winner was Lu Chuzia. I see, was all she could manage to say. He told her not to think too much, to just rest, gently rubbing her head. He promised he'd be right back as he left the room. A chilling resolve settled over his features. His subordinate was waiting. I found her, the man reported. Gu Jingze's eyes turned to chips of ice. The attacker was on her knees before him, trembling. His voice was dangerously low as he asked who told her to do it, offering her one chance to tell the truth and be spared. Otherwise, he warned, whoever was behind her would face his wrath. The girl lifted her chin defiantly. It was me, she spat. I did it by myself. I hate Lin Che. Gu Jingze's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? The girl erupted, her voice shrill with hatred. What wouldn't I dare? She's an illegitimate child. Her mother is a mistress. How dare she come to a noble party? A whip cracked through the air. You want to die? Gu Jingze roared. The girl shrieked in pain. You dare to hit me? Through her tears, she screamed that he couldn't kill her, that it was against the law. Gu Jingze picked up the whip again, a terrifying calm descending upon him. Of course I won't kill you, he said, his voice a silken threat. That would be too humane for someone who crossed me. His next words sealed her fate. Your future, he whispered, is a black room without windows. You will die in loneliness and endless suffering. The girl's face went white with horror. No, you can't, but he wasn't finished. Oh, and those men over there, he gestured to his guards, seem to be lacking female company. You will be welcomed by them. Take her away, he commanded, and never let me see her again. The guards dragged the screaming, pleading girl away. She clawed at the air, her eyes finding Lu Chuzia in the doorway. Miss Lu, save me, save me. But Lu Chuzia's face was a mask of indifference. She stepped forward, feigning concern for Gu Jingze, suggesting that maybe Lin Che was just scared and should go back to be city with her. Gu Jingze's icy glare snapped towards her. He ordered her to drop out of the next contest and cancel the bet before stalking away. Lu Chuzia's father suddenly appeared, grabbing her arm. What was she doing here? Gu Jingze's voice cut through the tension like a knife. This wasn't an accident, he stated coldly. It was attempted murder, and he would investigate it thoroughly. Her father tried to silence her, ordering a guard to take her back to her room. He then turned to Gu Jingze, his face grim, promising to give him a satisfactory answer. But Gu Jingze was beyond placation. Quiet, he snapped when his father tried to reason with him. His father sighed, making a decision. Lock her up, then he ordered. I'll handle it. Then he asked how Lin Che was, saying he wanted to see her. At Lin Che's bedside, he gently told her she should withdraw from the competition and rest. No, she replied instantly, her eyes flashing with defiance. I have to participate, I'm okay. A warm smile spread across her uncle's face. He told her not to make things difficult, that the bet was already off. But she couldn't give up, all her hard work, all her practice. Would it all be for nothing? He patted her head fondly, remarking that she was stubborn just like her mother. He promised to help her with anything she needed, and she thanked him, her heart aching. That night, under the soft glow of the moon, Lin Che pulled back the covers of her bed. Gu Jingze was lying beside her, his gaze soft and full of worry. A small smile touched her lips. Seeing him so worried about her, she whispered, made her feel happy and safe. He called her a fool, his voice thick with emotion. He confessed that he felt helpless, that he couldn't protect her today, and for that he was sorry. She shook her head, leaning in to press a gentle kiss to his lips. She was the one who should be sorry, she said, for making him worry. All that mattered was that he was with her now. The kiss deepened and he pulled her close. He playfully nipped her shoulder, making her yelp. Okay, let's sleep, he chuckled. She shyly asked if she could hold his hand, and when he took it, a wave of peace washed over her. He looked deep into her eyes, his voice a solemn vow. I am not going anywhere, he promised. I will be with you forever. Her heart swelled. She asked him then had she ever told him she loved him. He said she never had. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. That's a lie. I'm sure I said it. He just smiled, his eyes full of adoration, and whispered for her to please say it more, that he wanted to hear it for the rest of his life. A wave of dizziness washed over her, making the world tilt on its axis. Her throat felt like it was on fire, a raw, burning sensation with every ragged gasp for air. A dry cough racked her body. Asterisk, maybe I have a cold, asterisk, she thought, her brow furrowed with worry. No, this couldn't be happening, not now. She leaned against the cold metal of the locker, trying to steady herself. Her mind raced. She couldn't tell him, she couldn't tell Gu Jingze. He would worry, he would fuss, and worst of all, he would forbid her from competing. The thought alone sent a spike of panic through her. She had to do this, she had to prove herself. Just as she was lost in her anxious thoughts, a gentle voice cut through the silence. I'm here, he said, sorry to keep you waiting. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with surprise as she saw him standing in the doorway, a vision in white. He stepped closer, his presence immediately calming the storm inside her. He was holding a soft shawl, and with a tenderness that made her heart ache, he draped it over her bare shoulders. The air on this island is colder, he murmured, his voice a warm caress. She clutched the fabric, shaking her head. I'm a healthy person, let's go, she insisted, forcing a bright smile. But her voice trembled slightly as she admitted she was about to go on stage, and a knot of nerves was tightening in her stomach. He just smiled, a slow, confident curve of his lips that promised her the world. Do not worry, he said, his golden eyes locking with hers, I will cheer you on. On the grand stage, another performer was already captivating the audience. Chuzia, a vision in white, moved with practiced grace. In the audience, a woman watched with pride, whispering that Chuzia was the best, a talented and well-behaved woman, a rarity in this world. The crowd was mesmerized, their applause echoing through the hall. They were convinced no one could possibly beat her. Backstage, the air was thick with tension. Chuzia, her face a mask of smug superiority, cornered Lin Che by the lockers. A cruel smirk played on her lips as she leaned in, her voice dripping with poison. Lin Che, she sneered, don't cry when you lose me. Lin Che didn't look up. A shadow fell across her face, hiding her expression as she spoke, her voice low but firm. Don't worry, she replied, the one who is crying is not me. The lights dimmed, and a hush fell over the crowd as the announcer's voice boomed. Lin Che was going to perform a musical form called the Black Swan's Rebellion. The name itself was a whisper of defiance, a promise of something unexpected. As the music began, Lin Che transformed. She wasn't just a performer anymore, she was a story unfolding. Once upon a time, deep in the forest, there was a black swan living all alone. She was aloof, she was arrogant, and the other little animals whispered behind her back. They called her a wicked witch, a creature straight out of a dark fairy tale, but their words couldn't touch her. The black swan never depended on others for her self-worth. Her beauty and her kindness didn't need to be explained or validated. She simply was asterisk. In her heart there was love, in her eyes there was light, and she insisted on her own path, a path paved with her own convictions. Even if thorns littered the ground, threatening to pierce the soles of her feet, even if a chorus of curses followed her every step, she would still walk the way which she chose. The final note hung in the air, and for a moment there was complete silence. Then the dam broke. Applause erupted, thunderous and overwhelming. In the audience, a man wept openly, tears streaming down his face, completely moved by the performance. The judges were stunned. One grabbed the microphone, his voice filled with awe. He felt like he was watching a real dancer, a perfect being with angel wings. You will definitely be the winner, he declared. The crowd surged to their feet, chanting her name. Lin Che, Lin Che. They screamed her name, telling her she was awesome, that she was the best. From the side, Gu Jingze watched, a proud, soft laugh escaping his lips as his eyes shone with adoration. The moment she stepped off stage, he was there, pulling her into a fierce, possessive embrace. How was my show? Do you like it? She asked, breathless. He looked down at her, his expression so full of love it stole her breath away. You're my angel, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Later, in the quiet solitude of the locker room, the adrenaline finally began to fade. A smile touched Lin Che's lips, a hot shower and a good meal, that's all she wanted now. But as she reached for her locker, the door clicked shut behind her. She whirled around to see Gu Jingze leaning against the door, a predatory glint in his eyes. A gasp escaped her lips. You, she stammered, her heart hammering against her ribs. He just smirked, that devastatingly handsome smirk that always made her weak in the knees. Her face flushed a deep crimson. What are you doing here? She squeaked. This is the women's locker room. He pushed off the door, stalking toward her slowly. What are you worried about? He purred, an amused tick forming at the corner of his eye. She averted her gaze, her entire body tingling with a mixture of fear and excitement. He gently took her chin, forcing her to look at him. Are you worried if someone sees me? His voice dropped to a husky whisper, or if I will see someone else? Naked? Her breath hitched. He leaned closer, his warm breath ghosting over her skin. Even if someone sees us, they will be the ones who are ashamed. What are you afraid of? She tried to push him away, her hands flat against his chest. Go out, we can't do it here. He simply placed a finger on her lips, silencing her protests. SHHH, he murmured, his eyes darkened with desire. Do you know what is next? It will not be suitable for everyone to see. He gave her cheek a playful pinch and she could feel the heat rising in her face. Don't make trouble, she pleaded, her voice barely a whisper. I have to take a shower, please go out. His eyes lit up at her words. Take a shower? Before she could react, he scooped her up into his arms. Right, let's shower together, panic seized her. No, don't, this is a public room, other people can come here anytime. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. He carried her straight into the shower stall, turning the water on full blast. I don't care about anything, he declared. The cool water cascaded over them and she shrieked as his shirt became soaked. Oh, don't do that, your clothes are wet. He just chuckled, his voice a low rumble against her ear. Wet, the word was loaded with suggestion and a fresh blush crept up her neck. His actions became bolder, his touch more daring. You, she gasped, completely overwhelmed. He held her tightly, his lips trailing kisses along her neck. Lin Che, you know, you are very beautiful and sexy. She pressed her hand against his mouth, her mind reeling. Don't say any more, he captured her hand, his gaze intense. I cannot resist your beauty. The sound of the running water was deafening as their lips met. Still, she squirmed, her mind frantic with worry. Don't, if you want to take a shower, do it quickly, someone will come anytime. He chuckled, a wicked sound. You want me quickly, right? Her gasp was loud in the small space. And she clamped her hands over her mouth, mortified. He was relentless. You are so beautiful, he whispered against her skin. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. The passion from the shower followed them all the way to the bedroom. It was midnight and she was exhausted, but he was insatiable. Gu Jingze, don't do it, she pleaded, pinned beneath him. I have not done anything, he countered with a sly grin. I just want to kiss, okay? She squirmed, her cheeks flushed. But you touch and lick, I can't stand it. He found her lack of control utterly intoxicating. Oh, you cannot control, cannot stand it, how? She playfully shoved a pillow in his face, her hands bound by a soft silk ribbon. Why are you so bad? I want to sleep. He caught the ribbon, tugging it gently. What, you still want a kiss? Or you can help me drain my energy? He leaned in, his voice a seductive whisper. What do we do now? Overwhelmed and flustered, she puffed out her cheeks. You want that? Let's do it now. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes before leaning back. I don't like it now, let's go to sleep. A frustrated groan escaped her as she sat up, burying her face in his chest in defeat. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. Shhh, he murmured into her hair, relax and just feel it. Her breath caught in her throat. You always say that you will do it fast, but... His gaze hardened, a flicker of raw possession in his eyes. You are provoking me, he growled. The next day, the sun shone brightly on the pristine grounds of the academy. Gu Jingze arrived early, only to be met by a man with long, flowing silver hair. You arrive early, the man noted, his voice smooth as silk. Gu Jingze's expression soured. A man has a lot of time, he replied curtly. He didn't like this man, not one bit. The man's gaze drifted towards the field. Because I want to see my students play. A nerve twitched in Gu Jingze's jaw. His voice was low and dangerous as he stepped forward. Lin Che is my woman, do not approach her. The silver-haired man smiled faintly. I don't like Lin Che. Gu Jingze's eyes narrowed in suspicion. If you don't like her, why are you trying to find out her relationship, right? Was this a game to him? The man's smile widened slightly, a flicker of triumph in his cool blue eyes. Mr. Gu, thank you for helping me tell the truth in my heart. Gu Jingze's blood ran cold. He'd been played, fury coiled in his gut. You make me angry, find a vacant lot and we'll talk. Just then, a bell chimed, signaling the start of the competition. The silver-haired man raised a placating hand. Let's watch the match, other things we have a lot of time for. In the fencing hall, the atmosphere was electric. Lin Che stood opposite Chuzia, both clad in white fencing gear. The animosity between them was a palpable force. Chuzia's lip curled into a sneer. Lin Che, don't think you use beauty to win the ballet competition, you cannot win this. Lin Che's eyes flashed with fire. Don't talk so much, sounds like a dog barking. Fight. They took their positions, foils raised. Lin Che, I'll show you what is professional, Chuzia lunged. Lin Che parried with ease, her mind sharp and focused. Asterisk, I know, nothing special, asterisk, she thought unimpressed. But Chuzia was just warming up, asterisk unexpected. She's also quite good, asterisk, Chuzia thought, a cruel smile forming on her lips. Asterisk, but interesting things will come to you soon, asterisk. Their blades clashed again, a flurry of silver and steel. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air. Splatters of crimson dotted the pristine white floor. The crowd gasped. Gu Jingze's heart stopped. Lin Che was on her knees, clutching her face. Blood bright red and horrifying seeped through her fingers. Her mask lay discarded beside her. Gu Jingze's face went white with shock, his expression twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. Lin Che, he roared, his voice cracking with panic and rage. The referee's eyes were cold, her lips curled into a smug little smirk as she held up the bright red card. It was a warning slip, a supposed penalty for injuring an opponent, but what a joke. Wasn't the previous winner Lu Chuzia herself? This wasn't about rules, this was about power, this was a threat, but Lin Che's resolve didn't waver for a second. The ghost of her teacher, Si Tu Qiang, seemed to materialize behind her, a silent pillar of strength. Asterisk, I'm okay, asterisk, she thought, her eyes burning with a fierce light. Asterisk, I can go on. Asterisk, see, Tu Kyung's students would not be so easily defeated by these petty tricks. She gripped her fencing foil, the cool metal of familiar comfort in her hand. Turning to her opponent, a confident smile played on her lips as she declared she was done teasing. Now the real fight would begin. With a sharp exhale, she launched herself forward like a striking viper. Luchuzia's eyes widened in terror, a pathetic scream tearing from her throat as Lin Che's blade moved faster than she could track. Bam, a clean hit. Clack, another bam, the points racked up with breathtaking speed. It was over in a flash. Luchuzia collapsed to her knees, her breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Her mind reeled asterisk, no way. How could I lose? Asterisk, the world tilted on its axis, her perfect victory shattering into a million pieces. Lin Che stood in a daze, staring at her own hand. Asterisk, did I really win? Asterisk. Then a gentle voice cut through the cheers of the crowd, a voice that made her heart leap. Lin Che, it was him, her teacher. Tu Kyung stood there, a warm, proud smile gracing his handsome features. He congratulated her, his voice a soothing balm on her frayed nerves, telling her she absolutely deserved first place. Tears of joy pricked at her eyes. She ran to him, her voice thick with emotion, telling him it was all because she was his student. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his eyes shining with pride. But the tender moment was violently ripped apart. A hand shot out, grabbing Tu Kyung's wrist with bruising force. Tu Kyung, a voice snarled. Gu Jingze stood there, his face a thunderous mask of pure fury. His eyes, cold as ice, locked onto the teacher. Who allowed you to touch my woman? He demanded, his voice dripping with venom. Tu Kyung met his glare without flinching, calmly stating that Lin Che was his student. But Gu Jingze wasn't listening. He yanked Lin Che away, pulling her behind him like a prized possession. The scene dissolved into a haze of jealousy and rage. Suddenly, Lin Che found herself pinned to a bed, Gu Jingze looming over her like a predator. What are you doing? She cried out, her heart hammering against her ribs. He sneered, his words laced with accusation, spitting out how her precious teacher was so free to go around with her all the time. Did she have any idea what a man like that thinks? He leaned closer, his breath hot against her skin, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Do you understand men at all? Do you know how easy it is for them to have dark thoughts about women? Before she could answer, he captured her wrists, pinning them above her head. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her body trembling under his intense gaze. His fingers grazed her chin, sending a jolt of electricity through her. A soft gasp escaped her lips. He pressed his body against hers, trapping her completely. A wicked, possessive smirk twisted his lips as he looked down at her, savoring her helplessness. Her eyes, wide and pleading, met his. Don't, Gu Jingze, don't, she begged, her voice barely a whisper. But her pleas only fueled his fire. He leaned in until their lips were almost touching, whispering that he had only just started. Resigned, she squeezed her eyes shut, her voice small and trembling as she asked him to do it lightly. He recoiled as if she'd slapped him. Lightly, his voice was incredulous, outraged. It isn't okay. He crashed his lips against hers, a punishing, possessive kiss meant to brand her as his. He growled against her mouth that he would drain every last ounce of her energy, so she wouldn't have the strength to even think about flirting with other men. Later, after the storm had passed, Lin Che emerged from the bathroom, toweling her damp hair. Gu Jingze was already waiting, lounging in a silk robe, a glass of champagne held delicately in his hand. He beckoned her closer, a lazy, predatory smile on his face. A shiver of apprehension went down her spine. He was definitely having a bad idea. I don't want to go over there, she thought frantically. He seemed to read her mind, his voice low and threatening as he warned her of the consequences if he had to come and carry her. Defeated, she walked over, her steps hesitant. Okay, I'll come, she conceded, but you have to promise not to bully me. He chuckled, a low, dangerous sound as he pulled her onto his lap. He purred that he would also have to consider her attitude. He held her close, the warmth of his body seeping through her nightgown, and offered her the glass. Give me the wine, she demanded, trying to sound brave. He simply smiled. Open your mouth, he commanded. She obeyed, her mind a confused jumble. He thinks I'm so stupid, doesn't he? His arm tightened around her waist, trapping her against him. He then clarified his intentions, whispering that he wanted her to feed him, like this. And then he was kissing her again, the sweet, bubbly liquid passing from his mouth to hers in a dizzying rush. She gasped for air, pushing against his chest. What kind of way is this to drink? She cried, her head spinning. He's making me crazy, he just smirked, unfazed. I haven't even started yet and you can't stand it. She tried to squirm away, insisting she was tired and just wanted to sleep, but he caught her wrist in an iron grip. In one fluid motion, he pushed her down onto the sofa. He leaned over her, his eyes glittering with mischief. You are not obedient, he whispered, his lips brushing against her ear. I have to punish you. Her heart pounded with a mix of fear and anticipation. What was he going to do now? She soon found out as he took her hand, her eyes widening in shock as he bound it to the bedpost with a soft ribbon. Why are you tying my hand? She asked, her voice trembling. I'm so scared. He pressed closer, ignoring her pleas, his voice a low rumble. You keep your energy, he murmured. Tonight you will be tired. Just then, a shrill ringing cut through the tense atmosphere. "Hey, I have a call," she exclaimed, desperate for any interruption. She fumbled for the phone, her hands shaking as she answered. It was Sister Yaoyu congratulating her on her win. Lin Che tried to sound normal, thanking her and crediting the team, but it was impossible. Gu Jingze chose that exact moment to press his lips to her neck, sending shivers down her spine. "Lin Che, are you okay?" Yaoyu's voice was laced with concern. "You sound uncomfortable." Panic seized her. "No, I was just startled. A puppy came over." She blurted out the first ridiculous excuse that came to mind. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened with a possessive gleam. Asterisk puppy, asterisk he thought, asterisk okay, I'll have to try to be one tonight. Asterisk a wicked smile spread across his face. Tonight was going to be very, very long. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a different drama was unfolding. Min Min answered her phone, annoyed at the interruption. It was her mother, and she sounded hysterical. It turned out her father, only 2 days out on bail, had run up a $1,000 tab at a luxury restaurant and refused to pay, boasting that his daughter was a president's wife. Mortification washed over Min Min. "Okay, mother, I'll handle it," she snapped, ending the call with a furious stab of her finger. She stormed out of the house, only to collide with Gu Jingming. He studied her, his handsome face etched with concern. "What's happened?" he asked gently. She brushed it off, saying it was nothing, insisting she had to go out alone. But of course, he followed her. At the cafe, her worst fears were realized. Her father was making a scene, shouting at the staff. "What a shame," she thought, her cheeks burning with humiliation. Just as she was about to intervene, Gu Jingming appeared beside her. He asked why she was here, noting the worry on her face. Before she could explain, her father spotted him and descended upon them, slinging an arm around Jingming's shoulders and trying to force a drink on his son-in-law. It was a nightmare. He was pouring wine, making a fool of himself and everyone around him. But Jingming was impossibly calm. He gently took her hand, his touch grounding her. He whispered that it was okay, he'd already paid the bill and explained everything. She tried to stop her father from forcing more wine on him. But Jingming just smiled, saying a small cup was fine. Later, as they ate, his face grew flushed. "Are you drunk?" she asked, concerned. He admitted he was a bit dizzy. She sighed. He was just trying to show off for her embarrassing father. As they finally left, Jingming gave her a soft, sweet smile. That night back at the palace, Jingming couldn't sleep. The alcohol had left him feeling feverish and uncomfortable. He stumbled out of bed, his gaze falling on a picture of Min Min. A sudden worry gripped him. He found her in her room, curled up and clutching her stomach in pain. As she explained, it was just a stomach ache from the spicy food. But as he looked at her, flushed and vulnerable in the moonlight, something shifted within him. "You are so beautiful tonight," he murmured, his voice husky. "Are you still drunken?" His eyes were hazy with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Asterisk, could it be that I'm drunk? Asterisk, he wondered, his own control slipping away. He moved closer, backing her against the wall until she was trapped. He leaned in, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered 3 simple, earth-shattering words. "I want you." His arms were a cage of steel and warmth, pulling her into an embrace that stole the air from her lungs. A dizzying scent of roses and starlight seemed to swirl around them. A fantasy she couldn't escape. Panic flared in her chest, a desperate plea tumbling from her lips. "President, please don't." But his voice was a low, possessive rumble against her ear, laced with a genuine confusion that made her heart skip a beat. Why couldn't he do this to his own wife? Her mind was a whirlwind of chaos, her cheeks burning with a fiery blush. "He kissed me. He kissed me so hard I couldn't even breathe." His golden eyes softened, searching her face as he asked in a low voice if he had made her uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Her body screamed the word back at him, every nerve ending on high alert. His gaze drifted down, taking in her flustered, pitiful appearance. She stammered, unable to form a coherent thought. I don't, not really." How could she possibly answer that? Her heart was pounding like a war drum against her ribs, a frantic rhythm that echoed the chaos in her mind. He leaned in again, his lips brushing against hers, his voice a husky whisper. So if he kissed her, she wouldn't be able to breathe. Was it because of the medicine she took? A wave of dizziness washed over her, her body feeling heavy and strange. Why did she feel so tired? Her mind screamed at her to push him away, to fight back, but her breath hitched in her throat, refusing to obey. He touched her again, a feather-light caress against her skin, and asked, "And how is this?" A shiver racked her entire body. Why did her body tremble like this whenever he kissed her? It was like a jolt of pure electricity coursing through her veins, short-circuiting every rational thought. A slow, knowing smile spread across his lips. He saw it. He felt it. It seemed she liked it. He continued his gentle assault, his fingers dancing across her skin, and she squirmed, a small gasp escaping her. Don't." It was ticklish. He chuckled softly, asking if she felt anything else besides the tickles. "This had to stop. We can't do this forever," she cried, a last-ditch effort to reclaim her sanity. But his eyes, burning with a raw, desperate need, held her captive. "Why?" he demanded, the single word laced with pain and confusion. "You're drunk," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. He didn't deny it, his gaze softened, his confession a devastating blow to her defenses. He was drunk, but he loved her. He wanted her. Her resolve shattered. How could she fight this? How could she fight him? Her voice was barely a whisper as she pleaded lightly. lightly. A flicker of triumph lit his eyes as he leaned in, his voice a silken promise. He could do it lighter, please. Her plea hung in the air, a fragile surrender. His expression hardened slightly, his tone becoming firm, demanding. So you must obey me, he commanded, pulling her closer. Run with me, he whispered, his lips finding hers once more, sealing their fate in a world of blue roses and undeniable passion. The next morning, Lin Che awoke in a daze. We slept together for one night, that's it, she thought, trying to rationalize the storm of emotions inside her. Her stomach didn't hurt anymore, but her lips, they were so tired. The memory of his kisses, deep and endless, sent a fresh wave of heat through her. She glanced over at Gu Jingze, sleeping so peacefully beside her, looking like a little boy. A strange tenderness welled up inside her. It was good that he didn't wake up yet. She carefully pushed his arm off her heart pounding. What was she doing? How could she let this happen? But even as she tried to slip away, she knew this was more than just one night. Later at the television station, her sister Lin Lai called out to her. Sister Lin Che, she said, I don't think you can get a divorce during his term of office. She urged Lin Che to quickly change her clothes. But before Lin Che could respond, a shadow fell over her. Rough hands grabbed her from behind, a gasp of pain and surprise escaping her lips. Who is this? The world tilted as she was slammed against a hard surface. Confusion and terror warred within her. Could it be him? Had he come for her? No, it couldn't be. He was still asleep. She looked up into the cruel, sneering face of Liu Yi. I thought I'd ask for a large sum of money, then I'll hide. Lin Che's mind raced, trying to find an escape. But Liu Yi just laughed, her voice dripping with malice. You needn't worry about that, she sneered, pointing a perfectly manicured finger at Lin Che's face. The money is yours, she said, her smile turning predatory, but you have to serve very thoroughly. Liu Yi then gestured to two thuggish men standing behind her, a sick promise in her eyes. Don't worry, she cooed to her own terrified companion, this woman is very beautiful. My men will enjoy her slowly. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze's world exploded. His assistant reported frantically that the young lady had been abducted by a bunch of men, and the kidnappers were demanding $10,000. Rage, cold and absolute, flooded him. Who dared? This city is ready to rebel, he snarled, his eyes blazing with a murderous light. In the abandoned warehouse, Lin Che tried to comfort her terrified sister. Don't be scared, she whispered, her own voice shaking. Gu Jingze will save us soon. But Liu Yi just laughed, grabbing Lin Che by the hair and yanking her head back. Lin Che, bitches, she spat, I want to play with you forever. But your Zhai has come here. She shoved Lin Che towards her men. Take that dress off her, she commanded. He can't see her talking with us like that. Tears streamed down Lin Che's face as she fell to her knees, pleading. Liu Yi, why are you so cruel? Please spare me, let me go, I can do anything you want of me. Liu Yi's eyes glinted. Really? She asked, a slow, cruel smile spreading across her face. Okay, she declared, I give Lin Che to you. She turned to her men with a wicked order. Remember, record the video, I will give it to Gu Jingze later. Pure, unadulterated terror seized Lin Che. Her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Don't touch me, she screamed in her mind. If another man laid a hand on her, if Gu Jingze saw, what would he think? Just as a grimy hand reached for the collar of her dress, the door to the warehouse burst open with explosive force. A fist connected with the thug's jaw, sending him flying across the room. Time seemed to stop, and there he was, Gu Jingze. His face was a mask of thunderous fury. He crossed the room in 2 strides, pulling her trembling body into his arms. Gu Jingze, she sobbed, clinging to him like a lifeline. He held her tight, his voice a fierce, protective growl against her hair. I am so sorry I am late, he whispered, his words a balm to her shattered soul. Do not be afraid, I am here, nobody will dare to harm you anymore. A few hours later, the door to the grand living room creaked open. Gu Jingze stepped inside, his silver hair catching the light, his handsome face a mask of cool indifference. I came, he announced, his voice echoing in the silent room. Lin Che stood there, her heart lurching in her chest. She had been waiting, rehearsing what she would say, but seeing him now, it was all a jumble. That, she began, her voice barely a whisper. She took a deep breath, steeling her nerves. There was something important she needed to tell him. Standing before him, she finally found her voice clear and steady. I want to talk to you. He arched a perfect eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. What's the problem? He asked, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity. She met his eyes directly. You saved me, she stated simply. So I decided to repay you. In a flash, he closed the distance between them, his hand coming up to cup her jaw, his thumb gently stroking her cheek. His proximity sent a jolt through her. He leaned in, his warm breath ghosting across her skin as he murmured, how would you like to repay me? A blush crept up her neck and she closed her eyes, unable to handle the intensity of his gaze. Until then, she whispered, a promise hanging in the air, you will know. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic rhythm only he could incite. She pulled back slightly, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. More importantly, she said, the day after tomorrow will be an important day. He watched her, a slow smile spreading across his face, softening his features. Okay, he said, his voice a low rumble, I believe you. The next day arrived, and Lin Che was a woman on a mission. She stood before him, a mischievous glint in her sparkling eyes. Today, she declared, please follow my instructions. He simply looked at her, amused by her sudden take-charge attitude. No problems, he agreed with a charming smile. Today, I will listen to you. Her plan began at the most exclusive restaurant in the city. a place with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking, glittering view of the skyline. "It's so beautiful here," she exclaimed, her face pressed against the glass like an excited child. She turned back to him, a playful smirk on her lips. "You have to use connections to get tickets for a place like this," she thought. Coincidentally, President Gu, she began to tease but was cut off by a sickly sweet voice. A blonde woman in a slinky purple dress materialized at their table, her eyes locked on Gu Jingze. "President Gu, I was in a movie you invested in, do you remember me?" she purred. Before Gu Jingze could even respond, the woman brazenly took a seat, chattering on and on. Lin Che's smile vanished, replaced by a thunderous expression. "Is she serious? Our date? Our perfect date is over, isn't it?" A furious heat rose in her chest. That was it, she'd had enough. With a loud thud, she slammed both her hands flat on the table, silencing the intruder. She shot up from her chair, her eyes wide with a sudden dramatic declaration. "I am full," she announced to the stunned table. Without another word, she turned and fled, her cheeks burning with humiliation. "So embarrassing. I'm so sorry," she wailed internally as Gu Jingze called her name from behind. He caught up to her just outside, gently taking her arm. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. "You haven't eaten anything yet." She shook her head, refusing to look at him. "I don't want to eat now, let's go to this place." He sighed softly and then held up 2 tickets. Movie tickets for the film she'd been dying to see. "In fact," he said quietly, "I bought this. You always said you want to watch this movie, right?" Her anger melted away, replaced by a wave of warmth. "President Gu?" she whispered, her heart aching with affection. But fate, it seemed, was determined to ruin her day. "President Lin, why are you here?" Another woman interrupted, this one in a sharp business suit. She immediately launched into a discussion about company work, completely ignoring the moment she had shattered. Lin Che's hand tightened around the tickets, crinkling the paper. Why is this happening? I arranged everything so perfectly." Gu Jingzai's jaw tightened in annoyance as the woman continued to drone on. With a sharp, sudden movement, he tore the movie tickets in half. Lin Che gasped. He turned to her, his expression apologetic. "I am sorry, Lin Che, wait me a minute." But a minute turned into hours, the sky opened up and a cold rain began to fall. Lin Che sat alone on a park bench, drenched and shivering, watching the empty street. It's too late now, she thought, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. He hasn't come home yet. Just as she stood, her dress clinging to her uncomfortably, his car pulled up. He stormed out, his face like a thundercloud. He grabbed her arm, his grip tight. "Gu Jingzai, impossible," she cried out, her own frustration boiling over. "Today I want to congratulate you. I even booked the president room at the Royal Hotel, you know." She pointed desperately towards the glittering hotel sign in the distance. He scoffed, his voice cold. "Look, what time is it now? Check-in time has ended." Her face fell, the last of her hope draining away, but then his expression softened slightly. He took her hand, his grip firm but no longer angry. "No problem," he said, pulling her towards the car. "Go, I take you to hotel now." The hotel lobby was opulent and grand. The receptionist smiled warmly. "This is the best room of our hotel. Wish you have an enjoyable experience," she said, handing him a golden key. He led her into the suite and her jaw dropped. It was ridiculously romantic. Rose petals were scattered everywhere, a golden birdcage stood in the corner, and the lighting was soft and intimate. He looked around, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. He started looking flustered. Lin Che stared at him. "No, I didn't know this hotel is yours." A wave of sadness washed over her. She turned to him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I am sorry," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I knew today I was wrong." A mischievous, desperate idea sparked in her mind. She looked him straight in the eye. "If you handcuff yourself," she proposed, "maybe I will forgive you." He looked utterly shocked. "That unnecessary," he stammered. "If you don't want it, I'll go." Okay, I will do." She conceded instantly, not wanting him to leave. A moment later, he was sitting on the edge of the bed, one wrist shackled to the ornate headboards, looking thoroughly unimpressed. This was her chance. She climbed onto the bed, crawling towards him until she was hovering over him, her eyes locking with his. "Lin Che, what are you doing?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. She leaned down, her face inches from his, her expression deadly serious. "Gu Jingzai," she asked, her voice dangerously quiet. "Do you know what day is today?" He blinked, confusion flickering in his eyes before realization dawned, followed by a wave of guilt. Today is our 3rd wedding anniversary." She buried her face in his shoulder, the fight finally leaving her. "I am sorry," he murmured into her hair. "I've been so busy lately, so I've forgotten." She pulled back, her eyes filled with hurt. "Why are there so many women besides you?" she asked, her voice breaking. He tried to placate her. "What happened today is just a coincidence. Tomorrow I'll be all day to atone for my mistakes." But she wasn't having it. "No," she insisted fiercely. "Today is our wedding anniversary. Tomorrow is just a normal day." With newfound resolve, she pulled out a long silk ribbon. She pushed him back against the pillows, her body pinning his. "Why do so many girls love you?" she demanded, her voice thick with emotion. "Lin Che, let me out," he ordered, struggling against her, but she just stared down at him, her eyes narrowed. "No," she declared, "I have to punish you." Her hand drifted down, her fingers lightly tracing the hard planes of his stomach, making him flinch. Then she picked up a single purple feather from the bed. She held it up, a slow, wicked smile spreading across her lips. He let out a sigh of defeat. Hayes, looks like I got into your trap today. She leaned in close, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, you said today you will do what I want. Her smile widened. The punishment has just begun, she purred. I'm not easy to forgive. Lin Che, do not play anymore, he pleaded, his composure finally cracking. Okay, it's all my fault, please let me out. She just chuckled, hooking her fingers into the waistband of his trousers and giving a little tug. Do you think I'm an idiot? Haha, no, if I let you go, I will be very tired. Her eyes gleamed. I don't care, she declared, brandishing the feather. Do you think you can tie me like this forever? She lowered the feather, its soft tip dancing tantalizingly across his skin. But then her playful demeanor crumbled and the raw hurt returned. Are you happy, Gu Jingze? She asked softly, her eyes welling up. Why are there so many women besides you? Sometime it is Mu Hueling, sometime it is Lu Chuzia. He looked away, unable to meet her gaze as she continued, they want to spend the anniversary with us. He finally looked at her, his expression earnest. I have booked a hotel reservation, he said desperately. I want to sleep with you, now you can sleep with me. A smirk returned to her face. President Gu, she teased, we're just getting started but you can't stand it. She leaned in again, her voice a seductive whisper. The reason you tied me up is because you want me to feel uncomfortable, right? She punctuated her sentence with a delicate lick to his earlobe. Because you bullied me, she sat up, a new plan forming in her mind. Actually, today I have prepared a special outfit, can you wait for a moment? He lay back, looking both exhausted and intrigued. My honey, I don't know when do you have so many interesting ideas. She slipped off the bed and headed for the bathroom, casting a playful glance over her shoulder. Wait for me a bit, Tilda. Inside, she pulled out the outfit she had secretly bought the day before. A memory flashed through her mind of being in the boutique, rejecting dress after dress. Then, the saleswoman had presented a daring little black number on a mannequin. Ms. Lin, this is our new store's outfit, would you like to try it on? She'd asked. It was so cute she couldn't resist. Okay, I will buy the whole set, she declared. Back in the present, she held up the main piece, ready to put it on, but then she saw the underwear that came with it. Her eyes went wide with shock. J-shaped panties, she gasped, her entire face flushing a deep crimson. What am I supposed to do with this? She buried her face in her hands, utterly mortified. I should have checked it again before I decided to buy the whole set. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she put it on. It's okay, she told herself, trying to build up her courage. He can't touch me anyway, I just need to be careful. She stepped out of the bathroom. And Gu Jingzai's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. The night was just beginning. Sunlight streamed into the room, painting everything in a warm, golden hue. Yumin's eyes fluttered open, and for a blissful moment she felt serene, wrapped in the soft sheets. Then she saw him, Gu Jingming, lying beside her, his handsome face peaceful in the morning light, a faint smile playing on his lips. Her heart skipped a beat. Was this real? Her cheeks flushed as she whispered his name, asking if he was awake. But the warmth shattered in an instant. His eyes opened, cold and sharp. What are you here for? The question was like a splash of ice water. Her mind went blank. What was she here for? Didn't he remember? He swung his legs out of bed, his back a wall of indifference. He asked if she remembered what happened last night, his voice devoid of any emotion. Before she could even form a reply, he cut her off, his tone dismissive. He didn't care what happened, he said. He'd already forgotten it all. Forgot? How could he forget? He began to walk away, leaving her sitting there, stunned and shivering in the aftermath of his coldness. The door clicked shut, rage hot and sharp pierced through her shock. Gu Jingming, she screamed, her voice trembling. She scrambled out of bed and threw the bathroom door open, ready to confront him, to demand an answer. But the sight that greeted her stopped her in her tracks. He stood there, a towel slung low on his hips, water droplets clinging to the hard planes of his chest and abs. Her breath caught in her throat. Before she could speak, he moved, his hand shooting out to grab her wrist in a vice-like grip. What do you want to say? He growled, his golden eyes burning with impatience. He dragged her into the shower with him, the warm spray doing nothing to quell the icy fear in her veins. He leaned in close, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. He remembered. Of course he remembered. Last night, he accused, she was the one who took the initiative. Why was she denying it now? What did she want? Was this another one of her games? His words were a slap in the face, and before she could process the accusation, his lips crashed down on hers. It wasn't a gentle kiss, it was punishing, demanding, a kiss meant to silence her. She struggled against his hold, her muffled pleas lost against his mouth. Let me go, she cried, pushing him away. He finally released her, watching her from under the stream of water, his expression unreadable. A sharp thought seemed to pierce his mind. Gu Jingming, why had she become so irrational, so unlike the woman he'd made a deal with? The fight drained out of her, replaced by a wave of crushing despair. She stumbled out of the bathroom, collapsing against the wall, her face buried in her hands. Sobs racked her body. How could she be so stupid, always letting him bully her, always letting him break her heart? It was impossible. This whole situation was impossible. A short while later he emerged, fully dressed in a pristine suit, looking every bit the cold, untouchable president. He draped a towel over her still damp hair, his touch surprisingly gentle. Your people are getting wet, he stated calmly. It will be very easy to catch a cold. Don't miss the interview tomorrow. The mundane words, the calculated concern, it was all too much. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Mr. President, she whispered, her voice raw, what do you consider me? He looked down at her, his gaze unwavering. I hope you can fulfill this president's wife duties, he said, his voice flat. Although last night we were just husband and wife on contract. The words echoed in the silent room. Husband and wife on contract, that's all they were, that's all they would ever be. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. I say this because I want to be good for you. I hope you have no other thoughts. Her hand flew to her chest, trying to hold the shattered pieces of her heart together as he walked away, leaving her alone in the cold, empty room. Meanwhile, in another, much warmer room, the mood couldn't be more different. Lin Che, draped in delicate lingerie, stood with a mischievous glint in her eye. She turned to Gu Jingze, a playful feather held between her fingers. You see, I have specially prepared for you, she purred. She then draped herself seductively across the bed, a wicked smile on her face. But today you can't touch me, she declared, her voice a teasing lilt. Gu Jingze leaned over her, his long blonde hair brushing her cheek. His voice was a low rumble as he whispered that if she did that, she was playing with fire. But you were wrong, he continued, his lips close to her ear. Then I will atone. She giggled, trying to tickle him with the feather, completely confident in her little game. But in a flash, he moved, pinning her beneath him on the soft mattress. Her eyes widened in shock. How did you open it? She gasped. He dangled a small key in front of her face with a triumphant smirk. My stupid wife, he teased, you put the key on the bed. He loomed over her, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Say, what do you want me to do? He asked, his voice dripping with playful menace. She stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep red. I just want to joke you a little bit, she squeaked. He leaned closer, his breath warm on her skin. This joke of yours is also very adult. He noted that it was past 12 o'clock, their anniversary was officially over. Or we go home now? He paused, a devilish grin spreading across his face. So can I make another anniversary day? He gently caressed her chin, his gaze softening. The first time we have, at the hotel, how did you feel? He asked softly. He leaned in to kiss her, but a sudden panic seized her. I can't let Gu Jingze see my J-shaped panties, she thought in a frenzy. Run. She tried to scramble away, thinking she needed a bigger hotel to escape him, but he was too fast. He caught her easily, and to her horror, he held up a length of rope. Or we try this, he suggested with a wicked gleam in his eye. No, I needn't, she yelped, horrified. He pulled her into his arms, his hold firm but gentle. Shall we go home and continue? He whispered. His hand resting possessively on her hip, confining her against him. Suddenly, a noise from outside the window made him pause. Something is wrong, he murmured, his playful mood vanishing. He looked at her, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Lin Che, did you hide anything from me? Her heart hammered in her chest. She was caught. Thinking fast, she grabbed a nearby book and held it up like a shield. I am hungry now, or we eat, she declared with false brightness. Just then, a timely knock sounded at the door. A waiter brought in a delicious-looking plate of spaghetti. Gu Jingze looked from the food to her, a small smile playing on his lips. Okay, eat, he said, picking up a fork. He twirled some pasta and held it to her lips, his own shirt still open, revealing his sculpted abs. As she took the bite, he watched her intently, leaning in so close she could feel his body heat. Lin Che, do you want to look? He whispered seductively. She flushed, completely flustered. What did you say? She stammered, and his hand moved, his fingers brushing against her chest. I feel your breasts are bigger, he murmured, his eyes darkening with desire. Looks like it's my merit. Do you need me to massage for you? Her mind raced in a panic. Oh no, he won't give up. What should I do now? He caught her hand, his expression turning serious for a moment. What are you thinking? He asked before scooping her up into his arms. You are full, eat and drink. Now what do you want else? He demanded playfully as she let out a small shriek. He carried her towards the bed, ignoring her pleas. Gu Jingze, please don't, she begged. He laid her down gently, his voice softening. What are you afraid of? I have touched it before. She shook her head desperately. Please don't, today you can't. But he wasn't listening. He reached down and pulled, and then froze. His eyes widened in utter disbelief as he held up a piece of her lingerie. Lin Che, your underwear. He stared at the scandalous item, a blush creeping up his neck. No, he stammered, completely flustered. He looked at her, a slow, amazed smile spreading across his face. Lin Che, I did not expect it, she tried desperately to explain. No, this is a misunderstanding. But he wasn't hearing it. He was looking at her with a newfound reverence and a whole lot of heat. I didn't expect that now you have become a real wife, he purred, his voice thick with desire. Let's slowly explore your underwear. He pushed her back onto the bed. Stop pulling, or are we? Studying the props, he teased, his face inches from hers. He leaned in, his whisper sending shivers down her spine. I really like your underwear, and then he kissed her deep and passionate. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight. Her eyes flew open, a gasp escaping her lips as a jolt of pleasure shot through her. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? She cried out as he moved. In the next moment, she found her wrists bound by the very lingerie she'd tried to hide. Don't you feel like you fit in this underwear? He murmured, his eyes smoldering. Just now you treated me so poorly, so now you have to suffer. A whimper escaped her lips. Husband, I am wrong, she cried, but her plea was laced with excitement. His expression softened, the teasing edge melting away to reveal something deep and sincere. For 3 years ago, Yuvohari suffered a lot of frustrations. It's too hard for you. He leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. His touch filled with love and regret, although there are many beautiful women beside me. He began, cupping her face in his hands and looking deep into her eyes. I do not know since when my heart is only you. His hand roamed down her body, tracing her curves. This suit, very nice, show off your curves. A soft moan escaped her lips as she arched into his touch. Completely lost in the moment, he admired the delicate lingerie, a masterpiece of design. That was designed it very cleverly at Cannes. She writhed beneath him, begging him to let her go. But they both knew she didn't mean it. What do you want to do? You cannot stand it, right? He teased, knowing he was driving her wild. Husband, she cried out, a plea and a prayer all in one. His touch was electric, setting her entire body on fire. Let's do slowly, he whispered, his voice a promise of the pleasure to come. A sharp cry of ecstasy tore from her throat. Gu Jingze, you are so bad, she gasped, breathless. He smiled against her skin, his voice a contented rumble. Really, but you like, right? The silence in the car was a heavy, suffocating blanket. Gu Jingming's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched so tight a muscle ticked violently. Min could feel his fury radiating in waves, cold and sharp. His voice finally sliced through the tension, low and dangerous. Where it he began, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Did you go these days? Her heart leaped into her throat. She tried to keep her voice steady, a desperate attempt to sound casual. I just met with a friend, she stammered, her own purple eyes wide with a fear she couldn't hide. He didn't even look at her. The question was a demand, not an inquiry. Who was this friend? Who was the man who had the audacity to drop her off? A lie tumbled from her lips, born of panic. Right, last night I was drunk. The moment the words left her mouth, she knew it was a mistake. His head snapped towards her, his golden eyes blazing with a terrifying fire. Drunk, he spat the word like poison. Are you still sleeping at his house? No, it's not his house, she cried, waving her hands frantically as if to push his anger away. I just rent a room there. But he wasn't listening. His rage was a storm, and she was trapped in the heart of it. The president's wife sleeps at another man's house, he roared, his voice echoing in the small space. Do you want to be the laughingstock of the entire country? Tears welled in her eyes, blurring his furious face. I don't think so, she whispered, her voice barely audible. But her weakness only fueled his rage. He slammed his hand on the dashboard. Who is he? What is his name? He demanded, leaning closer, his face a mask of possessive fury. What do you want to do with him? He wasn't just asking, it was a threat. I want to show him, he snarled, his voice dropping to a terrifying growl, that you are now the wife of the president. Panic seized her. She saw it all playing out in her mind, a confrontation, a scandal, his reputation ruined because of her. No, she couldn't let that happen. Stop, she screamed, lunging for the door handle. I want to get out. Before he could react, she threw the door open and hurled herself out onto the unforgiving pavement. The world spun as she landed hard, pain shooting up her arm. Through the haze, she could only think of one thing. I don't want to affect your image as president. The car screeched to a halt. He was out in an instant, his face pale with a new kind of terror. Are you crazy? Come back, he yelled, his voice cracking. But she scrambled away, tears streaming down her face. A sharp, blinding pain shot through her wrist as he caught her. Min, he cried out, his grip like iron. He pulled her back, his anger forgotten, replaced by sheer, unadulterated fear. He held her close on the side of the road, cradling her as if she were made of glass. I told you not to run, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Why are you always so careless? She pushed against his chest, sobbing. I don't need you to care about me. He looked down at her, and in his beautiful golden eyes, the storm had finally passed, leaving behind something raw and vulnerable. I'm sorry, he breathed, his thumb gently wiping a tear from her cheek. I was so angry because I was worried about you. He had to know, he just had to. I just want to know who you stayed with. But she met his gaze, a flicker of defiance in her tear-filled eyes. Mr. President, you said it yourself. We are husband and wife by contract. I still have my freedom, right? His expression softened completely. All the walls he had built around his heart seemed to crumble in that one moment. I thought so much, he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. His hand came up, cupping her cheek with a tenderness that made her breath catch. And then he leaned in and his lips met hers. The kiss was soft, hesitant, filled with all the words he couldn't say. She froze, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. What do you mean by this? She stammered when he pulled away. Petals from a nearby tree seemed to dance in the air around them. He looked deep into her eyes, his own shining with a startling clarity. Yao Min, he said, his voice firm and sure. You made me love you. What I want is you. Her cheeks burned. What if someone saw them? But he simply pulled her into his arms, his hold possessive and final in a secluded manner far from the city's prying eyes. He swept her off her feet, carrying her as if she weighed nothing. Gu Jingming, let me go, she pleaded, flustered. He just stared down at her. A question in his eyes. Yao Min, what kind of spell did you cast on me? He leaned in close again, his breath warm on her skin. Her heart hammered against her ribs. He pulled back just enough to look her in the eye, his voice a low, possessive rumble. Yao Min, your man is me. His gaze hardened. From now on, I will not allow you to be intimate with other men. Her heart ached. His words were a confusing mix of romance and control. If he didn't truly love her, these words were just beautiful, empty promises that would give her false hope for their future. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Lin Che was enjoying a rare day off when a smooth voice called her name. She turned to see the striking figure of Si Zhu, his long, silver-blue hair making him stand out in the crowd. Si Zhu, she gasped, surprised. A smile played on his lips. Why are you here? She asked, a genuine smile lighting up her face. Without missing a beat, he invited her to a meal. She hesitated, just the two of us. He raised a perfect eyebrow. Are you going to refuse me? He teased, reminding her that he was, after all, her former teacher. A teacher for a day is a teacher for a lifetime, he quipped. She playfully feigned anger, threatening to hit him if he dared call himself her father figure. But her resolve crumbled when he reminded her that he'd helped her win her last competition. She laughed, giving in. Okay, let's go. He casually slung an arm around her shoulders, leading her away. I'll choose the place, he said with a charming smile. He took her to a breathtakingly beautiful and exclusive restaurant nestled among bamboo. The famous Feng Bo Zhuang. She was completely in awe of the place. This is mine, he revealed casually, much to her shock, just as a manager greeted him as young master. While he stepped away, the manager commented on how happy the young master seemed whenever Lin Che was around. Lin Che insisted it was a chance encounter, but the manager's knowing smile made her blush. Oh, he told you that? He chuckled. He leaned in conspiratorially. You should come more often. When you're with him, he laughs more. The manager's face grew somber. Ever since the old master forced him to give up sword fighting, he rarely laughed. Lin Che's heart clenched as someone forced him. The manager nodded sadly. His grandfather wanted him to take over the family business, but now, because of you, he's happy again. Lin Che felt her cheeks flush, quickly insisting they were just friends. The manager simply smiled, saying the young master admired her efforts and spirit. Just then, Si Zhu returned, and soon they were seated before a magnificent spread of food. She beamed, thanking him profusely. He watched her with a soft, warm gaze. No, he said, his voice gentle. I deliberately came to find you. What? Lin Che froze, her chopsticks hovering in midair. Her heart skipped a beat as she stared into his sincere blue eyes, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. He looked away for a moment, before his expression turned serious. Lin Che, your career is just taking off. Why are you in such a hurry to get married? The question caught her off guard. She fiddled with her chopsticks, explaining that when she met Gu Jingze, it just felt like fate. Si Zhu's gaze was intense. About fate, he said slowly, we shouldn't be so quick to draw conclusions. What? Before she could respond, her phone buzzed violently on the table. The screen lit up with her husband's name. Later that day, Si Zhu walked her home. Thank you for today, teacher, she said brightly. Next time we'll try fencing. Her eyes sparkled with determination. I'll prove I can do it. He chuckled. You won't be better than me even if you practice for 10 years, he teased. She pouted playfully before waving goodbye. As he watched her walk away, his smile faded, replaced by a look of steely resolve. Lin Che, he whispered to himself, one day, you will be mine. Lin Che walked into her house and stopped dead in her tracks. Gu Jingze was home. Why are you home so early? She asked, surprised. He didn't look up from his phone, but his voice was laced with ice. You seem happy. What's so funny? She smiled, oblivious to the gathering storm. Oh, nothing. I just had lunch with my teacher. And he pressed. He rose from the couch, his movements slow and predatory. Come here. A knot of dread formed in her stomach. She quickly tried to explain why she missed his call, but he wasn't listening. He backed her against a wall, his eyes dark with suspicion and jealousy. Please, he growled, his voice dangerously low, stay away from him. Terrified, she tried to escape, but he slammed the bedroom door shut, trapping her. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? She cried, her voice trembling. She knocked desperately on the door, trying to reason with him. If you don't open this door, I'm leaving. She threatened, her fear turning to anger. The door flew open and he grabbed her arm, yanking her back inside. He pinned her against the door, his face inches from hers. Why are you so angry with me? She demanded, tears of frustration stinging her eyes. He finally exploded. Si Zhu likes you. Are you really so blind you can't see it? He shook his head in disgust. Your IQ is so low, don't be fooled by him. No, you're overthinking it, she insisted. He let go of her, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine, he said coldly, turning his back on her. Wait until he deceives you, then don't come crying to me for help. And with that, he walked out, slamming the door behind him. Lin Che stared at the closed door, her eyes blazing with fury. She pounded her fists against the wood. Gu Jingze, open the door, you are so childish. The very next day, Gu Jingze appeared at Si Zhu's serene residence. The blue-haired man greeted him with a cool, mocking smile. President Gu, to what do I owe the pleasure? Gu Jingze wasted no time on pleasantries. His voice was a low, threatening growl. I warned you, stay away from Lin Che, she is my wife. Situju merely smiled, completely unfazed by the threat. He leaned back in his chair, the picture of calm confidence. I like Lin Che, he stated simply. Then he delivered the final, devastating blow. I don't care if she's married. If she agrees to divorce you, I will make her happy for the rest of her life. The dressing room was buzzing with anticipation, but not for the girl sitting by the vanity. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of anxiety. Finally, I can see Lin Che. It felt like an eternity. She glanced at the clock. 3 hours. She'd been waiting in this very spot for 3 agonizing hours. Meanwhile, in another room, Lin Che herself felt none of that excitement. She let out a long, weary sigh, her shoulders slumping. The wall behind her was a gallery of happy moments, frozen smiles in silver frames from her wedding day. Lies, all of it felt like a beautiful lie right now. Her friend Yu Minmin gently adjusted the strap of her elegant white dress. She could feel the exhaustion radiating from Lin Che like a cold wave. Her friend's voice was soft with concern. What's the matter? She asked, her eyes searching Lin Che's face. Today is a good day, why aren't you happy? Lin Che just shook her head, unable to summon the energy to pretend. Oh no, she mumbled, I am so tired. Yu Minmin's concern sharpened into a frown. Why all day you've been tired and you don't want to eat? She looked closer at Lin Che's pale face, the dark circles under her eyes. Then a sudden wild thought struck her, her own eyes widening in shock. Hey, or are you pregnant? Lin Che's head snapped up. No, you think miscellaneous. The idea was so absurd, so impossible. Her friend, however, wasn't convinced. A sly, knowing smirk spread across her face as she wagged a finger. She knew all about Lin Che and Gu Jingze, quipping that it was understandable if it happened, but then remembered, no, in capability we always take safety measures when having S*X. The question still hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. So why are you so tired? Why don't you want to eat? The pressure was too much. Lin Che finally broke, her voice barely a whisper. Hayes, because of Gu Jingze, he is mad at me because I had lunch with Si Dai too. Yu Minmin's eyes flashed with fury, how dare he? Don't worry, she declared, her hands on her hips. When the show ends, I'll punish him with you. But Lin Che just shook her head miserably. This time was different. He won't get it wrong now, he is very angry. Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room. A man stood in the doorway, his features obscured by a gray hoodie and dark sunglasses. He was an intimidating silhouette against the bright hallway. Yu Minmin immediately went on the defensive, stepping in front of Lin Che like a protective lioness. Who are you? Why are you here? She demanded, her voice sharp. The man slowly pulled down his hood. A shockingly handsome face was revealed, his eyes glinting with amusement. It's me, he said simply. Yu Minmin gasped, her jaw dropping. Why are you here? It was Gu Jingze, the nation's heartthrob, the president himself. He sauntered into the room, his voice smooth as silk. Because of your work, you haven't been home for many days. I had a pass here, so I came in to meet you. He casually draped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her close. A mischievous glint entered his eyes as he leaned in, whispering, Don't be miss your sister-in-law. Yu Minmin's face flushed a deep crimson. He coughed lightly, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. Don't say miscellaneous, he warned playfully. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. She saw her chance. Aizu, sister-in-law, you are shy, she chirped, waving her friend away. I go out now, you can talk to him freely. As she left, Gu Jingze added that he had arranged the room for her family who had moved in that day. The reminder hit Yu Minmin like a bolt of lightning. The room? She exclaimed, turning back to him, her cheeks still pink. Oh right, I am so sorry, I am busy so I forget it. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his touch sending a jolt through her. Thank you so much, I'm bothering you again, she stammered, his gaze intensified, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. You don't need to be a guest with me. The air crackled with unspoken tension, their eyes locked for a heart-stopping moment. Flustered, Yu Minmin quickly turned away. I pour you a glass of water, she sputtered, her heart racing. As she scurried over to the table, his voice stopped her cold. Your dress. She looked down at herself, confused. My dress? What's matter with my dress? His eyes roamed over her figure, a slow, appreciative heat in his gaze. It's too tight, he declared. Was that a complaint or a compliment? She felt a fresh wave of heat rise to her cheeks. Isn't it beautiful, so I will change another dress? But as she turned to leave, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist. No, he growled, pulling her back towards him. It's so beautiful. He spun her around, pressing her against his chest, his face just inches from hers. The world seemed to melt away, leaving only the sound of her own frantic heartbeat. He leaned in, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered a single, appreciative word, Wawa. She placed a hand on his chest, a feeble attempt to create space. Please don't, she begged, her voice trembling, but his eyes, burning with golden fire, told her it was useless. It's late, he murmured. He backed her against the dressing table, trapping her. This is the dressing room, she whispered desperately. There are many people in here. Petals seemed to fall around them, a beautiful prison of his making. Don't worry, he purred, his voice a hypnotic rumble that vibrated through her entire body. Mark is outside, no one can come in here. Her mind raced. Gu Jingze, you are so stubborn. His gaze was relentless, a predator cornering his prey. His fingers traced the delicate line of her jaw, her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, his fingers danced across her side, tickling her. She flinched, a surprised gasp escaping her lips. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts he couldn't control. I did not expect that she was very charming. We only had S*X once. But I really interested in. I want to do more and more with her. His hand moved with purpose, his fingers brushing against the zipper of her dress. If you tickle, he began, his voice husky. I think this is a problem, so your body is uncomfortable, take off your dress. She clutched the fabric of her dress, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, 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 don't say miscellaneous. But he was lost in his own world, his thoughts consuming him. Her body is not as rational as I thought. I just touched her and she softened. He leaned in, capturing her lips in a searing kiss. He pushed her down onto the vanity, his body pressing hers into the cool wood. Okay, I said miscellaneous, so you punish me? He declared, his voice thick with desire. He pinned her wrists, a triumphant smile on his face. I feel so satisfied. Ah, she cried out, her body arching against his. This does not count as punishment, you are bullying me. He looked down at her, his eyes blazing with a possessive fire. So, he whispered, don't wear this pretty dress, you make me want to bully you. He swept her into his arms, dipping her dramatically as the world outside faded away. Later that evening, under a canopy of stars, the smell of barbecue filled the air. Lin Che, now in a flowing white gown, spotted her friend by the grill. Wow, Sister Du, when did you prepare things for BBQ? Yu Minmin smiled, holding up a skewer of meatballs. I find this place beautiful, we're free today, so… But another girl cheekily interrupted. Sister Du, your dress, brother-in-law ruined your dress, didn't he? Yu Minmin's face turned a shade of scarlet. Don't say miscellaneous, she hissed, utterly embarrassed. The peaceful evening was shattered by the roar of an engine as a fiery red sports car skidded to a halt. The door swung open and a man with platinum blonde hair emerged, his sharp eyes instantly finding her. Lin Che, her blood ran cold. Gu Jingze, she gasped, though the text said Gu Jingze. He stalked towards her, his face a mask of cold fury. Why are you here? He demanded. Yu Minmin quickly stepped between them. I told him, okay, don't argue anymore. But Lin Che was too furious to be placated. You stay in the hotel, don't you want to go to our home? She shot back, her voice rising. She pointed an accusing finger at him. He is a man who only knows how to eat, he can't do anything. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. You dare say I'm useless? In a flash, he closed the distance between them, his fingers wrapping around her chin, forcing her to look at him. His voice was a low, menacing growl. Looks like she really needs to be taught. He released her abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the festive scene with disdain. You are too free, so you organized to eat barbecue, right? The sarcasm in his voice was thick enough to cut with a knife. They stood in a tense silence, the air crackling between them. Too many mosquitoes, he complained, swatting at the air. Lin Che sneered. Men are also afraid of mosquitoes, she laughed mockingly. Do you need medicine to repel mosquitoes? Haha, he glared at her, his jaw tight. Gru, that woman, he seethed under his breath. Yu Minmin sighed, stepping in once more. Okay, don't argue anymore. She turned to Lin Che with a bright, placating smile, holding out a plate of raw ingredients. Hey Lin Che, I prepared everything, do you want to try to make BBQ? Gu Jingze scoffed silently. Her, cook, this would be a disaster. Spurred by his silent judgment, Lin Che's pride flared. Why don't I? What me? When I finish you have to eat all, okay? She snatched a skewer, examining it with newfound confidence. Looks like barbecue is also simple. Yu Minmin offered a simple tip, flip over so that the meat doesn't burn is fine. Lin Che looked down at the mushrooms on her skewer. The meat looks ripe, should we add a little more seasoning? She grabbed the shaker, and with a determined flourish gave it a mighty shake. A massive cloud of white powder exploded from the container, coating the food in a thick, snowy layer. The two women stared in horror at the seasoning avalanche. Isaiah Lin Che, Yu Minmin cried, looks like you put too much seasoning. OMG, it must be very poignant. From the sidelines, Gu Jingze's mocking voice cut through the air. What's up, can't you do it? Refusing to admit defeat, Lin Che's eyes flashed. No, I did it, she declared. She marched right up to him, shoving the disastrous skewer towards his face. Quickly eat them, open your mouth, ah. He stared at the charred, powder-caked mushrooms with utter disgust. I can eat this meat, of course you can, she insisted. She wouldn't take no for an answer. Okay, don't say anymore, eat dirty, live long, quickly open your mouth. Reluctantly, he took a bite. His face twisted as the flavor hit his tongue. His taste, is it okay? He chewed for a moment, his expression unreadable. Tasty, he finally admitted, then his eyes narrowed. But you try to stuff my mouth again? Lin Che just burst into triumphant laughter. But the game wasn't over. He picked up a single mushroom from the skewer, holding it delicately between his fingers. You want to try eating this meat? He asked, his voice suddenly soft. Before she could react, he lunged, pulling her into his arms. What are you doing? She cried, her heart leaping into her throat. He smirked, a wicked glint in his eyes, and popped the mushroom into his own mouth. Then he leaned down and pressed his lips to hers, passing the food from his mouth to hers in a shocking, intimate kiss. The taste is fine too, he murmured against her lips. She froze, her mind reeling, her cheeks burning hot. Gu Jingze, are you a dog? This man is so naughty. He pulled back just enough to look into her wide, stunned eyes, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Really? Because you are so delicious? A tantalizing aroma wafted from the grill and Lin Che's eyes sparkled with delight. She held up a freshly cooked skewer, the meat glistening under the evening lights. I want to try this meat, she declared, her voice filled with a childish excitement. Anyway, this is the first time I do, but before she could even take a bite, a tiny hand shot out to stop her. It was little Gu Shinian, his face a mask of adorable indignation. He tried to snatch the skewer away, his voice piping up, "This meat which you made for me, you can't eat it." Lin Che paused, amused by the little boy's possessiveness. Hey, why? She laughed, taking a playful step back. But in that single movement, disaster struck. Her heel, sharp and slender, landed on a small, hard pebble hidden in the grass. A sudden, sharp jolt shot up her leg, her balance shattered. A terrified escaped her lips as she tipped backwards, her arms flailing wildly. The world tilted on its axis, a blur of green grass and starry sky, but just as she was about to hit the ground, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her. Be careful. Gu Jingzhe's voice was a low growl of pure panic, his face a storm of concern. He'd moved like lightning, catching her just in the nick of time. Lin Che slammed into his chest with a soft "Izia," her face buried in the fabric of his shirt, her heart hammering against her ribs. He held her tight, his grip like iron. Lin Che, are you okay? He demanded, his voice tight with worry. She looked up, her own eyes wide with shock, and managed a small nod. I am okay, and you? But then she saw it, a dark red stain spreading on the sleeve of his light-colored jacket. Blood, OMG, her own panic was forgotten. Gu Jingzhe, you are injured, she cried out, her voice trembling as she pointed to the gash on his arm. Just then Mu Wanqing rushed over, her face pale with worry as she saw them on the ground. Go inside and wash the wound first, she instructed urgently, I'll call the doctor. Inside, the sterile smell of antiseptic filled the air. Gu Jingzhe sat on the plush sofa, a makeshift bandage already on his arm. I cleaned the wound already, he said dismissively. I bandaged it. Then his gaze fell on Lin Che and a strange glint entered his eyes. Lin Che, help me cover the wound, he commanded softly. Her eyes widened in surprise. Me? She stammered, her mind reeling. The doctor will, he is more professional than me. But little Gu Shinian piped up from the side, his small voice filled with authority. Not used to letting others touch me, he explained simply. Lin Che's cheeks flushed. What choice did she have? Okay, she mumbled, approaching him hesitantly. As she leaned in close, he let out a soft hiss of pain. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined the scrape. It was just a scratch. Why was he being so dramatic? This is just a small wound. You are like a prince. She thought, a hint of annoyance creeping in, but as she tried to adjust the bandage, he suddenly yanked his arm back with a sharp cry of pain. She looked up, her eyes flashing with irritation. He did that on purpose? You deliberately pulled it tight. Lin Che, do you want to die? He accused, his voice low and dangerous. She glared back at him. You don't think why I got hurt? He continued, his eyes locking onto hers. Before she could react, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in a vice-like grip. It's up to you, you are so weak, she muttered under her breath, trying to pull away, but his grip only tightened. You need to be taught by me again. He growled, a predatory smile playing on his lips. In one swift motion, he pulled her off balance, and she tumbled right onto his lap, landing face down across his knees. Her eyes went wide with shock and humiliation. Was, what was he doing? What do you want to do? She squeaked. His answer came not in words, but in a loud, stinging smack. Bam. A sharp pain blossomed on her behind, and she cried out, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. To pain, she gasped, squirming in his hold. You are naughty, you dare to hit my ass. He leaned down, his breath hot against her ear, his voice a wicked whisper. I dare to do more naughty things than that. His eyes, dark and intense, bored into hers. What do you want? She stammered, her mind screaming at her to think of a way out of this. Panicked, she sat up, trying to inject some reason into the situation. Why did you hit my butt? Your hand is injured, you have to be careful. He glanced down at his bandaged hand as if only just remembering it. How about my hand injured? He murmured, a dangerous smirk spreading across his face. He leaned in closer, their faces inches apart, his voice dropping to a seductive growl. Do you still doubt my ability? Her heart leaped into her throat. No, it isn't. You always talk wildly, she blurted out. He chuckled, a low, menacing sound. You dare hit me, so I have to teach you again? Her eyes widened in horror. Detestable, don't think about that anymore, she cried, pushing against his chest. The day before, you dared to lock me up outside. Are you going to make me for? He cut her off, his expression unreadable. So what do you want? An idea, wild and ridiculous, sparked in her mind, a way to turn the tables. She imagined herself triumphantly riding on his back as he crawled on all fours. I want you to crawl to the ground for me to ride. Acha, you are my horse. If you disobey, I'll hit your butt. He stared at her for a long moment, a vein throbbing in his temple. Then a slow, strained smile spread across his face. Okay, stand up, he said through gritted teeth. She scrambled to her feet, giddy with disbelief. He was actually going to do it, so you crawl to the ground, she ordered, pointing a finger at the floor. Okay, prepare, he said, but instead of getting down, he lunged forward and grabbed her. He lied, he had no intention of being her horse. She shrieked as he scooped her into his arms. You lie, you don't keep your word, Gu Jingzhe, detestable. He just grinned, a devilish light dancing in his eyes. You said you wanted to ride horse, not me? With that, he tossed her onto the sofa, her body bouncing on the soft cushions. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. But I know exactly like this, he murmured, looming over her. I won't play with you, let me go, she sobbed, but he wasn't listening. His hand began a slow, deliberate journey up her side, sending shivers down her spine. He leaned and closed, his voice a husky whisper against her skin. Your request was not met, but I think this game is also interesting. His fingers brushed against the fabric of her dress and she flinched, pushing at his chest with all her might. You bully me, quickly let me go, I just don't want to play an interesting game with you. He simply held her tighter, pinning her beneath him. Her eyes were wide, filled with a desperate plea. Gu Jingze, quickly let me go, if you don't pull me I won't get hurt. As she struggled, something slipped from her dress. Bam bam, her phone clattered onto the floor. Gu Jingze froze. His head snapped toward the sound, his playful expression vanishing in an instant, replaced by a cold, hard mask. Your phone, he growled. He reached down and picked it up, his thumb swiping across the screen. Oh, I almost forgot, he murmured, his voice dangerously calm. She thrashed in his grip. Hey, why do you take my phone? What will you do? He ignored her, his eyes scanning her contacts. They stopped on one name, Zhu. His gaze turned to ice. Do you want to delete his phone number? He asked, not waiting for an answer. A confirmation box popped up on the screen. With a decisive push, he tapped the delete button. I deleted, he announced, his voice flat and final. She could only stare at him, speechless with rage. Gu Jingze, you are so hegemony, she finally choked out. He simply smirked, his eyes glinting with possessive satisfaction. Nothing, I am just fulfilling my husband's responsibility. A husband's responsibility? Was he insane? The responsibility is delete the phone number of his wife's teacher. She shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. He leaned in, his lips almost touching hers. Of course it's not over yet, I will do it all. Before she could process his words, his hand shot out, grabbing the delicate strap of her dress. A sickening tearing sound filled the air. Ah, don't tear anymore, it will break, she screamed, clutching at the ruined fabric. Gash, the dress ripped open, exposing her skin to the cool air. This dress is torn, he stated calmly, as if discussing the weather. I will buy you 10 dresses. His gaze was intense, unwavering, as his other hand moved to his belt, the metallic click of the buckle echoing in the silent room. He loomed over her, a predator cornering its prey, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Are you ready? She pushed against his chest, her face a mixture of fear and defiance. I needn't your compensation, you. He chuckled darkly. What's matter with me? His fingers brushed her cheek and she gasped. Ah, she flinched away, but there was nowhere to go. You are so hegemony, she cried as he leaned in and bit her earlobe, not hard, but just enough to send a jolt through her. Why did you hit me? To pain, she whimpered. He pulled back, his eyes boring into hers. Because I want to remind you, he purred. Think carefully before you speak, otherwise I won't stop at your ears. He stooped lower, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Do you dare go against me? She could only tremble, her voice caught in her throat. He smiled, a slow, dangerous smile that didn't reach his eyes. Today if I want to have fun with you, I have to spend a lot of effort. And with that, he pulled her into his arms, and they tumbled onto the bed in a shower of silk and rose petals. Later that night, the city lights twinkled outside the panoramic window. Lin Che sat on the sofa, wrapped in a soft pink robe, feeling utterly drained. A deep sigh escaped her lips. So tired, she murmured to herself. A shadow fell over her and Gu Jingzai's voice, now stripped of its earlier menace, filled the quiet room. It's just the beginning, and are you tired? He walked around the sofa, his own robe loosely tied. Have you showered yet? Why aren't your hands so watery? He asked, his gaze softening slightly. She looked up at him, a flicker of surprise in her tired eyes. Are you taking care of me? He simply hummed in response. Of course not, she said quickly, perhaps a little too quickly. Because I'm curious, she added, averting her gaze. He reached out and gently placed his hand on her head, his touch surprisingly tender. He sat down beside her, the playful tension from earlier replaced by a heavy silence. Lin Che, we have to talk, he began, his voice serious. He looked at her, his expression filled with a raw emotion she hadn't seen before. I am so sorry, I was very rude to let you out. When I found out you were dating another guy, I really got very angry. The memory of it flashed in his eyes, a possessive fire that burned with an intensity that both scared and thrilled her. He leaned back against the plush sofa, the city lights twinkling behind them like 1,000 fallen stars. His voice was cold, distant, as he declared he had no relationship with Si Qiang too. Her heart stuttered. Was he jealous? She scoffed, a nervous energy bubbling in her chest. Did he think every guy was just like him? But his gaze was sharp, cutting right through her defenses. He sneered, telling her she was too naive, always thinking others were good people. Stupid, he spat, his voice laced with a frustration she couldn't quite decipher. No man would be kind to a woman he doesn't like. His words hung in the air, heavy and absolute. He loomed over her, his eyes burning with an intensity that made her breath catch. Why, she wondered, her mind racing, in this world? Are there really no kind people? He leaned in closer, their faces mere inches apart, the scent of his cologne overwhelming her senses. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, a secret meant only for her. A man treats a woman well for only one reason, he murmured, his gaze flicking down to her lips. Because he likes her. The world seemed to stop, the pieces clicked into place with a deafening crash. Wait, what was he saying? Her mind reeled. You also treat me well, right? She stammered, her hand instinctively coming up to his chest. His robe was open, revealing the hard planes of his chest, and he leaned into her touch, a possessive fire in his eyes. His voice was a raw, guttural confession. I always love you, he growled. I always want you. Before she could process his words, his lips crashed down on hers, a desperate, claiming kiss that stole the air from her lungs. He pulled back slightly, pinning her against the sofa, his body a warm, heavy weight on hers. You want me now? She gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson, a predatory smirk played on his lips. Can I? He challenged, his gaze unwavering, his voice turned serious, a command that sent a shiver down her spine. From now on, I do not allow you to get close to any other man except me. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why did you suddenly become so serious? She asked, her voice trembling. Was he for real? She protested, reasoning that if she wasn't a man, she must be a woman and that meant interacting with other men was unavoidable, but he was having none of it. In short, I ban you, he declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. He was being utterly ridiculous. She stared up at him, a mix of shock and something else, a flutter of excitement. I will be angry, okay? He warned, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. What about friends and colleagues? She cried out, trying to reason with this impossible man, but his answer was swift and brutal. All are not allowed, he yelled, his fist clenching in the air for emphasis. She fell back against the couch, completely overwhelmed, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. Hayes, she thought, this is insane, but he wasn't finished. His expression softened slightly, a hint of vulnerability creeping into his eyes as he looked down at her. If you're with them, I won't be happy, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. And at that time, I won't be able to control it. He leaned in again, his breath warm against her ear. It's because of you, Lin Che. He collapsed onto her, burying his face in her hair. You make me so stupid, he mumbled, his voice thick with emotion. Gu Jingze, this powerful, untouchable man, was acting like a jealous child because of her. A slow smile spread across her face. He's jealous because he cares about me, because he loves me. The realization was like a warm wave washing over her, chasing away all her fears. He was in so much control, yet he couldn't control his anger. He was just like her. A playful glint entered her eyes. Gu Jingze, she whispered, her voice suddenly sultry. Do you want to hug me? He looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. What are you saying? He asked, completely thrown off guard. I mean, she continued, her confidence growing, yes, it is. He stared at her, a flicker of understanding dawning on his face. You can? He asked, his voice now a low, dangerous rumble. A wicked smile touched his lips. But you have to pay the big price for that. The scene shifted, the tension following them to the bedroom. He leaned over her, a playful challenge in his eyes. This time you requested me, okay? He teased. When I am doing, don't cry and beg me, okay? She just looked at him, her heart hammering in her chest. Bastard, she thought, a blush creeping up her neck. He's so handsome even when he's being insufferable. As he began to remove his robe, her eyes widened, shamelessly staring at his perfectly sculpted physique. He was just breathtaking. She averted her gaze, flustered, muttering that she didn't understand what he was saying. He chuckled, leaning over her and pinning her to the bed. You dare to tease me, he whispered, his lips brushing against her ear. Come in, she squirmed, trying to push him away. Wait, she yelped, but he just smirked. How are you scared? We haven't even started yet. Suddenly, he grabbed her foot, his touch sending sparks up her leg. She froze, an idea suddenly popping into her head. Huh? She breathed out, trying to sound calm. I'm not scared, but I have a request, she announced. He raised an eyebrow. A request? Okay, you say? She took a deep breath. Recently, I watched a movie, she began, and they have a very strange pose. I want to learn some techniques from that movie, she continued, trying to sound as innocent as possible. Unexpectedly, the content of the film is really fascinating. He looked at her, his expression unreadable. What you want to learn is the interaction of two people, right? He asked, his voice dangerously smooth. Don't say miscellaneous things, I'm not kidding, she insisted, her heart pounding. Was he buying it? He listened as she spun her tale about the movie's heroine trying to seduce the male lead. But as she spoke, a slow, knowing smirk spread across his face. He saw right through her. He murmured, his eyes glinting with amusement. It looks like I don't know that technique. He leaned in, his voice a low purr. Haha, of course you don't, we stop it here, okay? And just like that, her escape plan crumbled. She groaned in frustration. He loomed over her, his expression triumphant. You dare to trick me? He growled playfully. Today, I'm going to get you to beg me to stop. His lips captured hers in a searing kiss, all teasing forgot. Let me feel you, he murmured against her mouth, his hands exploring her body. She gasped as his touch sent shivers through her. What do you want to do? She cried, half in protest, half in anticipation. He just laughed, a low, throaty sound. You can't hide from me, he whispered, tapping her nose playfully. Oh me, what did I do so wrong? She thought desperately. He pulled back, his expression softening. Don't be satisfied quickly, he warned with a smirk. Otherwise you will be powerless in the next life, haha. He sat up, pulling her with him. Rest assured, he said, a gentle smile on his face. I can still watch movies with you. A moment later, they were on the couch, a movie flickering on the screen. He sat behind her, his arms wrapped around her waist. She felt a pang of embarrassment. What a shame, you just told the worker not to disturb us, she mumbled. But he just chuckled, pulling her closer. What a shame, everyone will think us a young couple. It is normal that we wrap ourselves together. He pressed a button on the remote, and his arm tightened around us. Okay, come here, let me hug you, he murmured. The movie's opening credits began to roll. Yeah, the movie starts already, she said, trying to distract herself. Sit down and watch. But he wasn't interested in the movie. He buried his face in her hair, his breath hot against her neck. You will see your movie and I will do my work, okay? He whispered mischievously. You said you want to see it, why don't you see? His teasing was relentless. I just want to learn skills, she insisted, trying to focus on the screen. Or do we fast forward the movie, we'll see the scene which you say? She suggested, holding up the remote. He smirked, taking the remote from her. Bastard, you are so smart, he praised sarcastically just as a very suggestive scene appeared on the television. Whoa, that's great, he exclaimed with feigned surprise. She blushed furiously, but he just laughed. Hey ha, you are so attentive, he teased. This movie has been cut in our country already, but I specially searched for the original which still has full content. His smile was infuriatingly smug. No, he said, his voice dropping an octave. Only watching the full movie can show our respect for that movie. Trying to change the subject, she blurted out, in the future, I want to be an actor in this kind of movie, do you agree? It was the wrong thing to say, his eyes narrowed. OMG, you dare to act intimate scenes with another man? He growled, his possessiveness flaring up again. I have to teach you again. Before she could react, he lifted her leg, propping it up on his shoulder. So you can get rid of those miscellaneous thoughts, he declared, and then he did something that made her entire body ignite. He kissed her foot. Do you like this pose? He asked, his eyes locked on hers. A shocked gasp escaped her lips. This man was going to be the death of her. Fulfill your aspirations, okay? He said with a devilish grin. She pushed at his shoulder. Hey, why do you start now? That pose is too simple. I can do it with just one look, she boasted, trying to regain some control. He just chuckled. Do you like this? My honey, I was tired, no energy, she pleaded, trying to squirm away. Or we change positions. He shook his head, his eyes glinting. No, you look down on me. You think I can't. Now I will prove it to you. You look pitiful again, he teased, easily lifting her into his arms. Okay, we have to change, but you have to be punished to atonement, he declared, his voice a low promise. You must not be lazy, okay? And with that, his lips found hers once more, sealing her fate for the night. Lin Che sat alone in the stark, quiet office, her eyes scanning the computer screen. A headline blazed across the news portal, a question that made her blood run cold. Who is actor Lin Che? They were dragging her name through the mud, all during the movie's crucial promotion period. Just then, her phone buzzed to life, shattering the tense silence. It was Sister Yang. Her voice was a frantic hiss over the line as she asked if Lin Che had seen the news. Of course she had. How could she miss it? Sister Yang's voice was filled with rage as she explained the company's dirty tactics. Because she didn't give up the female lead role in which diary to that snake Kin Wan Wan, the company was making things impossible for her. It was a punishment. They were using the fact that she took leave for the competition as an excuse, putting it online to try and get the public to boycott her. Lin Che's grip tightened on her phone, her knuckles turning white. Sister Yang tried to reassure her, promising to argue with the company, but Lin Che's mind was already reeling. How could they be so shameless? How utterly annoying. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind, and Gu Jingze's warm breath tickled her. He asked her a simple question, his voice a low rumble. If someone were to bully her, to force her to hand over what rightfully belongs to her, what would she do? She tilted her head back, her eyes meeting his intense gaze. A fire ignited within her. She would counterattack, of course. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his lips. Oh really? How? Without a moment's hesitation, she declared that she would force them to leave Country C entirely. For a second, he just stared at her, and then he burst out laughing, a deep, rumbling sound that filled the room. Lin Che's face flushed bright red. Hick, I shouldn't have asked him, she thought, burying her face in her hands in embarrassment. His laughter subsided, and he pulled her into a proper embrace, his expression softening with concern. He asked her what was wrong, if someone was really bullying her. She tried to play it cool, insisting it was just a small matter she could handle on her own. But he just held her tighter, his voice a comforting murmur. While she fought for her job, he admitted he couldn't exactly cheer her on from the sidelines. But that didn't mean he wasn't cheering for her in his own way. And before she could even ask what he meant, he tilted her chin up, his lips capturing hers in a breathtaking kiss. The world seemed to melt away, leaving only the warmth of his touch and the sweet taste of his lips. He pulled back slightly, his eyes still closed, a soft ha. Escaping him, Lin Che was still dazed, her heart hammering against her ribs. What? She managed to whisper. He opened his eyes, a devilish glint in them as he told her that his kisses didn't count when she was happy nor when she was unhappy. But they did count when he was happy. And right now, he was very happy. That, he declared, was how he encouraged her. Her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Who needs that? She exclaimed, her face a fiery red. He was always taking advantage of her. He leaned in closer, his voice a husky whisper. How did she not like it? His hand moved to her chest, a teasing touch that sent shivers down her spine. He was such a bastard. Why did he have to be like this? She thought, her body trembling slightly. He chuckled, asking again why she didn't like it, adding that she was always so proactive herself. Her eyes widened. You, what did you just say? She sputtered, pointing an accusing finger at him. You dare to tease me, I will hit you. His smirk widened into a grin. Hit him? He challenged her to catch him first, and if she did, he'd let her hit him. With that, he playfully dodged away. He's so flexible, she thought, a new plan already forming in her mind. I have to think of a new way. Oh, right, taking a step back, she let out a loud, theatrical cry of pain. Isaiah. She stumbled dramatically, collapsing onto the floor. Isaiah, my leg, she wailed, clutching her ankle. In an instant, Gu Jingze was by her side, all traces of teasing gone from his face, replaced by pure concern. Lin Che, he cried out, scooping her up into his arms. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she wrapped her arms around his neck. I caught you, she purred, now I will punish you. He looked down at her, the realization dawning in his eyes, followed by a look of pure adoration. Okay, you are a scam, he said, but his voice was full of warmth. She giggled, pleading with him playfully. Please, haha, this is not a scam. As he carried her, she beamed, a thought blooming in her heart. You know I spoiled you so you bullied me, right? He murmured, his eyes soft, and she knew it was true. He really spoiled her. So she thought, whenever I'm with him, I always feel safe. She looked up at him, her expression turning serious as she asked if he would spoil her for her entire life. Even if she got fat, old, and ugly, would he still spoil her? He set her down on the couch, a thoughtful expression on his face as he pretended to think about it. Lin Che's temper flared. What you need to think? Do you want to get hit? She demanded, raising a tiny fist. He laughed, pulling her close and kissing her forehead. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, he whispered. He promised to always pamper her, whether she was fat, old, or ugly. He would still love her. All this life, he vowed, his eyes boring into hers. I will only love you. Lin Che's breath hitched, tears welled up in her eyes, sparkling like diamonds before they spilled down her cheeks. He panicked instantly. Are you crying? Are you so touched? He gently wiped a tear from her cheek with his thumb, his touch sending warmth through her entire body. Don't cry, my princess, he cooed. You're so cute like a kid. I love you, I pamper you, that is obvious. She sniffled, trying to hide her embarrassment. I don't cry because I'm sleepy, my eyes are tired. He raised an eyebrow. What, my sincere words make you feel sleepy? He leaned in, his lips just inches from hers, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Do you want me to bully you again? And then his fingers found her sides, tickling her relentlessly. See, I will punish you, he growled playfully. She erupted in laughter, squirming in his arms. Hey, okay, tickle, I was wrong, it's my fault. He finally stopped, hovering over her as she lay breathless on the couch. You knew your mistake quickly, he noted with a smirk. But he added, his gaze darkening with desire, I still have to punish you. His hand slid down her leg, his touch firm. That's hurt, you use strong force, she protested, though her voice lacked any real conviction. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, can't you take it anymore? Ah, please stop, Gu Jingze, she pleaded, her body arching towards his. Stop what? He murmured against her skin, his hands continuing their exploration. Ah, you are so obnoxious, she gasped. He pulled back just enough to look her in the eyes, feigning confusion. Obnoxious, me? I don't understand if you don't say it clearly. His fingers grazed her foot, sending a jolt through her. Did you intentionally provoke me? He asked, his voice a low growl. Can you still speak? Why? She stammered, her mind a complete blank. Just as he was about to kiss her, she put a hand on his chest. Wait a minute, she whispered breathlessly. He paused, looking confused. Wait for me a minute, I'm not ready yet. She scrambled up and ran from the room, leaving him stunned. But as she left, she called back over her shoulder, when I come back, I will continue to punish you. A moment later she returned, a triumphant look in her eyes. He pulled her back into his arms, his voice dangerous. Lin Che, do you want to run? Don't be naughty anymore, today is my dangerous day. Or, he paused, his eyes widening slightly. Do we give birth to a baby? Her heart skipped a beat. A baby? The thought was sudden, unexpected, but not unwelcome. You say, you want to have a baby? He asked, his voice filled with a mixture of shock and hope. Are you sure? She looked up at him, her eyes shining with determination. Of course, she said. He was still processing her words. Why so suddenly? She looked away, a blush creeping up her neck. Maybe or not, my head is messed up. Suddenly I just thought that. He pulled her into a hug, his voice soft and laced with amusement. Could it be, you love me so much, you want to have a baby to make me love you more? She pushed him away indignantly. I needn't, don't dream, okay? He chuckled, pulling her close again, his gaze tender. So why? He asked gently. She finally met his eyes, her expression serious. Because I always think for you, she began, and I think my genes are so good I don't want to waste it. He stared at her for a long moment, then a slow smile spread across his face. Oh really? He murmured, his hand moving down her back. A girl like you is okay? His voice dropped to a whisper, filled with a deep, longing tenderness as he said her name. Zio Chi. Do you like to have girls? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. His eyes lit up with a brilliant light. Right, he said, his voice full of dreams. I want to buy princess dresses, crowns for her. I will give her the best thing in this world. She smiled softly, so if it's a boy. His expression softened even more if that was possible. That's okay, I love all because they are our baby. And with that, he sealed his promise with a deep, passionate kiss. He pulled back, his eyes smoldering as he looked down at her. My wife, how do you feel? He murmured before launching a surprise raid. Why are you in such a hurry? She gasped, but her protest was lost as he whispered back, we have started for a while already. Her protests dissolved into soft moans. Hug me, she cried out, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck. We needn't use that, we needn't. He paused, looking down at her with eyes full of love and promise. Naturally, he said, his voice thick with emotion. If you are pregnant, you must give birth. We have a child. Lin Che, we will have a child. A quiet moment, a stolen glance, a promise whispered in the soft glow of moonlight. This was the dream, the fragile fantasy she held onto. A world painted in soft pastels and tender embraces. But reality was a cold, sterile office and the screech of betrayal echoing from her laptop screen. The company's official statement was a knife in her back. Arrogant, it called her. Violated the rules, it claimed. They were painting her as a villain, a greedy upstart who deserved to be punished. Her eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. The words blurred, but one thought screamed in her mind. Scammers, they were all scammers. Just then her phone shrieked to life. It was you, Minmin, her voice a frantic buzz in Lin Che's ear. Had she seen it? The company's explanation? Minmin was already talking to a lawyer, her words tumbling out in a rush of panic. Lin Che, we can't hide this anymore. Lin Che's heart sank. Minmin's voice cracked with desperation, reminding her of the trip she'd promised herself, a getaway to Europe, now just a distant dream. Don't worry, Minmin insisted, her voice trembling but determined. She would solve this problem herself. Lin Che stared into the middle distance, stunned. Her, solve all of this, how? A bitter smile touched her lips as she spoke into the phone, her own voice sounding hollow and distant. She tried to reassure her friend, promising she'd get her role back in Witch's diary, a lie she desperately wanted to believe herself. But before she could say more, a sharp knock echoed from the door. A maid peeked in, her face etched with worry. Young madam, she urged, please come quickly. The president, he's drunk. Drunk. Lin Che's brow furrowed. It's the middle of the day. The maid explained that he'd been with guests, drinking nonstop, and was completely out of it. A sigh escaped Lin Che's lips, another mess to clean up. She pushed herself up from the chair, her own problems momentarily forgotten. As she approached his room, a stern-faced butler blocked her path, his tone sharp and accusatory. Why was she here? Shouldn't she be inside taking care of her husband? Lin Che's eyes widened with disbelief. Is this man for real? When is he going to go in and check on him himself? Shaking her head, she pushed past the useless man and swung the bedroom door open. The sight that greeted her made her gasp. She rushed to the bedside, her voice a mixture of shock and concern. Good heavens, how much wine did you even drink? There he was, Gu Jingze, sprawled across the bed like a fallen god. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a perfectly sculpted chest, his handsome face peaceful in his drunken slumber. The air was thick with the scent of roses and something else, something intoxicatingly male. Lin Che felt a blush creep up her neck. Really, this man? She couldn't help but stare for a moment before shaking herself out of it. With a sigh, she reached for the duvet, intending to cover him up. But the moment her fingers brushed the fabric, a hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in an iron grip. Her heart leaped into her throat. He was awake. His eyes, hazy and unfocused, fluttered open and landed on her face. Are you awake? She whispered, her voice barely audible. With a sudden powerful tug, he pulled her down onto the bed. A startled yelp escaped her lips as she landed beside him. Hick, what do you want to do? She cried, struggling against his hold. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his warm breath fanning across her cheek. His eyes were clouded with drink, a faint blush dusting his high cheekbones, making him look dangerously handsome. Trapped beneath his weight, Lin Che stared up at him, her own eyes wide and panicked. Gu Jingze, are you really drunk? She stammered. He just blinked slowly, his voice a low murmur against her skin. I'm thirsty. Her face was burning, so let me out, she pleaded, pushing weakly against his chest. I will get water for you. For a moment she thought he might listen. He leaned closer, his lips almost touching hers, and whispered a single word. Okay. And then his mouth was on hers. The kiss was hot, messy, and tasted of expensive wine. It stole the air from her lungs and sent her thoughts scattering. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his gaze still lost in a drunken fog. Wu, are you okay? He mumbled before his eyes darkened with a raw primal hunger. You are so sweet, he growled, his voice a low vibration against her lips. I want to eat you. This was a side of him she had never seen. A raw passion that was both terrifying and thrilling, pulling her deeper into a storm she couldn't escape. She tried to reason with him, her voice shaking. You are drunk, she said, you need to rest. He just nuzzled against her neck, mumbling, I am drunk. The clothes are not at fault. Before she could ask what he meant, she heard the sound of tearing fabric. Her eyes shot open in horror. He had ripped her dress. Ah, my dress, she shrieked, clutching the ruined fabric to her chest. How can you do that? He loomed over her, a possessive fire burning in his hazy eyes. Are you mad? He asked. Right, she shot back indignant. He accused her of being stubborn. And she could only stare in disbelief. Am I so stubborn? He grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Now look at me. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. How many cups of wine did you drink? Why are you so stubborn? She tried to sit up to push him away, reminding him that she doesn't drink, that he was the one who was completely wasted. She offered to get him a cup of tea, a desperate attempt to escape his grasp, but his arms tightened around her like steel bands. No, I don't let you go, he pleaded, his voice thick with a strange vulnerability. Please don't go. He pulled her back down, his body collapsing against hers. His drunken gaze softened as he looked at her, his fingers tracing the curve of her cheek. It's so beautiful, I like it, he whispered. And then he was kissing her again, soft and tender this time. Don't touch miscellaneous, he warned, his words slurring, if not I. She struggled against him, her voice cracking. Ah, let me go, she hated this, hated feeling so powerless. I hate you, she sobbed, because you are drunk. He looked wounded, his lower lip jutting out in a pout. You want to bully me again. He leaned in, his eyes locking onto hers, his voice a low, demanding purr. A good girl, coordinate with me, he wanted her to kiss him. How, she found herself asking, lost in the intensity of his gaze. A slow, triumphant smirk spread across his face. Gu Jingming, bastard, why does he make me unable to rebuff him? He slurred, a strange mix of anger and adoration in his tone. You always hug me, that's great. And then the words that shattered her world. He pulled her close, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered a name that wasn't hers. Minmin, you also love me, right? The world went silent. The warmth of his body turned to ice, his embrace a cage of another woman's memory. The scene dissolves, shifting to the cold, impersonal bustle of an airport. Lin Che stood numbly beside Si Zhu, the silver-haired celebrity who had just publicly paid 10 million to redeem her contract. The news was everywhere. He had asked someone to bring their luggage, but she barely heard him. Her mind was replaying a press conference from hours ago. Si Zhu, standing before a sea of reporters, had made a shocking declaration. He wanted to be Lin Che's husband, but since that wasn't possible, he would choose his second option, to be her master and her best friend. The media had erupted. What was he doing? Was he joking? Her friends had been calling nonstop, frantically trying to figure out a plan. Yu Minmin had wanted to ask Gu Jingming for the money, but Si Zhu had swooped in, agreeing to pay it all. Now here she was, about to leave the country with a man who had just bought her freedom. Suddenly, a woman with vibrant pink hair sashayed up to Si Zhu, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Woa, so handsome, she cooed, offering him a single pink rose. Si Zhu accepted it with a cool, detached expression, his gaze unreadable. Lin Che watched from the sidelines, a strange pang in her chest. What does she want to do? She wondered bitterly. Before she could process the feeling, a familiar arm snaked around her waist, pulling her back against a hard chest. It was Gu Jingze. He looked down at her, a possessive glint in his sober eyes. Are you waiting for me? He asked, his voice a low rumble. Flustered, she tried to pull away. No, I don't want to disturb the man who was given flowers. Gu Jing's grip only tightened. He leaned in, sniffing the air dramatically next to her ear. Aizu, too sour, where did this smell come from? He declared loudly, his eyes fixed on Si Zhu. He then turned his full attention back to her, his expression softening. You needn't care about them, he whispered, his voice for her alone. I only love you. To prove his point, he tilted her chin up. Do I like this to make you believe me? He murmured, before pressing his lips to hers in a firm, claiming kiss. Lin Che's face exploded in a blush as she pushed him away, covering her mouth. What a shame, many people are looking at us. He just smiled, a smug, satisfied look on his face. Oh, because I want to say that you are mine. His anger seemed to have vanished. Okay, I have finished packing, where do you want to go now? Her mood lifted instantly. I want to eat ice cream, he chuckled, taking her hand. They walked away from the airport drama, their fingers intertwined. She spotted a small parlor just ahead. There is ice cream over there, she pointed excitedly. He smiled indulgently. Okay, we will. What ice cream would you like to eat? She beamed, pointing to a perfect swirl of strawberry on a cone. She took her first lick, her eyes closing in pure bliss. Ah, it's so fun, so delicious. As she savored the sweet, cold treat, Gu Jingze leaned in close. Hold, he commanded softly, his hand covering hers on the cone. Before she could react, he dipped his head and took a bite of her ice cream, then captured her lips in a sweet, sticky kiss. Taste it, he whispered against her mouth, and in that moment all the hurt and confusion melted away, replaced by the simple, perfect taste of strawberry and forgiveness. The air was filled with a tender sweetness, a promise of romance blooming like the peonies surrounding them. In his arms, she was the center of his universe, a fragile butterfly caught in his gentle gaze. Little did she know, this quiet afternoon was about to take a very different turn. She was happily enjoying her ice cream with the little girl when a familiar voice purred from behind her. It was Gu Jingze. He leaned in, his tone smooth as silk, noting that she'd said the ice cream was delicious, and now he wanted to taste it too. A playful smile touched his lips as he leaned closer, his eyes fixed on her. But it wasn't the cone he was looking at. His voice dropped to a low murmur, sending a shiver down her spine as he declared that he thought the ice cream she was eating was far more delicious. What did he mean by that? Her heart skipped a beat. He leaned in even closer, his breath warm on her cheek as he whispered, you. The world seemed to slow down, her mind going blank. In her shock, her fingers went slack and the ice cream cone slipped, tumbling through the air. Auo, she cried out, her focus snapping back to the falling treat. There was no time to think, she had to eat it quickly. Without a second thought, she caught the melting cream on the back of her hand and instinctively brought it to her lips, licking the sweet mess away. Gu Jingze watched her, his gaze turning dark and intense. The simple, innocent act was somehow unbearably provocative. Is it really delicious? He asked, his voice thick with an emotion she couldn't quite place. He pointed to her lips, a tiny smudge of white cream at the corner of her mouth. And here, he added softly. Yep, she chirped, oblivious to the storm brewing in his eyes. She licked the last of the cream from her lips, her tongue darting out playfully. Okay, she asked, her eyes sparkling, but it wasn't okay, not at all. A fire ignited in his gaze, hot and possessive. Suddenly, watching her like this, unable to taste, unable to touch, it felt like a special kind of torture. His voice was strained as he told her, looking at you licking ice cream. It's cruel to me because I can only see and not eat. She just laughed, thinking he was joking, and naively offered him a taste. But before she could even finish her sentence, he grabbed her, his mouth descending on hers. A shocked gasp escaped her lips as he pulled her into a fiery kiss. Before she could process what was happening, he swept her off her feet, cradling her in his strong arms. What are you doing? She cried, her cheeks flushing crimson. It's still early, I want to go out. But he just held her tighter, his eyes burning with a desperate need. We will go out tonight, he promised, his voice a low growl, and now I can't stand it anymore. He carried her towards a breathtaking mansion, a palace straight out of a fairy tale. She gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. OMG, it's so beautiful, will we stay here? He smirked, a look of pride on his face. This was a private villa, he explained, belonging to a noble named Sitila for his use only. Wow, she thought, nobles really know how to enjoy life. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, Okay, my princess, here we go. Real rich people know how to enjoy themselves, he added with a wink. As they entered, a butler greeted them respectfully, informing them that Mr. C was waiting. But Gu Jingze's mind was on one thing and one thing only. He coolly instructed the butler to lead them to their room first. A sinking, fluttering feeling started in Lin Che's stomach. Oh my god, what was he planning? Now she was sure he was thinking about. Asterisk that asterisk. The room was even more magnificent than the outside, a picture of pure luxury. He set her down gently, winking at her as he promised he'd take her out later. Her face was on fire. Why are you always thinking about XXX? She blurted out, her voice a squeak. He just chuckled, a low, seductive sound. He turned the question on her, his eyes twinkling with mischief. So why don't you think about why I am so infatuated with you? He leaned in, a playful smirk on his face. So, it's my fault? Flustered, she immediately backpedaled. No, it's me, it's my fault, I will expiate, okay. His smile widened, that was exactly what he wanted to hear. He pulled her close, his voice a husky whisper against her skin. My princess, coordinate with me, he murmured, his breath hot against her ear. I can't take it anymore. And then he kissed her, a deep, passionate kiss that left her breathless, and the world dissolved into a haze of pleasure and desire. A whirlwind of sensation as they fell into each other. When she opened her eyes again, the morning sun was streaming into the room. She found herself tangled in his arms, his body warm against hers. You, she stammered, her mind still foggy with sleep and passion. He teased her gently, a playful tickle against her skin. Don't you like this? He purred. She hugged him tight, a sudden wave of shyness washing over her. What if someone saw them? We will be seen by others, she whispered urgently. He just laughed, reassuring her that within a 5-kilometer radius there wasn't a soul around. But what about the butler? She pressed. He'd made sure the butler had avoided them, he said, before leaning in to kiss her again, silencing any further protests. It was a dizzying, intoxicating dance. He told her to be good, to hold on to his waist, his voice thick with passion. She was melting under his touch, her body pliant and willing. How could he have so much energy? Gu Jingze, she murmured, you really are not tired. He just looked at her, his eyes saying everything his lips didn't. Just as she thought she might faint from the intensity, her eyes caught something outside the window. Whoa, this is a bike, she exclaimed, the sudden change of topic making him pause. Can you ride a bike? He smirked. Of course. A flicker of an idea, a memory of a happier, simpler time sparked in her mind. When she was a kid, she used to love riding her bike on sunny days. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. Are you sure you want to ride a bike? He asked, sensing her excitement. Yes, she pleaded, her eyes shining with childlike glee. Suddenly, a sharp smack landed on her behind. Pam, she jumped, her eyes wide with shock. So sorry, she stammered, thinking she'd been too loud. He leaned in, his voice a low growl. You should notice the situation we are in. His eyes were dark, a silent promise of what was to come. I have to punish you, he declared, scooping her up into his arms and carrying her towards the bathroom. Let me out, she cried, struggling in his grasp, but he just smirked and said no. After his punishment, they finally went outside. The sun was warm, the air fresh. Dressed in a school uniform he'd somehow procured, she watched him warily. This bad man, she thought to herself, a blush creeping up her cheeks. I can guess his bad stuff. He gestured to the bicycle, telling her to hurry up and get on. He looked at her, a challenge in his eyes. Don't you know how to drive, or will I do it? She puffed out her chest proudly. I can drive everything. He raised an eyebrow, a wicked smirk playing on his lips, that sentence. It sounded a little bad, didn't it? He gestured for her to sit in front of him on the crossbar. "Get in, we start now," he announced, and with a push, they were off. The sudden movement startled her, and she gasped as his arms wrapped around her waist from behind to steady her. "What's up? Let go," she protested, but his grip was firm. Then a strange feeling washed over her, the warmth of his body against her back, the gentle breeze in her hair. It was nice. Whoa, so comfortable, she thought, her cheeks flushing. He leaned forward, his chin resting on her shoulder. "Right, I also feel very comfortable," he murmured, his voice a low rumble against her back. What was he thinking? She wondered, her heart starting to beat a little faster as he hugged her. She tried to squirm away, telling him he was hugging her too tight and she wouldn't fall. His response sent a jolt through her. "Now you are okay," he whispered, his voice laced with amusement, "but then I'm not sure." Her eyes widened in realization. "Hey, Lin Che, what are you doing?" she yelped. He just chuckled, his hand covering hers on the handlebars. "Your hand is so cold, I want you to warm me up." And then, his hands started to wander, touching up, touching down, exploring places they definitely shouldn't be. "Hey, what are you doing?" she shrieked, her face turning beet red. In a panic, she moved her hands to his chest, trying to push him away. "The upper is warmer," she declared randomly. The bike screeched to a halt. He grabbed her hand, his playful mood gone in an instant. "Lin Che," he said, his voice dangerously low. "Come here." Her heart hammered in her chest. "What?" He turned her to face him, his eyes dark and smoldering. "Because you woke up my brother," he growled. "Now you have to be punished." He pulled her closer, their faces inches apart. "Have you forgotten what I taught you?" he whispered. I don't know," she stammered, her mind a complete blank. A slow, wicked smile spread across his face. "I think I have to teach you carefully," he murmured, and then his lips were on hers. A fierce, demanding kiss that stole her breath away. His hand guided hers downwards. "Your hand, take action," he commanded in a husky whisper. She looked up at him, her eyes wide and pleading, a blush staining her cheeks. "Gu Jingze, here is," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What if someone sees us?" He just smirked, his eyes blazing with desire. "So we must do it quickly," he growled, leaning in again. But just as their lips were about to meet, a loud, angry voice shattered the moment. "Hey, what are you doing?" A security guard was standing there, his face a mask of outrage. They froze, caught in the act. A blush crept up her neck as Gu Jingze held her hand, his voice a low, placating murmur that they would go now. But her heart was a frantic bird beating against her ribs. "Go where?" Panic seized her. "No," she insisted, her voice a desperate whisper. She tried to pull her hand away, her eyes wide with fear. They couldn't if they were found out. What would happen? But he just squeezed her hand tighter, his gaze firm, assuring her that he could negotiate with the man. Negotiate? Was he insane? She tugged him away with all her might, her face a mask of pure terror as she tried to drag him back into the shadows. But it was too late. The security guards had already seen them, though their words were surprisingly understanding. They urged the young couple to go quickly, muttering about this being a private place and how generous the youth were these days. A wave of relief and confusion washed over her as Gu Jingze led her through a door, a smug little smile playing on his lips as he announced they had finally arrived. She looked up at him, bewildered by his amusement. What on earth was so funny? A low chuckle rumbled in his chest, his eyes sparkling with a wicked light. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered his little theory. The security guards, he explained, definitely thought they were sneaking off to have some fun. Her mind went blank. The guards thought, **, he wasn't finished. His smirk widened as he declared that since the guards already had the wrong idea, they might as well make it come true. Before she could even process his words, he swept her into his arms. The world blurred and suddenly she was on a soft bed, the scent of fresh linen filling her senses. He was on top of her, his voice a husky promise that they would do exactly as the guards had thought. Her eyes widened. Was he serious? After everything they'd been through today, he still wanted to? A playful glint entered his eyes as he gently touched her chin, his finger tracing her jawline. He feigned a thoughtful expression, murmuring that he suddenly remembered they were missing something crucial. Then his face changed, a look of comical panic replacing his seductive smile. He exclaimed that they didn't bring a condom. Her heart sank with a strange mix of relief and disappointment. She quickly suggested that she could just buy medicine later. But he immediately shot the idea down, his expression turning serious as he told her it wasn't good for her health. He asked if she could find one in the room, and to her surprise, she did. But just as relief began to settle in, a new worry surfaced. This morning, something had happened. A wave of anxiety washed over her. He saw the fear in her eyes and leaned in, his voice a soothing balm. He told her not to worry, that it was a safe time. His words were meant to be comforting, but his actions sent a jolt of electricity through her as he settled himself over her. A mischievous grin spread across his face. He declared that he knew everything about her, and now that all preparations were done, it was time to begin. He reached for her sailor uniform, his voice a playful command to take it off. A tiny, panicked chibai version of herself screamed in her mind as his hands began to unbutton her shirt. "What are you doing?" she cried out, grabbing the fabric of her school uniform. "It doesn't fit, this size is too small." The excuse tumbled out of her mouth, weak and unconvincing even to her own ears. Her mind was racing. Oh my God, what should she do? But then she looked up and met his gaze. It was intense, burning with a desire that made her forget how to breathe. He leaned closer, his voice a husky whisper as he asked for her permission. Her name was a prayer on his lips, and he told her this was her lucky day. He stood up then, a perfect specimen of a man, his sculpted abs on full display. He told her to stand, but then his tone softened, suggesting they sleep first. She was a mess on the bed, her clothes in disarray, her mind reeling. He looked down at her, his expression softening into one of genuine concern, asking if she was all right. She managed a small nod, whispering that she could handle it. His gaze was so tender, so full of care as he looked down at her, nestled among the pristine white sheets. He told her softly that if she wasn't ready, they didn't have to have children. His words were a gentle caress, and they shattered the last of her resistance. Her cheeks burned, her eyes wide and luminous as she looked up at him. It wasn't that she wasn't ready, she stammered, the words barely a whisper. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a slow, smoldering smile. "Really?" he asked, his voice dripping with seductive charm. He leaned in, pulling her into a tight embrace, his lips brushing against her ear as he asked if she was sure. He chuckled, a low, thrilling sound that vibrated through her entire body. He whispered that when a woman says something like that to a man, it makes him very, very excited. And then his lips found the delicate skin of her shoulder in a soft, reverent kiss. She melted into him, a soft laugh escaping her lips as they were surrounded by an illusion of blooming flowers. His hand rested possessively on her waist, his touch sending shivers down her spine as he murmured her name. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, giving in to the intoxicating sensation of his touch, their hands intertwining. In the haze of passion, she looked up at him, her eyes shining, and asked if they had a baby, would it be a boy or a girl? He smiled down at her, his eyes full of love, promising that if it was a girl, she would be as beautiful as her mother. Or, he added with a devilish grin, a boy as handsome as him. She giggled, playfully teasing him about his confidence. She needed to think about whether he was handsome or not, she joked. His eyes narrowed playfully. Oh, she needed to think, did she? With a swift movement, he pulled the sheet away, his voice a low growl as he declared that he would have to make her feel it slowly then. A small shriek of surprise and delight escaped her lips before she surrendered completely, crying out that he was the most handsome man in the world. He smiled, utterly satisfied with her answer. That's right, he murmured, before capturing her lips in another searing kiss. Getting pregnant isn't easy, he whispered against her mouth, his breath warm and sweet. Once might not be enough. But he continued, his voice dropping to a husky promise if she was ready, they would try together. A shiver of anticipation and nervousness ran through her. This man, he was insatiable. The next morning, she felt a pleasant ache all over her body. She couldn't help but think about how incredibly strong he was. It was a good thing they had spent the whole day out, she mused, or she would have been utterly exhausted from being in that bed. He took her hand as they walked, a gentle smile on his face. They spent the day exploring, and she was surprised when he pointed to an arcade game, admitting he didn't know how to play. A thrill went through her. Finally, something he couldn't do. She eagerly took the controls, her laughter echoing through the arcade as she soundly beat him, celebrating her victory with a triumphant cheer. As the day ended, she looked up at him, her heart full to bursting. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Today, she was so happy. He was her entire world, her everything. And in his arms, she felt completely safe and cherished. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Mu Wangqing stared at her phone, her heart pounding with anxiety. She had just asked Gu Jingze if he loved her, and the silence on the other end was deafening. Why wasn't he answering? Surely he would say yes, right? Her brother watched her, a curious expression on his face. He wondered what she was thinking, musing that Gu Jingze probably couldn't see the ridiculous expression on her face right now. She let out a small, deliberate cough, trying to act nonchalant. But her brother's gaze was sharp. He looked at her with an intensity that made her squirm. Why was he looking at her like that? Was she asking him? He finally said, his voice laced with amusement. He cornered her against the wall, his presence overwhelming. He knew her too well. He asked if her anxiety was because she'd never been abroad for an interview before, if she was afraid of losing face. Her eyes widened. How did he know? She stammered that of course she was, it was her first time. Without another word, he grabbed her hand, pulling her flush against him. Is this okay? She gasped, her face heating up. He smirked, his voice a low, dangerous purr as he declared that he would make her lose face. Then his arms wrapped around her in a tight, reassuring hug. It's okay, he murmured into her hair. He joked that he would just tell everyone his wife had never left the country before. He told her not to be afraid, to be brave. But then his tone shifted again, a wicked glint in his eyes as he leaned in and whispered a threat in her ear. If she kept running away, he would tell the entire world how he teaches her in bed at night. Her jaw dropped. What did he want to do? She buried her face in his chest, completely flustered and mortified. He chuckled, pulling back slightly to admire her blushing face. This picture is good, he commented smoothly. She looked up, confused. Picture? Did he think he was painting? He smirked, his eyes trailing down her body with a possessive heat. Paint, he repeated, so I have to draw the complete picture. His hand slid down her back, sending shivers through her. Before she could react, he pulled her in for a searing kiss. I have to teach you etiquette, he murmured against her lips. As he kissed her, a single thought crossed his mind. From now on, he decided he would have to study exactly how to kiss her properly. Lin Che sat alone on the vast, empty sofa, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. Her eyes, wide and hopeful, were fixed on him. Asterisk Gu Jingze, you care about me, right? Asterisk the question echoed in the silent chamber of her mind, a desperate plea for something, anything more than this cold arrangement. She squeezed her eyes shut, a wave of anxiety washing over her as she pressed a hand to her forehead. How would he answer? Could he possibly say no? He asterisk had asterisk to say yes, didn't he? He just had to, but the silence stretched and a nervous giggle bubbled up from her chest, a ridiculous, uncontrollable sound. He turned, his gaze unreadable as he stared down at her. Panic seized her. Asterisk, oh no, did he see me? Did he hear me giggling like a complete and utter idiot? Asterisk, she coughed, trying to play it off, her cheeks burning with a fiery blush. Her mind raced. What was she going to do tonight at the diplomatic visit? How could she face all those important people? His voice, low and dangerous, sliced through her thoughts. He leaned closer, his golden eyes narrowing with suspicion. What's with that expression? He purred, weren't you thinking about me? She stared, speechless. He was so close she could feel the warmth radiating from his body. He pulled her up effortlessly, his grip firm on her arm as she stumbled into his personal space. Of course, she stammered, trying to find her footing. I've never attended a diplomatic visit before. I don't want to embarrass myself. She tried to push him away, her hands flat against his chest, but it was like trying to move a mountain. Embarrass yourself? She repeated, her voice a little shaky. Yeah, this is my first diplomatic meeting. He just smirked, his fingers tightening around her wrist, pulling her even closer. If you are afraid of embarrassing yourself, he whispered, his breath ghosting over her skin, then come here. Before she could protest, he had her in his arms, one hand on her back, the other holding hers as if they were about to dance. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself, he continued, his voice a low rumble, you should get on my good side. Maybe then I'll help you out. He dipped his head, his gaze intense and possessive. What do you think? Her mind was reeling. This man, this impossible, infuriating man. She tried to reason with him to appeal to his own pride. Gu Jingze, if I embarrass myself, I'm embarrassing you too. He chuckled, a dark, humorless sound, and pulled her flush against his body, his lips brushing against the sensitive skin of her neck. It's okay, he murmured, sending shivers down her spine. I'll just explain that my wife isn't used to public appearances, that she's not quite up to it. The insult stung. She struggled in his grip, a spark of defiance igniting within her. Are you trying to run away? He challenged, his eyes glinting. Asterisk, forget it then. Asterisk, she thought fiercely. Asterisk, if my own husband isn't afraid of me embarrassing him, then I have nothing to be scared of. Asterisk, but his next words froze the very blood in her veins. If you dare to run away, he threatened, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, I will make sure the whole world sees how I teach you a lesson tonight. Her eyes widened in horror. What did he mean by that? What are you doing? But he didn't answer with words. Instead, his lips pressed against her neck, a soft, deliberate kiss that sent a jolt of electricity through her entire body. A small sound escaped her lips as she closed her eyes. He pulled back, a smug look on his handsome face as he admired his handiwork, a faint red mark blooming on her skin. That pattern looks really pretty, he commented, his voice laced with satisfaction. Pattern? She gasped, her hand flying to her neck. Do you think you're drawing? He smirked, his eyes darkening with intent. Drawings, he mused, leaning in again. Well then, I should complete it. With a flick of his finger, he slid the strap of her dress off her shoulder, exposing the smooth, pale skin beneath. It seems, he whispered, his lips hovering just above hers, that I have to teach you some social etiquette first. And then he kissed her. It wasn't gentle or hesitant. It was a kiss of possession, of dominance, stealing the very breath from her lungs. When he finally pulled back, she was dazed and breathless. The kissing etiquette, he announced, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Starting from now, you'd better pay close attention. Before she could even process his words, he pushed her back onto the sofa, his body pinning hers down. Stop teasing me, she cried out, her voice muffled. There's no such etiquette. He simply loomed over her, his gaze unwavering. This is part of the package. Package? She stammered, utterly confused. His gaze drifted lower, a wicked smile playing on his lips. This part as well. She squirmed, trying to escape his hold, her face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Stop fooling around, she pleaded. But he held her fast. Where do you think you're going? He purred, shifting his weight. Oh, this position is perfect. His hand slid down to her waist, his touch sending fire through her veins. He looked down at her, his expression a mask of pure predatory focus. He brought her hand to his lips, his eyes never leaving hers. Gu Jingze, she breathed, his fingers traced the curve of her waist. Your waist is so slender. His touch moved, exploring, and she gasped. Hey, don't do that. He leaned in, his voice a husky whisper against her ear. Next is, his lips brushed her skin. Why not? A helpless sound escaped her throat, a mixture of protest and pleasure. He watched a predator admiring his prey, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. She covered her mouth, completely overwhelmed by the onslaught of sensations. Gu Jingze, he finally sat up, his shirt undone, revealing a perfectly sculpted chest. He looked down at her flushed face with pure satisfaction. That is a great expression on you. He leaned over her one last time. How does that feel, this entire package of kissing etiquette? She could only stare back, breathless and utterly defeated. Are you speechless already? He teased, finally getting up. All right, you should get some rest while I can still control myself. He straightened his shirt, turning back to her with a final, devastating smirk. See you later at the banquet. Later, at the event, Lin Che nervously adjusted the silk scarf around her neck. Asterisk, I don't think the hickey is visible under this scarf. Asterisk, she thought, her cheeks warming at the memory. Her thoughts were interrupted by the venomous whispers of two women nearby. That's the president of Country C, too bad he's married. One sneered, it's obviously a political marriage, there's no love between them. Lin Che froze, they were talking about her, about them. One of the women caught her gaze and glared. Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, another social climber? Lin Che's hands clenched into fists at her side. Asterisk, they're talking about my husband and I can't even look at them. Asterisk. Asterisk, who are they calling a social climber? I am his wife. Asterisk, she seethed internally. Just then a hush fell over the room. Gu Jingze had arrived, looking devastatingly handsome. His eyes scanned the crowd before landing directly on her, a curious glint in his gaze as he noticed the scarf. Asterisk, is she trying to hide the hickey? How interesting. Asterisk. One of the catty women immediately scurried over to him. Mr. President, she cooed, this person showed up out of nowhere. There's nothing remarkable about her, you ought to be more careful. Gu Jingze's expression was unreadable. She is indeed unremarkable, he agreed, and Lin Che's heart sank. But then he looked straight at Lin Che, a slow, deliberate smirk spreading across his face. But in comparison to everyone else, I think she is prettier. The two women gasped in shock, their faces a mask of disbelief. Lin Che stared, her hand flying to her mouth, her heart hammering in her chest. He walked over and offered her his arm, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Shall we go over there and have a chat? He led her away from the fuming women, whispering in her ear. Ignore them, a man approached them extending a hand. President Gu, it's nice to meet you. Gu Jingze casually draped an arm around Lin Che's shoulders, pulling her close. Hello, oh, and this is my wife. The man's eyes widened in admiration. Oh, Mrs. President, you are really pretty. I agree. Gu Jingze said smoothly, looking down at Lin Che with an expression she'd never seen before, one of genuine pride. Meanwhile, across the world, another couple was saying their goodbyes at an airport. I have to head back to the office to sort some things out, the blonde man said. His partner leaned in, giving him a soft kiss. All right, go ahead, but he caught her arm, a playful glint in his eyes. You think you can get rid of me so easily? He murmured before pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss. She finally pushed him away, laughing. All right, you win, you should go now. He leaned in one last time. One last kiss. As he pulled away, he whispered a promise against her lips. I will punish you tonight. He tapped her nose playfully and then he was gone. Back home, Lin Che walked with her manager, Yumin, a genuine smile on her face. Lin Che, you're finally back, Yumin exclaimed. I haven't had such a great holiday in a long time. Lin Che beamed, feeling light and happy for the first time in ages. But then a sudden wave of nausea hit her and she doubled over. Ugh, Yumin rushed to her side. What's wrong? Are you still airsick? Lin Che shook her head, pressing a hand to her stomach. Yeah, I vomited a few times on the plane. I thought I was feeling better. She covered her mouth, another wave hitting her. What's wrong with you? Yumin asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Why didn't you tell me you get airsick? Lin Che looked pale. I don't normally get airsick. Yumin's eyes suddenly went wide as a shocking possibility dawned on her. Wait a minute, vomiting when you're not airsick? Whoa, are you pregnant? Lin Che stared back, the color draining from her face as the weight of that single word crashed down on her. Pregnant, could it be? 3 months slipped by in a blur of soft light and quiet moments. Lin Che stood in a flowing white gown, a hand resting gently on her stomach. For a fleeting, hopeful moment, she had truly believed she was pregnant. But that hope, like a fragile bubble, had popped, leaving behind a hollow ache. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? A sigh escaped her lips as the doctor's clinical words echoed in her mind. Worry MS, Lin, he had said so calmly. These symptoms are likely because of your irregular lifestyle and stress. Stress? Was that all it was? Just stress? Her friend's cheerful voice tried to cut through the gloom. Don't worry, she chirped, seeing how happy the two of them were. It will definitely happen soon. Didn't he organize a replacement wedding for you? This is true love. Lin Che managed a weak smile, her heart clinging to the words. Yeah, she whispered. I hope so too. Suddenly, a smooth, warm voice cut through the air. Are you ready? It was him. Gu Jingze stood there, a vision in a tailored suit, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Her friend giggled, seeing her chance to escape. Oh, your husband is here. I shall take my leave, she said with a wink. Lin Che's cheeks burned. Min, don't joke with me, she stammered, her heart doing a little flutter. Before she could protest further, strong arms wrapped around her from behind. A devilish smirk appeared in her peripheral vision as he leaned in, his breath a warm whisper against her ear. Lin Che, he murmured, his voice sending shivers down her spine. She jumped, startled. Whoa, when did you get here? She gasped. He nuzzled closer, his response a low, intimate rumble. I am here because I missed you. Her mind reeled. Missed her? We saw each other an hour ago, she pointed out, trying to bring a sliver of logic into this intoxicating moment. He just chuckled, his golden eyes sparkling with amusement. So, he purred, pulling her tighter against him until she could feel the steady beat of his heart. I still missed you. Heat flooded her entire body. This man, how could he be so shameless? Stop it, she pleaded, her voice barely a squeak. We still have our wedding ceremony. But he wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on her, a playful fire dancing in his eyes. I will watch the time, he promised, his tone leaving no room for argument. His hand moved down, reaching for her feet. Hey, you can't take it off this way, she yelped as he began to fumble with her pristine white heel. He simply ignored her, his hands moving higher, bunching the delicate fabric of her gown. Stupid, that's your problem, he teased, his focus entirely on his task. Tears of frustration and helplessness pricked at her eyes. My wedding dress, she cried out, her voice trembling. He finally paused, looking at her tear-streaked face with a hint of amusement. What are you so scared of? He asked, his voice softening slightly. I will pay for it. Later, the air was thick with a different kind of tension. He stood before her, his shirt unbuttoned, a silent invitation in his eyes as he murmured her name. She let out a soft ha, a sound of surrender. He looked down at his own chiseled torso, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Gu Jingze, he said, his voice now serious, I am sorry for getting your hopes up. He pulled her into his arms, his embrace firm and reassuring. I just have to try harder, he whispered against her hair, and we will succeed very soon. And in that moment, all her doubts melted away. She threw her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, her face a canvas of blush and longing. Afterward, she lay nestled against him, her voice a soft murmur. Lin Che, how was that? He looked down at her, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. She snuggled deeper into his lap, her heart overflowing. Gu Jingze, she whispered, thank you for organizing this replacement wedding for me. He didn't answer with words, only leaned in and captured her lips in a deep, soul-searing kiss. The next day, as they walked hand in hand beneath the afternoon sun, he told her they were going home tomorrow. A thrill of excitement shot through her. Where are you taking me? She asked eagerly. He just smiled mysteriously, gently tying a silk blindfold over her eyes. You will know once we get there, he promised, his voice a playful whisper. When he finally removed the blindfold, she found herself standing before a magnificent, towering building, her brow furrowed in confusion. Another hotel? She asked, a little disappointed. He chuckled, taking her hand. This is not just any other hotel. She looked up at him, intrigued. What's so special about this place? His eyes shone with a love so intense it stole her breath. This hotel belongs to you, Lin Che, he announced, his voice filled with pride. I built this just for you. Her jaw dropped. What? He lifted her hand to his lips, placing a tender kiss on her knuckles. She snatched her hand back, utterly flabbergasted. Gu Jingze, are you crazy? She exclaimed. He simply smiled and beckoned her closer with a finger. Come here, he said softly, this is your New Year's present. Surrounded by a sea of fragrant flowers, she felt dizzy. It was too much. This present is too much, she stammered. I'm afraid that I will dump you one day. A sly grin spread across his face. This is why I have something else up my sleeve, he said, as if on cue, shimmering butterflies seemed to appear out of thin air. He opened a small red box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was the most brilliant diamond ring she had ever seen. Her breath hitched. Ah, she gasped as he got down on one knee. Lin Che, will you marry me? She covered her mouth, her mind completely blank with shock. He looked up at her, his expression a mix of hope and playful confidence. This will tie you down, right? His eyes softened, all teasing gone, replaced by a raw, naked vulnerability. Lin Che, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion, I love you. Before she could even process the words, he was on his feet, grabbing her arm and pulling her into his embrace. I haven't said yes, she protested, her face flaming red. He smirked, that wicked glint returning to his eyes. Seems like I have not satisfied you yet, he purred, his lips dangerously close to hers. He gestured towards the panoramic view from the penthouse suite. We have a lovely view tonight, let's not waste it. People can see us, she squeaked, trying to hide. Gu Jingze, why are you so bossy? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a husky growl that sent electricity through her veins. Wanna see something really bossy? His hands began to wander and she swatted at them playfully. Hey, watch it. He scooped her up, carrying her to the bed with a triumphant grin. It's about to start, get ready. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, the night sky outside the massive window exploded in a shower of color. Boom, bang. Fireworks illuminated their embrace, casting them in a magical, fleeting glow. He looked deep into her eyes, making a solemn vow. I will make sure you are satisfied, he promised, body and soul. Meanwhile, far away from the fireworks and romance, the news of the wedding of Gu Jingze and Lin Che, an affair of extravagance and luxury, had reached unwelcome eyes. Mo Huiling stared at the newspaper, her knuckles white as she crumpled the page, her face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. Lin Che, you bitch, she spat. A man in a silk robe approached her languidly. What's wrong? He asked, peering over her shoulder. Look at this, she snarled, thrusting the paper at him. He scanned the article, a slow, interested smile spreading across his face. Oh, their wedding looks good. Mo Huiling's eyes blazed with fury. If not for Lin Che, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom, I would have been Mrs. Gu a long time ago. She turned to him, her expression turning calculating and cold. Because of that curse, we have to hurry. The man raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Gu Jing's frozen sperm? He looked skeptical. Are you sure about this? Her lips curved into a cruel smile, her blue eyes gleaming with manic certainty. I am going to get pregnant with Gu Jing's child, she declared. They will definitely get a divorce. He pulled her into an embrace, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. You still can't forget him. She pushed him away slightly, her tone sly and persuasive. If I become Mrs. Gu, wouldn't it benefit both of us? He considered for a moment, then his smile returned. Okay, I will help you do it. Her face lit up. You are the best, she purred, wrapping her arms around his neck. He leaned in, his voice a suggestive whisper. Really, do you want me to show you something better? He pulled her down, his lips crashing against hers. Gu Jing's can't give you this, he growled against her skin. Of course, she breathed, her eyes closing. You are my true man. I like women like you, he murmured. He pulled back, a smirk on his face. Are you satisfied? She met his gaze, a challenge in her own. You need to work harder. A low chuckle escaped him. Woman, you are getting harder to satisfy. She smiled, triumphant. Minju, you are the best. Back in her own bubble of happiness, Lin Che giggled as she scrolled through her computer. Who would have expected my popularity to rise after a wedding? She thought with a cheerful smile. A finger poked her cheek, startling her. It was Gu Jing's. Did something good happen? He asked, amused. You're laughing your face off. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spun around to face him. I received a notice to audition for a Hollywood movie. His face broke into a proud smile. Isn't that great? Yes, what movie is it? It's about a vampire, she explained, her whole body buzzing with energy, so there should be a lot of action scenes. She struck a playful pose, holding her hands up like claws. And also blood-sucking and stuff. Do you think I will look good with fake fangs? He leaned in close, his gaze intense and smoldering. His voice was a low, husky command. Open your mouth. Before she could ask why, he continued, his lips almost brushing hers. Let me see if your teeth are straight. And then he closed the distance, capturing her in a searing kiss that left no doubt about his approval. The world was a blur of soft pinks and dazzling light, his arms a fortress around her, his hand possessively on her waist. In this moment, under a sky of shimmering purple roses and fairy-like butterflies, he was her entire universe. His touch the only thing she could feel. He leaned in, capturing her lips in a tender kiss that stole the air from her lungs. When he finally pulled back, a devilish smirk played on his lips. His voice was a low, seductive rumble as he told her that her teeth were fine now, and it was time for him to teach her some action scenes. Her cheeks instantly bloomed with a fiery blush. Action scenes, this wasn't what she meant at all, her mind reeled. Hey, Gu Jing's, these are not the action scenes I was talking about. She tried to pull away, her heart hammering against her ribs. My audition is tomorrow, you can't leave any marks on me, she protested, her voice barely a whisper. But he just held her tighter, his gaze unwavering. There's no difference, he murmured, his breath warm against her skin. They all require stamina. His hand slid down her back, pulling the thin strap of her dress from her shoulder. Gu, she breathed out, her mind going completely blank. Didn't you say that you are hungry? She asked, a desperate attempt to change the subject. Are you going to cook for me? A flicker of interest crossed his face. An idea sparked in her mind. How about instant noodles? She suggested, pointing towards the kitchen. Okay, you cook and I will coach you. His words sent a shiver of dread and anticipation down her spine. Why did that sound so dangerous? He followed her into the pristine kitchen, his presence filling the small space, making it feel impossibly intimate. Just as she grabbed the packet of noodles, his arms snaked around her from behind, pulling her flush against his hard chest. Okay, you can start now, he whispered, his chin resting on her shoulder. Her breath hitched. What are you going to do? She stammered, her body trembling in his embrace. I will coach you, he declared with a grin. As she tried to pour water into the pot, his voice was a distracting murmur right beside her ear. Oh, you have to focus, there's too much water. Her entire body was on fire. How am I supposed to focus this way? She screamed internally, every nerve ending tingling from his closeness. She was completely enveloped in his scent, his warmth, his very being. Suddenly, his fingers were in her hair, gently pulling a strand away from her face. It was in the way, he said, his voice deceptively innocent. You have to learn to stay calm. She whipped her head around, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Jing's, what are you doing? His smirk widened. I am showing you affection. This is a test for you, he added, his gaze intense. A test of what? Her self-control? He leaned back slightly, that infuriatingly handsome grin still on his face. Do your best. How could she do anything when he was holding her like this? His hand covering hers as she tried to work. She let out a frustrated sigh. No, I am hungry, she pleaded, hoping he would let her go. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to block him out, trying to focus on the simple task of not burning the food. But his lips were right at her ear again. Watch out, he whispered, his voice sending a jolt through her. Don't let it get burnt. This man was going to be the death of her. Later, he was lounging on the sofa, his shirt unbuttoned, a smug look on his face. He pointed to a shocking red mark on his collarbone, and here. What game was he playing now? I knew it, she thought. This guy is always up to something. What's wrong? A superstar has to be professional, he teased, his eyes glinting with mischief. Make it clean for me. Her cheeks burned. Was he serious? With a trembling hand, she reached out and gently wiped the red mark from his skin. Done, she said, her voice shaky. But then he pointed to another spot, this time a trickle of red right above his heart. And here, her eyes widened. Whoa, when did you manage to get blood there? He leaned in, a wicked glint in his eyes. Quick, you aren't going to keep putting blood lower and lower down and right? She asked, her voice laced with suspicion. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. Great idea, he purred, leaning back to give her a full view of his sculpted torso. What are you going to do now, Miss Vampire? He challenged. He then placed a small, glistening red candy right in the center of his chest, his expression daring her. An actress must always be professional. Her jaw dropped. You are doing this on purpose, she exclaimed, her face a mask of shocked indignation. He simply pulled her closer, their bodies almost touching. An actress must adapt to all kinds of situations, he whispered, his voice a seductive caress. Then his gaze dropped to the candy. Quick, don't waste food. The implication hit her like a lightning bolt. Her mind went completely blank. Was he asking her to eat it off of him? What am I going to do with you? He sighed dramatically, though his eyes were filled with amusement. Gu Jingze, you are becoming more and more outrageous, she cried out, utterly scandalized. To satisfy my wife, I have to think of new ideas, of course. She huffed, picking up the sticky red candy with her fingertips. Whoa, this candy is really sticky. Let me help you, he offered, his voice suddenly soft. He gently took her hand, bringing her fingers to his lips, and slowly licked the sweetness from her skin. The act was so intimate, so breathtakingly bold, it sent a shockwave through her entire body. It's so sticky. How annoying, he murmured against her fingers. It's fine, I'll just eat it. Let's continue. A small, helpless smile touched her lips. He pulled her into his arms again, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. I am going to leave a mark, a symbol. As long as you are happy, you can mark me anywhere you want. His words were a sweet, intoxicating promise, an invitation to a world where only the two of them existed, and she leaned into his embrace, ready to get lost in him completely. He held her chin, his golden eyes boring into hers, a universe of unspoken challenges swirling within them. His touch was gentle, yet it sent a shiver down her spine. Around them, a storm of purple roses seemed to bloom, the air thick with a dangerous, intoxicating scent. This man, he was both her salvation and her ruin. His voice was a low murmur, a velvet whisper against her skin as he asked her, really? A blush crept up her cheeks, but her eyes held a spark of defiance. Oh, he had no idea what he had just started. With a surge of boldness she didn't know she possessed, she pushed him back onto the bed, her hands finding the buckle of his belt. Her voice was steady, a playful fire in her eyes as she reminded him, you said it yourself, you can't go back on your promise. He lay there, a picture of sculpted perfection, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. He tapped his temple, his voice laced with amusement as he purred that it seemed she had never taken a good look at her own husband. Her face burned with heat. It was true, she'd never had the chance, never dared to truly look at the masterpiece of a man before her. His abs were gorgeous. He saw the admiration in her eyes, his smirk widening as he told her, well then, she should have a good look today. With a dramatic asterisk whoosh asterisk, his pants went flying across the room, landing in a heap by the fireplace. Her breath hitched. Was this really happening? He leaned in close, his bare chest radiating a heat that warmed her entire body. His breath ghosted over her lips as he whispered, asking if it was sweet, asking just how many candies she used. Her mind went blank. Candies, what was he? Then he moved, pinning her beneath him in a single fluid motion. The playful atmosphere vanished, replaced by an electric tension. His eyes were dark, intense, as he growled that he was going to get her back for all this teasing. He was going to leave a mark. A tiny, chibi version of herself screamed in her mind. Asterisk, why are you being so rough? Asterisk, he paused, his body taut with restrained power, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. She stared up at him, her heart hammering against her ribs, but then his expression shifted. The predator was gone and the playful devil was back. He held up a single red candy, a sly grin on his face. He told her there was nowhere she wouldn't bite, so she should have a candy first. But the joke turned sour in an instant. His grip on her chin tightened, his eyes turning cold. He asked if she was trying to kill her husband, his voice dripping with ice as he reminded her she couldn't mark him anywhere. He could always find another one, he sneered. The words were a slap in the face. Her world tilted. But before the tears could fall, his expression softened again, a wicked glint in his eyes. Hey, she stammered, completely flustered, why are you acting this way? A bright, brilliant smile suddenly lit up her face. She had an idea. She chirped that giving a reward after a spanking is pretty good, something she learned from a movie. He looked utterly stunned for a second, then chuckled, calling her a fast learner. She wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. She leaned over him again, a determined fire in her gaze. Hey, she declared, I am not done cleaning you up. He sat back on the sofas, watching her with an amused expression, commenting on how full of energy she was today. He leaned in, his voice a low, seductive rumble. "Do you like the candies?" he asked. "Or me?" She met his gaze, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. She leaned in close, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered her answer. "I like eating candies. Like this." Before he could react, she captured his lips in a searing kiss. After a moment that stretched into eternity, she pulled back slightly, asking him how she was doing today. He looked dazed, a flush on his cheeks. Huffed, he breathed out, "You've turned into such a bad girl." But a smile was already forming on his lips. "It's not bad," he admitted. She still had the energy to mock him. But he warned her after he recovered she was done for. His hand came up, gently cupping her cheek, his thumb stroking her skin, but just as the moment turned tender, she stood up, brushing herself off. "I have overfulfilled my mission for today," she announced with a cheerful wave. He sat up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey, you are leaving now?" She just gave him a dazzling smile over her shoulder. "Well," she called out, "you will just have to finish up by yourself, ha ha ha." She practically skipped out of the room, humming a triumphant tune, leaving the powerful president utterly defeated and alone. The next morning, Lin Che awoke with a luxurious stretch, feeling wonderfully rested. I slept really well," she yawned, but her eyes snapped open when she saw him sitting silently by the bed, just watching her. What are you doing over there so quietly?" He was shirtless, of course, and a lazy smirk was playing on his lips. It was an interesting experience, he mused aloud, watching the First Lady drool in her sleep. Her face instantly turned beet red. How embarrassing. He leaned closer, his voice a teasing whisper as he asked why she was blushing. It wasn't something he hadn't seen before, after all. "Nonsense," she sputtered, flailing in embarrassment. "I don't drool that often." He chuckled, then suddenly tossed the bedsheet over her head. "Quick, get changed," he ordered. "We're going out today." Her anger vanished, replaced by pure joy. "We have no guests today?" she asked, her voice muffled by the sheet. He confirmed it, telling her she could have a break. "That's great," she cheered. "These 2 days have been so tiring." But a thought struck her. Was it really okay for him, the president, to just go out? He assured her it would be fine if he dressed up and went in disguise. After all, he reminded her, this wasn't country C. Her mind immediately conjured up a ridiculous image of him in a full-on vampire costume, complete with a mask and a dramatic cape. She couldn't help but giggle. He caught her dreamy expression and snapped his fingers. "What are you thinking about? Get dressed quickly." A few minutes later, he emerged from the closet and her jaw nearly hit the floor. Wow, Mr. President was wearing casual clothes, a simple jacket, a t-shirt, and white pants. He looked younger, more relaxed. He admitted it had been a long time since he'd worn anything like this. She couldn't help but tease him, saying that with an appearance like his, he couldn't possibly blend in anywhere. He leaned in, trapping her against the wall, his eyes glinting with amusement. It seemed his appearance was quite acceptable by her standards, he murmured. Her face flushed and she quickly pushed past him. "Didn't you say we are going out? Let's hurry, Mr. President." He watched her scurry away, a soft smile on his face. She even gets shy, he thought. Her plan to blend in was a spectacular failure. As they walked down the street, both wearing sunglasses, heads turned everywhere. "Wow, that guy is really handsome," a girl whispered. Lin Che sighed internally, so much for being inconspicuous. He just chuckled, smugly stating that good looks just run in his family. She had to agree his parents did a great job. "Our children will look great too," he added casually. Her cheeks flared. "Who is having children with you?" she stammered. He just laughed and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "Haha, you are tied down to me now," he whispered playfully. "You won't be able to escape so easily." As they walked, sipping on fruit juice, she noticed something. "Mr. President," she said, "I noticed that your personality changes when you are dressed this way." She pointed a finger at him. "You never smile like this, you always look so stoic." He was quiet for a moment, his smile turning a little softer, a little more vulnerable. "It's true," he admitted, his voice low. "I have not been able to smile so freely in a long time." He took her hand, his fingers lacing with hers. "So this is the real Gu Jingze." Her heart skipped a beat. This man, full of secrets and burdens, was showing her a piece of his true self. She squeezed his hand, a wide grin on her face. "Come on, let's go over there," she urged, pulling him along. She returned with a stick of bright red tanghulu, offering it to him with a mischievous grin. He eyed it skeptically. "Isn't this for kids?" he asked, but he took a bite anyway, his face immediately puckered up. "Whoa, it's so sour," he exclaimed, looking like a little boy. She burst out laughing. A little later, she spotted a milk tea shop with a massive line. "Mr. President, let's try that drink." He raised an eyebrow. "Didn't we just have some fruit juice?" he asked, but seeing the puppy dog eyes she was giving him, he relented. "If you want to drink this milk tea," he said, a sly grin forming, "you have to agree to one condition." "What is it?" she asked eagerly, already pulling him toward the queue. He leaned in close, his sunglasses perched on his nose. The condition was simple. "You have to call me hubby for the whole day." Her mind went blank. "Hubby?" she stammered, but he pressed on, asking her, "Am I not your husband?" He explained that today they were just an ordinary husband and wife, so she needed to get used to it. The words husband and wife echoed in her heart, sending a warm flutter through her chest. We are definitely husband and wife. Taking a deep breath, she put on her best performance. Hubby, she called out loudly, making him jump. I want to try this milk tea. He stared at her, completely taken aback by her sudden boldness. This woman, how could he say no when she was looking at him like that? A slow smile spread across his face. Okay, he said softly. Hubby, get in the queue quickly. I want to add boba pearls as well. He chuckled, shaking his head as he went to stand in line. He wondered to himself, do all women like to drink this? When he returned with the drinks, she immediately took a sip of his. Yup, this tastes great, try it. He took a tentative sip and his eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, that's really sweet, she giggled at his reaction, instructing him to take a big gulp to get the boba pearls at the bottom. He followed her directions like a curious student, a look of concentration on his face. I see, he murmured, and then he leaned in without warning, capturing her lips in a sweet, sudden kiss. She could taste the milk tea and feel the soft chewiness of a boba pearl. These pearls do taste great, he whispered against her mouth. She flushed bright red, pushing him away lightly. Hey, there are a lot of people around, she hissed, mortified. He just shrugged, completely unbothered. It's fine, he said with a smirk. They must all be jealous of you. He took another sip of his drink, a hiccup escaping him. This thing is actually not bad, he thought. Where do you want to go later? He asked. Let's go watch a movie. They arrived at the theater where an assistant was waiting for them. Did we get center row seats? She asked excitedly. No, the assistant replied, so this is your room. She stared in awe at the luxurious private theater. Wow, this must be the president treatment. He chuckled at her amazement, explaining there were too many people outside. She didn't need to be told twice, immediately flopping onto the plush sofa with a happy sigh. Haha, this feels great. While she got comfortable, he sat down and opened his laptop. Was he seriously working? But he was done in a moment, joining her on the couch with a bucket of popcorn. They settled in to watch a romance film, but she was unimpressed. Of course, he commented dryly, she learned from the First Lady. She winked at him. Lin Che is way better. That's true, he agreed, and before she could react, he leaned in and kissed her again. Deep and passionate. She breathed out when he finally pulled away, her eyes darted around nervously. There are CCTV cameras here, she whispered urgently. He just hovered over her, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What do you think I was doing just now? He purred, her eyes widened in realization. He smiled that wicked, knowing smile of his. You think? I didn't switch off all the CCTV cameras here. Her face flushed a deep crimson, her voice trembling with a mixture of shock and embarrassment as she cried out, Gu Jingze, how could you do that? But he just looked at her with that infuriatingly handsome smirk, his golden eyes dancing with amusement. He playfully tackled her onto the couch, his weight pressing her into the soft cushions. Do you think an average person can become the president? He teased, his voice a low rumble against her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. What was this? He was being so playful, so different. He leaned in closer, his breath hot on her skin, petals seeming to float around them in this intoxicating atmosphere. I can do so much more, he whispered seductively. Do you want to try? She looked up at him, her purple eyes wide with confusion. You seem a little different today, she murmured. He chuckled, his gaze intense. That's because you keep looking at me that way. What way? What was he talking about? Before she could protest, his finger came to her lips, silencing her. With that seductive look, he purred, his eyes darkening with desire. You better behave yourself, Mr. President. She squeaked, trying to sound stern, but her voice came out as a breathless whisper. He pulled back slightly, a boyish grin on his face. Today, I am not the president. I am just Gu Jingze, he declared. Come over here and watch a movie with me. You probably haven't been able to watch a movie properly in a while. A warmth spread through her chest, just Gu Jingze. She snuggled against him on the couch, her head resting on his shoulder, the soft glow of the television screen illuminating their faces. A comfortable silence settled between them. This was nice, so normal. She thought about how her life had changed. I guess an average citizen like me is more able to enjoy more freedom, she mused aloud. He looked down at her, a serious expression on his face. Yeah, I haven't been able to be Gu Jingze in a while either, he admitted softly, his gaze distant. He then looked her in the eyes, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he corrected her. You aren't just an average citizen anymore. Her heart skipped a beat as she met his gaze, a shy smile gracing her own lips. No, she agreed, her voice barely a whisper. I am Gu Jingze's wife. His eyes smoldered as he leaned closer, the air crackling with unspoken electricity. That is a dangerous thing to say, he murmured, his voice husky, her mind raced. Was this it? Was this really happening? This counts as a date, right? She asked, her voice small and hopeful. Instead of answering, he closed the distance between them, his lips capturing hers. It was a sweet, tender kiss that spoke volumes. He pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against hers. I am learning from the movie, he whispered, a playful glint in his eye. She couldn't help but giggle. You can really multitask, she teased, his smirk returned. This is a compulsory lesson by the president, he declared before kissing her again, more deeply this time. Wrapped in his strong arms, she felt a sense of belonging she'd never known. Min, this is our first official date, right? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. Her heart swelled, so he felt it too. She looked up at him, her eyes shining. Gu Jingming your feelings for me? She began, but he finished her sentence. I feel the same way as you, he confirmed, his gaze never leaving hers. A blush crept up her cheeks. How could he be so sure? How do you know my feelings towards you? She asked, her voice shy. His eyes, sharp and perceptive, scanned her face. Your reactions are stating the obvious, he said with a confident smirk. She buried her face in his chest, completely flustered. Ah, Gu Jingming, you are such a bad boy. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through her. He tilted her chin up, forcing her to look at him. Oh, you don't like me? He teased, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Not really, she stammered, unable to form a coherent thought under his intense gaze. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear. Well then, he murmured, his hand sliding down her back, sending shivers down her spine. Let me see your reaction. Her eyes widened in panic, but a wicked grin spread across his face. This room has very good soundproofing, he whispered conspiratorially. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hands as a furious blush consumed her. Ooh, Gu Jingming, you are terrible, she giggled, her embarrassment warring with a thrill of anticipation. He pulled her impossibly closer, his voice a husky command. Don't hold back, I want you to let it out. And then his lips were on hers again, fierce and demanding, stealing the very breath from her lungs. He pulled away just enough to look into her dazed eyes, a satisfied smirk on his face. What happened to you today? She managed to ask breathlessly. He just smiled, his eyes glinting with mischief. Do you like it? She looked around the empty, luxurious movie theater. Is our time almost up? She asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. He chuckled. I booked it for the whole day, he revealed, her jaw dropped. You really planned for everything. As the president, I have to be prepared for everything, he declared proudly before suddenly pulling away and sitting up straight. Confused, she looked at him. Why did you stop? She asked, the spell broken. He leaned back, looking at her with an infuriatingly calm expression. Do you want me to continue? He asked, a challenge in his eyes. What do you think? She replied, her own eyes narrowing. He just chuckled, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Gu Jingming, how can you do this? She whined, trying to push his hand away. Come on, let go, give me a break. But he just held on, his smile widening. You are a real handful, he teased. She looked up at him, a playful pout on her lips. Wow, you are pretty good at shifting the blame back to me, huh? He leaned over her, his expression turning serious once more, the air thick with tension. I am coming, he whispered, his voice sending a jolt through her entire body. How is it, my dear wife? Her mind went blank. What was all she could manage to say? He smirked, his eyes hooded with desire. So what should you call me? He prompted, his voice a low caress. Her cheeks burned, but the word tumbled from her lips before she could stop it. Who, hubby? She stammered. His eyes lit up, a look of pure delight on his face as he wrapped his arms around her tightly. Yes, call me again, he demanded, his voice filled with an almost desperate pleasure. Hubby, she whispered against his chest. He held her close, a contented sigh escaping his lips. Hubby, he repeated softly. Do you love me? He asked, pulling back to look at her. She averted her gaze, her heart pounding. Are my actions not enough to answer that question? She asked shyly. He smiled, his thumb gently stroking her cheek. He already knew the answer. You must love me, he declared, his eyes shining with certainty. Later, completely drained, she leaned against the back of the couch. I don't even have the energy to go home, she sighed. He stood up, a tender smile on his face. I will carry you back then, he offered. Her eyes widened in alarm. No way, we would definitely be headline news tomorrow. He just laughed. The president on the headlines, that's not a bad idea, haha, aren't you always the optimist? He teased. She looked up at him, her heart full. Don't you feel lucky to have a wife like me? He leaned down, his expression soft. Yes, she whispered, a genuine smile spreading across her face. But their peaceful bubble was about to burst. In another part of the city, a woman with long, dark blue hair stood before Gu Jingze, her expression grim. What are you doing here? He asked, his voice cold and distant. Gu Jingze, I have something to tell you, she insisted. He simply sighed, impatient. If you have something to say it then. Her eyes flickered to the side where Lin Che stood watching the exchange. Are you sure you want me to say it here? She asked, her voice laced with meaning. Lin Che stepped forward, her chin held high. Do you really think I don't have the right to be here? She challenged. I am his wife. The blue-haired woman, Luchuxia, looked at Lin Che with a strange mix of pity and scorn. What does she mean by that? Lin Che wondered. Luchuxia's next words shattered the tense silence. This is for your own good. She placed a protective hand over her stomach, her gaze fixed on Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, I am pregnant. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. It's that time in Paris, Luchuxia continued, her voice gaining strength. Gu Jingze, this is your child. Gu Jingze's face was a mask of stone, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. Are you sure? He asked, his voice dangerously low. Luchuxia's anger flared. What do you mean, are you trying to deny everything? Gu Jingze scoffed, a humorless sound. Lin Che stepped between them, her voice firm. Please calm down, stop acting like a supportive wife. Luchuxia turned on her, her eyes flashing. Lin Che, I bet you didn't know that Gu Jingze spent a night with me, But Lin Che's resolve didn't waver. She met the other woman's gaze head-on. "I trust him," she stated simply. Luchuxia let out a bitter laugh and turned back to Gu Jingze. "Fine, Gu Jingze, you tell me then." He met her glare without flinching. "I did go to your room that night," he admitted coldly, "but nothing happened between us." Luchuxia's voice rose to a screech. "You were so drunk that night, how could you have remembered anything?" A muscle twitched in Gu Jing's jaw. His patience had finally snapped. "Who do you take me for?" he roared, his fists clenching at his sides. Tears streamed down Luchuxia's face as she looked at him with heartbreak. "Gu Jingze, you used to love me so much," she cried. But her tears had no effect on him. His expression was icy. "We will go to the doctor's tomorrow and do a check," he said flatly. Check for what?" she asked. His gaze dropped to her stomach. "I have to check if you are really pregnant." A triumphant smirk bloomed on her face through her tears. "Fine, we will go tomorrow." He turned his back on her, his voice dismissing her completely. "If that's all, you can go now." As Luchuxia walked away, she shot a venomous glare over her shoulder at Lin Che. "HMPH," she scoffed. "I will be Mrs. Gu sooner or later." The door creaked shut, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Gu Jingze knew her sudden appearance was no coincidence. Lin Che broke the silence. "Mr. Gu," she said, her voice calm and steady, "is there something you need to tell me?" He looked at her surprised. "But you said you trusted me just now," he exclaimed, grabbing her by the shoulders. She gently removed his hands. "Tusk," she clicked her tongue. "Even if I trust you, I still need to understand what exactly happened, right?" He looked away, a flicker of shame in his eyes. "I ran into her at the hotel in Paris and we chatted for a while," he began to explain. "We had a few drinks at the bar and—" "Nonsense," Lin Che interrupted, her eyes narrowing. "And she took advantage of you?" Gu Jingze looked utterly miserable. "I think I must have blacked out," he confessed, "but my alcohol tolerance should not be so weak." The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for Lin Che. "Did she drug you?" she asked softly. He nodded grimly. "She must have. When I woke up, I was alone in her room. She was nowhere to be found." Suddenly, Lin Che's serious expression melted away, replaced by a mischievous grin. She clapped her hands together lightly. You were our asterisk pet after being drugged, honey?" she chirped, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Gu Jing's face turned bright red. "Try saying that again," he spluttered, completely flustered. She giggled, "Haha, fine, I'm just messing with you." Her expression then softened. "But are you really not mad at all?" He suddenly pushed her against the wall, his eyes blazing with an intense emotion. "Of course I am mad," he growled, his face inches from hers. "We have never had." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. "Are you planning to take advantage of me afterwards?" she asked, her breath catching in her throat. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his lips. "We will never know." Lin Che gripped the neck of the wine bottle, her voice slurring with a newfound determination. She declared to Gu Jingze that they were absolutely not going home until they were both completely and utterly drunk. He just stared at her, a hint of amusement in his golden eyes. He pointed out the obvious, his voice calm and steady, telling Lin Che she'd only had one drink. Was she already drunk? A wide, goofy grin spread across her face as she brandished the bottle like a trophy. Her cheeks were flushed a bright pink and her eyes sparkled with mischief. She swayed on her feet, leaning so close to him that he could smell the wine on her breath. Her finger pointed accusingly at his chest as she insisted she wasn't drunk at all. No. He was the one who was drunk. Suddenly, she scrambled onto his lap, her movements clumsy but surprisingly fast. Her hands fisted in the fabric of his shirt as she made a wild demand. She wanted to do everything that he had ever done with other women. Gu Jing's eyes widened slightly. What was she talking about? He sighed, his voice laced with a gentle frustration, asking why she was being so silly, so stubborn, especially when she couldn't even handle her drink. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked softly, almost hesitantly, was she jealous? She immediately puffed out her cheeks, her expression turning into a childish pout as she vehemently denied it. No, of course not. She just liked alcohol. He could only shake his head, remarking on how she was truly, completely drunk after just one glass. He tried to coax her towards the bedroom, but she stubbornly refused. Instead, she plopped down on the sofa, her arms crossed, and looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. She didn't want to go to bed. She wanted him to tell her a story. Seeing her like this, so childish and demanding, a soft smile touched his lips. He relented, agreeing to get a book and tell her a story. For a moment, her face lit up with pure joy, but as he turned to leave, his expression shifted. The gentle amusement was gone, replaced by something darker, more calculating. Before she could even process his change in mood, he was on her in an instant, pushing her back against the soft cushions of the couch. He loomed over her, a predatory smirk playing on his lips as his voice dropped to a low, dangerous whisper. "Who said she could go?" Her tiny hand pressed against the hard wall of his chest, her heart hammering against her ribs. He leaned closer, his golden eyes boring into hers. Did she have multiple personalities, he mused, his breath warm against her skin. Which version of her did she think he preferred? Looking up into his intense gaze, a slow, genuine smile spread across her face. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, as she confessed that of course she liked the current version of him. He brought a single finger to his perfect lips, a silent command to be quiet. Don't rush, he murmured. The atmosphere was thick with tension and she pushed lightly against him. Wasn't he taking things a bit too far? Wasn't he ruining the mood? A low chuckle rumbled in his chest as his fingers went to the buttons of his shirt. Am I? He asked, his voice dripping with seductive confidence. I don't think so. His shirt fell open, revealing a chest that looked like it was carved from marble. He told her that she was perfectly suited for this kind of film. At home, her eyes widened, a deep blush creeping up her neck as she stammered that perhaps she should ask Sister Yu to find some scripts then. But he wasn't listening. He pressed her down further into the bed, his body caging hers. She let out a little gasp, calling him bossy. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered a tempting question. Did she want him to be even bossier? Flustered, she tried to squirm away, saying this wasn't a good place. But he just smirked, his eyes glinting as he said he'd like to see that. He told her that only she seemed to like this place, then challenged her, asking if she didn't like it. Suddenly, her mood shifted again. She pouted, complaining that this was all so uncreative, so boring. His eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Was she actually saying that he was boring? In a flash of movement, she flipped them over, now straddling him with a triumphant look on her face. She leaned down, poking his chest as she declared that he was like an old man, always doing the same things, with absolutely no creativity. How dare you call me an old man? He growled, though there was no real heat behind his words. She just giggled, leaning down until her lips were against the skin of his neck. How strange, she murmured, wondering aloud why he tasted of alcohol. She collapsed onto his chest, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. Gu Jingze stared up at the ceiling, feeling completely overwhelmed by this tiny, unpredictable woman. He finally managed to get a word in, his voice strained as he told her she was completely drunk out of her mind. He grabbed her flailing hands, trying to regain some semblance of control. But she just looked down at him, a wicked, devilish grin spreading across her face. Old man, she cooed, this must be uncomfortable, let me help you. She leaned in close again, their noses almost touching. He couldn't help but notice how skilled her movements were, remarking that she seemed to have some practice with this. A tiny pair of devil horns appeared above her head as she shushed him, telling him he talked too much. With a newfound confidence, she looked down at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Don't worry, she purred, let me teach you a thing or two. He just stared up at her, a smirk finally breaking through his exasperation. Oh, so now she was teaching the old man, was she? He couldn't deny it. This woman was a completely different person after a single drink. And as her hands began to wander, he felt a jolt of heat, his own hand instinctively clutching the bedsheets. He gently tried to push her up, telling her that was enough, that she should get up now. To his surprise, she immediately complied, her expression turning meek and innocent as she agreed. A triumphant smile crossed his face, so he would do as she said, would he? But her expression soured instantly. Why was he doing everything she said now? Was that her fault too? He told her to stop acting. Before he could say another word, her hand shot out, cupping his cheek and tilting his head towards hers. Enough talking, she commanded, her voice low and husky. He froze. Was she actually bossing him around? She leaned in, her lips just inches from his, and whispered for him not to be so nervous. Damn it, he thought, why was he so nervous? Suddenly, she sat up, her playful mood vanishing as she looked down at him with startling seriousness. Gu Jingze, she asked, her voice clear and sober, am I your first? His eyes went wide with shock. What kind of question was that? Was she implying that she had a lot of experience with men? A smug, confident smile graced her lips. Of course, she boasted, I am really popular among guys, don't worry, I won't look down on you. That was it. In one fluid motion, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Oh, he growled, his face dangerously close to hers. Say that again? She just blinked up at him, a blush coloring her cheeks as she asked softly if he was jealous. She giggled, reaching up to playfully tickle his ear. Are you jealous? She teased. Let me have a look at your face. His eyes darkened with desire as he warned her that she had better be able to handle him. He captured her lips in a searing kiss. Are you doubting me? He murmured against her mouth. She pulled back slightly, her eyes soft and full of adoration. How can I ever doubt you? She whispered. He asked her what she wanted to do then. She simply held up the glass of wine she'd somehow procured. Have a drink with me, she demanded. He stared in disbelief. She still wanted to drink. But she was already pressing the glass to his lips, urging him to take a sip before their mouths met again in a dizzying kiss. Taste good? He asked, his voice rough. She looked dazed, admitting it wasn't bad. But she liked the taste of his lips much more. A slow, wicked smile spread across his face. Well, he purred, shall we begin then? But she pushed him away again, laughing. We are already here, why the rush? His patience finally snapped. He grabbed her arm, his voice tight with frustration as he told her she was really testing him. But she just smiled dreamily, asking if this moment wasn't the most beautiful. His frustration melted away, replaced by an overwhelming wave of affection. He leaned down, his voice thick with emotion as he told her he wanted to see her at her most beautiful time. She closed her eyes, her lips parting as she whispered, well, you can. He called her a cheater. All's fair in love and war, he declared. a dangerous glint in his eye as he told her not to blame him for what he was about to do. He whispered in her ear, telling her how incredibly sexy she was. "Do you like it?" she breathed. His answer was a raw, heartfelt groan. "I loves it." She pressed him, asking how much he loved it. He confessed that he loved her so much, he wanted to be by her side forever. They promised each other then and there that they would be together forever. He held her close, burying his face in her hair as he begged her to say she loved him. A joyous, unrestrained cry escaped her lips. "I love you." He looked down at her, his heart full. But it wasn't enough for her. She clung to him, demanding that he love her more. He held her tighter, his voice cracking with emotion as he vowed that he loved her too, so very, very much. Later, as they lay tangled in the sheets, he watched her sleep. He never expected her to change so much after a little alcohol. He had truly underestimated her. A soft smile touched his lips as he whispered, "Thank you, Lin Che." He reached out, gently brushing a strand of dark hair from her peaceful face, his heart overflowing with a love he never knew was possible. The pristine, sterile white of the hospital building loomed behind them, a stark contrast to the storm brewing between the three figures at its entrance. Mo Huiling's eyes, sharp as ice chips, fixed on Lin Che. A saccharine smile played on her lips as she called out to her, but her thoughts were pure venom. Asterisk, "Lin Che, you won't be smiling later on." Asterisk, she seethed internally, her gaze promising a world of pain. She reached out, her fingers like claws, aiming for Gu Jingze's arm. Jingze, but he recoiled as if her touch was poison, stepping back and pulling Lin Che closer to his side. The rejection was a physical blow. Mo Huiling's hand froze in midair, a bitter sneer twisting her features. Asterisk, "Fine." Asterisk, she thought, her pride wounded but her resolve hardening. Asterisk, "You will be mine later anyway." Asterisk. Just then, a nurse in crisp whites emerged from the building doors. She addressed them formally, announcing that Mr. Gu had fallen asleep and they would proceed to collect the sample. A chill snaked down Lin Che's spine. "Sample? What sample?" She looked from the nurse to Gu Jingze, her brow furrowed in confusion. The doctor simply smiled, a placid, unreadable expression on her face as she told them not to worry, they'll know later. Lin Che's heart began to thump a worried rhythm. "Collect what?" she whispered, her eyes wide with apprehension. "I thought she was just here for a checkup." Gu Jing's gaze didn't waver from Mo Huiling. His voice was low, devoid of warmth as he said she should do a thorough checkup to give him peace of mind. One agonizing hour later, Mo Huiling's eyes fluttered open. The world was a blurry haze of white sheets and a sterile room. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through her abdomen, making her gasp. "Ouch," she groaned, her hand instinctively flying to her belly. The pain intensified, a vicious, twisting cramp that stole her breath. Panic clawed at her throat. "That hurts," she cried out, her voice trembling. "Doctor, doctor, what's happened? Why is my belly hurting?" The door swung open and the doctor rushed in, flanked by the very two people Mo Huiling never wanted to see again. The doctor held up her hands placatingly, urging Mo to please calm down, it wasn't good for the body. But calm was the last thing on Mo Huiling's mind. Fury, hot and wild, surged through her veins. "What kind of checkup was this? Why did I fall asleep? Did you take something out of my body?" Her questions came out in a torrent of rage, her eyes, wide with a dawning horror, narrowed into slits as she stared them down. "Did you take my DNA?" she demanded, her voice dangerously low. "Have you requested for paternity testing?" The silence was her answer, the blood drained from her face, replaced by a mask of pure fury. She had been tricked, lured here like an animal into a trap. "I didn't expect Gu Jingze to do something like this," she shrieked, her gaze locking on Lin Che. "You lured me here on purpose, didn't you?" The doctor tried to intervene again, her voice laced with urgency. Mo, you need to calm down, it's not good for your baby." But Mo Huiling was beyond reason. She lunged forward, her fingers stabbing the air just inches from Lin Che's face. "Lin Che, did you force Gu Jingze to do this?" Lin Che flinched back, her voice a small, terrified whisper. "No, I didn't." Suddenly, Gu Jing's arm wrapped protectively around Lin Che's waist. He stepped forward, his body a shield. His voice was glacial, cutting through the hysterical noise. "I am the one that requested for the test," he stated, each word a block of ice. "This has nothing to do with her." Mo Huiling's jaw clenched. Great, great," she spat, her eyes blazing with hatred. "I told you the truth, just you wait. The report will be out after an hour, please have a rest." As Gu Jingze turned, guiding Lin Che out of the room, Mo Huiling's glare followed them, a silent, venomous promise hanging in the air. Asterisk, "Lin Che, you won't be happy for much longer." Asterisk. The moment the door clicked shut, she snatched her phone, her fingers trembling with rage. She stabbed a number on the screen. "Lai Minju," she growled into the phone. "What happened? I am busy right now." Her voice was a ragged whisper of fury. Gu Jingze really crossed the line this time. "He actually took an umbilical cord blood specimen from my baby for paternity testing." There was a stunned silence on the other end, then a sharp intake of breath. "What, he took a specimen?" Lai Minju's voice was tight with disbelief. Mo Huiling's eyes filled with tears of rage and betrayal. "That's right, wasn't he worried about his baby's safety at all?" "Where are you? Can you leave?" he asked urgently. "I am at the hospital," she sobbed. "The report will be out in a while." A fierce resolve entered his voice. Wait for me, he commanded. I am coming right now. His determination echoed in the empty room as she hung up the phone. In another, much quieter room, Lin Che sat beside Gu Jingze, her hands twisting in her lap. What if you hurt the baby by taking that sample? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Dr. Chen is the best in this field, it will be fine, he reassured her, though his expression was grim. You could have done the test after she delivered the baby, she pressed, unable to shake the feeling of dread. His gaze met hers, intense and unwavering. No, he said simply. He shifted closer, his voice softening into something gentle, something just for her. Lin Che, I wanted you to know the results as soon as possible, he explained. I have always trusted you, but it's different. I want you to see the proof yourself. His proximity was overwhelming, his words a balm on her frayed nerves. Thank you for thinking about my feelings, she murmured, a blush creeping up her cheeks. He leaned in, his lips brushing her ear. I am your husband, it's what I am supposed to do. He pulled her onto his lap, his arms wrapping securely around her. What are you doing? We are in the hospital, she gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs. He just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. It's fine, we're waiting for the report now, we have no other things to do. A wicked glint appeared in his eyes, his smirk growing wider. No one is going to enter without my permission, he declared with absolute confidence. He nuzzled her neck, his voice a playful growl. That's right, you are really constantly thinking about. He trailed off, letting her imagination fill in the blanks. Whenever I see you, I will think of it. She shoved his face away, her own face now the color of a ripe tomato. How annoying, go away, she squeaked, but there was no real heat behind her words. He simply caught her hands, his gaze unwavering. We are at the hospital, he mused aloud. I heard if people did that here, the woman could be easier to get pregnant. Before she could protest, he swept her up into his arms, carrying her as if she weighed nothing at all. What a bunch of hokum, she exclaimed, clinging to him. He just laughed. Why don't we get a checkup later to figure out why you are still not pregnant? He laid her down gently on a nearby sofa, hovering over her. He pressed a single finger to her lips, silencing her protests. All right, she sighed, a playful glint in her own eyes. Maybe someone really did something wrong. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Yes, I did something wrong, he admitted. His golden eyes bored into hers, sparkling with mischief. My problem is that I am not trying hard enough, haha. She let out a mortified squeak, her face buried in her hands. No, I think you are trying too hard. I still have a lot of space for improvement, she mumbled. He chuckled, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. You're right, he agreed before adding, Gu Jingze, it's almost time to get the report. She tried to sit up, but he was already tossing a piece of her clothing aside with a dismissive flick of his wrist. Don't be so rude, she gasped. Do you want them to wait for us outside? He teased, his smile infuriatingly charming. Even if we start now, you won't finish in time, you do know your husband. He captured her wrist, his touch sending shivers down her spine. Come here, he murmured. Or do you want to help me? I will restrain myself for a while. His offer was laced with double meaning, making her blush even harder. You can restrain yourself. Don't you know I am obviously the one who has to restrain myself, she retorted, trying to sound stern. That's true, you should hurry then. His fingers moved to the button of his trousers, unfastening them with a slow, deliberate motion. Why did you wear such tight pants? She grumbled, her eyes wide. He leaned in, his breath warm against her cheek. Because, he whispered, that's how I get to see your shy expression longer. He captured her lips in a soft kiss. Gu Jingze, I am not criticizing you, he murmured against her mouth. But you are always thinking of doing such a thing? She accused, squirming beneath him. He just smirked, a chibai wolf popping up beside him in her imagination. Isn't there someone in the next room? She reminded him weakly, his expression turned serious for a moment. Well, that baby is definitely not mine, he stated with cold certainty. A soft smile touched her lips. You know that, but you are better now, you haven't always asked me to do that for a while, perhaps. Her teasing tone was back. Perhaps what? Do you really want me to fool around with someone else? He pulled her hand sharply, his playful demeanor vanishing. Of course not, but Mo Huiling is so sure of herself. His thumb stroked her cheek, his eyes filled with a sudden vulnerability. How can you say that? You said you trust me, but you still think about all these what-ifs and perhaps. He leaned his forehead against hers, his voice thick with emotion. I only have feelings for you, I belong to you. The intensity in his gaze was breathtaking. Before she could respond, his lips crashed down on hers, a kiss full of passion and possession. You'd better make me feel better, he growled. The mood shifted back to playful as he scooped her up again, tickling her sides until she shrieked with laughter. Oh, sweet, I should have a taste of this as well, he purred, his eyes glinting. Now what should I taste next? He mused, his gaze roaming over her with devilish intent. He pinned her to the sofa again, her protests lost in his embrace. You are really hot, get off me, she panted. He just shook his head. I can't bear to do that. He was a predator and she was his willing prey. Why do I feel that he has me in the palm of his hand? She thought, her body buzzing with anticipation. Should I take care of it? He whispered, his voice a sinful promise. I don't think I can take care of it fully, she replied breathlessly. Well then, he smirked, his fingers dancing over her skin. You will have to do it yourself, she squirmed. That's itchy. You are really sensitive, he chuckled, his touch becoming bolder. His fingers found the buttons of her blouse, undoing them with a practiced ease that made her gasp. He seems very familiar with undoing buttons, she thought, a fresh wave of heat washing over her. Hey, stop it, there is someone in the next room, she protested weakly. He just laughed, a rich, carefree sound. Haha, that's good, then she will know how strong our relationship is. He leaned in, his eyes dark with desire. You'd better be ready, he whispered, his voice sending shivers down her spine. What? No, it was too late. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Stop it, she pleaded even as her body betrayed her. He whispered against her skin, I am familiar with every part of your body. Very soon you will be crying out with pleasure. A blush stained her cheeks. Definitely not. I didn't expect. You are pretty good at holding it in. He teased, his hands exploring further. She lifted her chin defiantly. I am not going to bow down to you. A slow, wicked smile spread across his face. You have a backbone, he purred, his eyes gleaming. I like it. He leaned over her, his voice a low, husky promise that sent shivers down her spine. I am coming now. Lin Che's heart hammered against her ribs, her breath catching in her throat. She pleaded with him, her voice barely a whisper. Gu Jingze, please take it easy. But he only smirked, a dangerous glint in his golden eyes as he asked, what do you mean? Before she could answer, the world became a blur of motion. And his voice, laced with raw determination, echoed in her ear. I will do my best to satisfy you. She was lost in his embrace, a whirlwind of sensation and raw emotion. Later sprawled on the couch, she tried to catch her breath, playfully scolding him. Gu Jingze, you are terrible, a sex monster. He chuckled, his chest vibrating against her, a smug look on his face. He leaned in, whispering that it was all thanks to his wife's fabulous training, though he insisted his personality was still the same. But then he paused, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Did he only do this with her? He asked, his eyes searching hers. This man, why did he keep stopping? The frustration was maddening. He suggested it was good to let her have a rest, but a fierce no erupted from her lips before she could stop it. He leaned closer, his gaze intense, questioning her rush. They hadn't even finished with the foreplay, he murmured, his voice a low thrum of desire. A spark of defiance lit up in her eyes. Fine, if he wouldn't take the lead, she would. With a determined breath, she decided she would do this herself. With a surprising move, she wrapped her leg around him, pulling him impossibly closer. He looked stunned, his eyes wide. When did she learn this trick, he asked, a hint of awe in his voice. She felt a surge of pride, cheekily telling him she'd been practicing yoga recently. A slow, appreciative smile spread across his face. He guessed she must be really flexible then, his voice dripping with suggestion. She pressed her hand against his firm chest, pushing him back just enough to look him in the eye. A new fire burned within her. I am going to be the leading role, she declared, her voice filled with a confidence that surprised even herself. She couldn't wait any longer, and he better not dare to stop. He simply watched her, a look of pure amusement on his face. He was enjoying this, wasn't he? Well, she thought he shouldn't underestimate her. Oh, he murmured, a single word that was both a challenge and an invitation. Seizing the moment, she flipped them over, now straddling him with a triumphant grin. How could she let her husband do all the hard work? She purred, leaning down close to his ear. Was she good? She asked, her breath hot against his skin. But just as she was reveling in her victory, he moved. In one fluid motion, he reversed their positions again, leaving her breathless and pinned beneath him. What are you doing? She gasped. He simply smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes that made her stomach flutter. It was time, he whispered, for his wife to enjoy herself. His gaze traveled down her body, his eyes lingering. Your legs are so straight, he murmured as if it was the most fascinating discovery in the world. At a time like this, he still had time to care about that. The thought was both absurd and incredibly endearing as the world around them dissolved into a haze of passion. Afterwards, they sat on the sofa, the air thick with the aftermath of their lovemaking. Lin Che felt completely drained, groaning as she thought about facing the day. How was she supposed to go out like this? Gu Jingze, looking infuriatingly composed, simply told her she'd be fine after a little rest. She glared at him, her cheeks flushed. This is all your fault? He just laughed, a deep, rumbling sound. How unfortunate he was, he teased, that only he was fortunate enough to see her in this state. The tender moment was shattered when Mo Huiling slammed a stack of papers onto the table with a triumphant smack. Her voice dripped with venom as she looked at Lin Che. In Che, are you disillusioned? She sneered, but before Lin Che could react, Gu Jingze stepped forward, his expression colder than ice. He told Mo Huiling that she should be the one who's disillusioned, his voice cutting through the tension. This child is not mine. Mo Huiling's face crumpled in shock and disbelief. No, that's impossible, she shrieked. Gu Jingze's patience was gone. He stated coldly that the child had nothing to do with him and that she should never contact him again. But Mo Huiling was spiraling, her eyes wild with denial. She screamed that they were lying, that they had fabricated the results just to trick her. Gu Jingze had heard enough. He took Lin Che's hand, turning to leave. Let's go, he said softly. But Mo Huiling lunged, grabbing Lin Che's arm with a desperate grip. This is your fault, it's all your fault. she screamed, her face contorted with rage. Lin Che met her frantic gaze with a sad sort of understanding. She knew Mo Huiling didn't want to lose Gu Jingze, but she had to face the truth. He was no longer the same person, she explained gently. He didn't love her anymore. The word struck Mo Huiling like a physical blow, her face went pale. He doesn't love me, she whispered, her voice trembling. Lin Che's gaze didn't waver. Of course, she declared. With newfound strength, she pulled her arm free. He was her husband now, and he loved her very much. She had a place in his heart, a place Mo Huiling could never touch. The bitter woman could only sneer, spitting out that Lin Che was just an actress, as if that cheapened everything. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che protectively behind him, his voice low and dangerous. Lin Che, let's go, don't bother talking to the crazy woman. Mo Huiling's desperation was palpable. She reminded Lin Che of her status as a daughter of the Mo family, that she could have any man she wanted. But her eyes were fixed on Gu Jingze as she confessed she only wanted him. That's when Gu Jingze delivered the final, crushing blow. He revealed he'd known the result of the report from the very start. His sperm, he explained with chilling calm, had always been stored in a very secure location. No one was able to get it. The world seemed to crumble around Mo Huiling. How could this be? It was impossible. She screamed that the child had to be his, her sanity fraying at the edges. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, his eyes wide with alarm. Huiling, what are you doing here? He demanded, trying to pull her away. But she fought him, insisting she was going to stay right here. And with the father of her child. The man's face twisted in anguish. He looked from her to Gu Jingze and then back again, his resolve hardening. Then I will tell you right now, he said, his voice shaking. I am the father of your child. He grabbed her by the shoulders, forcing her to look at him as the words tumbled out again. She could only stare, her mind blank with shock. What? Gu Jingze and Lin Che were equally stunned into silence, watching the unbelievable drama unfold. Mo Huiling's mind raced back. She remembered trying to get his sperm, but in the end she wasn't able to. The man explained that at the time they had been getting along, so he gave her his sperm for the IVF. Her denial was immediate and visceral. That's impossible, she shrieked, shoving him away. You are lying to me. He insisted it was the truth, his voice pleading. He was sorry. But she recoiled as if burned, her eyes filled with pure hatred. She couldn't be pregnant with his child. She couldn't. He reached for her again, begging her to understand, but she pushed him away with all her might. How can you touch him? She spat, her voice laced with disgust. You are nothing compared to him. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the room. Her hand flew to her cheek, her eyes wide with shock. You hit me, she whispered, the betrayal stinging more than the blow itself. With a choked sob, she turned and fled, her world completely shattered. Miles away in a quiet hospital room, Yu Minmin listened as a bodyguard explained that the president's wounds hadn't healed yet. Thanking him for his hard work, she pushed open the door, her expression a mixture of worry and resolve. The man in the bed, Gu Jingze, was asleep. He was so handsome, she thought, even when he was sick and pale. She couldn't resist reaching out, her fingers gently tracing the line of his jaw. This kind of beauty was truly remarkable. Suddenly, his golden eyes snapped open. In a flash, he had her pinned beneath him on the bed, his body tense. Who? He growled. Gu Jingze, it's me, she gasped out. He relaxed his grip, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He asked if she was okay, marveling at how he still had so much strength. Flustered, she stammered, asking what he was doing. Her face burned as she tried to explain, muttering something about there being something on his face she was trying to clean off. He narrowed his eyes, clearly not believing her. Are you lying to me? He asked. She quickly changed the subject, asking if he was hungry and telling him she'd prepared food. To her relief, he agreed that he was indeed hungry. As he began to eat, he asked when he'd arrived here. She explained that he was recovering at a fisherman's home previously and had just been moved today. He simply grunted an "oh" in response. Then out of nowhere, he announced they were returning home tomorrow. She stared at him aghast. Tomorrow, but your injuries. He leaned in close, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Are you trying to tell me what to do? He challenged. Her own fire rose to meet his, but her voice was soft with genuine concern. I am just worried about you, she whispered, her large purple eyes pleading with him. He ignored her, getting out of bed and declaring that he had work to do. A country will fall apart, he said dramatically, if the president disappears for a few days. She argued that he could work from here, calling his plan outrageous. In his frustration, he grabbed her arm and she cried out in pain. A thin line of red appeared on her skin. Blood. Are you hurt? He asked, his anger instantly replaced with concern. She tried to wave it off, insisting it was nothing, just a scratch. But he gently took her arm, wanting to have a look. His worry quickly morphed back into anger. Are you stupid? Why didn't you get it checked out after so many days? He yelled, calling for doctor. She panicked, telling him to stop, that it was just a small cut and there was no need for doctor. He ignored her protests. Instead, he raised her arm to his lips and gently, reverently kissed the small wound. She froze, her heart skipping a beat. He looked up at her, his eyes intense. It's all your fault, he murmured, his tone unexpectedly soft. You should learn to take better care of yourself. As he carefully wrapped a bandage around the cut, she stared at him in confusion. Why was he pushing the blame to her now? He looked at her, a strange light in his eyes. Are you worried about me catching an infection? He asked. When she nodded, a slow smile spread across his lips. He leaned in, their faces inches apart, his breath warm on her skin. Then let's get infected together, he whispered before closing the distance between them in a breathtaking kiss. His voice, a low, playful rumble, broke the silence as he leaned in, a smirk dancing on his lips. He asked what she was doing, his eyes tracing the lines of her worried face. Her heart did a little flutter kick against her ribs. He was injured, bandaged across his bare, muscular chest, yet he looked anything but weak. He shifted closer, the warmth of his body reaching out to her, his voice softening as he reminded her that they were husband and wife. They had to get through tough times together. So why, he wondered, shouldn't they stay here for a few days while he recovered? Her mind raced for an excuse, a reason to leave, to escape this intoxicatingly dangerous proximity. His gaze intensified, demanding an answer. Just give him one reason, he challenged. His hand, warm and firm, covered hers, sending a jolt straight through her. He pointed out that she herself was having difficulties moving around. Wasn't it better to stay put? He leaned in even closer, his breath ghosting her cheek, his eyes locking onto hers with a possessive gleam. There were people taking good care of him here, he purred, and then came the loaded question, was she one of them? A blush crept up her neck. Of course she would take care of him. The thought was immediate, instinctual. But he wasn't satisfied with just a thought. He challenged her, his voice a silky "Oh, why don't you show me then?" A flicker of determination sparked in her eyes. Fine, she would show him. She would take care of him so well he wouldn't have a single complaint. With renewed purpose, she picked up the bowl of warm porridge, scooping up a spoonful and bringing it to his lips. Here, she said softly, have one mouth. But he turned his head away with a look of pure disdain. Stubbornly refusing the offering, he didn't want to eat that asterisk. Her brow furrowed in confusion. What did he want to eat then? She asked, exasperated. He turned back to her and the playful smirk was gone, replaced by a smoldering, predatory hunger. I want to eat meat, he declared, his voice dropping to a husky whisper that left no doubt about his true meaning. Her cheeks burned. He just got a little better. He couldn't possibly be thinking about such decadent things. But before she could scold him, he lunged forward, not at her, but over her, his face suddenly inches from hers. She gasped, startled by the sudden movement. Whoa, what are you doing? She cried out. Her eyes followed his arm as it reached past her, his fingers closing around the bowl of porridge she still held. I want to eat this, he announced, his gaze never leaving hers. He was so close, his body pressing against hers, the heat of his skin seeping through her clothes. She panicked, reminding him that he was injured, that he couldn't move like this. A wicked grin spread across his face. I can't, he murmured, his voice a low, seductive rumble right next to her ear, but you can. The implication hung heavy in the air between them, thick and electrifying. She tried to reason with him, reminding him of her promise to take care of him, her voice trembling slightly as she pointed out his injuries. But he just waved a dismissive hand towards his bandaged chest, brushing off her concern. These injuries were nothing, he insisted. And then he pulled her into his arms, his hold surprisingly gentle as he buried his face in her hair. He made her a promise, his voice muffled against her skin. If she took good care of him, he wouldn't go. Just as the moment turned tender, a small, pointed cough shattered the intimacy. Their son, Gu Jingze, lay beside them, looking utterly unimpressed. Gu Jingze shot his son an annoyed glance, muttering about what a spoilt brat he was, before turning back to her with a sigh. Fine, he relented, he would leave tomorrow then. Lying back against the pillows, his incredible physique on full display. He patted the empty space beside him. Come here, he beckoned, lie next to me. She stared at him, a mix of frustration and fondness swirling within her. He really did seize every single opportunity available. Leaning over him, her expression was a mask of genuine worry. Gu Jingze, she pleaded, stop making me worried. He simply smiled up at her, completely unbothered. He told her she had to relax if she was going to take good care of him. And then, before she could protest, he pulled her down, his lips capturing hers in a kiss that stole her breath away. When they broke apart, she was straddling him, her mind reeling. He looked up at her, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Not bad, he praised, that's quite good. Relief washed over her as she lay her head on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her ear. Thank God they found him in time. She asked him softly what he was thinking about during the ambush. Work, she guessed, her voice barely a whisper. He didn't answer with words. She shifted, her body now fully covering his, her robe falling open slightly. Was this okay? She asked hesitantly. Was she hurting him? A faint blush colored his cheeks as he admitted it hurt just a little. Alarm shot through her. Ah, then we should stop, she exclaimed, trying to pull away. But his arms snaked around her, holding her firmly in place. No, 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 he insisted, a hint of desperation in his voice. She hid her burning face in her hands, utterly exasperated. Aish, you're impossible, she mumbled. He looked up at her, his eyes wide and pleading. He needed her, he whispered, needed her to help him forget the pain. And in that moment, surrounded by a phantom cascade of flowers, she melted. He smiled, a genuine, breathtaking smile. See, he murmured, his voice laced with relief, it's really not that painful anymore. A fresh wave of embarrassment washed over her and she playfully tried to push him away, telling him to stop it. But he caught her hand, his bandaged one holding hers gently. He brought her knuckles to his lips, placing a tender kiss there that made her heart skip a beat. The look on his face was one of pure, unadulterated bliss. A newfound confidence surged through her. She leaned down, whispering that he couldn't make her do all the work. But as his hand began to roam, she gasped, blushing as she told him to move it away. Fine, he whispered, pulling her into a tight embrace as the room seemed to fill with shimmering light. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Let's keep going. Hours later, she was completely drained, leaning against his solid frame. He chuckled, asking if she was tired already. When she admitted she was, he wondered aloud how she managed to do this normally. Suddenly, a tiny, smug voice piped up. It was their son, declaring proudly that all the men from their family were amazing in bed. Gu Jingze smirked, a wave of pride washing over him. Gu Jingze, he thought, was still miles away compared to him. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him once more. She protested weakly that she didn't think so. His eyes narrowed playfully. Was she looking down on him? Was she underestimating her husband? With a renewed vigor, he showed her just how wrong she was. He leaned close, his voice a low growl against her ear, insisting that this small wound was nothing. She begged him to calm down, but he just shook his head, a devilish glint in his eyes. This, he declared, was all her fault. The next morning, the clock on the bedside table showed a shamefully late hour. She lay tangled in his arms, exhausted but content. Gu Jingze, she mumbled, do you not have a concept of time? How can you call this fast? He looked down at her, a lazy, satisfied smile playing on his lips. Why don't you, he proposed, educate me about the concept of time? Her eyes flew open in horror. No more, she cried, her refusal echoing in the sunlit room. 1 month later at the bustling airport, Min glanced at Lin Che, a gentle chiding in her voice. She told her she really didn't need to come see her off. Lin Che just tightened her grip on her friend's arm, a playful pout on her lips. What was she talking about? She asked. Min's professional demeanor melted into a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with affection. You are my superstar, she said softly. Of course I have to come with you. She then brought a finger to her lips, glancing around conspiratorially. She hushed her friend, reminding her that Gu Jingze hadn't allowed the media to publicize her identity yet, so not many people knew who she was. The question hung in the air, was Lin Che really sure she could travel so freely? Min's eyes danced with mischief as she leaned in close, a teasing lilt in her voice. You're glowing just talking about him. A furious blush crept up Lin Che's neck. Don't say such nonsense. She squeaked, trying to cover Min's mouth with her hand, but in that same instant, the world tilted on its axis. A wave of dizziness washed over her so strong it stole her breath, her eyes widened in alarm. Ugh, a low groan escaped her lips as she stumbled back, her hand flying to her head. Min's teasing expression vanished, replaced by immediate concern. Lin Che, she called out, rushing to steady her. In the airport lounge, Min guided a pale Lin Che into a seat. What's wrong? She asked, her doctor's instincts kicking in. Lin Che tried to wave it off. I'm fine, I just feel a little. She trailed off, unable to describe the strange sensation. Min's brow furrowed. Did she eat something wrong? Lin Che shook her head, admitting she hadn't really eaten anything that morning. Min placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, her mind racing through possibilities. Could this be airsickness? She wondered aloud, but Lin Che looked confused. She'd never gotten airsick before, it wasn't that. It was something else, a persistent feeling of being unwell, of nausea. Min's eyes suddenly lit up, a shocking thought piercing through the confusion, not airsick, but always vomiting. Her voice dropped to a whisper, whoa, could you be pregnant? The word hung in the air, electric and terrifying. Pregnant? Lin Che's blood ran cold. Her heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a frantic drum of despair. That can't be, it just can't be. Min, now in full doctor mode, began her rapid-fire questioning. Has your period come recently? Lin Che's face burned with embarrassment as she slowly shook her head. No, it hadn't. Have you been feeling nauseous recently? This time she could only manage a small, timid nod. The final, most crucial question came, Min's voice low and serious. Have you and Gu Jingze been using protection? The blush on Lin Che's cheeks deepened to a crimson red. She averted her gaze, her mind a chaotic storm of memories, of passionate nights and whispered promises. Not really. She mumbled, the words barely audible. Min's serious expression broke into a brilliant, beaming smile. Congratulations, I think you're definitely pregnant. The world seemed to stop. Lin Che's hand instinctively flew to her stomach, a sense of wonder and terror warring within her. Really? She whispered, the single word filled with a universe of hope and fear. She stared at her friend in awe. I'm impressed. I have never been pregnant before. How am I supposed to know all this? Min just laughed, pointing at her confidently. You fulfill all the signs of being pregnant. Later when we get to the hotel, I'll help you buy a pregnancy test. But Lin Che waved her hands, mortified at the thought. That's okay, I'll buy it on my own. Min raised an eyebrow. Why was she acting so shy? Lin Che insisted she could settle this herself. As she drove away, Min's final words echoed in her mind. Don't forget, okay? I won't, Lin Che promised herself. Later in the sterile silence of the hotel bathroom, time stood still. Lin Che's hands trembled as she held the small plastic stick. 2 pink lines, clear as day, staring back at her. A gasp escaped her lips. It's true. I'm really pregnant. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated joy crashed over her, washing away every last trace of doubt and fear. Her hand gently cradled her still flat stomach. This is Gu Jing's child, asterisk our asterisk child. A living, breathing piece of their love was growing inside her. She burst out of the bathroom, her face alight with the news. Minmin looked up, her expression immediately worried. Lin Che, what happened? But before she could finish, Lin Che threw her arms around her, clinging to her friend in a desperate, happy hug. Minmin, momentarily stunned, broke into a wide grin. Whoa, it's happening, Lin Che, that's great. When they finally pulled apart, Minmin's first thought was practical. You should tell Gu Jingze, but Lin Che's smile faltered. She hesitated, thinking she should wait a while. She didn't want to worry him, not when she still had filming to do. Minmin's face fell into a mask of pure horror. Oh no, what about your shows? Lin Che quickly reassured her. It was a literary drama, there wouldn't be many action moves, but Minmin was not convinced. She jabbed a finger towards Lin Che, her voice firm. I see, but I think you should still tell Gu Jingze. Before Lin Che could protest, Minmin was already dialing his number. The beep sounded like a countdown to her fate. Minmin thrust the phone into her hand. Here, Lin Che stared at it, her heart pounding. Asterisk, why are we in such a rush? Asterisk, she thought frantically. Taking a shaky breath, she put the phone to her ear. Hello, what's wrong? She managed, trying to sound normal. On the other end, Gu Jing's voice was crisp, laced with a hint of impatience. I'm at the office, he stated, then teased. Why, is your IQ not keeping up with the time difference? She stammered, her courage failing her. There's something, it's just that. His tone immediately softened, concern bleeding through the line. Lin Che, what happened? Did something happen to you? That was it, she couldn't do it, not like this. Forget it, it's nothing. She blurted out, and before he could reply, she hung up. Gu Jing stared at his silent phone, a deep frown marring his features. What was that? Something was definitely wrong. Lin Che handed the phone back to Minmin, defeated. I'll tell him when I get back, she sighed. After a long day of filming, the director finally yelled cut. As Lin Che breathed a sigh of relief, a crew member rushed over, looking excited. Lin, there's a tall and handsome man asking for you outside. Lin Che blinked in confusion. A man asking for me, who could it possibly be? She walked outside and her heart stopped dead in her chest. There he was, Gu Jingze, looking like he'd stepped right out of a dream. How? Why is he here? He strode towards her, his golden eyes fixed on her, and before she could form a coherent thought, his hand shot out and grabbed her arm. He pulled her swiftly towards a waiting van. What did you want to tell me yesterday? He demanded, his voice low and intense. Lin Che's mind reeled. Did this guy seriously fly all the way here just to ask me this? Quick, tell me, he urged. She stammered, trying to deflect. Well, it's nothing. That was the wrong thing to say. In a flash, he had her pinned against the side of the van, his proximity stealing the air from her lungs. If you don't tell me, he whispered, his voice a dangerous purr, I'm not going to let you leave. His gaze was hypnotic, relentless. Are you sure there's nothing? She pleaded his name. Gu Jingze, you can't do that. His eyes narrowed. Then tell me now, you can't leave me hanging. Trapped with his intense gaze burning into her very soul, she knew there was no escape. She took a deep breath, the words tumbling out in a rush. Yes, well, I'm pregnant. Silence, his golden eyes widened, the pupils dilating in shock. You are pregnant? He breathed, the words barely a whisper. She blushed furiously, nodding. Really? He asked again, a slow, dazzling smile spreading across his face, and then with a joyous laugh, he swept her off her feet and into his arms. He held her tight, his face buried in her hair, his voice filled with a wonder she had never heard before. I'm a dad now. Inside the van, he refused to let her go. As she squirmed slightly, her cheeks still flushed. Ooh, we can't do this, Gu Jingze. He just chuckled, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. I'm not doing anything, I'm just kissing you. He pulled her into a tight, warm hug. What are you doing? She murmured into his chest. He closed his eyes, inhaling her scent. I just want a hug, he said simply. She protested weakly, why are you still doing this? He looked down at her, a playful glint in his eye. So this is the last chance I get to enjoy this? He leaned in, his lips brushing her ear. And then won't you need to, in a little while? He cupped her face, his thumb stroking her cheek. I was on a flight for 10+ hours, I need you to comfort me. She knew he had done this on purpose. Come on, he coaxed, taking her hand in his. He kissed her hair, her forehead, her eyelids, each touch gentle and full of reverence. Gu Jingze, she whispered, her resistance melting away. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hand moving to rest gently on her stomach. Lin Che, he said, his voice thick with emotion. We are going to have a child. The reality of his words hit her all over again, and a shy, happy smile bloomed on her face. Yes, I'm so happy, she confessed. He nuzzled her cheek, teasing her softly. Tell me, do you think I'm so tired because you are working so hard? She giggled, how can I not work hard? Suddenly remembering her schedule, she tried to sit up. I still have to film my show, I booked a hotel room, let's go back there and rest. But his expression turned serious, all traces of playfulness gone. You are pregnant, he stated, his voice firm. How can you still continue filming? She reassured him it was okay. This is a literary film, there are barely any action scenes. He wasn't convinced, but he relented slightly. You better be careful then, he warned. Don't run. As she moved to leave, he suddenly scooped her into his arms bridal style. Quick, put me down, she gasped. No, he said stubbornly. What if you fall down? She sighed, exasperated but secretly thrilled. I am not a handicap. He ignored her, carrying her through the hotel lobby as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, oblivious to the gaping staff. Later, tucked safely in bed with a warm drink, she listened as he laid out his plans. Tomorrow I'll call for a standby doctor and a bodyguard for you, he announced. She looked at him, startled. Do we really need to do that? If people see that, they'll call me out for being a diva. He scoffed. What's wrong with being a diva? He looked at her, his eyes full of fierce devotion. I'll get them to watch you from a distance, he compromised. She smiled, feeling cherished and safe. Okay. He sat beside her, pulling her into a gentle embrace. After all, he murmured against her hair, his voice filled with awe and reverence. This is the first child of our family. She leaned against him, her heart full. Okay, I understand, she whispered. Thank you. The farewell was bittersweet, standing in front of the grand hotel entrance. Lin Che's friend gave a small, apologetic smile. I'm sorry for leaving after only 2 days, she said, her voice soft with regret. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Lin Che nodded, a gentle warmth in her eyes. Don't worry, she replied. You have many responsibilities as the First Lady. How could she not understand? Her friend's life was a whirlwind she could barely imagine. To reassure her, Lin Che gestured to the impeccably dressed staff standing by. See, I have everything I could possibly need. People are watching over me here. Her friend's eyes widened slightly. Did Gu Jingze arrange all this? She asked, a hint of awe in her tone. Before Lin Che could answer, her younger brother popped up, holding a list so long it nearly touched the ground. Yup, he arranged for all these before heading back, he announced cheerfully. And there are more people on this list than the entire production crew. They'll be arriving tomorrow. He let out a little laugh. He must really, really care about you. Lin Che's smile faltered for a second. It feels like I can't live on my own anymore, she thought, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Her friend just giggled, leaning in conspiratorially. When you get pregnant, she whispered, things will be even more exaggerated. The thought sent a strange flutter through Lin Che's heart. Pregnant? The idea was still so new, so surreal. That does sound likely, she mumbled, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. After a final wave and a promise to call, her friend departed, leaving Lin Che standing under the vast sky. A maid stepped forward, her voice polite and deferential. Madam, do you have other plans for today? Lin Che took a deep breath, a new resolve hardening her expression. Well, you can help pack my luggage, she declared, her voice firm. We're preparing to leave. Back in the quiet of her room, just as she was settling in, her phone began to ring, vibrating against the polished table. A small smile touched her lips. Gu Jingze really does have a knack for calling at the right time, she answered, his voice immediately filling the room, laced with a familiar concern. Where are you? He asked, not waiting for greeting. And then the nagging began, a gentle cascade of worries. Don't wear high heels, don't run around outside. If you need to do something, get someone to help. Don't do things by yourself. She rolled her eyes, but a warmth spread through her chest. This man, he was impossible. His voice grew more serious, laced with an anxiety he couldn't hide. What are we going to do with you being pregnant? How can I not be worried? A spark of playful defiance ignited in her. Screw you, she retorted, a grin tugging at her lips. Do you really think I can't take care of myself? She then remembered their plans. Oh right, what's the name of the new hotel? She listened for a moment, then spoke the name aloud. Hotel's called Hotel Miramar. The name hung in the air and an inexplicable chill crawled down her spine. On the other end of the line, Gu Jingze froze. Miramar, he had heard that name before. A hotel in Country C. His fingers began to tap, tap, tap against his desk, a frantic rhythm matching the sudden pounding of his heart. A terrible realization dawned on him and raw panic seized his voice. Lin Che, he roared into the phone, his voice cracking with sheer terror. Get out of that hotel right now. Lin Che flinched, pulling the phone away from her ear. What? Why was he shouting so loudly all of a sudden? His voice came again, desperate and sharp, cutting through her confusion. Lin Che, listen, we don't have time. Get out of that hotel right now. The fear in his voice was real, a palpable thing that reached through the phone and squeezed her heart. Something was terribly wrong. Okay, she said, her own voice trembling slightly. Okay, we will leave right now. Her guards were already moving, alerted by the urgency in her voice. Madam, where are you going? One asked, confused by the sudden change of plans. Gu Jingze asked us to move somewhere else, she explained quickly, her eyes darting towards the door, but a smooth, chilling voice stopped her cold. Isn't this Mrs. Gu? The voice was familiar. Dread, cold and heavy, settled in her stomach. She turned slowly. There he was, leaning against the doorframe with a lazy, predatory smile. Lai Minju, long time no see, he purred, his eyes glinting. Are you not even going to say hello? Lin Che's blood ran cold. Lai Minju, she stammered. She took a step back, her voice shaking. Sorry, Mr. Lai, we are not well acquainted. Her guard moved to shield her, his voice a low growl. Sir, please let go. Lai Minju's smile vanished, replaced by a flash of cold fury in his eyes. He was not a man to be denied. We have nothing to catch up on, Lin Che insisted, trying to push past him. But he was a wall, unmovable. He looked past her, his gaze landing on her protector. You look like you're in great shape, he commented, his tone deceptively casual. Are you from the Eagle training camp? His smile returned, but it was sharper now, lined with menace. Unfortunately, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper, there are too few people, this is my turf. The world dissolved into a blur, and the next thing she knew, she was in a different room, the air thick with tension. Lai Minju gestured elegantly towards a sofa. Please have a seat, Mrs. Gu. She stood her ground, her fists clenched. Please just come to the point. He began to circle her like a shark, a thoughtful look on his face. I have always found it a bit odd, he mused, as to why Gu Jingze abandoned Mo Huiling at the time when he met you. How did he know Gu Jingze had abandoned her? Not that she'd been too ridiculous to keep. So you brought me here just to ask this question? She snapped, her patience wearing thin. His eyes, a brilliant, cold blue, locked onto hers. A sly, unsettling smile played on his lips. What do you think? He feigned innocence, claiming he just wanted to have tea and a chat. She had heard enough. I think we'd better leave each other alone, she said, her voice dripping with ice. We are not from the same camp. She turned on her heel and marched towards the door. Fine, thank you. Her hand closed around the handle. Clack, she tried again. Clack, it was locked. A knot of pure terror tightened in her gut. She spun around, her eyes widening in horror. Her guards, they were slumped on the floor, motionless. What? She gasped, stumbling back. A low voice whispered right beside her ear, his breath hot on her skin. Are we continuing our conversation now, Mrs. Gu? It was Lai Minju, his face inches from hers, a triumphant smirk twisting his lips. Her mind reeled. Is he crazy? What exactly does he want? That's more like it, he said softly, as if she'd agreed. He clapped his hands together lightly. Don't get angry, Mrs. Gu, your guards are dead, so I got you new ones. On cue, a new set of stone-faced guards and a maid entered the room. Go, he commanded. He turned his chilling smile back to her. And you will be my distinguished guest in the next few days. He leaned closer, his voice a venomous caress. Rest assured, you will feel much more comfortable here compared to Gu Jing's place. It hit her then, he's going to lock me up here. He saw the realization in her eyes and chuckled. I will inform him for you, he offered with mock generosity. But let his affection for you decide whether he would save you or not. Rage, pure and hot, burned through her fear. You asshole, she screamed in her mind, her eyes blazing with defiance. Later, trapped in her gilded cage, she found the courage to ask a question that had been nagging at her. Miss Mo is still at your place, right? How is she now? Lai Minju simply ignored her, turning to his new guards. Bring Mrs. Gu to her room to rest, he ordered dismissively. He walked down a different hallway, stopping at a closed door. He pushed it open with a soft creak. Inside, Mo Huiling was curled into a ball in the corner, her body trembling as she chanted over and over, let me go, let me go. He approached her cautiously. Huiling, it's me. She scrambled away from him, her eyes wide with terror, pushing at his hands. How could you do this to me? She shrieked. He grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at him, his own voice cracking with desperation. Look at me, I'm not Gu Jingze. But she was lost, trapped in a nightmare of her own making. You're lying, it's not true. She sobbed, fighting against his grip. It hurts, Jingze, you grabbed me too hard. The name was a knife in his heart. Huiling, it was all his fault, he pleaded. He abandoned you and he made you ill. He pulled her closer, his voice dropping to a fierce whisper. I will revenge it for you, you get better, okay? In her delirium, she lunged forward and bit his hand, her teeth sinking into his flesh. Ouch! He cried out, a sharp sting of pain shooting up his arm. He shoved her away, a mixture of agony and fury on his face. Stop it, you're crazy. She tumbled to the floor with a sickening thump. A maid rushed into the room, her face pale with panic. Sir, she cried out, be careful with the baby. Back in the Gu mansion, the air was thick with rage. Gu Jingze stared at a photo on his tablet, the bodies of his men discarded and lifeless. His face was a thundercloud of fury. Fu * King Lai Minju, he snarled, his voice a low growl. Abby stood beside him, wringing her hands. Lin Che, she will be fine, right? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Gu Jing's eyes were like chips of ice. He must be after something, he said, his jaw tight. Let's fight till the end with them, I mean it. Abby's face was etched with sorrow. Those guards, they died like that. We should make compensation for their family, right? Not necessary, Gu Jingze stated coldly. He explained with a chilling detachment, they are all orphans, and they started to train like how death squads do when they were young. They died in vain. Abby was horrified. So he could do that openly? Does Lai Minju have a rich background? Gu Jingze looked out the window, his gaze distant and hard. Yes, he has some men in country A. I think he's determined to go against me this time. Is it because of Mo Huiling? Abby wondered aloud, do you need me to ask Gu Jingming for help? No, he cut her off immediately. If he helps us, things will become complicated. His expression softened for a fraction of a second, his thoughts turning to the one person who mattered. Now Lin Che is pregnant, I hope she will be fine. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, a vow burning in his soul. I won't let anything happen to her, even if the price is my life. Just then an assistant burst into the room. Sir Lai Minju sent us another email. He held up a laptop, a video. Show me, Gu Jing's voice was dangerously calm. Lai Minju's smug face filled the screen. Hello, Mr. Gu, your wife is safe with me now? He began, his tone mocking. But I'm really suspicious if she's that important to you. His eyes narrowed, the smile turning into a challenge. If she really means something to you, come to Country and show me your sincerity. It was a trap, a blatant, obvious trap, and Gu Jing's was walking right into it. He turned without a word, his intent clear. I'll kill him. But a stern voice stopped him. Stop there. His grandfather stood in the doorway, his face grim. You can't go there. Grandpa, Gu Jing's voice was strained. Then why not just say that you're gonna kill yourself? His grandfather was unmoved. Grandpa, please let me decide this myself, he pleaded, his voice breaking. She's carrying my baby, I must go there. The old man's eyes widened at the mention of a baby, but his resolve didn't waver. What? No way, I won't allow it. That was his great-grandson. He couldn't let them both be destroyed. Gu Jing's face hardened, his eyes blazing with a defiant fire. What if I'm determined to go? His grandfather exploded. Gu Jing's, are you going to abandon our whole family? You don't care about being its owner as well, right? The accusation struck a raw nerve. I think I'm just a tool to you, that's all. Gu Jing's yelled back, his voice thick with years of resentment. To Lin Che, I'm everything. The old man staggered back, clutching his chest as if he'd been shot. Gu Jing's didn't hesitate. He stormed towards the door, shoving past his assistant who tried to hold him back. Let go, he roared. You gotta asterisk and brat, come back now? His grandfather bellowed from behind him, but Gu Jing's didn't stop. He paused at the doorway, looking over his shoulder one last time, his expression a mixture of sorrow and unshakable resolve. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'm taking my leave now. And with that, he walked out, leaving the shouts and the pleas and the entire Gu family behind him. His choice was made. His path was clear. He was going to get his wife back. No matter the cost. As she stepped out of the car, a strange chill ran down her spine. Something was different. The air was thick with tension, guards standing rigidly at every corner. What happened? Why was the security suddenly so tight? A staff member greeted her politely, but it did little to ease her mounting anxiety. Her husband, Gu Jingming, gave her a brief, reassuring look, telling his assistant to wait with her until he returned. Understood, the man replied, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. When Gu Jingming finally returned, a warm smile graced his lips, but his eyes held a seriousness she couldn't ignore. Minmin, you're back, he said, his voice a low hum. She couldn't hold back her question any longer, her voice tight with worry. What happened today? Why were there so many bodyguards? His smile faded slightly as he looked away, his gaze hardening. He confessed they had an enemy and he was afraid she would get involved. An enemy? Her mind raced. Who would dare to cross the Gu family? His next words hit her like a ton of bricks. It's Lai Minju. The name echoed in her mind and her hand instinctively clenched into a fist by her side. Lai Minju, that man, she knew what he was capable of. She knew the terrible things he had done to Lin Che. Gu Jingming's voice was firm, almost a command. Don't get into this. But how could she not? Her heart ached with worry. She grabbed his arm, her eyes pleading. She was worried about Lin Che. She's even carrying Gu Jing's baby. The thought of her friend in danger, pregnant and vulnerable, was unbearable. He pulled her into a comforting embrace, his expression softening at her distress. He told her not to think too much, urging her to stay indoors and let Gu Jing's handle his own problems. But just as she was about to protest, to argue that she had to work, he cut her off with a startling proposal. Just drop your work, he said, his eyes glinting with a sudden mischief. You're going to visit another country with me. What? Again? Where were they going this time? A sly, secretive smile played on his lips. It's a secret for now, he purred. Before she could even process his words, he swept her off her feet, lifting her into his arms. She let out a small shriek of surprise, her hands flying to his shoulders. Put me down, Gu Jingming, she protested, but he just held her tighter, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Hurry, let's go to bed, we'll set off tomorrow morning. The next thing she knew, they were soaring through the clouds on a private jet. But her confusion only deepened. He even brought a troop with him. What on earth was he planning to do? Her eyes scanned a passenger list and her heart stopped. Yin Suya. That woman was on the list too. From across the cabin, Yin Suya met her gaze with a smug, knowing smirk. What was happening? A flight attendant approached, informing them with a polite smile that all the other passengers were waiting. What passengers? Her head was spinning. Gu Jingming took her hand, his touch grounding her. He explained they were going to express condolences, and he had brought the troop with them for that purpose. He then led her into what looked like a mobile office in the sky, where dozens of people were working diligently. As they entered, a man announced their arrival. Everybody, please welcome our president and first lady. The office erupted in cheers and applause. Wow, what a sweet couple, someone gushed. Our president looks so gentle and dominant, another exclaimed. Minmin could only offer a shy smile, feeling her husband's arm securely around her, but her brief moment of peace was shattered when she saw a familiar face. Zui, he gave a small, polite hi. Her heart sank. Why were there so many people she didn't want to see on this flight? Gu Jingming's expression darkened, his eyes following her gaze. He had noticed everything. As Zui walked away, Gu Jingming's hand tightened on hers, a silent act of possession. He shot a cold, piercing glare at Zuyi's retreating back, a clear and unspoken warning. His voice was low and stern when he turned back to her. You should stay away from Zuyi. He didn't even try to hide the possessiveness in his tone. Weren't you cheated on by this man before? The reminder made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She looked away, flustered, muttering that it was just an accident, that she was just too naive back then. He leaned in closer, his warm breath ghosting across her skin, his eyes searching hers. And then, he murmured, his voice a seductive whisper. If you met me earlier, would you fall in love with me? The question hung in the air, charged and heavy. Her heart hammered against her ribs. What was she supposed to say? He didn't wait for an answer. A wicked grin spread across his face. Fine, he purred, his eyes glinting with intent. Now we can compensate for the loss. She looked around frantically. Were still on the plane, but he was already pulling her closer. She accused him of teasing her on purpose, her cheeks burning red. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Oh, but you look quite enjoy it, he teased back. She sputtered, denying it vehemently. But her racing heart was a dead giveaway. He leaned in until their lips were almost touching, his golden eyes filled with a dangerous light. What if I say I also enjoy this? He whispered. What should I do? She tried to push him away, her voice a frantic whisper, someone may come in later. But he just laughed, capturing her lips in a deep kiss. Who dares to? He murmured against her mouth. Resistance was futile. She sighed in defeat, her body melting against his. All right, you're the boss, she mumbled, everything's up to you. His fingers found the button on her blouse, his touch sending shivers down her spine. You're so impatient, Mr. President, she breathed, a mix of nervousness and excitement swirling within her. Is that so? He whispered back, his eyes darkening with desire as he slid the fabric from her shoulders. Wow, he breathed, his gaze devouring her. You are so voluntary now. She tried to deny it, to say she wasn't. But her flushed skin and heavy breathing told a different story. That's good, actually, he murmured, his hands beginning their exploration. Come on, he coaxed, his voice husky and low. Her resolve crumbled completely. Okay, she whispered, surrendering to the moment. The world outside the plane window faded away, replaced by a whirlwind of sensation. In the hazy aftermath, he held her close, his body warm against hers. He wasn't done with her yet. His voice was a soft rumble against her ear as he asked again, answer me. If you met me first, would you fall in love with me? Why this question again? She squirmed in his arms, feeling cornered. What could I say? You're the president and I don't dare to. Her voice trailed off as he moved against her, a silent, playful punishment for her evasiveness. A soft laugh escaped her lips. Finally, she gave in, her voice barely a whisper, so quiet she thought he wouldn't hear. I will fall in love with you. His eyes snapped open, a triumphant gleam within them. I didn't say anything, she mumbled, burying her face in his chest. But he had heard it. Oh, he had definitely heard it. He tilted her chin up, a smug smile on his face. You said you would fall in love with me, he teased. She tried to shush him, but his words wrapped around her heart. No matter when I meet you, he said, his voice now serious and sincere, I will always fall in love with you. Later, as she looked out at the beautiful sky, fully dressed again, she felt a warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with their earlier passion. She turned to him, a playful pout on her lips. Now you're not as decent as a president should be. He just chuckled, pulling her into a hug from behind. You're just praising yourself, she teased, leaning back against him. Now I'm just a nice husband who loves his wife. He nuzzled her neck and she argued back playfully. He had torn her dress, she reminded him. He'd have to go shopping with her, but he was one step ahead. With a flourish, he produced a beautifully wrapped box. I even prepared some new suits. Do you want to try? Her eyes widened. You tore my dress on purpose, didn't you? His grin was all the answer she needed. Meanwhile, in a dark, opulent room far away, a man with piercing blue eyes received a report. Sir Gu Jingze has left his home. A slow, predatory smile spread across Lai Minju's face. Seems like he's coming after me, he mused. I should take Lin Che to another place as soon as possible. In another part of the mansion, Lin Che was being dragged away by two burly men, her struggles futile. Where are you taking me, Lai Minju? She screamed. He watched her from the doorway, his expression unreadable. Definitely a good place, Mrs. Gu. He turned to his men, his voice dropping to a cold command. Be alert, a guest will visit here later. Outside, two of his lackeys gossiped by the gate. Who is she? One asked, the other smirked. I think she's a star named Lin Che. But their conversation was cut short by the sudden appearance of a man with silver hair and eyes as cold as ice. He held a gun, its muzzle pointed directly at them. Lin Che, he said, his voice dangerously calm. The person you mentioned just now, where is she? The men froze in shock. You are. One of them recognized the face of the infamous Gu Jingze. Panic seized him. Help, Gu Jingze is here. The grip on the gun tightened, the sound of the metal clenching echoing in the sudden silence. Get him, one of the guards screamed, pointing frantically. But it was too late. Bam, Gu Jingze moved like a phantom, grabbing the screaming guard and using him as a human shield. Gunshots rang out. But they only found their mark in his unfortunate comrade. The hostage trembled, the cold barrel of the gun pressed against his temple. Tell me, where is Lin Che? Gu Jingze demanded. I really don't know where she is. he stammered. Gu Jing's eyes narrowed into slits of pure fury. HMPH, then you're useless. Bang, another shot echoed through the courtyard as the man's body slumped to the ground. Just then, another figure emerged from the mansion, clapping slowly. Not bad, Mr. Gu. He recognized the man, Black Eagle. Are you working for Lai Minju? Gu Jingze asked, his gun still raised. The man, known as Qin Hao, simply smiled. Oh, you know me? Qin Hao gestured to the weapon in Gu Jing's hand. The gun in your hand is a customized 3-inch gun. I think that's the only one in the world, right? He knew his weapons. You do know a lot, Qin Hao continued, his smile never wavering. No wonder Lai Minju treats you as his strongest enemy. What do you want? Gu Jing snarled. Qin Hao's expression turned almost apologetic. We have no grudge, but I was hired by someone to capture you alive. I only hope that you won't hate me too much. He then played his final, cruel card, his fingers tightening on his own weapon. If you resist, I might have to get Lin Che here. The threat hung in the air, heavier than any bullet. Gu Jing's entire body went rigid, his jaw clenched, a battle raging within his eyes, but there was no choice. For her, there was never a choice. The gun fell from his hand, clattering onto the stone pavement. I surrender, he said, his voice laced with defeat and rage. Don't hurt Lin Che. Qin Hao's smile returned. Great, I like your frankness. He barked in order. Guards, men swarmed from the mansion, surrounding the disarmed Black Eagle. As they bound his hands, Gu Jing's eyes burned with a promise of retribution. Black Eagle, I will not let you off. His hands were forced behind his back and a hood was thrown over his head, plunging him into darkness. He was shoved forward a prisoner, but even tied and blindfolded, his rage was palpable. You damn bastard, he roared. Where did you hide Lin Che? From the shadows, Lai Minju finally appeared, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. Watch your mouth. The fist connected with a sickening thud and Gu Jing's head snapped to the side. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Lai Minju stood over him, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage, his knuckles white. He grabbed a fistful of Gu Jing's shirt, his voice a low growl. This one, he spat, was for Hu Eiling, for screwing her over, but Gu Jing's, despite the ropes digging into his wrists and the pain radiating through his jaw, just stared back. He'd said it 1,000,000 times and he'd say it again. He had no affection for her. Lai Minju's eyes blazed with fury. You two were dating for so many years, he seethed, and you denied it so easily? He accused him of callously tossing her aside. Gu Jing's gaze softened for a fleeting moment, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A blush crept up his neck as he admitted that for a time he thought he loved her, but it wasn't real. It wasn't what he thought it was. Lai Minju's grip tightened. So you love Lin Che truly? The question hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. Gu Jing's eyes, golden and resolute, met his. When he was with Hu Eiling, he never expected anything for their future. But with her, with Lin Che, his voice dropped, filled with a raw, undeniable longing. He confessed that he would look forward to spending his whole life with her when he was with her. Lai Minju stared, his mind reeling. Was this a joke? He let go, stumbling back as a dark, humorless laugh escaped his lips. Spend your whole life? Ha ha ha. The sound was chilling, echoing in the sterile room. His eyes narrowed into icy slits as he leaned in close. Gu Jing's, he whispered, a sinister promise in his tone. We still have a lot of time to have fun. He turned to his men, a wicked smirk playing on his lips, and with a casual wave he declared he'd leave him to them. Just don't kill him. The implication was clear, they were going to make him wish for death. Meanwhile, in a sleek, modern villa, Lai Minju swirled a glass of deep red wine, looking utterly relaxed. He glanced at Lin Che, who sat calmly on the couch. You're in quite the mood, huh? She observed, her voice even. He shrugged, a lazy smile on his face. I have nothing to do anyway. He poured a second glass, the ruby liquid splashing into the crystal, then offered it to her. Have a drink. Her eyes, like pools of dark cherry, met his. What, you think I will poison you? He taunted, his expression unreadable. He took a sip of his own wine, a silent challenge. She didn't move, she just watched him, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Then she spoke, her voice cutting through the quiet tension. You captured Gu Jing's, right? Lai Minju's composure finally cracked. His eyes widened slightly. How did you know? A small, knowing smile touched her lips. I guess there's nothing that can catch your attention that easy, he mused, a grudging respect in his eyes. You're indeed smart. She didn't want his compliments, she wanted one thing. Her voice was firm and undeniable command. Take me to see him. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Lai Minju. His vision blurred at the edges. The wine Yu, his hand flew to his throbbing temple as the glass slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor with a loud clang. He collapsed, his body heavy and unresponsive. He had been so careful, so certain of his control. How could this happen? As his consciousness faded, he saw her standing over him, her expression cold and determined. I must defend myself when I'm away from home, she stated simply. Moments later, she stood before one of his guards. MS Lin, the man stammered, blocking her path. She didn't flinch. Take me to him, she demanded. The guard hesitated, but she pressed on, her voice filled with a convincing authority. See, Lai Minju agreed with these. If he didn't, why would he tell me that Gu Jingze is here? The guard, utterly confused and intimidated, finally relented. Okay, this way, please. And then she saw him. The sight stole the air from her lungs. Gu Jingze tied to a pillar, his clothes disheveled, his face bruised and swollen. A strangled cry escaped her lips as she ran to him. She cupped his battered face, her hands trembling. "Wake up, Gu Jingze, please be all right." His eyelids fluttered open, his golden eyes struggling to focus. He saw her, a blurry angel in his haze of pain, and a single broken word escaped his lips. Lin Che. He was awake, truly awake now. His gaze fixed on her face as if she were the only thing holding him together. "What did you say?" she whispered, leaning closer, desperate to hear his voice again. A single, perfect tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. His voice was a raw, trembling whisper, but the words were the clearest thing she had ever heard. "I love you." Her world stopped, tears streamed down her own face as she choked out the words she had held in her heart for so long. "Me too, let me untie you." She fumbled with the ropes, her fingers clumsy with emotion, and the moment they fell away, she threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. He was safe, he was hers, but the moment was shattered by a cold, furious voice. "Gu Jingze, Gu Jingze." Lai Minju stood in the doorway, his face a thundercloud of betrayal. "Just say farewell to each other," he commanded, his voice dripping with venom. He raised a gun, the cold metal glinting under the harsh light, aiming it directly at Gu Jing's heart. "Do you think you can fool me with your little trick?" he snarled. "I'll kill him right now. I'll make this evil disappear forever." Without a second thought, Lin Che moved, shielding Gu Jing's with her own body. Her voice rang out, defiant and clear. "Then you have to kill me first." The world exploded in a deafening bang. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact, but it never came. She was all right. Lai Minju stared, his hand trembling, the gun still smoking. You really wouldn't hide?" he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. She glared back at him, her eyes burning with defiance. "I won't let you win." He shook his head, a look of pity on his face. "Lin Che, listen, you're just torturing yourself if you're with him." Suddenly, another voice cut in. "Black Eagle?" Lai Minju's head snapped up to see a man flanked by soldiers. The man informed him that the army of Sea Country was at the frontier and his country wanted Lai Minju as a hostage. He was given two choices. 1, let Gu Jingze be the hostage instead, or 2, kill Gu Jingze. Then Sea Country won't make trouble for you. Another man stepped forward, a cruel smile on his face as he leveled his own gun. "You're indeed heartless and cruel," he sneered at Lai Minju. "I think things will be easier if he's dead." "No," Lin Che screamed, her heart seizing with terror. But it was too late, another gunshot echoed through the room. But this time, it wasn't Gu Jingze who fell. It was Lai Minju who had thrown himself in front of the bullet. Blood blossomed on his shoulder. "Why?" Lin Che whispered in horror. He gritted his teeth against the pain. "Take him away, hurry," he yelled. "Though I want to kill Gu Jingze," his thoughts raced. "I don't want to be a tool used by others." He tossed her a set of keys. "Go, Black Eagle, let me be your opponent," he challenged, buying them time. They scrambled into the car, speeding away from the chaos. "We escaped, but where can we go?" Lin Che thought frantically, her mind racing. "There's no one's there, wait." An idea sparked in her mind. Oh yes, that place. The secluded villa where Lai Minju had once imprisoned her. It was the last place anyone would look. She helped Gu Jingze inside, laying him gently on the couch. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow. "Wake up, please," she begged, her voice breaking. Later, she gently placed a cool cloth on his feverish forehead. Suddenly, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist with surprising strength. "Gu Jingze," he pulled her down onto the bed, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "You scared me?" she gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs. "How do you feel now?" He looked at her, his golden eyes full of mischief. "Not very well," he murmured, his gaze dropping to her lips. "What ails you?" she asked, concerned. "My heart," he whispered before leaning in and capturing her mouth in a swift, surprising kiss. He pulled back, looking utterly pleased with himself. "I feel much better now," he declared, leaving her breathless and stunned. He gazed at her lovingly. "I haven't seen you for quite a few days. You need to make up for me." Her face flushed a deep crimson, but not some reckless thing, she stammered, getting up to re-soak the towel. He caught her arm. "Lie here, I'll wash the towel." Then he added with a sly grin, "How about cleaning my body with it again?" Her eyes widened in realization. "So you woke up long ago." He chuckled, not denying it. "Not very early. Why didn't you open your eyes? I was so worried," she exclaimed, lightly hitting his chest. A warm, genuine smile spread across his face. "I was enjoying it," he confessed, his eyes crinkling at the corners. But then he clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. "Ugh, I don't feel well." "What?" she cried, instantly worried again. "Is your clothes too tight?" She reached out to check his collar. But he caught her hand, his playful smirk returning. "Whoa. You're teasing me again," she pouted, but there was no heat in her words. He pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "Lin Che, let me hug you for a while," he murmured, his voice soft and content. Her hand instinctively went to her stomach. "Ugh, Gu Jingze, our baby," she whispered, a new wave of worry washing over her. He nuzzled her neck, his voice a low rumble against her skin. "I won't do anything," he promised. She relaxed into his embrace, a feeling of profound relief settling over her. "I'm so glad that you're fine." She hesitated for a moment, then added quietly, "Actually, Lai Minju is not that bad." The playful mood vanished instantly. Gu Jing's head snapped up, his eyes flashing with jealousy. You dare to mention another man in front of me? Ugh. Damn, you're so bossy, she protested, but he was already leaning in, his expression possessive. Look how I will punish you, he growled, before his lips crashed down on hers in a passionate, claiming kiss. Ah, Gu Jing's, she gasped against his mouth. Yes, he murmured back. She pushed against his chest weakly. Don't, I'm afraid we will hurt our baby, but he just smiled, a look of pure adoration on his face. Relax, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. My kid will not be so fragile. A flash of fire, a memory burning bright and fierce. Her voice echoed in his mind, sharp and desperate, screaming his name. But that was then. Now, in the quiet aftermath, the power had shifted. She leaned over him, her small hands pressing against his bare chest, her hair falling like a dark curtain around them. Her voice was low, a thrilling mix of determination and vulnerability as she declared it was her turn now. His eyes, a soft amber, held hers. He whispered back, a hint of a challenge in his tone, asking if she was truly sure she wanted to do this. Her own eyes widened, a storm of emotions swirling within them. Yes, she was sure. Her gaze softened, tracing the lines of his face, the weariness he tried so hard to hide. You're so incredible, she thought, her heart aching. He tried to brush off her concern, calling the gash on his chest just a small wound. His voice was steady, full of a strength she knew he was faking for her. Of course, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. He couldn't die, not yet. He still hadn't seen his child. Her breath caught. Their child. He was fighting for their future. Annoyed by the grim turn of the conversation, he gently chided her, telling her not to say such inauspicious things. Ugh, she let out a small, frustrated noise, her cheeks puffing out in an adorable pout. She immediately softened, her face melting into a sheepish apology. Please don't overreact, she pleaded softly, assuring him she was fine. To make up for her momentary panic, she promised she'd give him double compensation. He just looked at her, this incredible, frustrating, wonderful woman. How could he stay mad? As she drew closer, her hand resting gently over the bandages on his chest, she asked if he was all right. The warmth of her touch sent a jolt through him. He felt more than all right. He felt energized, alive. He turned to face her fully, his gaze intense, telling her he was fine now, pretty energized, in fact. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the angry red marks on his skin. She whispered his name, Gu Jingze. A universe of worry in those two words. Her fingers trembled as they hovered over his torso, afraid to cause him more pain. Will these wounds, will they leave scars? She asked, her voice barely audible. Would he be permanently marked by this ordeal? In his mind, a childish, vulnerable thought flickered. Would she be disgusted by him if he was? He quickly pushed the thought away, standing up with a newfound resolve. He turned, his profile sharp and proud against the light. To men, scars are medals, he declared, his voice ringing with bravado. But as he spoke, she could only think about how the texture of his perfect skin might change. A wicked, playful glint entered his eyes. He turned back to her, a smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth as he leaned in close. I have a scar on my thigh too, he purred, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Do you want to touch it? Her face exploded in a crimson blush. And no, thanks, she stammered, recoiling instantly. But the playful moment shattered when he suddenly let out a pained groan, his hand flying to his side. Pure terror seized her. What, did your wounds reopen? She cried out, her heart leaping into her throat. He gave her a weak, reassuring smile, his eyes gentle. It's nothing, he insisted. It was just the lingering pain from being tied up for so long, the blood flow finally returning to his limbs. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her knees weak. Enough playing around. She took charge, gently pushing him back onto the bed. You should lie down and rest, she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument. Defeated, he simply agreed, sinking into the soft pillows. As he lay there looking up at her, she asked him the question that had been weighing on both their minds. What should we do next? His expression was serene, his plan already formed. He told her that once they returned and settled his family's affairs, he wanted to take her abroad, somewhere they could be safe, somewhere she could enjoy her pregnancy in peace. Why abroad? She asked, a little confused. He explained that the environment here was just too complicated, too dangerous. He wanted a comfortable, simple life for them. A peaceful life. A single, perfect butterfly fluttered past the window as a radiant smile lit up her entire face. That was all she wanted too, a peaceful life with him. But as the quiet settled around them, her expression grew thoughtful, a shadow of concern crossing her features. He noticed immediately, was she still worried about him, about Lai Minjiu? She nodded slowly. Yes, she admitted a little. She couldn't help but think of everything he had done for Mo Huiling, misguided as it was. And she reasoned, if it hadn't been for Lai Minjiu's intervention, they might not have escaped at all. He hadn't made things difficult for them in the end. He wasn't truly a monster. Gu Jingze listened, his eyes closed, understanding her compassionate heart. With Lai Minjiu's power and influence, she concluded, trying to reassure herself he should be fine. Looking out at the sunlit villa, she smiled softly. Let's go home when you feel better, she said, and he quietly agreed. Meanwhile, miles away, Lai Minjiu adjusted his tie, his face an unreadable mask. He was still worrying about Lin Che, he thought bitterly. But then a flicker of something else crossed his handsome features. A hidden, profound relief. He had just received news. Lin Che and Gu Jingze, they were safe.